What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Hokage killing Orochimaru at the start. 1 Chapter 1 Killing Ashiwan at the start. In the gloomy laboratory, Dashemaru stared at the blind boy in front of him, trembling with excitement. Ha 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 ha, how many people have been pursuing the reincarnation eye all their lives, but they don't know that some small mutations in the family are. They've been asking for it all their lives, so now, little Wawa, your eyes are mine. As he said, Dashemaru suddenly stretched out his finger and went to the opposite child's eyeball. Boundless pain came from Hyuga Lanmo's eyeballs. He looked at the Orochimaru in front of him in horror, but he was constantly scolding his mother. What's the situation? He obviously sleeps at home. How would it appear here? And isn't this Orochimaru in front of you? Just now he said he was the Eye of Reincarnation? Hyuga Lanmo is a mother to womb crossing. He is a person familiar with the plot of Naruto. He definitely knows who he is. No more about the so-called reincarnation eye. But is Orochimaru crazy? Everyone in Konoha knows that Hyuga Lanmo is blind, born blind, wastewood, and the disgrace and accident of the Hyuga family that is inferior to ordinary people. How can he become a person with reincarnation eyes? Indeed, every child born in the Hyuga family is born with a blank eye. And Hyuga Lanmo was a blind man who didn't lose his eyes. It was so hard to imagine that he was taken a fancy by the famous Dashawan. The sharp pain came from his eyeball. Ding, the mirror system has detected an external intrusion. May I ask the mirror bloodline host if it counterattacks? If it does not counterattack, the eyeball will be dug out immediately. The eyeball will be dug out, and the system will explode. Counterattack, counterattack. Hyuga Lanmo Naorin started to feel pain. He didn't realize what was going on with this system before he spoke. Advertisement. The mirror system protector. The first step, mirror counterattack, mirror illusion conversion. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were blue and white. Dashemaru looked at those Shuling Ling's eyes, and looked at his eyeballs greedily. Suddenly he mirrored his eyes and fell to the ground. Then he had hallucinations. He actually saw himself standing in front of him and said, "Little baby, your eyes are mine." In this illusion, he became Hyuga Blue Ink. The big snake pill in that illusion stretched out his fingers to his eyes and dug into his eyes. Huge amounts of pain filled every cell of his. Why, what's the matter? Isn't the Hyuga family unable to use illusion? How could this be? After saying this, he lost his voice again. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo rubbed his eyes and jumped out of the bed. A system in his mind had already appeared. At the same time, he actually saw the system interface in his mind. Sorry for the host, the mirroring system report is late. May I ask the host, is it fully awakening? Awakening. Although he is a traverser, he doesn't know what other mirror system his body has. Yes, the host. This system has been successfully bound since you were born, but it has been in a dormant state. Just now you suddenly awakening due to danger. May I ask the host, do you need full awakening? The system's mechanical voice sounded. Comprehensive awakening. Hyuga Lanmo frowned as he watched the struggling Orochimaru on the ground. He is only 5 years old now and he must protect himself. Moreover, a mirror counterattack just knocked down a powerful character like Orochimaru. He believed that this system should be good. Ding! Congratulations to the sole heir of the mirror bloodline. The mirror system is fully awakening successfully. Chapter 2 Comprehensive Awakening Detection Host. Hyuga Family Mutant Bloodline. The owner of the Invisible Reincarnation Eye Hyuga Lanmo. Age. 5 years old. Physical strength. 10. Chakra capacity. 0. System level. Elementary level. System ability. In addition to the system's built-in mirroring protection ability. Can be divided into mirror copy. 0 level. According to the host's requirements, the host can practice the copy content after mirroring storage and copying at any time. Mirror training. Level 0. The host can practice according to the copied content. Mirror clone. 0. You can clone the creature you want to clone at any time according to the host's requirements. Need to grow slowly, except for humans. Mirror development. 0. Advertisement. The system is divided into 2 lists. One is his own ability chakra list, and the other is the system list. There are 2 sides, except for age and physical strength, all are 0. When he saw the first originally message, he understood why Dashemaru would target him, a blind man. It turned out that he turned out to be a mutant bloodline of the Hyuga family, the owner of the Invisible Reincarnation Eye. He never knew it. These eyes will bring infinite power and danger to him in the future. When he thinks of Uchiha Madara killing many people at all costs for these eyes, Hyuga Lanmo's back chills. According to the development of the plot, if Dashemaru knows that he has reincarnation eyes, then Akatsuki will definitely know in the future. Then he will be more difficult in the future? It seems that he must immediately improve his own and system ability, otherwise his life will not be saved. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at the Orochimaru that fell on the ground. Now he has to quickly clean up the old monster in front of him. If someone comes in a while, it will be in trouble. Hyuga Lanmo squatted down, stretched out his hand and took out a handful of kunai from Orochimaru's waist, and thrust it into Orochimaru on the ground. He plunged into Orochimaru's chest with a single blow, without eyes. Blink. I heard that your resurrection ability is very strong. You won't die like this, right? So what? He came to the table on the side and picked up a bottle of liquid from above. This is what Dashawan used for experimentation, and it was marked sulfuric acid. Advertisement. It was full of a large bottle, and he fell directly onto Dashawan, with nothing left from head to toe. Ah, B***********D. You dare to pour me with sulfuric acid? Wait, I won't let you go. What kind of magic do you use? Why can't I move? Why? Don't think that this will kill me. I'll be back soon to seek revenge from you, little guy. I will pay you back 1,000,000 times the pain you gave me today. Wait, I will make you worse than death. Dashemaru was in pain unbearable and yelled, but soon there was no sound and he completely lost consciousness. Until he was completely burned out by sulfuric acid, burned down, burned so much that there is not even a single cell left. The 5-year-old Hyuga Blue Mo threw the bottle on the ground. He turned around and out of the laboratory and out of the cave. It was the rock wall that had sculpted the Hokage of the past generations. He jumped on the head of the 3-generation Hokage statue and looked at the lights of the thousands of houses in Konoha village in front of him. Blind. Yes, he is an invisible blind waste during the day, but at night, his eyesight is 100 times better than ordinary people. For example, now, the whole Konoha, and even outside the village, he can see clearly. Damn it. What's the situation over there? While Sunshan Lanmo was enjoying the night view of the village, a huge amounts of 9-tailed beast appeared in the village, and on the side of the tailed beast, was standing on the side of the masked Uchiha with soil. Chapter 3 Full copy Hyuga Blue Mo cursed, squatted down to hide himself, looking at the scene in front of him. He was passing through the mother's womb, and he knew what was going on now. 9 tails attacked Konoha. Today is the day Uzumaki Naruto was born. He looked at the village nervously. Huge amounts of explosions sounded in the village, the cry of the children, the shouts of the villagers, and the sound of the ninjas' roar rescue. Someone organized the villagers to go to the refuge, and the ninja who could fight began to resist the destruction of the village by the tail beast. As if the huge amounts of Kyuubi had lost control, he frantically attacked the ninja in front of him, constantly destroying the buildings in the village. The power of the tail beast is terrifying, and human beings are vulnerable to a blow in front of it. This is a disaster. Hyuga Blue Mo squatted on the stone statue of the 3rd generation of Hokage, frowning at the scene in front of him. 4 generations of Hokage wave fengshuimen appeared on the battlefield. Today is the day his son Naruto Uzumaki was born, and the day when their husband and wife died. Hyuga Blue Mo frowned slightly, but it was a pity that he didn't have enough ability, otherwise he really wanted to use his power to restore the family's reunion and peace. Ding! Target locked, target 4, may I ask the host, the strong one has been detected, do you need to mirror it? A systematic voice appeared in Hyuga Blue Mo's mind, and he asked strangely, what is mirror copy? Mirror copying is to copy all the scenes in front of you to the system, then you can extract the characters in the scenes to copy and learn. The system gave a rough explanation and then continued to ask, the opportunity is rare. May I ask the host, do you want a mirror copy? Okay. Make a copy. As soon as I said this, there was a ticking sound in the system. Mirror lock, copy 1. The powerful 9-tailed beast. Copy start, 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%. Advertisement 2. Wave Wind Watergate, copy start, 1%, 2%. 3. Uchiha takes soil, copy start. 4. Sarutobi Sunslash. Seeing the information in the system appeared, the scene of the 4 masters in front appeared. Hyuga Blue Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. System, you copy, isn't it just a mirror copy? I thought you were just recording the picture. Obviously not. Because Hyuga Blue Mo discovered that after the copy screens of these 4 masters appeared in the mirror copy list of the mirror system, the information of these people appeared constantly later. Moreover, these materials mainly record everyone's ability in ninjutsu, as well as the training methods of ninjutsu, etc. The recording is complete. May I ask the host, will you start mirroring practice immediately? If the host starts mirroring practice, you can copy the ninjutsu techniques of these people and practice them, except for the tail beast ability. Copy. Hyuga Blue Mo said excitedly. Please select a copy object. Bofang Watergate. Hyuga Blue Mo already understood the meaning of mirror copying and mirroring practice. At this moment, he naturally wanted to learn all the ninjutsu of Heifeng Suizumi. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt an image of huge amounts of rushed into his mind, and all the knowledge and ninjutsu of Bofang Shuiman entered his mind. This knowledge and ninjutsu appeared in his mind like a surging river, which made people excited. It takes time and practice for definitely to inherit all these things. Chapter 4 can clone at the moment. A loud sound of huge amounts of appeared. Boom. 9 tails launched the tail beast jade towards the Huiying rock wall, and the whirling sound of the tail beast jade circulated in the air. At the moment Hyuga Blue Mo is standing on the head of the 3 generations of the Hokage rock, and the huge tail beast jade of the 9 tails is attacking in front of him. He is squatting there, and his whole body is tightly pressed against the rock behind wall. He knew that he would not die, because according to the original plot, Bofang Shuiman will use Thor to guide the mind to turn the tail beast jade away, so he will be fine. But when the huge amounts of tail beast jade with strong light rushed toward his face, it really shocked Hyuga Blue Mo, who was sitting on the ruler, and the power was too shocking. Excuse me, does the host need to be mirrored? If the host needs a cultivated 9-tailed tail, it can be mirrored. At the moment, a systemic voice appeared in Hyuga Blue Mo's mind, and this voice was more shocking than the sight of the tail beast jade. What? Can we clone the tail beast? Mirror clone cannot clone humans, any beasts can clone. Yes, I want a small 9-tailed tail. When he first heard the name of this system, he thought it was an ordinary system, but now, he really thinks it's too awesome. Okay, mirror cloning begins, he said. The mirror clone table appears, and a 9-tail mirror copy appears in the table. The slow mirror clone has begun, but this speed is particularly slow, and it makes people doubt life. Advertisement. Nine-tailed clone. 0.00001%. 0.00002. In Konoha village, huge amounts of tail beast jade has been transferred by Bofang Shuiman, and they have been transferred to the battlefield. At the same time, Yurihong appeared beside Hyuga Lanmo. Why are you here? Shi Rihong reached out and picked up Hyuga Lanmo, turned and left. Go, I will take you to the refuge. When Hyuga Lanmo was picked up by her, she happened to see Danzo appearing at the entrance of the Hokage rock wall. One of his eyes was hidden behind the white bandage, and the other eye looked evilly at Hyuga Lanmo, who was taken away below. His eyes were deep and cold, and his brows were tightly wrinkled together, and he looked at him tightly. He came from Dashemaru's laboratory. How could that kid be here? Isn't it a coincidence? Is he the test subject of Dashawan tonight? If it was a test subject, how could he run out? Tuan Zhang looked back at the long and dark secret road, wondering in his heart, why isn't Dashawan here tonight? The rumble of explosions continued, the roar of nine tails destroyed the world, and the ninjas in the village were trying their best to prevent its destruction. The fire was blazing, and the fighting continued. Hyuga Lanmo was sent to the refuge by Yurihong. Uzushian in the cave rushed over and hugged him. Smelly boy, where did you go? I scared my sister to death. Mayue Shian is only 10 years old this year, 5 years older than Hyuga Lanmo. In her eyes, this white and soft little boy is a little brother who needs protection. Not only her, but several girls think so. Even Inuzuka Hana, who has always been grumpy, has a very gentle attitude to Hyuga Amo on weekdays. Lanmo, are you okay? Are you not injured? I visited your house when the explosion did not see you. Fortunately, you are okay. Several girls surrounded him. Who made him the most handsome of these children? No way, just so attract the attention of girls. Chapter 5. Moonlight Blast. Lanmo, are you okay? Where did you go? It's so late, and there was an attack outside. How could you run around? You didn't see the nine tails, it's so scary. Inuzuka Hana said, the people in this refuge are ordinary people who have no fighting ability, and there are some shinobu who have just entered school. Everyone is hiding here, and everyone's nerves are nervous. Nonetheless, children can easily shift their minds because they also know how to assess damage and casualties. What do you look at? Didn't you see that he was blind? Still let him see. To this day, he just doesn't mess with everyone, and I don't know how a blind man ran out. He didn't even have a blind eye, even a bird in a cage. If you can't stab the waist, you know it will hurt everyone. Hyuga Hikari on one side looked dissatisfied with the several girls in front of him talking around Hyuga Lanmo, and said coldly. Don't you know, Lanmo can see it at night. At this time, Uchiha Itachi said coldly while holding the baby Uchiha Sasuke. With that said, the eyes of several children turned to Hyuga Lanmo. Lanmo, can you see it at night? Even Uzushian, who often takes care of him, doesn't know about it, because they rarely see Hyuga Lanmo at night. On weekdays, he always played with them during the day, but at night, he would go home by himself, so few people knew about it. Yes, Sister Shian, I can see you at night, I can see you now, you are so beautiful. Hyuga Lanmo's mouth curled up, his mouth was sweet, and he looked innocently at Uyue Shian in front of him. She has long purple hair and fair skin and cute skin. She is looking at her carefully with big misty eyes. She is very close, and she shook her palm, trying to test his eyesight. Advertisement. When Uzushian heard this, a blush appeared in her ears. Lil Lanmo, you are so cute. After finishing speaking, she actually lowered her head and pressed "Let's" on Hyuga Lanmo's face. It didn't matter this time, all the boys on the scene were anxious. You know, Uyue Shian is at the level of a goddess in the eyes of these boys. Her beauty, gentleness and toughness make many boys secretly admire. But now, their goddess actually kissed the blind man? Ah, Hyuga Lanmo, what are you doing? Who asked you to kiss Sister Shian? Hikari was the first to be impatient, followed by Kamana Kisu, Nico Hayate, Yumai Muda. Several boys of this age all screamed. Among them Moonlight Gale was even more angry, and he struck Hyuga Lanmo's chest with a punch. Regardless of his sickness, he was only 10 years old. He was trained by the ninja school, while Hyuga Lanmo was only 5 years old, and because of his blindness, he was still a disability abandoned by the Hyuga family. Everyone does not know that this so-called disabled child has actually been practicing physique, coupled with the mirroring practice in the mirror system that has just been activated. The posture of Bofang Shuiman's physique has appeared in his mind. How could he wait beaten? When Hyuga Lanmo saw his fist hit, he leaned forward, dodged, then raised his foot and kicked him under the armpit of Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Gale was so painful that he lowered his body and covered his arm. He felt that his arm was about to be dislocated, and his painful tears were rolling in his eyes. Chapter 6. This is a refuge, and many people are hiding here. Although a few children get together to play, the adults don't care, but now that the fight is starting, someone will naturally come forward and fight. Shifeng, what are you doing? The older children bully the little ones. Don't you know how to be ashamed? Moonlight Hayate's mother stepped forward and pulled him over and checked his shoulders. He kisses Shian. Moonlight Hayate exclaimed angrily. Obviously Shian's Lanmo. Okay. Alright. Stop making trouble, Moonlight Hayate's mother said coldly, dragging him into the crowd. The other friends looked at Hyuga Lanmo in surprise. Although they didn't have many chances to see him on weekdays, they never knew that his physical skills were so powerful. And Uchiha Itachi, who was holding the child on one side, looked deeper and deeper, and he seemed to be different from what he had imagined. The reason Uchiha Itachi knew that he could see it at night was because by chance he saw the scene of cooking at home after he threw away the food distributed to him by the village. Later, after studying him for 2 days, he discovered that this kid of the same age could be seen at night, but he was indeed blind during the day. Not only that, he often trains physical skills secretly by himself. Don't look at his softness and whiteness on the surface. In fact, when he trains physical skills, he is very fast, and he is fierce. This is also why the mirror image protection in Hyuga Lanmo's mirror image system can exert so much power, which is directly related to his continuous self-physical training over the past 2 years. It is also because of seeing his self-physical training. Recently, Uchiha Itachi has also begun to practice self-cultivation at home during this period of time. They are the same age, he can't fall behind him. Advertisement. After a small disturbance, Yuyue Shiin dragged Hyuga Lanmo aside, and the other children were also taken back by their parents, and the disturbance subsided in this way. The explosion outside the shelter has been much less, but everyone is still very nervous. After another period of time, it was quiet outside, and then someone came in and announced that it was safe outside, allowing everyone to exit the shelter in an orderly manner. Everyone knew that because of the Kyuubi attack, many ninjas were sacrificed in the village. Among them, the 4th generation of Naruto and his wife Shinkuna Uzumaki also sacrificed, and Kyuubi has been successfully sealed. As for whose body was sealed in, there are different opinions. Only the senior management of the village can know this secret, but ordinary people can guess some of it, but everyone will not put it on the surface. Hyuga Lanmo was sent home by Azuki Shiin, and after he was told to pay attention to safety, she left, and she wanted to go home to look for her relatives. Hyuga Lanmo's home is located on the edge of the village outside the Hyuga family, which is relatively quiet. Now he is finally alone, and all the ninjutsu abilities and cultivation methods in his mind about the Bo Feng Shui Men are tumbling, as if he is desperate to find the energy to vent. It's a pity that Hyuga Lanmo doesn't have chakra right now. If he is not equipped with this knowledge, he can practice ninjutsu well. It seems that the most important thing now is chakra. As long as he owns chakra, then everything is there. Thinking of this, he did not dare to neglect at all, found the most basic way to extract chakra from Bo Feng Shuiman, and began to practice. Chapter 7 The Art of Immortals. If you want to practice ninjutsu, you need to know what the attributes of your body's chakra are. He didn't know, so he didn't rush to practice ninjutsu, but found a way to improve his physical strength, and then condense chakra. With 10,000 punches, the system mirroring protection increased by 0.5. Increase in mirror training. 1%. Nine-tailed beast clone increased by 0.00002, currently 0.00010%. 1,000 push-ups, the mirror image protection increases by 1%. Although the system is growing slowly, Hyuga Lanmo feels that this is hope. As long as there is hope, it is better than anything. He has to get stronger quickly. Dashemaru was tortured to death by himself in that way. He would definitely not let it go. He is so strong. When he comes back, if he is not strong yet, I am afraid that he will not know how he died. And the Danzo he saw on the Hokage rock wall, looking at his expression, he must have guessed something. He and Orochimaru were currently in a cooperative relationship. If he knew that he had killed Orochimaru, he would definitely not let him go. There is also Uchiha Madara who likes reincarnation eyes so much. If you let him know that he has invisible reincarnation eyes, he will definitely not let him go. With so many dangers surrounding him like a time bomb, he must be strong to survive. After staying up all night, Hyuga Lanmo was constantly undergoing physical training. When the sun was rising and his eyes were out of sight, he stopped for mental training. Advertisement. If you want to extract chakras, you have to extract body energy from the 130 trillion cells of the human body, then add mental energy, mix them together, and then according to your needs, you can extract the chakras. Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes and felt the surroundings. A strange luster covered him from all directions and entered his body. This power is not the spiritual power in his body. Young man, you can't do this. It is very troublesome to practice the fairy art in the human world. Besides, your body chakra hasn't formed yet. It's very dangerous. And it's too dirty here. It's very likely to change your own form. You don't want to become bugs, moths, grasshoppers and ants, right? If you don't want to, don't absorb chakras from nature here again. It's dangerous. The sudden sound made Hyuga Lanmo clever. He looked at the window, although he could not see anything, but because of the mirror system, his mind still showed the scene of the window now. An elderly toad is squatting there wearing a small cloak. It is not big, has white eyebrows and a beard. It is the elder toad of Miaomu Mountain, who is deeply immortal. Little Wawa, I advise you not to practice the art of immortality casually. Not everyone can practice the art of immortality, and you can't refine chakra. From my perspective, you are not suitable for cultivation, just be an ordinary one. People, life is stable and safe, better than anything else. After that, Shenzuo Shenren took a deep look at him again, shook his head slightly, and made a vertical leap, disappearing. It originally came to participate in the funeral of the 4 generations. I didn't expect to find that the natural chakra flow in the village was very peculiar when it first entered the village. It was all coming in one direction, so it followed. Unexpectedly, a little baby would sit in his own home and absorb natural chakras. This is a scene that he has never seen in his entire life. It is incredible that a person without chakras is absorbing natural chakras. Chapter 8. Too excessive for a moment, it really wanted to bring the child back to Miaomu Mountain, but the next second it discovered that the child's eyes are invisible and he is disabled. For this alone, it has already vetoed its previous decision, and for his safety, it has given a warning and left. Hyuga Lanmo curled his mouth and didn't take it seriously, but this time he was not going to experiment with natural energy. He began to practice body energy honestly and dutifully. By noon, he was able to retrieve the chakra. The feeling of excitement made him jump for joy, really want to try the power of ninjutsu of the 4 generations of Megami Fengshuiman now. He closed his eyes and stood in the yard, feeling the feeling of the wind. The sound of the rustling leaves rang in his ears, and he stepped forward, and he was already on the tree. Another transfer has returned to the room. The speed is so fast, as if he was born with this teleport technique. Immediately afterwards, it was Helix Maru. He stretched out his finger. Before he could practice, the ability of Bofeng Shuiman had appeared in his mind. Those ability was just like he was born with him. There was no need for much practice at all, as long as he knew the knot. The printing and extraction method can be realized. A small spiral pill appeared in his palm, constantly spinning. He lowered his head to feel the power of the spiral pill, and asked himself softly, is the wind a tribute chakra? The chakra power of the spiral pill is still rotating, because his chakra has just been refined, and his possession is not very large. He began to absorb the surrounding natural chakras and added to the rotating spiral pill. With his movements, Helix Maru changed its posture and turned into a Helix Maru shuriken. Not only that, its size was several times stronger than the Helix Maru just now. Advertisement others were tired of practicing chakra, but he felt very relaxed. He didn't know that a faint 7-color light and shadow appeared on his eyelids. Smudged on the eyelids of his closed eyes, his black hair drifted down, really a bit fairy-like. If the immortal art of Heifeng Shuiman was learned by those toad in Miaomu Mountain, then Hyuga Lanmo is a master without a teacher. And the immortal art he is presenting does not belong to any of the 3 sacred places of immortality. On the contrary, his immortal art seems to come from all nature, like a collection of all natural chakras. The facial makeup actually presents 7 colors of brilliance. At the moment, an old toad was standing on the wall of his house looking at the scene in surprise, his mouth wide open and his face couldn't believe it. What kind of cultivation method is this? When coming over in the morning, isn't this kid still not able to practice chakra? Why did he have the facial makeup of the immortal technique in the morning, and he has also cultivated into a strange immortal technique? This is incredible. This toad was the master Shen Zuo of Miaomu Mountain who had participated in the funeral of 4 generations. It originally wanted to go back to Miaomu Mountain directly, but before leaving, at a moment's notice, he came to the west end of the village and wanted to see the doll that was practiced in the morning. Unexpectedly, it doesn't matter if I look at it, I'm shocked when I look at it. This is too surprising. This scene is simply unprecedented, and it really makes it an eye-opener to see it for a long time. It was wondering here, the Hyuga Lanmo over there had already heard the other party's movement, a backhand, and the spiral shuriken in his hand flew towards Shenzo. Crack. Are you going too far? You want to kill the frog? Chapter 9 Toad Oil Bomb. He made a deep turn, avoided the spiral shuriken, and was about to go forward with excitement, but was caught in the hand by the little baby. His speed is too fast. I'm sorry, I'm blind. I don't know who you are. What do you want to hide behind the wall of my house? Are you the thief who steals children? Konoha has always lost children recently. They were all made by Dashemaru. Hyuga Lanmo naturally knows, and he also knows that Toad is the elder of Miaomu Mountain. She is an immortal. But in order not to ruin the character, it is natural to pretend not to know. Hyuga Lanmo pinched Shinzo Toad's neck with his fingers, stretched out his other hand, and touched his belly. Are you a frog? Let go, let go. I've lived such an old age, no one dares to touch my belly. The elder Shenzo broke out with a chakra, shaking off Hyuga Lanmo's fingers, and then the whole Toad was puffed up as if he had been wronged by the sky, with a look of anger on his face. You doll, do you know who you offend? You are too much. If it is not for the sake of whether you are blind or a doll, I am now. As he said, Toad turned around and checked in his hands. The carrot knife has shot. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and avoided its attack. He closed his eyes tightly and his ears were sensitive. The mirror system in his mind had already seen the scene of the opponent and even nearby. Haha, one morning's practice, you can actually become an immortal model, it's amazing. Although Shen Zuo Shenren's face was serious, he was happy in his heart, and his eyes were excited as if he had discovered a new world. Unexpectedly, this doll was quite awkward. He turned around, huge amounts of chakra burst out. Toad Oil Bomb. Advertisement, Feng Dun. Hyuga Lanmo uses Feng Dun. It stands to reason that Feng Dun will not win against Toad Oil Bombs at all, because the mutual restraint between the two is not obvious. But in the next second, Shen Zuo Shenren was dumbfounded. Originally, the scale of Toad Oil Bombs was not very large, but because the opponent's wind escape was entangled with fire escape, it actually increased the scale of flame burning and explosion. I don't know if the grilled frog is delicious. The doll on the opposite side whispered, and then an instantaneous spell disappeared. There was an explosion of huge amounts of at the scene, and Shen Zuo Shenren quickly retreated back. It didn't expect it to be standing behind the little baby. Although Hyuga Lanmo was not very old, Toad Immortal Shensha was very small, and he was caught in the hand again by the other party. Immediately afterwards, he unexpectedly turned to the opposite side of Toad's oil bomb flame with instantaneous technique, and raised the little old toad in his hand. I want to eat grilled frogs. Qua. I have lived for half my life, haven't encountered such a thing. Shen worked hard, but this kid also had the fairy chakra, and for a while, he didn't break free. The eyebrows and beard on its face were scorched by the flames. With a strong force, it turned its head and bit on Hyuga Lanmo's finger, breaking free and escaping. Shen Zuo Shenren thought as he ran, he actually lost to a few-year-old baby, he really lost dead man. With a tang sound, it disappeared from the scene. The flame of Toad's oil bomb disappeared, and the fiery feeling on the scene slowly receded as the wind escaped. Hyuga Lanmo's mouth bends. Seeing that the old man is running away, he probably won't talk about it. He doesn't want him to become a super weapon in the village at such a young age. He still wants to develop slowly for a few years. Chapter 10 Indeed, Shenzuo Shenran who left is constantly comforting himself. No one has seen this, as long as he does not say, others will not know, so for the sake of face, he will not tell others about it for the time being. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and went back to the room, took a shower and changed his clothes. Just as he was about to sort out the information in the mirror system in his mind, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Hyuga Lanmo tidied up his clothes, walked to the door, fumbled and opened the door. Lanmo, I'm about to go to the store, are you going to eat ramen today? I will bring it to you, or shall I take you to eat it? Yil Ramen Xiaochenku stood outside the door. She was wearing a pink dress with a smile on her face and her big eyes blinking at him. Hyuga Amo's parents are ninjas of the Hyuga family. 3 years ago, he was orphaned because of a mission and he was sent to the nursery by Konoha to raise him. It was not until the beginning of this year that he asked to return to his own home to live on his own. Although Konoha's care for the children of martyrs is limited, he is still willing to pay for it. He has a fixed amount of nurturing money every month, so eating naturally is not a problem. For example, this La Ramen, he is a regular customer. I'll eat it in your store, and I will come back by myself after eating, save trouble, you ran back and forth. Hyuga Lanmo began to say. Since the mirroring system was activated, he could not see it during the day, but as long as he wanted to, he could use the mirror perception to know the surrounding situation. For example, now, the little smiling calamus with 2 ponytails tied up and watching the picture of him smiling happily has clearly appeared in his mind. Advertisement. Okay, let's go together. Chenku stretched out his hand and grabbed his finger, and walked out. The 2 people walked slowly down the street, passing through a few alleys, passing through the gates of the 2 houses of the Hyuga's house, and arrived at the main street facing the east gate of Konoha. Hinata Lanmo, you think it is Hyuga Lanmo? Hinata standing on the side of the street pulled the moonlight blast on one side and called. Among the children of the same age in the Hyuga family, although ability is not the strongest, in front of Hyuga Lanmo, he can take 100 breasts to ensure that he is definitely better than him. But when he was in the refuge last night, Hyuga Lanmo put his foot under Moonlight Storm's armpit. He saw it. He didn't expect his physical skills to be so powerful that he could beat Moonlight who was 5 years older than them. Blast. Seeing him suddenly appear today, groping, Hyuga had a certain mentality of revenge against him, so he yelled aside of the Moonlight Blast. Big brother Haifeng, have you forgotten how he embarrassed you at the refuge last night? I don't know how he did it, and he could kick you with a kick. It's really irritating. Hyuga Guang added fuel and jealousy, yelling loudly for fear that the other party would not start. At first, it wasn't a lot of trouble to fight between children, but when Hinata Kika called so, the 10-year-old Moonlight Hayate saw everyone's eyes again, and felt that his face was dull. He took the 3 children and rushed in front of Hyuga Lanmo. In order to prevent the adults from coming out to stop the trouble, he grabbed Hyuga Lanmo by the collar and dragged him into the side alley. This alley is dark and damp, and people do not often move around. It is a good place for him to take revenge. Chapter 11 I'm afraid. The 4 people surrounded Hyuga Lanmo, and the calamus on one side nervously grasped his finger. Lanmo, I'm afraid. It's okay, don't be afraid. Hyuga Lanmo pulled the calamus behind him. Moonlight Hayate looked at him fiercely. Last time, he had suffered the loss of the kid in front of everyone. This time, no matter what, he would find face. Smelly blind, I haven't settled accounts with you last time. I told you that Xian is my girlfriend. You dared to kiss her. Are you impatient? Seeing that you are a blind man, I don't know what you are. Today you kneel down and call me grandpa 3 times, saying that you won't bother with Xian anymore. I will let you go, otherwise, I want you to look good today. Don't look at Moonlight Storm's surface looking sick, but it speaks very harshly. Hyuga Lanmo opened his eyes slightly, and a pair of dark blue eyeballs stared blankly in front of him, as if they had no focus. What if I don't? Don't be beaten. When the other boys heard this, Roar rushed forward, facing Hyuga Lanmo and preparing to shoot. These children are all older than Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Lanmo at the same age. 2 of them are already at the lower ninja level, and they have been on several missions. Don't fight. Don't. Wow. Xiao Chengpu started crying in fright, turned and ran out of sight. The 4 rushed up, punching and kicking Hyuga Lanmo, but the next second, there was a terrible cry. Ah, the 4 of them didn't know what was going on, and they were beaten out by the other party. What happened just now? They didn't even see Hyuga Lanmo's movements clearly. Advertisement. Moonlight Shippu's family renowned ninjutsu is swordsmanship. In terms of physical skills, although he is not physically good, he is much taller than the average ninja of the same age. He was kicked by Hyuga Lanmo yesterday, which he thought was a coincidence. But today he knew that it was not a coincidence at all. His physical ability was amazing, not only that, but the speed made it impossible for people to discern the tricks he used. The 4 people fell to the ground, their noses and faces swollen. Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes and stood in the alley, as quiet as if the person who shot just now was not him. Uncle, that's them, they want to fight brother Lanmo. Xiao Chengpu appeared at the alley with the guards. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly when he heard the voice, and just about to pretend to fall to the ground and not touch the porcelain to show that he was also a victim, he was grabbed by his arms. All the people who gathered to make trouble are taken away, the J-Guard member of the Uchiha family said. Several children were so scared that they cried, "Don't catch me, I'm looking for my mother, don't catch me." At this time, Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of everyone. He had seen the fight just now. The reason why he didn't show up was to see who lost and who won. Uncles, it doesn't matter if children fight, let them go today. Yes, we're just playing around. Hyuga Lanmo also laughed, and entered the guards. Those children have family members who can take them back, how about him? Do you want to live there for one night? Besides, this is not a big deal. Why does the Uchiha family member of the J-Guard insist on arresting people? Yeah, Hyuga and the Moonlight Gusts. We were just playing around just now, didn't we? Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and asked the other 4 people with swollen noses and swollen noses. Chapter 12 Uchiha Belt Soil. They didn't want to join the guard either, so they nodded in cooperation. Yes, we're just playing around, uncle, let us go, we won't be fooling around. That's not okay, all the people who gather to fight will have to be arrested. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi or the children who confessed their mistakes, these people actually took all 5 of them to the J-Guard, even the young ones. The Calamus was never let go. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly, no wonder their family would be wiped out later. This kind of self-righteous, over-enforcement attitude, even if it takes the entire Konoha, I am afraid that it will not be well managed. Sure enough, the guards were full of complaints. Some were locked up just because they drank a little wine in the evening and quarreled with others, and some were locked up because their dog bit someone. Anyway, all kinds of things. Large file size is small, no matter the value is not worth it all entered this game. Hey, I said the police captain, why don't you catch those thieves who steal children? What are you doing to catch us? What heinous crimes we committed, it's worth holding on to you like this. You have nowhere to do it, right? Someone shouted angrily. Shut up, dare to say nonsense, don't you be afraid of being beaten. Then, the Uchiha family rushed into the cell, punching and kicking the man, and the people next to him watched. By this moment, all frowned. As the night approached, the parents of several other children came and the guards took them back. There were 2 people in the large cell discussing the missing children in the village quietly. On the side of the small cell, only Hyuga Lanmo was left. He closed his eyes and started the internal mirroring system. In the daytime, he had learned all the 4 generations of ninjutsu, and as his body chakra increased and his cultivation efforts, he mirrored the little Kyuubi in the clone. It has reached 0.1%, which is really not a small improvement. He opened his eyes and looked at the cage. According to his current ability, he wanted to escape from prison, but he couldn't do that. Advertisement. Anyway, he is a child, and he just committed a little trouble. It shouldn't last long. Seeing the Uchiha family walking around in front of him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of the time now, he will practice Uchiha's ninjutsu. Anyway, he was among the 3 people who were mirrored by the mirroring system. Hyuga Lanmo's natural mirror bloodline, hidden reincarnation eyes, is the most suitable person for the mirror system, and because he is the mutant bloodline of the Hyuga family, he has achieved the system function that can replicate anyone's ninjutsu. If the 4th generation of Yellow Lightning Megami Fengshouman is already a big figure in the ninja world, then Uchiha Dado is definitely a legend among the villains. The blood wheel eye appears, the kaleidoscope blood wheel eye is born, and the wood escape chakra emerges in different time and space. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes have been added to Uchiha's blood from the natural dark blue, and the eyes are purple-red blood circle eyes, and as his body chakra continues to swim, the ability of mirroring cultivation gradually rises. He felt a burst of heat all over his body, and his eyes turned into a kaleidoscope appearance. This kind of physical energy reacted much more intensely than when he was practicing ninjutsu. No wonder people say that the Uchiha clan has a restless bloodline gene, as expected. Finally, when he opened his eyes again, his pupils had already turned bright red. He tried to switch in the different space, and immediately he appeared on the roof of the guards. After another switch, the whole person was back. Arrived in the cell. Chapter 13. Crystal Escape Red Lotus. Fingers stretched out, and wooden branches appeared on the fingertips. He retracted Mu Dun and looked at the door of the cell. A guard on duty walked in. Hyuga Lanmo, your sister is here to take you home, let's go. After speaking, the man stretched out his hand and opened the door of the small cell. Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene and asked, can I take someone away without my sister? It's so late, it can't be Mao Yushian, there must be something in the middle. As soon as these words came out, the Uchiha family immediately increased their vigilance. At the same time, a fire broke out in the backyard, and someone shouted, fight the fire, it's on fire. The guards were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do for a while. There were 3 people on duty in the house. 2 of them rushed out of the office and went to the backyard to fight the fire. Just as the remaining one was about to lock the door, he was stabbed in his heart and fell to the ground. A young girl stood outside Hyuga Lanmo's cell. She had blue hair and was about 13 or 48 years old. She looked at the person inside with a charming smile. Brother, we should go home. After speaking, she reached out and unlocked the door, and when she came in, she grabbed Hyuga Lanmo. He had never seen this woman. Hyuga Lanmo turned around, avoided her eagle claws, and walked out of the cell. The fire was blazing outside. Many people did not notice the situation in the cell. Most of them rushed. Go to put out the fire. Brother, come here. The girl laughed, and reached out to catch him again. At the same time, several crystal escapes emerged from the ground, almost trapping Hyuga Lanmo in the crystal escape. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo knows who this person is. It turned out to be the crystal escape blood inheriting the boundary red lotus in childhood, one of the reincarnation containers of the Orochimaru. How could she appear in Konoha? Advertisement. Now Konoha's people don't know that those missing children were caused by Orochimaru, and since he killed him the night before, he hasn't moved. He wanted to get hurt very badly. If not, how could he let Gurren come? Catch him. Oh, I was able to escape my crystal pentagonal jail. Ability is not weak. No wonder the adults have to ask you. The girl sneered. This time she quickly rushed forward, and used the crystal escape in multiple directions. It has to be said that although the current Honglian is the limit of blood succession, ability is still a bit worse than she was many years later. Hyuga Lanmo looked at Gurren. The mirror copy has been successful, and Gurren's ninjutsu training methods and basic information have appeared in the system list. He evaded and rushed to the yard. Originally, he wanted to use Mudun to compete with her, but suddenly he found that several people from Shinin and Onbi had appeared around. If he had any movement, I was afraid it would be soon. Arouse their idea. So he concealed ability, dodged from left to right, and suddenly he saw a person, rushed over, and plunged into his arms all of a sudden. Sister, help me. This person is no one else, but Tsunade's disciple Mute. She hugged Hyuga Lanmo, dodged to avoid the opponent's attack. Onbi and other ninjas rushed over. Seeing that things were not good, Gurren took back all Jingyan, one turned and fled, and the others hurried to chase, but it was strange that she disappeared in the air, searching the entire Konoha and the surrounding area, but did not find her. Hyuga Lanmo looked at Silent and the ninja in front of him and asked, that woman is a kid who steals children. She said that Dashemaru wants children. Is Dashemaru a thief? By the way, who is Dashemaru? Quote. Since he didn't want him to live well, he wouldn't let him live well in Konoha either. Chapter 14. Hyuga Lanmo thought so, his eyes cold. The others were shocked when they heard this, and hurriedly took him to the Konoha village office to meet the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi. In the huge office, 3 generations walked up and down in the office anxiously. Tsunade on one side was even more nervous, and the cold sweat on her palms spread layer after layer. She had never imagined that Dashiwan was actually using human bodies. Experiment. The shrewd eyes of the 3 generations were shiny. Hyuga Lanmo had already walked into the office, and the 5-year-old he looked around and didn't speak. 3 generations looked at the people in Onbi and asked, is there any news from Orochimaru? No, I'm looking around. Well, anyway, you must bring him back to me alive. Sandai sighed, turned and sat on the seat. You are Hyuga Lanmo, aren't your eyes invisible? 3 generations remember this child. Her parents were martyrs. As a member of the Hyuga family, he did not roll his eyes. My eyes can see at night, and the doctor said my disease is called lens abnormality. Hyuga Lanmo deliberately explained the cause of his eye disease, just not wanting them to know that he is an invisible reincarnation eye. Wow, I was negligent, and I didn't know. By the way, can you tell me in detail about tonight? And that woman. Obviously, the 3 generations are now more concerned about the Orochimaru. Okay. Hyuga Lanmo recounted his encounter with Orochimaru from beginning to end, including the night that Kyuubi attacked Konoha and he took him to the laboratory. Advertisement. It's just that he concealed the fact that he killed Orochimaru in awakening Shizuka's system. He just said that he didn't know what was going on at the time, and he suddenly convulsed and fell to the ground, so he took the opportunity to escape. After finishing this story, the 3 generations looked at Hyuga Lanmo in amazement, with a look of disbelief. You mean that Dashemaru caught you the night before? Yes, I didn't know who the Dashemaru was before. Later that elder sister found me a photo, and then I knew that he was the one who caught me the night before. Hyuga Lanmo pointed to Silent and said, his words are perfect. People are convinced. Orochimaru, Orochimaru. 3 generations suddenly clenched their fists and hammered the table heavily. He was his student, Konoha's pride, recognized by the ninja world, but he didn't want to go the right way, so he experimented with children. During this time, Konoha lost several children. Previously, the children from the outer village were lost. Now, he actually started on the children in the village, and even a child with sick eyes was not let go. It was too much to let people from outside the village come to catch this child. Thinking of this, the 3 generations were even more angry, and the whole popularity was restless. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo, then at the silence on one side, and said, you send him back. Master Naruto, that girl hasn't been caught yet, once she comes back to retaliate against this child. Is this the second time they have caught this child? Mute said worriedly. When Tsunade heard this, his eyes fell on Hyuga Lanmo, stepped forward, squatted down, and began to examine his body with medical ninjutsu. Hyuga Lanmo looked at Tsunade and didn't speak. After a while, Tsunade looked at Hyuga Lanmo in surprise and asked, can you have a chakra physically? When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he felt sad in his heart. Having chakras can't be suppressed. It was really troublesome, and they knew about it. Chapter 15. He nodded. Yes, when I was detained by the guard before, I was idle and fine, so I tried it. It seems that I can get together. What ninjutsu do you know now? I don't know anything yet. Tsunade turned around and found a piece of chakra attribute experiment paper from one of the desks and handed it to him. Try it. Use chakra to destroy this paper. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the chakra experimental paper in front of him, and his eyes lit up. He was certain that he could use Feng Dun Huo Dun, Mu Dun, so what attributes did his chakra belong to? He was also very curious, so he reached out to take the experiment paper and applied his chakra to the paper. The eyes of everyone knew Shaw, the snow-white paper in his hand suddenly disappeared. It was not lit, not soaked, and there was no other sign, just like that. 3 generations looked at the scene strangely, while Silent on one side rubbed his eyes and Tsunade opened his mouth. Everyone was very strange. What does this mean? Hyuga Lanmo is also confused. What is the attribute of my chakra? If I remember it well, is this undefined? Tsunade asked strangely with staring eyes. Mute replied, it doesn't work if there is no definition. Paper is paper, but it has disappeared. The 3 generations also looked surprised. He had never seen such a situation after he lived such a long time. At this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and Danzo appeared at the door. He is the kid that Dashawan asked to catch tonight. Give him to me. My dark part is lacking. I just found one in the Dashawan experimental base that was injected with mutant active cells to survive. The child, give me together with him, and I will uniformly train. Advertisement. While talking, Danzo had already walked over and looked at Hyuga Blue Mo in front of him carefully, as if he were looking at a high-value commodity. People who caught Dashawan 3 times and 4 times are definitely not ordinary. He keeps the person in his hands first, and then slowly discovers his usefulness. If he has what he needs, then he will take it for himself. Haha, Dashawan, you never thought of it. In the end, this child did it fall into my hands. Tuan Zhang's mouth evokes a calculating smile, and the whole person is indifferent like a tomb. Hyuga Lanmo stepped back 2 steps, turned around and hid behind Tsunade, watching him warily. Why don't you? Today you have to be willing and unwilling, and you have to be willing. Tuan Zhang said with an arrogant expression, he didn't pay attention to even 3 generations, let alone a child. I seem to have heard your voice, in Dashemaru's laboratory. Hyuga Lanmo pretended to be childish, and said innocently. Playing with him, his heart is not a child. Hyuga Lanmo sneered in her heart. There are some things you don't want to do. He won't go to Anbu today. What can he do? If it really doesn't work, just come to a dead fish and break the net. Anyway, he can use a different space to transfer, even if they can't beat these masters, they can't do anything to him. What are you talking about? 3 generations heard this and turned to look at Danzo, their eyes full of inquiry. Little baby, don't talk nonsense, when did I go to the experimental base of Dashawan? You haven't seen it with your own eyes, don't talk nonsense. Tuan Zhang's face was ugly, and his brows were frowned. Catch it and educate it. But Tsunade guarded him with a protective look. Chapter 16, Follow My Sister. Hyuga Lanmo tilted his head and looked at Sarutobi Hisaki. Hokage-sama, can I go to Anbu? I don't want to follow this person, I don't know why, I feel that his eyes are like big snake pill. Hyuga Lanmo installed pitifully looked at the 3 generations. You have to go if you don't go, go now. Danzo heard this and went to catch Hyuga Lanmo. Tsunade reached out and stopped, my lord, you must pay attention to your identity. And the expressions of suspicion have appeared in the eyes of the 3 generations. Why does Tuanzang insist on this child? Even if he could mention chakra at the age of 5, this is not unusual, right? Danzo, I'll talk about this later, don't scare your children, tonight we will mainly solve the problem of Dashawan. Finally, the 3rd generation spoke. 3 generations, don't forget, when is it now? 9 Tails attacked Konoha. In the 3 wars, all the advantages we accumulated were gone. Now Union Village is eager to move. We are in a time when we are short of people. It's easy to see a child who can cultivate chakra at such a young age. Do you want to hide it? Tuanzang thinks that the 3 generations are robbing him, and they are both Anbu, and Anbu is not the same as the Anbu of the 3rd generation. And what he said was eloquent, as if he was thinking about Konoha every sentence, and people didn't even have any rebuttal words for a while. Hyuga Lanmo's heart is tense, he knows he has no chance to choose, but if the 3 generations give him to Danzo today, then he will only have to rebel in the future. At this moment, Tsunade on one side held Hyuga Lanmo in his arms, looked at the 2 of them vigilantly, and said, Teacher, this kid will follow me in these 2 days. I will stay silent and stay in the village. In 2 days, you will discuss it carefully and decide later. After speaking, Tsunade left the office holding him. Danzo frowned, his eyes locked on Hyuga Lanmo tightly. Advertisement. Dashemaru betrayed him, but he didn't even take away the red beans. He wanted to take away the child. This shows his importance. He didn't know. In fact, Orochimaru was planning to leave Konoha 2 years later, but because of Hyuga Lanmo's push, he can only leave in a hurry now. That night, Hyuga Lanmo was taken to Tsunade's house, and Silent helped him release the bath water. After that, she turned around and walked out. Tsunade was sitting on the floor with a frown and throwing dice, crashing, crashing. She was also in a heavy heart. Dashemaru defected. Will they be the enemy when they meet again? And now that the 3 wars are not over yet, Union Village is ready to move, and in 2 days she is going to listen to the news of Thunder Country with silence. If possible, the 2 of them will unite the people of Onbi to cut off the back of the Thunder Country. This is the strategy they have discussed with the 3 generations to defend against the enemy. She sighed slightly and continued to roll the dice, but no matter how she rolled it, the points did not agree with her heart. When Hyuga Lanmo came out of the shower, she was still sitting there. Sister, I've washed it. He looked up at Tsunade. She was only in her 30s at this time, and her whole body was filled with the smell of a mature woman. She looked up at Hyuga Lanmo and beckoned, come and play. I won't, Hyuga Lanmo said. Come here, if I didn't take you away today, Danzo would definitely go to your house and take you away tonight. You have to repay this kindness. Just play with it, Tsunade said in a desperate mood. Chapter 17. Gambling Masters. Oh, good. Hyuga Lanmo sat down, reached out and picked up the dice, and threw it into the bowl casually. 3-6, the biggest leopard. Not only Tsunade, but even the silence who was folding his clothes was stunned. Wow, isn't the little guy lazy? Do it again, do it again. Tsunade got excited and straightened his body, as if his whole body had regained momentum. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and picked up the dice again. The beauty on the opposite side looked at him nervously, and Silent stopped her work, sat down and watched his movements. He stretched his shoulders, stretched out his hand and threw the dice in his hand again. The 3 dice revolved in the porcelain bowl. Tsunade's eyes looked at the dice in the bowl tightly like a fire, while Silent on one side frowned, his body straightened and his eyes looked at the bowl. Finally, the 3 dice stopped, and there were 3 sixes again. Wow, Tsunade stood up and walked around the room as if he had discovered a new world. It took a while to calm down. She looked at Hyuga Lanmo, clenched her fist, and released it again. Excited, she found 2 dice again and handed them to Hyuga Lanmo. You try 5 more. Still, 5-6, 2-3-4-5-6, 4-6-2-5, what you want? Before Hyuga Lanmo did not roll dice, but after he got it in his hand, he casually used the mirror system to slow down the image of the dice in his mind, and then used the natural chakra energy to change the direction of the dice, and then he could get what he wanted. The points are needed. Advertisement. His system is directly related to his vision. Wow. Tsunade danced happily, as if she had discovered a new world. She stepped forward and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's shoulders, bowed her head and kissed his face several times. Baby, go with your sister. Danzo is sinister. If you stay in Konoha, you will definitely be taken away by him. It is safe to follow your sister for at least 2 years. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly, because he knew that the 3 wars were not over yet. It is currently Konoha's 48 years. It was not until Konoha's 51st year that the 3 wars were over. And Tsunade left Konoha for most of the reasons. It is necessary for war. Will he really be safe following her? But if he chooses to follow her, then he might become a wandering ninja in the future. Anyway, he will not enter the roots anyway. But I'm only 5 years old. He was reminding him that he was still young. Are you worried about going to school? Don't worry, normal people go to school at the age of 6 or 7. I will send you back when you reach your age. Besides, Dashawan has just left the village. Do you know if there are any more in this village? His power. What if those people show up and arrest you once you were at home alone? And Danzo, didn't you say that you don't want to join Anbu? It's definitely, if you want to go to Anbu with Danzang, I'm not against it. Tsunade looked at him seriously, afraid that he would refuse, and analyzed the situation he is facing now. Did you read it? You only have 2 choices now, or follow me, or follow the team. Zhang, can you choose one? Indeed, even if the 3 generations doubt Danzo again, they will not do anything to him. As long as he stays in the village now, he cannot escape his threat. And if he falls into his hands, even if he has superb ability, I am afraid that he will have to worry every day and be careful everywhere, and he can't keep the day after he knows that he is the invisible reincarnation. His eyes are gone. Chapter 18. The so-called guard against villains but not gentlemen, Danzo is a complete villain. Okay, then I will follow my sister. Hyuga Lanmo said, as long as you can live, you can be a wandering ninja or sanin, and doing those is better than falling into the hands of Orochimaru and Danzo. Okay, it's settled, I'll talk to Sandai. Tsunade rushed out of the room happily. After a while, she rushed back again, picked up Hyuga Lanmo who was still wrapped in a bath towel, and left the house. In the Naruto office, Sandai looked at Hyuga Lanmo wrapped in a bath towel and frowned slightly. Are you really willing to follow Tsunade? I need your positive answer. I am willing, Hyuga Lanmo replied. The 3 generations looked at him reluctantly. This is a seedling. If you leave like this, it is a pity that there are not many people at this age who can condense chakra. Tsunade, I can agree that this kid will follow you temporarily, but when school starts next year, you must bring him back to report, you know. By the way, don't forget your mission. 3 generations believe in Tsunade's ability, and believe that even if she takes a child, she will not ignore the overall situation. After he refused Danzo to take the child away, he also thought about it carefully. If this child was just an ordinary child, how could both Dashemaru and Danzo want him so impatiently? I think he must have extraordinary ability. Advertisement. But no matter what it is, it will be good for him to leave temporarily. Besides, he believes Tsunade will definitely send this child back in the future. When the time comes, some things will be discussed later. Now that the 4 generations have just passed away less than 3 days, so many things have happened in the village, and the girl who used crystal escape has not been found, Orochimaru has defected again, plus the threats from other ninja villages, he really is feeling exhausted, it's okay to let this child avoid the wind temporarily. So the 3 generations agreed to Tsunade's request. Tsunade jumped up and down with joy. That night, because he was afraid of Danzo stealing people, he quickly packed his things, and left Konoha with Mute and Hyuga Blue Mo. Hyuga Lanmo was also helpless. He didn't say goodbye to Azuki Yuyan, Xiaochengpu and others, so he left. After leaving Konoha, Tsunade took Mute and set off with him all the way north towards the country of Iron. They had to pass through the country of Iron to a port in the country of Iron, Kishin Port, and heard about some recent events in the country of Cloud. The Anbu will appear there. They need to investigate to find out who they are in contact with. And all this didn't seem so anxious. During this time, they stopped and went, searching for news about Union Village, and set off to the northeast. They walked during the day and started to itchy when they met Junzi Tsunade at night. So he took Hyuga Lanmo to the casino. Fortunately, she also knew that the child needed a rest, and every time she won enough money, she brought him back. That is to say, he was able to practice on his own at that moment. With the passing of time, he constantly practiced, the system-mirrored copy of Heifeng Mizuman, Uchiha's Soil, Sarutobi Rishi, and the later copy of the Blood following the Boundary Ice. He has learned all Guren's ninjutsu. Hyuga Lanmo also does physical exercises every day when he is idle, and after the clone nine-tailed beast reaches 2%, his body chakra begins to undergo quantitative changes. On weekdays, Tsunade and Silent are very good to him. Although Tsunade of this era gambled, he still hasn't gotten his life, and he won't delay business because of this hobby. Chapter 19. Let's start. It's just that the carrier pigeons she released have been 5 days old, but there is still no news. They dare not move forward without news. Now they can only wait. That night, Tsunade once again appeared with Hyuga Blue Mo in a small gambling shop near the sea in the country of Iron. This was the only way to the port. Because of Hyuga Imoku's recent help, Tsunade not only paid off his gambling debt, but also won some savings. Lan Mo, behave well tonight. Let's go to the hot springs tomorrow morning, okay? Tsunade brows and his eyes are gleaming, but he is worried about the port, but he just didn't show it. It's okay to take a hot spring, I don't want to take a female bath. Probably because he was only 5 years old, Tsunade and Silent took him into the female bath when he went to the hot spring last time, and he was ridiculed by a group of women. Not only that, Tsunade actually obtained the consent of other women on the grounds that he couldn't see it. Do they know if he wants to see, he can see without even opening his eyes. These women are really not defensive at all. Well, you can take a male bath by yourself. Haha, let's go in, tonight is a new venue, you must hold on. Tsunade reached out and held his finger, opened the curtain and walked inside. I will say 30,000 yuan more tonight, and I won't do it. Hyuga Lanmo said again. Well, I won 30,000 yuan, and I'm leaving. Tsunade happily entered the inner room. The 3 men looked over and saw that it was her. Haha laughed. Someone whispered, this is the woman who is addicted to gambling. It's her, don't say it. Several people whispered, with some calculating gaze in their eyes. Advertisement. As soon as Hyuga Lanmo entered the house, he felt a strange feeling. This place is different from the usual gambling places. There is a murderous look here. Eldest sister, in less than half a year, have you come to play with your son? Someone stretched out his hand to touch Hyuga Lanmo, but he leaned to avoid him, and the other party's fingers retracted. What are you talking about? This is my brother. Tsunade pulled Hyuga Blue Mo to front, with a smile on his face. Oh, it turned out to be a younger brother. I saw you in the first half of the year and I never heard that you have a younger brother. Ha ha ha, come and sit down. The other party's mouth was smiling, but his eyes looked at the 2 men coldly. My memory has always been very good, I don't think we have seen it. Tsunade smiled coldly. The 3 of them laughed embarrassedly when they heard this, really. How do I feel that I have seen it before? Ha ha ha, those are not important, let's get started. This time, they were playing Paiju. Hyuga Lanmo was brain-powered and smart, and supported by the mirroring system, they won the hand in a short while. The 3 people on the opposite side look at me, I look at you, their eyes flashed, and then some people touched their ears, and some people buttoned their noses. Obviously, it was some kind of secret sign. After using the cipher, they still lost, and finally someone called out, ah, what's the matter? Why do we always lose? This is impossible, you must be drunk, come, someone drew 1,000. In a word, more than a dozen people outside the casino roar burst into the infield. Hey, you guys don't make sense, we didn't draw the old 1,000 at all, okay. My brother is so smart, can count the cards, you lose if you lose, don't even think about not admitting it. Tsunade stretched out his hand and squeezed. Hyuga Lanmo got up slightly, she was warning him to watch the situation and save his life. Chapter 20. No, I don't believe it, unless you let me search his body. The middle-aged man in the middle of the opposite side called out. They want to take hostages. Hyuga Lanmo stepped back 2 steps, and Tsunade protected him. You don't want to do a body search. Isn't that money? Brothers, I also walk around frequently on the card. You also know me. I was squeezed in a batch of goods at Kishin Port when I was doing business this time. It's a ghost in Union Village. I don't know if you have any way out. If there is a way, I don't need this money and give it to brother. Tsunade's eyes were cold, and he immediately inquired about Union Village. It turns out that tonight is not a casino, it is a task. You still do business. What kind of business do you do? The person on the other side looked at her inquisitively. Don't ask any business, this is a mess, and there are some things that don't tell me. Tsunade looked like an old dough stick. The 3 men laughed when they saw this scene. Tsunade smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with expressions that were inevitable. You want to know that, are you from Union Village? After that, Tsunade couldn't help it anymore, and he reached out and fought everyone. Hyuga Lanmo was pushed aside by her. Hide. The two ninjas of the other side have revealed their prototypes. After the outer garments are removed, the forehead of Union Village on their waists is revealed. They are indeed the ninjas of the Kingdom of Clouds. You're mine, little guy. You won so much money. I'm seeing you not pleasing to your eyes. The table smashed over, and then ran out in a blink of an eye. Advertisement. Grandson, don't run. Hyuga Lanmo ran, turning around to stare at the man, sticking out his tongue, and said, Grandson, come after. The popular eyes were red, and Roar asked two people outside to catch him. Those who entered the inner room later were their helpers. They ran very fast, grabbing his back collar in a few steps, but they were all avoided by him squeaking and yelling. Oh my god, I was almost caught. Grandson ran faster to catch Grandpa. Grandson, hurry up. Hyuga Lanmo always stayed as far away as the other three, as if he wanted to being caught, but no matter how hard you can't catch the distance. Those popular freaks went viral. Smelly boy, when we catch you, we will dispose of you first, and then threaten that woman obediently with you, and finally chop off your hands and tear your mouth. I will let you are poor with us here. In a blink of an eye, Hyuga Lanmo and the three of them had already ran out of the town. Above the silent field, it was pitch black, and there was no one around. Hyuga Lanmo stood on a huge boulder, looked at the panting three people, and said, Don't worry, I will do your wish for a while, let your legs break and your mouth will be broken, and then your whole body will be scrapped. You little b***************** d, dare to be hard-headed, catch him. After saying this, the man on the other side wanted to bury Hyuga Lanmo alive by using the earth to escape, and then use the earth hidden technique to catch him. But unexpectedly, the mountain shook suddenly, and he stabilized his figure. In the next second, countless tree trunks emerged from the ground, entangled the whole body of the three people on the opposite side. They were caught before they could escape. What happened? Who made ninjutsu? Chapter 21 Invisible Mission. Although Hyuga Lanmo was only 5 years old, he knew something very well in his heart. During the recent period, Tsunade gambled every time to inquire about the news. Suddenly making a move tonight, it turned out to be from Union Village. The three wars are still going on. All ninjas who appear in a foreign country must be carrying missions on their backs, and these three people in disguise are no exception. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and searched for his clothes, and as expected, there was a letter hidden in his forehead. What are you doing? Who are you? How can you escape? Who are you? There was a horrified expression on the other party's face. According to their observations during the day, this kid can't know how to do ninjutsu, why is it so powerful? Shut up and kill you again. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand to open the letter and read it carefully. It turned out that this was an ambush set by Union Village who wanted to hijack Konoha's material ordered in the Kingdom of Iron. At the same time, if the mission is successful, they will directly send this batch of materials to the country to seek cooperation between the two sides, and then attack Konoha. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. The three battles of the ninja world were really annoying. They had been fighting for 8 or 9 years, and they were not too tired to panic. He put the letter away, turned and walked down the mountain. Hey, you let me go, this matter has nothing to do with you, you are just a child, we don't make it difficult for you, if you let me go, even if we understand what happened today, otherwise my accomplices will not let you go. Suddenly the other party called out an idiot. Hyuga Lanmo glanced back at him and stopped. By the way, I forgot, do you have to tear your mouth and break your legs? Then I will do you all. The tree suddenly stretched out, screams came from the scene, and finally the three people were dragged to the ground by the tree. Since then buried. When they returned to the inn, Tsunade and Silent were not in the room. They had already gone out to find him. After that, he used the whistle to signal. The two rushed back to the inn. After returning, they hurriedly took him out of here and headed to Kishin Port. As soon as he left the town, Hyuga Lanmo handed over the letter in his hand. Don't worry, two sisters, see what this is. I accidentally picked it up when I was hiding. Advertisement. Tsunade opened the letter and was shocked. No wonder there is no movement at the port, they want to cooperate with Iwagaki village. This is important news. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at Hyuga Lanmo. Lanmo, you did a great job this time, but now I have something with mute and need to be away for a while. Can you take care of yourself? Hyuga Lanmo nodded heavily. No, I don't worry about you. By the way, there are 2 people in a small seaside town 200 miles away from here. I saved their lives. They are Sanrin, but they don't care about the world. You can live with them for a while. Lanmo, thank you, if it's a peaceful age, I will give you the life you want, but unfortunately, I'm sorry, I couldn't take care of you till the end. At the moment Tsunade is so serious, she is really different from her who wandered around the world after the 3 world wars. Hyuga Lanmo smiled. You are good enough to me. As soon as he said this, Tsunade's nose was sour. What is it? During this period of time, busy completing tasks either neglected you or took advantage of you. Medical ninjutsu didn't teach you too much. Hey, let's not say, these are for you, I have learned all my life, I hope you can understand, even if you don't understand, when I come back, after we meet again, I will definitely teach you ninjutsu by myself. These are the money you won during this period of time. I put it in the scroll for you. Spend it whatever you want. In war times, everything is not easy, so be careful. Hope the three wars will end soon. Quote. After finishing speaking, she put the things into his backpack, then bowed her head and kissed his forehead, then she looked to the side and mute. You can send him over tonight, and then you can go to the port to determine the situation. Then we will contact with slugs. Yes. After speaking, Tsunade rubbed Hyuga Lanmo's head and disappeared into the night. Silent carried him on his back and quickly left the inn. They thought that the 3 Union Village people who were chasing Sun Shang Lanmo had run away, but they didn't know that they had died in Wangquan. As the day dawned, the two finally reached the seaside town. Mute once again asked him to stay here, and then left. And the 2 Sanrin who were in charge of receiving him looked at him, then took another look at Silent who had left, stretched out their hands and said, "You can live with us, don't look at our small town, but here we are. The location is dangerous and surrounded by mountains. There is only one entrance and exit, and because of the 2 of us, it's safe here." Advertisement. The 2 introduced themselves, one named Eli and the other named Jian Yi, both of them are Sanrin. One is fat and the other is thin, they sing and talk together. I heard you came from Konoha. Eli looked at Hyuga Lanmo chubby, with a look of envy. When Jian heard this, he squeezed his eyebrows at him. Eli, don't think that everyone in Konoha is a ninja, okay? He is only 5 years old and just starting out. Let's talk about it, although we are Sanrin, but ability is not low either. Otherwise, how could Tsunade-sama in Sanin let us take care of her apprentice? Right. Quote. After speaking, Jian glanced at Hyuga Lanmo, as if waiting for his answer. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, her eyes were a little fuzzy, and the day was about to dawn. Seeing his actions, the 2 people's confidence increased. Who is Tsunade-sama? But in terms of medical treatment, if you dare to say second, no one dares to admit that you are the first. Little guy, we have all learned about your situation. You don't know how to do ninjutsu. You only have a small amount of chakras, right? It doesn't matter. With our 2 brothers, in the future, you will be a master of ninja world. What kind of ninja? Shadow. And with our teaching, you will surpass it all. Quote. Ha ha ha. The 2 laughed, very satisfied with their future plans, especially Hyuga Lanmo's plans. Several black lines crossed Hyuga Lanmo's foreheads. The 2 said as they walked. He looked at the 2 in front of him vaguely, coughed his throat, and said, "Actually, you can't teach me. What's the matter? A man should be ambitious. How can you not practice ninjutsu? Besides, can't you be able to practice chakra? As long as there is chakra, there will be a stepping stone to the world of ninja. You never. I hope that in this chaotic world, I don't even have the ability to protect myself, right?" When Ally heard this, he nodded heavily. Yes, my brother is right. The 2 stood together, thin and talkative, fat, loyal and honest, but they couldn't distinguish the situation. Hyuga Imoku agreed to come here because he didn't want Tsunade and Silent to worry about him, but these 2 had to teach him ninjutsu, which made him very embarrassed. It's not that he doesn't look down on them, it's just that they are better than 4 generations. Are Naruto and the 3rd generation of Naruto great? Chapter 22. He knows both Naruto's ninjutsu. Is it necessary to learn from scratch? You really don't need to teach. Hyuga Lanmo said embarrassedly. Calculated by time, the 3 wars will be over in 3 years. Before that, he didn't want to pull them back. When the 2 heard this, there was no movement, as if the burning fire was suddenly poured into a basin of cold water. In this town, there is no child who can cultivate chakra. The 2 have lived here for 7 days. It's been boring to live this ordinary life like water for 8 years. Finally, a seedling came, and I still couldn't look down on them. The 2 people who wanted to refute lost their voices, and Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak either. Who knows, the extinguished flame was ignited again after a while. Oh, I see, you must have no chakras, so you refuse to teach us. You know, we are also very famous in the small town, we are. Suddenly, the 2 jumped up, the fat man took the bottom, the thin man jumped on his shoulders, and the 2 made a stand out from the crowd, and the eagles spread their wings, the 2 heroes of the Iron Country. Shuangxia in the Iron Pot, big coffee in the ninja world, famous in the world, to eliminate the scum. While they were talking, the 3 of them had already entered the town, and the 2 of them suddenly made such a gesture, causing the children in several small towns to jump and shout. Originally, Hyuga Lanmo wanted to show that they always wanted to teach him ninjutsu, but when these children shouted, he instantly felt that if he also showed ninjutsu, he would be just like them. He swallowed, cast aside the thought, shook his head, and continued to walk towards the town. After the 3 people had breakfast in the small town, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes gradually became black as the sun rose. It was also at this time that Eli and Johnny realized that he was blind during the day. Ah, I'm really sorry. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Jian Yi lowered his head to admit his mistake, with a sincere expression on his face. Ally waved his hand. After realizing that he really couldn't see, he also apologized for a while. No wonder this child was sent here. Is it a disability? How can such a person practice ninjutsu? Even if he owns chakra, it is impossible. Advertisement. Back to the residence, there are a lot of things to exercise in the huge yard, such as horse stools, sandbags, and stakes. Jian looked at Ally awkwardly while moving the things in front of Hyuga Lanmo's steps. Hyuga Lanmo has seen the interaction between the 2 of them using the mirroring system, and laughed. You 2 don't have to treat me extraordinarily because I'm blind, I'm actually very good. At this moment, several children entered the yard. Teacher Johnny, good morning. Teacher Ally, good morning. Good morning students. Teacher, is that the new student in our class? He is so cute. Suddenly a student asked. Jian Yi looked back at Hyuga Lanmo, and asked, Lanmo classmate, we are a teacher who teaches ninjutsu, do you learn ninjutsu? He remembered that he had said before that he didn't want to learn ninjutsu. If he wants to learn, they can also teach them, but they can't treat them differently because they can't see. Definitely, the right to choose is still in his hands. Hyuga Lanmo pointed his eyes as an excuse, shook his head, and said, I'm not respectful. After saying this, he turned around and fumbled into the house. Ally prepared a separate room for him. Now he can have time to study the medical ninja notes that Tsunade left him. Seeing this scene, the students outside whispered, is that man blind? Can't he see? It seems so pitiful. Several children whispered, Hyuga Lanmo didn't care at all. But Mr. Ally in the yard felt that everyone was very sorry for him for excluding him, so he said, okay, let's go to class. By the way, classmates, should we welcome our new classmates and let him come? Join us, it doesn't matter if he doesn't want to practice, okay. He was afraid that everyone's reaction would hurt Hyuga Lanmo's little mind. Here Hyuga Lanmo is lamenting, but Mr. Ally has already entered the room and asked his opinion carefully. Otherwise you will meet with everyone, and you will always study together in the future. Everyone is active outside, you are always it's not okay to hide in this room. Advertisement. This teacher Ally had already regarded him as a child with a disability and low self-esteem. At this time, if he refused, then he would really become a poor worm in the eyes of everyone. Okay, I can get to know everyone. The rest of the time, on the whole, was pretty pleasant. The children in these small towns are very friendly. Even the two tall boys who like to bully on weekdays are polite to him, without the slightest contempt, but Hyuga Lanmo can still feel their sympathy in their eyes. Everyone started to practice physical exercises. Hyuga Lanmo was sitting in a cool place and feeling their training, but the two children were dragged to the stakes, come together. Hyuga Lanmo originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought that he hadn't practiced physiques well recently, he should have practiced well, so he agreed. In front of the stake, he just clenched his fist and prepared to practice. The tall boy on one side rushed over. Little brother, your fist is not clenched right, you should be so hard, look at me. After a few hits, he started to hit the stakes in front of him. Hyuga Lanmo lowered his head and looked at his fist. The flesh was puffy, and naturally he couldn't see the distinct muscles, so it felt as if he had no strength, but he shot very hard. Didn't he see it? Why, sure enough, if you are young and have bad eyes, it is easy to be despised. Dahlia, do it yourself, he's still young, don't force him. A beautiful girl on the other side opened her mouth and stepped forward to comfort Hyuga Lanmo. Lanmo, you can practice slowly by yourself, don't worry. Yeah, he nodded. In this way, after practicing for 2 classes, everyone began to take culture classes, mainly learning some words and arithmetic. Alace also talked about crops. After all, the residents of this small town rely on farming for their livelihoods. Learning ninjutsu is to allow them to protect their hometown, and learning planting is to continue to engage in farming left by their ancestors if they fail to become ninjas. In this way, one day passed. In the evening, Hyuga Lanmo started to read the manuscript that Tsunade left him in her room. This was her own medical ninjutsu record for many years, which included many strange cases, which looked very interesting. Chapter 23. Underestimated him. No wonder you don't like physical exercises and ninjutsu. So you like medical treatment. Alace saw his eyes return to normal and saw the contents of the notes in the middle of his speech, and said. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly. No, it's just Mr. Tsunade left, let me see. For men, ninjutsu is more important. If you can, even if you take advantage of the night, you have to practice ninjutsu. After he reiterated, he took the quilt and returned to his room. The education on the second day is still the same, but in a different way, such as throwing a shuriken today. I will give you a demonstration first. You must know that your teacher Johnny is one of the best in throwing shurikens. Look at my posture and the method of holding shurikens. Jian Yi picked up a shuriken, turned around, his clothes flew up, and his fingers flew out. The shuriken in his hand was, swish, and it was nailed into the bull's eye on the stake in the distance. The children applauded for a while. Everyone started to practice, but after a long time it didn't work. Johnny didn't get angry, but smiled happily. This kind of thing doesn't happen all at once. Everyone must practice and work hard. By the way, students, do you know? Hyuga Lanmo's eyes can be seen at night, in order not to miss each one. Student, shall we have classes in the evening? Okay. He said kindly. No need. Just as Hyuga Lanmo sitting under the eaves stood up to refuse, several students spoke up. Teacher, I'm going to help my family make pastries at night, because I will sell them the next day. Teacher, I have to take care of my younger siblings at night, and my parents have to make up a mat. Several children refused. But how could Johnny agree? He said with a cold face. The friendship of classmates is more important than earning money at home. I said that evening cultivation is at night. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly a figure jumped into the yard. When he returned his hand, a dozen of his swords appeared in his hand, and then he threw all of them in a vertical jump. Jian Yi, Ally and the classmates all stared in surprise at this scene, because the person throwing the shuriken was the blind Hyuga Lanmo. At the same time, Jian Yi and Ally saw the direction of the shuriken and shook their heads slightly. Advertisement. Because it won't hit the target at all, it really means nothing if you can't see it. But in the next second, the shuriken sent out in front was suddenly hit by the shuriken sent out from behind. One turned, and then another, the shuriken shot out for the first time hit the bullseye. A shuriken also shot on a stake on one side, also hitting the target. In this way, even targets hidden behind trees or rocks can be hit. Teacher Johnny, classmates, although I can't see it, my perception technique is very advanced, so what did you do in what you wrote? I know what I saw, don't treat me differently, I am a normal person. He doesn't want to be unable to lead a normal life just because he hurts others. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise, Ally's eyes were full of brilliance. He looked at Johnny and suddenly gave a thumbs up, the excitement felt like he had picked up a baby. Jian Yi coughed and stabilized his joyful throat, and said, yes, not bad. Then we don't have to go to class at night, please work harder, everyone. After he finished speaking, he walked into the house, and Ally followed in, and their excited faces were full of excitement. How about we train him to ninjutsu tonight? Finally, I have seen a student who can practice ninjutsu for so many years. I was a pity for him before. Now it seems that eyes are not a problem at all. Okay, but before that, we must stop him and let him know that our two teachers are not worthless. The two hit it off. After the classmates were over at noon, Mr. Ally cooked lunch. After the three of them had eaten, Jian Yi couldn't wait to take Hyuga Lanmo out to practice. Hinata Lanmo, it seems that your physical skills and the ability to throw shurikens are very strong, but that should not be taken lightly. You have to practice continuously. Let's go, the teacher will take you to the back mountain, and today the teacher will let you see and see. What is ability? After speaking, he beckoned to Ally in the room, and the three of them went to the back mountain together. On the hillside meadow, the three stopped. Although my physique is not the strongest in the ninjutsu world, the power of my partner, Mr. Ally, is not a joke. If you can inherit his power for a little bit, then you are on the road of ninjutsu, it can be considered as relying on. Jian squinted at the little Hyuga Lanmo in front of him, with a look of arrogance. Advertisement. Alace on one side nodded, looked at him and said, today you will learn how to control power, and I will teach you next time. In the entire Banyu town, my strength is one of the best. Although Ally wanted to brag like Johnny, but when the words came to his lips, he replaced the ninja world with Banyu town, which seemed to be very powerful. He raised his fist and slammed down the big rock on this side. The rock cracked and shattered into dross. His strength is really strong, and the gravity of this punch is thousands of kilograms. Jian smiled, you are still young, don't worry, Hyuga Lanmo, you can start with that little rock over there. If you are afraid that the rock is too hard, you can try to find a tree for a trial. Remember, don't waste your chakras, focus them all on your hands, and then use force. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he didn't go to the small stone in the distance, let alone find any trees. Instead, he directly pointed at a stone that was bigger than the one that Mr. Ally had just hammered, then hit it. The stone hasn't moved. When the two saw this scene, they laughed. Ally waved his hand. Don't worry, take your time, this kind of thing can't be done in a day or two, I don't ask you to be better than me, as long as you can throw this rock into a big pit, then even if this is qualified, are you only 5 years old after all? He had just finished talking here, the big rock beside Hyuga Lanmo suddenly cracked and fell to the ground. Then, a crack appeared in the mountain linking the rock underneath. The crack drove directly to a big tree in the distance, and the big tree swayed and slid into the crack, and fell crookedly there. Ally's mouth opened wide, his face couldn't believe it. Jian Yi's face was even more pale, and she felt as if she had been beaten on the back of her head. This. He squatted for a long time without saying a word, his eyes looked at Hyuga Lanmo in surprise, they seemed to underestimate this child a bit. Chapter 24 Ninjutsu Development. After a long time, the two men turned their spirits and looked at Hyuga Lanmo in amazement. In order to save face, Ally said, very good, not weak, not bad, not bad. He swallowed the air and wiped his forehead. Then, let's learn Jayin tonight. You know, if you want to use ninjutsu, you must first know Jayin. Speaking of this, the two regained their confidence and prepared to be a teacher again, so that he could understand how good his two teachers were. They weren't the sloppy Sanrin, but the high-level Sanrin that could cultivate him into a ninja. Hyuga Lanmo frowned when he heard Yuyin, the two of them were really passionate, how could they not be destroyed? It was said that he could learn by perception during the day, and at noon he dragged him to Haoshan and smashed the stone. Hyuga Lanmo thought that after he had smashed the stone, they would be able to go back. As a result, the two even let him learn Jayin. Teacher, I don't need to learn. Hyuga Lanmo stopped. Come on, I will teach you basic ninjutsu. Jian Yi didn't give him the opportunity to explain at all, so he stepped forward and grabbed his hands and began to teach. If a ninja wants to be fast, he must be fast in a battle. Jayin works, so Jayin is very important. Come, look at the teacher's fingers. The expressions of helplessness grew deeper and deeper, and when Hyuga Lanmo was about to lose patience, the two finally turned around and went home. You don't want to take home class this afternoon, just practice Fengyan Jayin here, and we will check it in the evening. Fortunately, the two of them walked fast, otherwise Hyuga Lanmo would definitely blow them home with a breeze. Generally, ninjas constantly practice the Kyojin technique in the early stages of learning ninjutsu, so the two naturally think that the same is true for Hyuga Lanmo, who is only 5 years old. Seeing the two of them leave, Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly, and then checked the internal vision system. After checking it back and forth, he began to master all ninjutsu. Although Johnny and Eli teach the basics, they have to admit that some of their words are still right. Only by constantly proficient can they do it handily. You can use whatever ninjutsu you want to use right away. Blindly arrogant will only make yourself stand still. So often reviewing what you have learned can enhance your impression and expand your ability. Hyuga Lanmo watched the valley begin to practice ninjutsu, his fingers waved, and undercurrent wind escape appeared. These wind escapes surrounded him and gradually spread. If a person with a large amount of chakras uses Wind Dun, convert the amount of chakra aggregation, which can turn Wind Dun into Wind Dun chakra knife. The sharp blade can cut off the waterfall and break through the ice. Advertisement. In fact, Hyuga Lanmo already knows how to use Wind Blade. He turned around and threw a few wind blades out, and the big stone in the distance cracked open, which was nothing to him. He continued to practice, increased the usage of Chuk, and began to constantly strengthen the strength of the wind blade. Suddenly, his mind changed to the extreme. As his chakra increased, the wind blades in front of him turned into thousands, and then flew out with one impact, filling the entire hillside. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the scene in surprise. I didn't expect that the same chakra eruption could cause so many wind blade attacks. Is this really the site of Shinfang Ranbing? As soon as the words came out, the system made a ding, and made a sound. Congratulations to the host, the development of the mirror images started. 1000 wind random blade, full level. Hyuga Lanmo's internal vision system, after only half a month, the entire system has undergone drastic changes. Detection host. Hyuga family mutant bloodline, the owner of the invisible reincarnation Hyuga Lanmo. Age. 5 years old. Physical strength. Full level. Chakra capacity. 500%. Chakra attributes. 8 types of natural wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, yin and yang. System level. Level 2. Mirror copy. Level 3, list 5, all copied successfully. Mirror training. Level 10, list 4, Feng Shui Dream, Sarutobi Sun Slash, Uchiha with Soil, all of them are at full level. Mirror clone. 1, Ninetales 10%. Mirror image development. 1000 wind random blade, full level. Advertisement. Among them, the increase in chakra capacity is the most amazing, and now the system has shown his chakra attributes, which turned out to be 8, which is one more than the 7 most in ninja. Does this prove that he can learn all ninjutsu in the ninjutsu world, whether it is the blood succession limit, the blood succession elimination, or the blood succession snare, so that he will not be restricted by blood on the road of learning ninjutsu? Before, he thought that even if the ninjutsu of some characters can be replicated successfully by mirroring, he has not been able to practice successfully, but now it is obvious that he can. No wonder he didn't have any effort at all when he cultivated the blood-following boundary crystal escape. There is also Ninetales. I haven't looked at the system for half a month. It has been cloned to 10%. Then this year, it is very likely to be cloned successfully. I don't know what it will look like after it succeeds. After the mirror clone shows the cell growth, is it necessary to grow it yourself? But thinking about it this way, there are some more benefits. The tail beast he cultivated will naturally listen to his own words. It is much safer than those human pillars. At least the tail beast breaks the seal and swallows the human pillar consciousness, will not occur. And he also added a Chinfang Ranbian in the development of his mirror image. This is a self-developed ninjutsu. Thinking about it, he feels very excited. I think that once, in the past, he created the rebirth of the filthy soil, the wave of the Watergate created the spiral pill, and Kakashi also created the Rage, and his ability is one of the best in the ninja world, then his 1000 wind chaotic blades should go through actual combat. Ability is not low either. The newly developed ninjutsu made Hyuga Lanmo very happy, and after practicing a few more times, he got up and returned to town. Back in the town, he returned home. Jianyi and Ally were drinking in the room and waiting for him. How about it? Are you familiar with Fengdun Kyuyan? Show me it. Jianyi asked with a yawn. Hyuga Lanmo reached out to make Kyuyan's gesture, and Jian once criticized him when he saw him looking dispirited. Don't underestimate this Jaeyan's technique. Sometimes you can get a second faster than others Jaeyan, and you might be able to win your victory. If you say how much chakras is related to the strength of ninjutsu, Jaeyan's speed allows you to take the lead. Alace on one side said, okay, don't tell me, it's too early, the kids are hungry. Come and eat. I made noodles, you have to listen to what we say, even medical ninjutsu sometimes. You need Jia Yin and accurate chakra extraction. How to extract chakra if you don't know Jia Yin? I will teach you how to extract chakra tomorrow, and then use Feng Dun. Ally looked at him happily, then turned to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of noodles for him. The night was deep, and the three of them slept soundly, especially Jianyi, because he had been drunk and the sound of fighting outside did not wake him up. Chapter 25, The Robber is Coming. Hyuga Lanmo sat up and looked at the window vigilantly. Alai was also awakened and stretched out his hand to protect him behind him, staring tightly at the window and door. The robber is here, everyone, run away. Hurry up and call the Iron Pot hero, hurry up. Haha, don't even want to run today. Banyu Town has only one entrance and exit. Where else can you run? Come, catch them all for me. The shouts and cursing sounded from outside, and soon someone rushed into the yard and surrounded Hyuga Lanmo, Jianyi and Alai. Go out, we will kill you if we don't go out. There were only 2 robbers who rushed in, with long knives in their hands, with a fierce look on their faces. Unreasonable. Drunken Jian suddenly stood up, rushed up, kicked the person, kicking that person upside down. Alai protects Hyuga Lanmo behind him. Go find a place, hide well, don't come out. After speaking, he rushed up and fought with another person. His strength was very strong. After a short while, he beat the two robbers in front of him with no room to fight back. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the methods of the so-called bandits, and he was alert that they were ninjas. At the moment, a man's knife was standing on Teacher Johnny's neck. Whoever of you dares to move, I will kill him now. Two Sanrin also dared to break ground on our Fenglang gang. Help, help. At the same time, there were yells from residents in the small town, and someone shouted, today, even if you break your throat, no one will save you. Call again. Call to kill you again. Advertisement. Although the town is not large, its geographical location is extremely special. It is located in the middle of a mountain on the southeast coast of the Iron Kingdom. It is surrounded by mountains and is full of weathered mountain cliffs. Only an exit on the east can enter an exit. Therefore, once a gang robbery occurs in such a place, there is no one in the village who can beat them. It is very likely that no one can escape. When Hyuga Lanmo and Ally were driven out of the house, they found that all the people here had been driven to the small square in the middle of the town. And there were 40 or 50 robbers, and it was the first time Hyuga Lanmo had encountered such a large-scale robber gang. What do they want to do? It stands to reason that they are all asking for money. Isn't the best thing they should do now that they grab the money and leave as soon as possible? Why are they not making money? They surround everyone. What do you want to do? Everyone, today I, Wind Wolf, wants to inform you about one thing. From now on, Banyu Town will be the site of our Wind Wolf gang. If you want to stay, we won't move your property, but there is one thing. They are our slaves and pay taxes every year. Children should be sent to our gang to learn, and they will be members of our gang in the future. They will work for the gang. The adults should help produce and increase income. Definitely, we will also protect your safety. How about? Reasonable. Quote. The robber standing at the head has a burly head and a gloomy look in his eyes, and the Kumamoto in his hand is dripping blood. It is obvious that he killed someone just now, and then he suddenly turned his head to look at the Tidal Ace, Jianyi and Hyuga Lanmo. Because of these two Sanrin, they have not come to this Banyu town for a long time to rob. They finally succeeded in the sneak attack tonight, and this will be their territory from now on. Our town, why should we give it to you? The land here is limited, and we don't have enough food to grow our own food. We have to provide you with offerings, and we have to give you children. What is the difference between you and the robbers? The town mayor was over 60 years old, looking at the coyote in front of him with an angry expression, regretting that these robbers had done evil in the sea before. He always thought that they would not dare to come to the town to make trouble, so he did not invite foreign aid ninjas to protect him. Besides, at the time of World War III, the battle between the major ninja villages is still going on. It takes a lot of money to send ninjas to protect them. They also have two Sanin, Jianyi and Alai, to help. I thought it was not. Something will happen, but I didn't expect it to be exploited by them. Tonight, the villagers in charge of guarding the town's mouth were careless. They accidentally drank the water they had poisoned. They are already unconscious. Advertisement. It stands to reason that in a town like theirs, as long as someone guards the entrance of the village, the situation will not develop to such a degree. How to ring the bell to warn. How to defend against the enemy, etc. They have done a lot of drills. Even if they can't beat each other, they can still have a chance to escape to the Hushan cave, but now, hundreds of people in a town are all in the hands of these bad guys. And these people, who don't burn or grab, but see the advantages of the terrain here, and want to turn this into their territory, it seems that they have planned this long ago. Ha ha ha, we are not robbers, we are pirates. Many of us are stamina, so I advise you not to make senseless struggles. No one will come to save you. But for the two of them, I will take them in a while. Behead the public and let them fight us for so many years. Feng Long looked at Jianyi and Alai fiercely, with an angry look in his eyes. If it weren't for these two Sanran, they would have attacked Banyu town a long time ago, because of them, and how easy it is to defend and not attack. The entrance of the village made their plans for so many years in vain. Today finally, this place has become theirs, and these two people will use them to kill chickens and lash out monkeys in a while, and see who these ordinary villagers dare not be obedient. Bring all the children. He gave an order, except for a few people in charge of the perimeter guards. The other robbers all rushed into the crowd and began to snatch the children. At the moment Jianyi and Alai, who have combat effectiveness, and dozens of able-bodied young men in the town are all tied up with ropes and cannot fight at all. Hyuga Lanmo stood next to Alai with a rope tied to his wrist. Alai looked down at him, and then at Jianyi. The two moved slowly, trying to hide him. It was late at night, the sky was clouded, and the dark square was lit with torches, but the light was not very good. However, as soon as the two of them made a move, the pirate on one side rushed up, grabbed Hyuga Lanmo, and threw him into the children's pile. I killed it long ago. They want to turn Banyu town into a pirate den to strengthen themselves, so naturally they can't practice the outside set here. They still need these people to provide them with backup forces, so they can't just kill them. Chapter 26. I will kill any of you who are not obedient, ha ha ha, so today you have to agree if you agree, or if you disagree. After that, the headed wind wolf laughed. He looked at the child on one side, his mouth was grinning behind his ears, and his team grew again. These children are the future. Train them all to be pirates, and they will be this. The strongest pirate group in the sea and region. In the future, they will not only grab the finances on the sea, but also attack the nearby land residents. When they think of the growing picture, Funlong couldn't help laughing. No, you killed my dad just now, I'm going to fight you hard. Suddenly a 5-year-old girl rushed out, without a rope tied to her body, and she punched and kicked the last person. I think you are tired of life and crooked. The man had a fierce look, lifted the hammer in his hand, and hit the little girl on the head. The villagers screamed in horror, and some people closed their eyes in fright, not wanting to see this brutal scene. At this critical moment, a black figure rushed over, hugged the little girl, turned and disappeared. What is it? All the robbers were nervous. Fun Lang had just sat proudly on the Grand Master's chair and looked like the world. At this moment, he stood up and looked at the scene in surprise. There was nothing, and the children in front of them were still gathering together, crying in fright. The residents in the distance also looked strange and looked around nervously. Where is that girl? Funlong is Shangren, he didn't even see clearly, and was still asking others. Return to the boss, I don't know, something seems to have rushed past. Just when the two of them were wondering, another cold wind blew by, and the wind wolf who stood still watching the surroundings suddenly froze there, and then his head fell to the ground. All of a sudden, blood sprayed. Ah! The children were so scared that they cried, and the adults hurriedly stepped forward to protect the children. All the pirates had their nervous hairs erected, and now they had no intention of caring about the residents of the small town. Each of them was holding a weapon and looking around nervously. Their boss was killed just by a gust of wind. How fast was this person? Advertisement GN was confused, but Alay's mouth opened wide and he couldn't believe it, because he discovered just now that except for the little girl in the crowd, Hyuga Lanmo is also missing. All the robbers, I limit you to tie yourself within 3 minutes, otherwise it will kill you. A tender and cold voice came from the air, and that voice echoed throughout the town, with a certain inviolable majesty. Who are you? What's the ability to pretend? Pretend to be a ghost, have some peeing. The pirate on the opposite side shouted, looking at the dead boss on the ground, his heart was full of fear. Their boss is a shinobi, and he was killed by a single move. He hasn't seen what the other person looks like, it's really scary. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he jumped from the plane tree on the side of the square. I came out, how? All eyes turned to the 5-year-old child. Is it a child? Someone whispered, with suspicion in his tone. It's him, Hyuga Lanmo, I know him, our classmates, a child cried. How is it possible? Jian was astonished when he saw this scene. Could it be that he was the speed just now? Not only did the people look surprised, but even the people on the pirate side were stunned. They disappeared just now. The man who killed the boss turned out to be a child. It's you, aren't you kidnapped? The pirate who was in charge of kidnapping Lace and others couldn't help but ask at the beginning when he saw this scene. Hyuga Lanmo gave him a look of idiots, and turned his eyes to the bad guys on the scene. Give them a choice, tie them all up or die, make a choice, right? After saying this, Hyuga Lanmo turned to look at Jian Yi and Alai. They were already stupid. Is this the kid who practiced Jian during the day and afternoon? And what is he doing? Don't tell me he was the one who took the enemy's head cleanly just now. Lanmo, run, don't talk nonsense with them, and quickly notify the other ninjas to rescue us. Jian shouted loudly. He wanted to understand, even if he was fast and powerful, he could kill their boss with a single blow, but in the face of so many robbers, some of them were still unbearable, and he was no opponent at all. Rather than hitting a rock with a pebble, it's better to escape earlier, and maybe they can meet a kind ninja to save them. Hyuga Lanmo did not speak, but looked at the robber in front of him. Let's talk, what choice? Advertisement, kill everyone, see who can he save. The second master's eyeballs burst, and he exclaimed angrily. He didn't believe that what he did just now was done by a child. He felt that there must be a helper near him. In order to prevent him from being in a disadvantaged state, he began to take hostages. The yelling sounds of everyone immediately sounded at the scene, and the dozens of pirates who had wanted to get close to Hyuga Lanmo instantly dispersed and ran to the crowd. 2 escape, 2 Liubi. Around the abducted crowd, a high wall was erected instantly, separating them from the robbers and protecting them. Feng Dun, Thousand Wind Random Blade. This is the ninjutsu he developed today, and the knot printing technique is Wei Ugly Chen Zi. Hyuga's blue ink knot printing speed is so fast that people can't see clearly, and his Dilubi and Changfeng Ranbing were sent out almost at the same time. Jian Yi and Alai happened to be on the wall when they were not blocking their sight, saw this scene. Jian Yi felt his neck clap. He slowly turned his head and looked to the side of Lace. Did you see it? He knows how to ninjutsu. Yes, and very strong. I have never seen this wind escape. Immediately afterwards, the two of them heard screams, begging for mercy, and the sharp sound of wind across the space from outside the soil wall. In less than 10 seconds, the scene was quiet. The Tulubi disappeared, and the people were saved. After everyone came out of the protection circle, they looked at the 40 or 50 corpses lying in a pool of blood on the scene in amazement, and then looked at Hyuga Lanmo in surprise. Little friend, you saved us. The old mayor burst into gratitude, and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's finger with one hand and knelt on the ground. We thank the savior. Hearing this, all the people in the town knelt down. Hyuga Lanmo was taken aback and shook his head constantly. Don't you guys, I can't bear it, get up quickly. You saved our lives, let alone kneeling. We are willing even if we lose our fortune. Benefactor, you are our benefactor. The old mayor cried. Everyone else thanked the scene. Very moved. Chapter 27 Small Town Hero. Jian Yi and Alai stood side by side stupidly, stunned by the sight in front of them. Jian Yi felt hot on his face, Before, he had let people practice the knot printing technique for an afternoon. Just now, Tuliubi and the ninjutsu that was called to be Chikaze Ranban were almost finished together. He still used it. Are you training? He is a master of masters. Benefactor, benefactor. Where are you from? Go to my house tonight. I must thank you very much. No, no, benefactor, you go to my house. I will kill the sheep for you. The roasted whole sheep I made is the best in town. You must eat more. I think we should give some money. Even if we give all our savings to the benefactor, we can't express our gratitude. Everyone knelt on the ground and not only couldn't get up, but they had already begun to plan various ways to thank them. Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo was riding a tiger with difficulty, not knowing how to reject these people. That night, after everyone gathered the corpses of these pirates, and set up checkpoints and patrols at the entrance of the town, the celebration began. After everyone had a full day, they let Hyuga Lanmo and Jieni and Alai go home. Back at home, the two of them stood in the room looking at Ukaze Hyuga with embarrassment. For a long time, Jienyi scratched his head and asked, I didn't expect you to be so high in ninjutsu. When Shan Sailing knew about you before, she bluntly said that you can refine chakras, but did not say that you can ninjutsu. She doesn't know I can ninjutsu, Hyuga Lanmo said. Haha, it turned out to be like this, haha. When the two saw him entering the house, they quickly prepared slippers for him, while Alai ran to the kitchen, washed the fruit for him, and brought them to him. Looking at the two imprisoned, Hyuga Lanmo said, you don't need to be so polite, just the same as before. Advertisement. That's not good. We look at your ninjutsu. Both of us, not 10 of us, are not your opponents. We are not suitable for your teacher at all. We are too arrogant. It is really embarrassing. Jienyi flushed, bowed her head to apologize. Alais also had a shy face. It took him a long time to say, if it wasn't you today, we wouldn't know how the two of us died. But it's okay. Isn't this what I should do? I live here and help the people here get rid of evil. This is what I should do. After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, the room became quiet again. After drinking some water, he stopped persuading them, got up and said goodbye to the two of them, and went back to the room to rest. From then on, the two no longer forced Hyuga Lanmo to learn ninjutsu and go to class. He came as he wanted, and left as he wanted. Not only that, his reputation quickly became popular in the town, even if it was him. When he walked to the street for no reason, someone would give him a gift. In this way, after 3 months in Banwell Town, Tsunade and Silent still had no news. Hyuga Lanmo has newly developed 7 types of ninjutsu, and has also trained 2 ninjas with chakras for the village. The clone of 9 tails in the system has reached 100%, and the cells that successfully cloned 9 tails have also entered the clone, developed stage. Moreover, his system has not been promoted because there are no new mirror copy targets, but some basic lists have changed a lot, such as the amount of chakra ownership, which has also increased from 500% before to 1000%. This is 10 times the full level of an ordinary person, and it is still the amount of chakras under normal conditions without absorbing natural chakras. If he absorbs natural chakras and enters the fairy mode, the amount of chakras will reach the maximum level of normal people. Tens of thousands of times. In 2 months, he will return to Konoha to report. It's no good that he always stays here. Even if he develops a lot more ninjutsu, he has to continue to grow himself, otherwise he will return in 2 months. Konoha is still not Danzo's opponent, isn't it troublesome? Hyuga Lanmo couldn't afford to wait that day, so he bid farewell to the people in the town. Jienyi and Alai didn't want him to go. After all, they promised Tsunade to take good care of him, but when they thought of all of them, a person's ability is not as good as a child, so what right did they have to keep him? He was here, really wasting his life. Sanran, like them, who hasn't improved after more than 20 years of cultivation, said that he was living in seclusion in the world, and staying here for old age care was fine. And he is such a genius that he is really sorry for his aptitude if he doesn't go to the world and strengthen himself. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo left the 2 spells to Jieni and Alai. 2 teachers, if Mr. Tsunade or Sister Silent come to you, you will teach them this spell. As long as they light the spell, I will come back to see you soon, they. Hyuga Lanmo practiced all the ninjutsu and ability of Heifengshwiman. Naturally, he has a special understanding of the charms and spells left over from Yukichao village. It is not too difficult to make such simple charms, so I left 2 for communication. Well, if the 2 come to Banyue town, we will definitely give this thing to them. Jienyi stretched out his hand to take it, and the whole town came out to see each other. Hyuga Lanmo was grateful, and after bidding farewell to Banyue town, he left Banyue town. After leaving the town, he used a different space to transfer, and soon came to Kishin port. There was a ruin here. After inquiring about it, he learned that there was a 3-on-3 duel here 3 months ago. Closed by the Iron Nation, the Iron Nation is now on the side of the Fire Nation. 3 months of hard work has allowed Konoha to achieve greater results. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the sea with deep eyes, and in the distance, an old lady was sitting on a dilapidated pier selling something. Toys, toys, who will buy the toys? A chorus doll, the Calamus doll that can be controlled with this rope. As soon as he said this, Hyuga Lanmo's heart picked up, and some bad pictures appeared in his mind. He walked slowly towards the port, the sea breeze blew, a layer of fallen leaves and dust flew under his feet. Hyuga Lanmo's black and blue clothes were blowing in the sea breeze. His steps are very slow. It is daytime and he can't see the road, but he can use the mirror system to feel the changes around him. In front of an old lady, there is a ninja hidden in the stone on the left. She is about 15 or 6 years old. On the right, there is an uncle who jumps on a shoulder. Chakra is amazing. Although these people do their own things, he can feel that all his nerves are watching him. Who? Who sent it? In Hyuga Lanmo's mind, there were two choices, Dashemaru and Danzo, because only they would use threats like Calamus to force him to obediently submit. Hyuga Lanmo walked forward slowly, listening carefully to the old lady's shout. Chapter 28, Mu Dun Ninjutsu. Changpu Dal, in a remote village, there is a little girl named Changpu, because she met a very bad child, but was redeemed and became a hero, Calamus. This obviously means that Hyuga Lanmo can hear, who is the bad boy? Salvation. Is salvation from you? Ridiculous. There is only one reason why Hyuga Lanmo hasn't acted yet, that is, he is not sure whether the Calamus is really in their hands. Although this pier has been sealed off, there are occasional passenger ships that will dock here. At this moment, a passenger ship at the pier was docked in the port. A group of people got off the ship. The two children dragged their parents and rushed to the old woman's side. Mom, there are toys, I want this doll. The old lady frowned when she saw this scene. She turned her head and glanced in the direction of Hyuga Lanmo. He was missing. She stood up angrily and looked around. There was no sign of Hyuga Lanmo. She angrily picked up the machete on one side. When the people on and off the dock saw this scene, they screamed and fled. Where are the people? The old lady cried. They were ordered to stay here for 3 months, just to wait for Hyuga Lanmo to appear, and then arrest him to see Dashemaru. Unexpectedly, the character who had just appeared disappeared in a blink of an eye. Here, suddenly, a black hole appeared in the air. Mu Dun rushed over and pierced the old lady's chest. The other two saw this scene and rushed over, but in the next second, Hyuga Lanmo's Chinfeng Randian has already shot out in all directions. The other two people were shocked when they saw this scene. Didn't Orochimaru-sama say that he doesn't know how to do ninjutsu but only illusion? What happened? Isn't it only 3 months after he left Konoha? How could it be possible to progress so fast? Could it be Orochimaru-sama got it wrong? They had no chance. Just as they dodged backwards, suddenly thousands of wind blades rushed into their bodies. Their eyes were dull, and then the blood was jetted, and their lives were instantly lost. And the scene of Hyuga Lanmo and the old lady was gone. In order to prevent Hyuga Blue Mo's illusion, the three people started to constantly disturb the chakra in their body when they found the target. They only wanted to seize the opportunity to give each other a slam, but didn't want to be slammed by the other party. In the different space, the old lady was still carrying a machete in her hand, and she hung her whole body on top of the wooden shelter, blood flowing. Advertisement. Changpu Dal. Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes, walked in this white space, and looked at the old man in front of him. Is it Danzo or Orochimaru? You do not need to know. Really. Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward and touched the old man's body with his fingers. Jing escape, the nerves are intermittently crystallized. In the past 3 months, although he has not learned a new ninjutsu, he has played various tricks in the ninjutsu he learned before, and the crystallization of the human body is one of them. He can use intermittent crystallization in the target human body under the control of chakra. This crystallization can be the heart, brain, muscle, blood, and nerve. He has done experiments on small animals. Among them, nerve crystallization is the most painful, and most people can't bear it. I said, it's Orochimaru, kill me. The old man, a ninja from Otonin village, said pleadingly, we didn't catch the Calamus, and we couldn't get in Konoha, trust me. Please, don't kill me, my granddaughter is still in the hands of Dashawan. If I can't take you back alive, my granddaughter will be killed by him, and I can't help it. After that, the old man told them all about their situation in Dashemaru. It turns out that Orochimaru was forced to leave Konoha and had always held a grudge against Hyuga Amo. So for the past 3 months, he has sent his men to inquire about his situation. He knew that Tsunade had taken him away from Konoha, so he went all the way to investigate, but in the end news was lost near Kishin port. In addition, Tsunade and Silent appeared in Konoha in the later period, which made him sure that they would meet in Kishin. Therefore, these 3 people have been tracking and waiting for his appearance in this place for the past 3 months. The Calamus is also set by Dashemaru. He said that if a child has a surprised expression when he hears the name of Calamus, then that person is Hyuga Lanmo. Sure enough, the goal was there, but they failed. I beg you, let me go. The old man said pleadingly. Puff. Although Jing Dun stopped crystallization, Mu Dun had continued to move forward, and blood was flowing in the old man's mouth and nose. Hyuga Lanmo frowned when he looked at the person in front of him. You just said you can't get in Konoha. This proves that you really want to pay attention to the Calamus. An ordinary child will not let it go. Why should I let it go? Past you. Advertisement. Save my granddaughter. Our Otonin village is also innocent. The old man was concerned about his hometown, his face was pale, and she had no signs of life. Who is not innocent in this world? Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly, and threw her body onto the sea using a different space transfer. He went to another country. He was chased by these adults at a young age. In order to survive, he wanted to constantly strengthen himself. Even if it was a tailed beast, he had to clone and raise it. Dashemaru had already attacked him for the 3rd time. All of this, who will he settle accounts with? Save them. Who will save him? Who will save the world? This is a cursed world. If you cannot become strong, then you must endure pain that you cannot bear. Now, let alone villages like Otonin village, Yunin village, which survives in the cracks, even if it is Konoha, Union village, Yenyan village, and other big villages, aren't the forced children going to the battlefield. There are also those children who were secretly caught by Dashemaru for experimentation. They are the same age as him, and some are even younger than him. Who has been the master for them? Even if Orochimaru rebelled against Konoha afterwards, the children's experiment was terminated. People also indignantly yelled at Dashemaru for being inhumane, so how? The dead will never be able to survive, and there is something more ridiculous in this world. Just because Orochimaru has made great achievements in the 4 wars, the 5 major ninja villages have ignored his previous mistakes. This is really impressive. Nausea. Who has called out injustice for those children, and who has called for justice for them? If he had his eyes gouged and the corpse was thrown into the wild at that time, I'm afraid Konoha didn't know that he was missing, right? Only Chanku, Yu Shian, and those little friends who couldn't understand him in the village knew that he was missing, right? Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo was angry. If he has ability to persist until the 4th World War, and ability stands at the peak of the ninja world, Orochimaru, he will definitely let him die without a place to bury him. Even if he is alive, he will not let him. He became a hero of the ninja world. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo's fists clenched tightly. Introspect the system again, because there is no mirror copy object for 3 months, his system has not been upgraded for 3 months, he must do something. Chapter 29. Hyuga Lanmo is going to Yinyan village, because he has always looked at the ability of the Great Wild Wood. If his ability is copied, then he can use dust escape and fly. In the ninja world, the ability to fly can bring the ability to battle. Great convenience. Thinking of this, he was full of fighting spirit, ready to go to Yinyan village. After confirming the coordinates, transferring several different spaces, and after several more inquiries, Hyuga Lanmo came to the outskirts of Yinyan village. After turning around, he has entered the village, where the customs are far from that of Konoha. The house is soil rammed and there are few green plants in the village. The surrounding wind blows the rock valley to protect it, which has become a natural barrier for Yinyan village. At the time of World War II, Yinyan village's internal defenses were relatively strict, especially at the entrance of the village. However, Hyuga Lanmo will shift in different spaces, so naturally I am not afraid of this, but there seems to be not many people in this village. There are almost no children over 10 years old on the street. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly when he saw this scene. This was the consequence of the 3 world wars. The Tsuchikage office is in the most prominent position ahead. He came to the side of the road and bought a mask from the Anbu of Yinyan village. When he was about to pretend to be the Anbu of Yinyan village and went to the Hokage office to meet Onogi, a person appeared in his sight. Within. This person turned out to be the 4-tailed man Zuli Lousi, but he only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared instantly. Ding, remind the owner that the mirror system is copying characters, Lousi, and the 4-tailed person Zuli. If you want to mirror copy, please follow up immediately. The system that hadn't made a sound for a long time actually issued a warning at this time. Sound. Didn't you copy it just now? Hyuga Lanmo hurriedly followed. Fortunately, his mirror system perception ability is very strong, and he can immediately feel where Lousi is leaving. At the same time, he also discovered that there were a few people from the Ondi behind him. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo came to a hidden place, used the transformation technique to become an adult, and put on Yinyan. The mask of Murinbi followed. Return to the master, the other party is too fast, there is no time, by the way, to remind the host that Lousi is a human force. If you want to copy the tail beast in his body, the mirror copy will take longer. If you want to copy in 3 seconds, you need to be in the tail. In the normalized state of the beast, not in the body of human Zuli. System. You mean I need to follow Lousi for a while? Yes, master. The system replied. Hyuga Lanmo didn't dare to relax and followed, but soon he discovered that those Anbu seemed to have spotted him, and someone had chased him up, and began to use secret codes on him. He didn't know what the secret sign of Yinyan village's Anbu was, and it really wasn't that simple to pretend to be Anbu. Advertisement. Just as he was at a loss, several Anbu already surrounded him. Who are you? Lousi wants to betray the village. Is it related to you? No wonder these people chase Lousi. It turned out that Lousi wanted to leave Yinyan village. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head, he coughed his throat, lowered his childish voice, revealing an adult voice. This matter has nothing to do with me. After that, he disappeared with an instantaneous technique. Several Anbu searched everywhere, but no trace of him was found, and at the same time, Lousi was nowhere to be found. Hyuga Lanmo left the village and came to the woods. He took a deep breath. Now he has returned to his original appearance. He opened the kettle and drank water, and when he was drinking, he wore all over. A man in coarse linen walked in front of him, with a hat on his head and a scarf on his face. If it wasn't for his red hair to sell him, I'm afraid Hyuga Lanmo wouldn't recognize it. At the same time, several people from the dark part were jumping over the woods. Someone saw the scene turning back and carefully identified the 2 people below. After the change, Lousi was nervous, and he saw the child sitting on the rock drinking water. Oh, you drink slowly, are you thirsty? It's all to blame Grandpa, I didn't take good care of you. Ding, I found the copy target, I would like to ask the master, do you want to copy? Yes. Hyuga Lanmo quickly agreed. Okay. The mirror copy started, the old purple copy was successful, and the tail beast within the cloned person's Zuli body was 0.0001%. The system street appeared. Hyuga Lanmo's internal vision system was surprised. Although I knew that the system would be slow to replicate the human column power, I didn't expect it would be so slow. Is this the system said it would take longer? Hyuga Lanmo looked up at Lousi, and said, not only am I thirsty, I'm so hungry. The Anbu hidden above saw this scene, no doubt there was him, turned and left, and kept going. Who? The companion in front asked. Advertisement. Grandpa and grandson, it's okay. The person behind Anbu replied. By the river, seeing people leave, Lousi quickly turned and walked westward, Hyuga Lanmo following him. What are you doing? Don't follow me, get out. Hyuga Lanmo didn't listen to him, he was still mirroring and copying, how could he stop? Lousi frowned, and several leaps wanted to shake off the child in front of him. After galloping for almost a dozen miles, he stopped and turned around. The child was still behind him. Oh, there are not many people who can catch up with me at this age. Who are you? Lousi asked strangely, a certain curiosity slowly appearing. I'm a Sanrin. I heard that you are a human being and have a strong ability. I want to practice with you. Hyuga Lanmo made up a reason. Old Z frowned even more tightly. You should find someone else. You have also seen, I will go into exile in the world in the future. I'm afraid I won't have time to teach you. After speaking, he continued to move forward, but Hyuga Lanmo followed closely. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the child. After following 3 days like this, Lousi couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to give him some color, but he had kind thoughts, and sometimes the palm of his hand reached Hyuga Lanmo's body, and he took it back, and after using meltdown twice, it can burn Hyuga blue ink, but it still sprays off. Dogskin plaster. Obviously you can avoid it, why don't you hide? Old Zixen had a lingering fear, and she almost melted the child just now. I know you won't kill me. Although Hyuga Lanmo didn't know much about Lousi, since he could stand on the side of Naruto Uzumaki in the Fourth World War, it proved that he was a kind person. Among the people's strengths, no one is worse. Besides, when each ninja village chooses Renjuli, it is impossible to choose bad guys with extreme character, otherwise it would be a bomb planted in the village. Good moral character needs to be maintained well, not to mention bad character. If people with unhealthy minds become human pillars, then the future of this village will be unimaginable. Therefore, Hyuga Lanmo believes in Lousi. Chapter 30 Dog Skin Plaster. It really is a dog skin plaster. Come here, eat roasted sweet potatoes. Lousi touched his red beard, and shook his head helplessly. Hyuga Lanmo came to him, looked at his appearance in surprise, and asked, Mr.'s beard is so long, won't he burn his beard when he is sprayed? Puff. Lousi spouted a mouthful of water. Ahem, who knows, I haven't burned it anyway. Oh, that's okay. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. The two were silent for a while, and Lousi looked back at him and said, you have a good background and your speed is fast. I feel that if the two of us fight against each other, maybe your ability is better than me. Definitely, I'm guessing. After speaking, he sat down and started to make a fire, then took 2 sweet potatoes from his backpack and roasted them on the fire. Neither of them spoke. He looked at the flame stubbornly. Suddenly he looked back at the children next to him, and then looked at him up and down, or let's try after dinner. Stop it. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head, staring at the sweet potato. If you don't fight with me, I won't agree to your request and learn ninjutsu with me. How come you have to let me know your details? Old Z raised his eyebrows and gave a rare smile. As he said, suddenly he turned around and kicked Hyuga Lanmo, then turned around again, melted and ejected. Hyuga Lanmo dodged backwards, and the earth escape appeared, blocking the melting escape, and the water escape waterfall, cooling the melting escape after the soil escape. The technique of hiding the wood, the whole person has disappeared in the woods. Yes, what else can you learn from me with this ability? Lousi said. Melting escape. The art of scorching river rock. Suddenly, the child who appeared above the tree vomited and escaped, which surprised Lousi. Advertisement. Lousi's few jumps have fallen in the distance, with expressions of disbelief in his eyes. He carefully looked at the child hanging upside down on the tree, and then asked for a long time, how can you melt away? Quote. In his impression, there are not many people in the ninja world who can use melt. Because if I see someone using ninjutsu, as long as I want to learn it, I can learn it. See, you don't use perception techniques. Lousi deserves to be a very careful person. During this period of time, Hyuga Lanmo had been following him in black and white without showing that he was blind. He didn't expect that he knew it all. Yes, although I used the perception technique, but I also saw the perception. Hyuga Lanmo told the truth, his eyes were dark blue, and his black hair was drifting in the wind. The whole person had fallen to the ground, and those eyes seemed to be hidden. The entire starry sky is general. Lousi was surprised that there are such children in the world. If such a character is known by Onoki, I am afraid that even if he would rather lose more than a dozen Shangnan, he still has to get him right. He hated Onoki's unscrupulous way to achieve goals, and even more hated his actions during the 3 world wars by killing the people for food in order to win, so after several conflicts with him, he decided not to work for this kind of person anymore, so he left Yenian village. But he didn't expect that he actually picked up the treasure. What's your name? To tell the truth, Lousi could tell that the child was hiding something from him. Hyuga Lanmo thought for a while, and said, Konoha, Hyuga Lanmo. As soon as he said this, Lousi walked a few steps quickly, and came to him at once, crouched and looked at him carefully. Are you from the Hyuga family? You didn't roll your eyes. Yes, I seem to be of a mutant lineage. This is the first time Hyuga Lanmo talked about his body to an outsider in such a long time, but he did not explain the system, because the existence of the system cannot be explained here. Clear, but blood can explain everything. After saying this, even though he was in the deep mountains, Lousi looked around vigilantly, and then made a silent motion to him. Be quiet, people who are not particularly trusting about this kind of thing will not be allowed to tell you about it in the future. Also, except in Konoha, you are not allowed to say that you belong to the Hyuga family, especially here. Having said this, Lousi let go of the child in his hand, sighed, and sat on one side of the rock. Then he looked at the mountain fire caused by melting in front of him, used earth to escape, and covered everything. Let's go to the nearby some good food in town. Advertisement. This child trusts him so much, which makes Lousi feel strange. Since he has left Yanyan village, he will definitely not go back. Moreover, he opposes Onoki's unscrupulous practice for the village, so he naturally wants to protect it. This child. But when he thinks of the ordinary people who died because of Onoki's stubbornness, his heart is tumbling, and he feels unhappy. In fact, for your existence, you don't need to worship me as a teacher, and you have learned my ninjutsu, and there is no need to let me teach you anything. Lousi looked down at Hyuga Lanmo, and looked at this. My child, the more excited my heart is. If it was in the past, I was afraid that the person who met Konoha would be a fight, but since he learned to let go and no longer entangled with some things in the village, he felt a lot easier. Not only that, but now he can still fight with Konoha. It's a miracle that one of his children lived together peacefully. But I really want to learn all ninjutsu from you. I know that some ninjutsu is confidential and can't be handed over to others casually, but I really admire you for a long time. Hyuga Lanmo's internal vision system, also almost a little bit was able to mirror and copy the four-tailed beast. Old Z shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, I can't teach you. I can't get rid of you. I am incompetent. But as a ninja in Yanyan village, I can't teach the children of the hostile ninja village. This is what I do to my hometown. Basic loyalty. Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak, and the two entered the town one after another, and went to a restaurant to eat. Sitting at the same table, Lousi ordered a lot of vegetarian food. Only then did Hyuga Lanmo realize that Lousi believed in Buddhism, no wonder he didn't like killing. Today I only allow you to follow me one more day. You are not allowed to be so rascal in the future. You are young and have a strong ability, but you can't learn badly. You are alive and there are so many things you can do. Why do you have to be obsessed with ninjutsu? I'm ready to give up the profession of ninja. As he said, Lousi poured a glass of sake and drank it with his head up. Although he was afraid of meat and fishy, he didn't avoid alcohol. Hey, do you know? I have been thinking about rebelling against Yanyan village for a long time. Little guy, where are your parents? Don't they worry if you come out by yourself? They are dead, Hyuga Lanmo replied in a low voice. Because of the war again, right? He nodded. In this damn world, there are certain things that don't have to happen, so why don't some people understand? Chapter 31. Last time in Tuao village, Okino personally ordered that in order to kill several hidden Anbu in Cheyenne village, he burned the entire village and a stronghold in the north of Cheyenne village. He ordered Anbu bombing. As a result, it actually exploded in the wrong place. When Lousi said this, he shook his head, sighed heavily, and continued to drink a glass of wine. As he drank more and more, he said more and more. For more than 10 years, he has long been uncomfortable with Oyemu's. He had been arguing with him for various actions, but he couldn't change some of Oyemu's ways of doing things. If he listened to me, the 3 wars would have ended long ago, and the land of the earth would have been settled long ago. 10 years of wars have caused indelible damage to every country, but does it make sense to fight? What's the use of being dead or alive? Who swallowed whom in the end? Isn't the 5 great ninja villages still the 5 great ninja villages? As Lousi said, the corners of his eyes were red, his compassionate heart, he was very tortured because he couldn't understand what Onoki did. I can see it too. I can't change this world. I won't change them anymore. I can change myself. From now on, I will no longer care about the affairs of Yanyan village, right? Quote. After speaking, he raised his neck and drank again. At the moment, more than a dozen swords flew from his hands, 2 of which were facing his throat. With a roll of Hyuga Lanmo's sleeves, he rolled the pierced shuriken to one side. At the same time, Lousi turned over and had already left the tavern, followed by Hyuga Lanmo. On the roof, a dozen people from the dark part of Yanyan village surrounded the old Zituantuan, and a few people behind them were holding large scrolls. They were members of the sealing group. Old Z, you owe so much to Yanyan village. It's too unreasonable to leave like this. Even if you want to leave, you should return some things to us. The headed man has a strong figure with a face. Wearing a mask, he looked at Lousi tightly. What they were talking about was the tail beast in his body, a person with strength. Without the tail beast, there would only be a dead end. Yanyan village's ability to remain evenly matched in the 3 wars is directly related to their possession of 2 tail beasts. Now that Lousi leaves, this will inevitably become a big loss for Yanyan village. Daemu can have no Lousi, but he must not lose his tail beast at this time. As a result, several waves of Anbu were sent down, with only one goal. Lousi is not important to life or death, the important thing is that the 4 tails must be brought back. Bullshit. Little Hyuga Lanmo suddenly rushed to Lousi, and said, you people, all you talk is bullshit, what does he owe you? What does he owe to you, dare you say it? Several people in Anbu looked at this child, and their hearts were different. Who was this? The courage is not small. Advertisement. Where did the baby come from? If you don't want to die, just get out of here. It's you who should get off. Do you think I don't know? What you want is nothing more than the tail beast in his body, but when you used him as a pillar power, did you ask him for his opinion? Hyuga Lanmo he looked closely at the people in front of him and said. Lousi has been a man of Zuli for more than 30 years, and no one has ever spoken for him. When he was young, they said that he was the sharp edge of Yinyan village and he wanted to protect Yinyan village all the time. Over the years, he has protected. But he hurt others, they will never understand the torment of conscience. He had disagreements with Onoki, and all of them only targeted him, but not the matter, which made him more and more disappointed in them. No one can see his pain, even now, when they stand in front of him, they just want to return their weapons instead of listening carefully to his voice. Laozi looked at the child standing in front of him, feeling relieved, at least one person in this world would be willing to stand up and speak for him, that's enough. Stop talking nonsense, just hit it. Laozi made a simple and honest voice, and the whole person rushed out like a flying sword. Melting escape, the art of burning river rock, melting escape, burning river erupting fire, melting escape, direct burning. Laozi launched an attack and Hyuga Lanmo also fought with the two dark parts on the left. In an instant, the entire town was covered by magma, and the dark parts of Yinyan village were gathering more and more. There were only a dozen people before. In just 10 minutes, there were more than 20 Anbu gathered here. Is this a lot of people? It seems that Onogi is going to take Shiwei back. 2 done, enter the water escape ninja, the others retreat, and the seal squad advances. The strong Anbu leader commanded the order on the spot, and the Anbu people began to change their formation. The water escape ninja began to launch the water escape, melting escape, the nemesis of the fire escape is the water escape. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. Laozi's body was already red, his eyeballs turned orange, and all the hairs on his head stood up, and he had already begun to call tail animalization. After so many years of human Zhu Li, he has been able to master the tail beast, and he wants to use the tail beast state to kill these dark people. But the other party came with more than 20 people and brought the ceiling class, obviously just didn't want to let him go. Advertisement. Ding, congratulations to the master, 100% of the 4-tailed beast in Zuli's mirror clone is successful. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo's system sent a message of successful replication, and now he can retreat. But, at the moment, Laozi is in danger, can he go? Hurry up. At this moment, Laozi yelled, his movements were very fast, and he was already blocking Hyuga Lanmo's front. I'll cover you, you leave quickly. This old man, although stubborn, was good to him, he couldn't leave now. No, I'll help you. Hyuga Lanmo jumped and began to key in. Earth escape, the art of Earth Dragon. Huge amounts of Earth Dragons drilled out of the ground and rushed towards the seal squad behind the Onbi ninja. Crystal escape, Crystal Thorn. Suddenly thousands of crystal thorns were condensed in the air, and they rushed towards the opponent. This is also the ninjutsu invented by Hyuga Lanmo. It is a ninjutsu that is simpler but more aggressive to use in Jingdun. It is him who is in the wind. Inspired by Qinfang Randao. What is it? Ah. There were a lot of crystal thorns, and the speed was very fast, and 3 people were immediately pierced into quill. And these Jingdun had been aimed at the leader of the dark part, the strong man. He took a step back, blood was exposed on his eyeballs, his fingers were about to become imprinted, the crystal thorns had already pierced his wrist. Go, Laozi. Hyuga Lanmo ignored the danger that Laozi was about to turn his tail into a beast, stepped forward and grabbed his wrist with a teleport technique, and disappeared. And the crystal thorns at the scene have already rushed to the 2 dozen Onbi ninjas in front of them. The casters are gone, and the ninjutsu is still running. How powerful is this chakra manipulation? Chapter 32. Fortunately, some people used the earth to escape the earth flow wall, some people got into the ground, and some people used water to block the dark side of the operation. Even so, they still lost 5 Onbi ninjas, even the dark side of the operation. The leaders were stabbed to severe injuries. Go and investigate. Investigate now. Who is that kid? The sturdy man shouted loudly, and several Anbu left and chased after him. On the lowest mountains in the north, Hyuga Lanmo pulled Laozi's wrist, the 2 looked at each other and laughed. Life is really amazing. I've seen it for a long time. I didn't expect that my 4-tailed man, Zuli Laozi, would be rescued by a child one day. Ha ha ha, and I was a child from Konoha. This is really amazing. The fate of you. Laozi looked at the sky happily, the setting sun went down, the sunset glowed, and the lowest sky continued to rise. He reached out and hugged Hyuga Lanmo. You will be my brother from now on. Ha ha ha. Hyuga Lanmo smiled awkwardly, don't you think this age gap is a bit big? Although it's a bit big, are we friends of the year end? Lanmo, thank you, because of your help, I escaped a catastrophe, if not, I will definitely be drunk by them during today's battle. Quote. He stretched out his hand and patted Hyuga Lanmo's shoulder. The more he looked at him, the more he liked it. But your Earth Dragon art is good. There are very few people who can use such a big Earth Dragon in the land of Earth. In the entire Yenian village, I feel that in addition to the 3 generations of Mutaiing, only his son Wangtu can use it, but his is much smaller than yours. He laughed very happily. He felt that for so many years, he had never seemed so happy as today. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the setting sun, his eyes flashed, and then he closed his eyes. Soon, the day that belonged to him was about to begin. Brother, big brother, I suddenly have a plan, don't you know if you want to listen? Old Z smiled and looked back at him. What's the plan? Let's let the three wars of the land of the earth come to an end soon. Lao Zi looked at the sunset firmly with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. Although I feel a little awkward to call your eldest brother, but if you insist, I can only call that way. Eldest brother, with your strength, I want to end the three wars. This isn't it impossible? Advertisement. I used to feel a little impossible, but now that you are by my side, you can defeat more than 20 Yenian villages' dark parts, there is nothing impossible. I have lived in Yenian village for so many years, and I know them very well. The three world wars have lasted for so many years, and Yenian village has already been strong outsiders. Can't you see who can learn it with ninjutsu? As long as you learn Onogi's ninjutsu, defeat him, and take down the five-tailed man, nothing is impossible. Quote. Speaking of this plan, Lao Zi was excited, as if victory was just before his eyes. Brother, do you believe me that way? Hyuga Lanmo looked back at him, and saw that under the sunset, he nodded heavily. The red hair and the sunset photo roar responded like a burning flame. I believe you, but I also want to retreat. Even if it fails, I will let you escape from Yenian village alive, so you can rest assured that I will not make fun of your life. Lao Zi was excited, said, the light of the sun flashed in his eyes. Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak, and just looked at him like this. After a long time, he nodded heavily and turned back. Okay. That's how the plan began. Outside Yenian village, a 5-year-old child was sitting on a carriage and appeared at the gate of Ninja village with his eyes closed. The person in charge of the guard saw him and asked loudly, who, the pass? No, there is a carriage behind the carriage that the child is sitting in, with the curtains on. I don't know who is sitting in it. Oh, it's a big tone. You are not allowed to enter Yenian village without a pass. Hurry up and don't block the way of others, the guard shouted loudly. Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes slightly and said softly, let you two Ying come out to see me. Little boy, you have a strong tone. If you don't want to die, leave as soon as possible. If you don't, you'll blow your head right now. The man took a few steps forward and reached out to catch Hyuga Lanmo. But I don't want people to be in front of him, his hands have been pierced by the red crystal piercing the palm of his hand, and the blood rushes down. Advertisement. It's Jingdun, he is the kid who uses Jingdun. 3 days ago, Anbu carried 5 corpses back to the village. They were dead. The 2 guards had seen them. Their bodies were covered with spikes like red crystals, their noses and mouths bleeding, and their deaths were miserable. And now, they actually saw people using this blood inheritance boundary. Come on, quickly notify Master Toying that the enemy is coming. The guard behind saw this scene and turned around and ran towards the village. In less than 3 minutes, Onoki had already drifted over, and 30 ninjas followed him, instantly surrounding Hyuga Lanmo. Dayemu floated in the air, behind his hands, carefully looked at the child in front of him, ordinary people's clothes, black short hair, a pair of eyes closed slightly, and no forehead protection on his head. Because of the arrival of Oyemu, the child opened his eyes and a pair of dark blue eyes appeared. Although he opened his eyes, he did not have a focus. This child was actually blind. But Huang Tu didn't say that this child can't see it, what's the matter? While Onoki was still wondering, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes closed again. Because in less than 5 seconds, his mirror system had copied all the opponent's abilities in the mirror system through his eyes, and all the ninjutsu abilities of Onoki had all appeared in the copy list. You are the kid who helped Lao Zi. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why help Lao Zi? And why are you here? Do you know that being an enemy of Yenian village is an enemy of the land of the earth? You ride in the car, who is it? Oyemu's voice was deep, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at him tightly. Hyuga Lanmo looked around. There were 30 ninjas and then looked at the village. In addition to the 2 guards at the door, there were 7 or 8 ninjas standing inside. They were not very old, only a dozen. The 5-tailed man did not appear when he looked like years old. My eldest brother is sitting in my car, and he is also the one who came to challenge you, Onogi, this challenge. If you lose, please give up your Earth Shadow Throne and give it to my eldest brother to sit on, otherwise it will destroy you. The village. Hyuga Lanmo's voice is cold and his eyes are deep. When the people on both sides saw this scene, some pissed laughed, and some were nervous all over, because the nervous person was the one who had met with Hyuga Imoku. Don't look at the child who looks harmless to humans and animals. In fact, ninjutsu is very good. It's amazing. Chapter 33 The Five-Tailed Man. At present, they are in Yenian village, except for the 3 generations of Toying, they really haven't seen such a powerful ninja, and don't know where he came from. Why did you help Lao Zi? Old Z, did you leave Yenian village really because of Tying's location? Oyemu had already guessed that the person in the car was his old friend, Shiwei Lao Zi. Is it for my rights and status? You know better than anyone. Lao Zi's voice came from the carriage. After Onoki winked at the ninja on his side, the fingers of both hands on his back slightly waved, dust escape, the technique of peeling the original world. He suddenly attacked, and instantly the transparent cube of the original world stripping technique enveloped the entire carriage, including Hyuga Lanmo all in his ambush. Oh, I thought you guys are so capable, but that's all. As he said, Onoki looked at both sides, seal class. They had studied before that if they caught Lao Zi, the first thing they did was to extract his tail beast. Since he has already decided to leave Yinyan village, the tail beast must be returned to them. That is their super weapon. Without the tail beast, they will also lose one weapon close to them in the 5 great ninja villages, so in any case, Shiwei can't let him take it away. Where is that kid? At the moment, someone cried out in surprise. Oyemu looked back and saw that in the original world stripping technique, the child had long since disappeared, only a carriage is left. I don't know if there is Lousi inside. He looked around warily, his eyes sharp. Suddenly there was a mess in the village. It's not good, there is an attack. At the same time, a child was floating in the air, a gust of wind blew by, flying sand and rocks in the ninja village, dusty. It's not good, we got it. Oyemu revoked the technique of stripping the original world, and came to the carriage, a dirt escape, and flew into the carriage on the carriage. Sure enough, it was empty inside, and there was no old purple at all. Although Lao Zi is not in the carriage, the child is obviously covered by his original world stripping technique. Even if he is underground, he can't escape. After all, this kind of ninjutsu is surrounded by all-round geometry. What's the matter with that child? Escaped. Oyemu felt strange and turned and flew towards the village. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo's wind escape stopped, looking at the toying in front of him, and said, "Do you know why I just used the wind escape just now? Because Lao Zi won't let me hurt the villagers. Really, it's a pity that you gave up your best opportunity. Today I will show you the horror of the old man." After speaking, Oyemu stared at him, Dudden, the rock mill Glen. The huge amounts of earth and stone golem appeared and attacked Hyuga Lanmo. At the same time, Onoki's dust escape original world stripping technique appeared, instantly surrounding him. "Mie," he shouted loudly, "let you taste the feeling of being crushed." Within the original world, huge amounts of pressure were generated, and immediately after the next second, the child's eyes showed a state of red blood circle eyes, and then they disappeared. Is it a member of the Uchiha family? Although he didn't know what ninjutsu the other party was using, he recognized those eyes. Could it be Konoha in collusion with Lao Zi? If that is the case, things are in trouble. If Lao Zi takes refuge in Konoha, who can compete with Konoha in the 5 great ninja villages in the future, and the advantages of their Yinyan village will disappear. No, the kid must be killed today. But where is Hyuga Blue Mo in the huge ninja village? Not only that, even Lao Zi, they don't know where they are going. Originally, Onoki wanted to send all Anbu out to find Lao Zi, but he was afraid that the two were in Yinyan village. In order to guard the house, he did not send Anbu out, but told all the ninjas to be vigilant. Whenever there is a movement, report now. Moreover, he issued a secret order to make the 5-tailed Han on the front line return to the village as soon as possible. The village is in trouble, so it is natural to protect the village. He is a human pillar and can fight against Lao Zi. As for the other ninjas, he can fight against the child with all his strength, but on the border side, he can only wait for the stability here. Unexpectedly, for 3 days in a row, the village was very peaceful, and Lao Zi and the child kept showing up. Until the 4th day, after Wu Wei Han returned to the village, after an explosion of huge amounts of in Yinyan village, everything changed. 8 or 9 rock grinding wheel golems appeared in the village and began to wreak havoc. At the same time, countless crystal thorns floated in the air, as if they would fall at any time. Those crystal thorns were as dense as raindrops. If they fall, the people below will surely be harmed. Advertisement. On the street, the cries of the people, the sound of running away, and the smashing of the golem became a whole. Report to Lord Toying that 2 rock golems were found in the east, 2 in the west, 3 in the south, and 3 in the north. They are coming to the village office, and they are destroying all the way. Report to Lord Chukage that our people dare not go to the streets at all. The crystal needles in the sky seem to fall at any time. Now the people in Onbi are hiding in the house and using ninjutsu, but they can only use ninjutsu in the village. The village causes harm. Where is the guy? Onoki rushed out of the Hokage office. Today's events have exceeded his cognition. Even for a master like him, using 2 or 3 rock mill golems at a time is the limit. Someone uses 10 at the same time. Who is this? Seeing the sky full of crystal thorns floating in the air, as if they would fall down at any time, Oyemu used earth escape to cover his head, and used the earth evacuation fist and earth evacuation technique to attack both sides. The attacking rock mill golem fought back. This is obviously his ninjutsu. How could anyone use his ninjutsu to attack the village? Who the hell is it? No, the 4-tailed man was arrested. Suddenly, I didn't know who yelled. Oyemu only felt that his eyes were dark, and then he saw huge amounts of Mudun tree trunk wrapped around the 5-tailed man flying into the sky. That was the last man in their village. When Oyemu saw this scene, he hurried to chase it. At this moment, all the crystal thorns in the sky fell down. Those crystal thorns are full of the thickness of the bowl. If they fall, let alone people, even those earthy houses, will be completely destroyed. This is someone who wants to destroy their village. If he leaves, Yinyan village will be over, but if he doesn't rush to chase, then their Yinyan village will lose even the 5 tails. Soil escape, the technique of strengthening the earth. Huge amounts of earth escape appeared, and he deserved to be the master earth shadow of Yinyan village. He was able to use huge amounts of earth to escape to the sky above the village, protecting the whole village. Chapter 34 Destroyed Yinyan village. The crystal escape from the sky fell down, one by one inserted on the earth escape. Some villagers below screamed, the whole village turned into a dark world, and those earth escapes had already covered the whole village. Below, Yenian village is extremely dark. Above the protection of the earth escape, the sun shines on the crystal thorns and the crystal thorns pierced on the earth escape, like shining jewels. Onoki shook his whole body. Roar couldn't breathe well, he hadn't used so many chakras in a long time. In the distance, a child was floating in the air. He was wearing ordinary clothes, with black hair on one end, and looking at this side with his eyes out of focus. When he waved his hand, all the crystal thorns disappeared. The rock mill golem in the village has been wiped out by the ninjas in the village. Hyuga Lanmo floating in the air looked at Onoki and said, "Can you hand over the position of your earth shadow?" "Who are you? The old man fights with you." Onoki knew that after this battle, all his accumulated ninja abilities had been exhausted, and he no longer had the abilities to compete with the other 4 ninja villages. To be on the safe side, he could only withdraw from the ninja wars 3 times, even though they can't go head to head with them anymore with the excuse of failure. Oyemu rushed up, and the opposite Hyuga Blue Mo floated in the air, without any hurries, his fingers printed, dust escape, the technique of boundary stripping. If the original world stripping technique can be aimed at human targets in a small range, then the bounded stripping technique is aimed at the big environment and the big goal. Moreover, the technique of delimitation requires more ability and chakras, and people who do not have a certain level and bloodline cannot use it at all. Seeing the emergence of boundary, Oyemu turned and hurried away. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough, otherwise the boundary stripping technique of several hundred meters would surround him. Haha, what did Toying-sama run? I am in a good mood today, so I will let you go, and there will be some time later. Since the goal has been achieved, he doesn't need to stay here anymore. After turning around, Hyuga Blue Mo disappeared, and at the same time everything in the boundary stripping technique that he had just covered turned into dust. Onoki's heart beat wildly, he could no longer hold on, and fell from the sky, and the protective soil above the village also fell with his body, and all the chakras were lost, and the village's houses were buried. For the most part. Advertisement. Although the earth escape caused damage to the village, at least the lives of these people were saved. But this time, the 2 people in Yenian village had nowhere to go, and the entire village building was almost destroyed. When the Anbu people fought the rock mill golem, they sacrificed more than a dozen people, which was a terrible loss. Since then, the 3 generations of Dokage in Iwakura village, the country of the earth, announced that they will withdraw from the 3 wars of the ninja world, and all the ninjas will return to the sideline. The 3 wars that have been stalemate for 1989 have officially come to an end in the country of the earth. On the northern snow-capped mountains, Lao Zishao leaned forward and backward, because he was happy. He had already drunk 5 bottles of wine. He looked at the 5-tailed man who was suppressed by Mudun in front of him, and turned to Hyuga Lanmo. "Brother, you helped me a lot. To be honest, I thought you would not succeed. I was ready to sacrifice myself and let you escape. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it for 3 days. In time, you have actually learned all the ninjutsu of the 3 generations of Toying. You can even know the ninjutsu he hasn't used before. You are simply amazing." Lao Zi looked at Hyuga Lanmo happily. "Do you know? Now I really want to call you big brother. You are the most powerful person I have ever seen in my life." After finishing speaking, he didn't know if he was drunk or on purpose. He actually bowed deeply to Hyuga Lanmo, and then shouted, "Big brother. Big brother, you drank too much." Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward to help, then looked awkwardly at the 5-tailed man who was suppressed by the wooden dragon and the charm, and reminded him that there are still people here. Isn't he afraid of embarrassing when he does this? Who said I was drunk? I am happy. Big brother, I am happy. My wish for more than 10 years has finally come true. I am happy. With that, Lao Zi drank another bottle of wine. The heavy snow flew. Lao Zi was drunk, the 5-tailed man was suppressed by Mudun, the tail beast's power could not be activated, and the whole person looked at Hyuga Lanmo with resentment. Hyuga Lanmo didn't care either. She got up and looked around, and said, "Let's go, let's avoid the wind and snow." After speaking, 2 soil escapes appeared and dragged Lao Zi and the 5-tailed man to leave here. It has to be said that with Onogi's ninjutsu, many things have been improved. For example, these 2 brawny men who can't walk by themselves, he can put them on the earth escape, and then use the super light rock technique to make them levitate beside him and move forward. The 5-tailed man looked at Hyuga Lanmo with alertness. What did he want to do by arresting himself? Advertisement. He looked at him tightly, even though he had 1,000 questions in his heart, he didn't ask anything. He didn't ask, and Hyuga Lanmo didn't say anything. He went down the mountain. In a valley, Hyuga Lanmo used soil to escape from a cave, and took the 2 of them into the cave to escape the wind and snow. Lao Zi slept soundly, and Mudun continued to suppress Han. Hyuga Lanmo's internal vision system, Onogi's ninjutsu has all been learned, as long as he strengthens his cultivation later. The mirror copy of the 5-tail Han also started as early as yesterday. Although the progress is slow, it is still going on. The mirror clone of 4 tails has not yet started. I have been busy learning Onogi's ninjutsu these days, and I forgot to add it to the mirror clone. Hyuga Blue Ink operating system copied the mirror image of the 4-tailed beast and placed it on the mirror clone interface. Ding, the mirror clone starts. 2 4-tailed beasts, 0.00001%. Ding, congratulations, master, touched 10 tails integrate, bang bang bang. Suddenly the entire mirror system was completely converted, especially the mirror clone. When Kyubi was cloned before, there was only one list. Since he successfully put the copied content of the four-tailed beast on the mirror clone side, the entire mirror clone interface list suddenly appeared in a long row. At the same time, in the front place, there were 4 more words. 10. Tail integrate. System, you obviously want me to clone all the tail beasts. Otherwise, why did you make such a long list? Hyuga Lanmo counted, and sure enough, there were 9 in total, of which the first 9-tailed clone already in a full grid state, and Kyuubi has entered the mirror image development interface. Yes, Master, if you clone only one tail beast, it proves that your choice is human Zuli, but now that you have cloned 2 tail beasts, then the system analysis your goal is no longer as simple as human Zuli. You definitely want to integrate the 9-tailed beasts into 10 tails. This is a vast project. Congratulations to the host, inspire new functions of the system. At the same time, the system is fully upgraded. When the host has successfully cloned all the tailed beasts, the system will give the host a mysterious big gift package. Chapter 35. After that, Firework was released in the system. At the same time, the entire system interface was upgraded. When he was practicing in Banyu Town before, the system was still at level 2, but at this moment he suddenly jumped to level 4. Mirror cultivation has also directly jumped to the 8th level. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. Sure enough, the system was a blessing project. Although the system was upgraded, he didn't feel much in his body. It was like giving you a computer to study. Hyuga Lanmo sat on the ground and began to practice, and the mirror system continued to copy all the contents of the four-tailed man nearby. This snow lasted 5 or 6 days, and Lousi had been drunk for 5 or 6 days. During the period, the 5-tailed Han did not even say a word, but these are not important. Hyuga Lanmo does not provoke him. Anyway, he has a tail beast in his body, and it will not be good for him to be anxious, as long as the mirror system can just copy his ability and the tail beast in his body smoothly. Ah, finally Lousi woke up. He looked around, then looked at Hyuga Lanmo and asked, Big brother, what time is it now? Called Big brother when he woke up. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the entrance of the cave that was blocked by heavy snow, and said, 5 days later. Sleep really well, I haven't slept so well for many years. After speaking, he turned his head to look at the 5-tailed man and asked, Brother, are you hungry? Asked a word, the silent man suddenly jumped up. Mu Dun was controlled by Hyuga Lanmo Chakra. He suddenly made a strong force, and Hyuga Lanmo didn't pay attention. Mu Dun was broken by him. Then, taking advantage of Hyuga Lanmo and Lousi not paying attention, he jumped and shouted, Steam Leap, and rushed over. When Han was not in the tail beast state, he belonged to the ninja of the physique type, with fast speed and strong momentum, and this steam jump is a physique attack that uses momentum to harm the opponent. If someone else suddenly uses this trick at such a close distance, he will definitely be hit. Even Lousi has been injured by his impulse trick, but Hyuga Lanmo can use the wave wind gate, which is known as the yellow lightning. Of instantaneous surgery. Seeing the other party rushing over, he made a vertical leap and had already left the cave. Advertisement. UB *******D, you ruined my village, I want to fight with you. The 5-tailed Han chased after him. At the same time, he was already in the tail beast state, and Lousi chased him out. Han, listen to me, things are not what you think, if I guess it is right, the war in the land is over. Lousi shouted, trying to prevent Han from going crazy. He understands Han. Although he is speechless on weekdays, if he accidentally touches his flash point, it is still quite terrifying. Breaking point. The tailed beast state appeared, and the 5-tailed King Mu rushed over, his eyes flushed, his speed was fast, and the 5 horns on his head glowed bluish-white in the snowy world. Among the tailed beasts, the 5-tailed Mu King's ability is not the strongest, but its impact and trampling power are very powerful. It once injured Yao with its own impact. Hyuga Lanmo uses the instantaneous technique to keep evading, but unfortunately his wooden escape is not strong enough, and he copied the wooden escape obtained by the ability who cultivated Uchiha's soil. This is compared to the wooden escape of the original master Senjutsu. It's a far cry. If it weren't for his amazing amount of chakras, I'm afraid he would not be able to suppress the 5-tailed man's tail beast power by relying on the wooden escape tree trunk in the past few days. If given the opportunity, he really needs to copy the Mu Dun of the next generation of Mu Dun, or find all the cultivation methods of Mu Dun, only then can his Mu Dun continue to strengthen. Hyuga Lanmo used the Uchiha flame formation to block the 5-tailed Mu King. The opponent's eyes turned red, and he avoided the flame formation with a few jumps, and then began to condense the tail beast jade. My god, it really wants you to die. Lousi cried out loudly when he saw this scene, Big brother, be careful. With his voice, the 5 tails didn't give Hyuga Lanmo time, the tail beast jade just condensed to the file size of the bowl, and then launched. Regardless of how small the tail beast jade is, its power is amazing, let alone Hyuga Blue Ink, even if the tail beast is on the opposite side, if it does not evade or counterattack, it will be seriously injured. Hyuga Lanmo's mind clenched, and there was a scene of the transfer of the tail beast jade when Heifengmazuman attacked Konoha at the 9 tails. It seems that today, he has to try, Flying Thor to guide mine. Advertisement. I have to say that during the 3 months that I was in Banyu Town, it was a great benefit to review the ninjutsu of those masters every day. This allowed him to react quickly in such a stressful situation. In a blink of an eye, the tail beast jade on the opposite side suddenly disappeared 1 meter away from his body. King Mu was dumbfounded, and when he quickly wanted to condense a tail beast jade again, the previous tail beast jade had already appeared in front of it, and immediately followed by a boom, sound, it was exploded toward the ground. All 4 feet up. At the moment, Mu-dun appeared. A dozen Mu-dun tree trunks firmly tied the 5 tails, and Hyuga Lanmo had begun to use the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family to seal it. Finally, King Mu in the 5-tailed state gradually disappeared, and the Han who appeared in the snow was exhausted. He was trapped in the wooden escape. He looked up at the Hyuga Lanmo in front of him. This child has ability. Lousi ran over and looked at Hyuga Lanmo with concern. How is it, you are not injured? I'm okay, Hyuga Lanmo said. Suddenly he was tight, and the burning of the spells in the seal perception made him happy, which proved that there was news in Banyu town. Big brother, I have to leave here, my sister is looking for me. Lousi nodded slightly when he heard this. Yes, you have wasted long enough time here. For the sake of our land, you also offended Yenian village, but it doesn't matter. Just your ability, offend the whole world. It's okay, ha ha ha. Lousi smiled happily. He looked back at Han and said, don't be angry. You will understand when you return to Yenian village. Maybe you don't understand our approach, but please remember that it's also for the good of everyone. Okay, since eldest brother can't accompany us anymore, let's just leave the group. There is no permanent banquet in the world, and we will have a period in the future. Hyuga Lanmo nodded and asked, then what are your plans for the future? I am going to be a wandering monk. This is my wish many years ago, and now it is finally realized. Well, you have to pay attention to your safety, goodbye. Hyuga Lanmo said goodbye to the two of them, and then moved to a different space and disappeared on the scene. Lousi looked at the place where he disappeared, and sighed in his heart. This power was really peculiar, and he disappeared even if he didn't see it. He turned around and let go of the 5-tailed man in the snow, and then left here as well. Chapter 36. Back to Konoha. In the seaside town of Iron Country, Hyuga Lanmo just arrived at the beach and saw Silent standing outside the town. She stretched out her arms to greet him, and Hyuga Lanmo rushed into her arms. Sister Silent. Lanmo, I'm telling you a good news. The 3 world wars are over, and the Kingdom of Soil is the first to make an announcement to all countries, officially withdrawing from the 3 world wars. The war is over. Mute's happy eyes were filled with tears, and Hyuga Lanmo reached out to wipe her. Sister, don't cry. Mute nodded happily, but tears flowed uncontrollably. I can't help thinking of my dead relatives. After that, she wiped her eyes vigorously, and hugged Hyuga Lanmo. Go, let's go back to Konoha. School is about to start, and you can gather chakra. It should be no problem to go to the ninja school. Let's go back and sign up. Hyuga Lanmo nodded when she heard this. It seems that the 2 teachers, Johnny and Alai, did not tell her that she could know how to ninjutsu. Okay, let's go home. Back to the village, the streets and alleys were full of joyous roar, everyone's face was filled with cheerful smiles. Silent brought Hyuga Lanmo into the village and was hugged in his arms. Lanmo, where have you been this 6 months? We thought you had an accident. Fortunately, you were fine. Uyu Xian looked down at him, with a smile on her happy face. Everyone was very happy. Someone danced to celebrate, and some went back to the village to reunite with their relatives. Everyone was excited to celebrate this historical moment. Hyuga Lanmo smiled happily when he saw this scene. In some respects, the end of the 3 world wars was an inevitable result, and the first retreat of the land, in some respects, only accelerated the speed of this result. Cheyenne village has long been unable to protect itself, and Wuin village has troubles inside and outside. Konoha has suffered heavy losses due to the Nine Tails attack. Union village has made enemies everywhere but scarred. The major powers have been fighting all year round, and it has long been necessary to recuperate. As a result, Yenian village withdrew from the Third World War, and the other 4 countries also announced an armistice, choosing the opportunity to sign an armistice agreement, and the war was finally over. Advertisement. April flowers will bloom, Xian plugs Chaoyan, Xian sister, happy birthday. On the street, Hyuga Lanmo handed a large bouquet of flowers hidden in the scroll to Azuki Xian, her eyes full of surprise. It is brilliance. Lanmo, you know my birthday. Azuki Yuyan's cheeks flushed with joy after receiving the flowers, and she raised her eyebrows when she saw the scene, and rubbed Hyuga Lanmo's head. Yes, you never gave me flowers. Me too, I haven't received either. All of a sudden, the Inazukahana who came to meet him, Xiaochengpu shouted. Well, I will send it all the other day. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. At this moment, someone ran over, and after looking at him carefully, he turned and ran away. This person is Uchiha Izumi, a girl from the Uchiha family who was the same age as Hyuga Amo. She has a good relationship with Uchiha Itachi. When Kyuubi attacked Konoha, Itachi had saved her life. Not long after, she and Itachi came to the street. From a distance, she pointed to what she said to Itachi. Itachi nodded slightly, and disappeared as soon as she turned around. Although Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes, his mirror system was open, and everything on the street was naturally felt. He was surprised when he saw this scene. What happened to Uchiha Itachi? That night, the full moon was in the sky. After going to Sandana to report, he returned to his residence. Tsunade-sama didn't know what he was doing. He hadn't seen her since returning to the village. Mute originally wanted him to live with her, but because of a dinner with her friends tonight, she had already gone out with her friends, and Hyuga Lanmo hadn't been home for a long time, so she returned to her home early. After taking a shower, he stood in the yard looking at the stars in the sky, and suddenly a dark shadow passed by and stood on the wall of his house. Uchiha Itachi, Hyuga Lanmo said softly. The other party didn't speak, and hadn't seen him for half a year. He seemed to have changed a lot. He looked down at the Hyuga Blue Mo in the yard, his eyes tangled, and then he turned and disappeared, just as he did during the day, just look and leave. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo chased after him, Uchiha Itachi speeded up, but he still followed behind him, and the two left the village. In the woods to the west, he finally stopped, then turned to look at him. Itachi, even if you were silent again, you would say a few words before, what happened this time? Although we are not friends, we are not enemies. Hyuga Lanmo asked, what's the matter with you? After a long time, the boy on the opposite side said, it's okay, it's just that I've been a bit entangled because of your disappearance in the past 6 months. After finishing speaking, he sighed slightly, turned and sat on the big rock on one side. Hyuga Lanmo came to him, recalling his departure from Konoha, and suddenly understood. He asked embarrassingly, you don't think I was killed by someone from your family, right? After all, he disappeared from the guards, and only a few of the parties knew about what happened in the three-generation office afterwards. Others, including the Uchiha family, did not know. Hyuga Lanmo has no father and no mother, and the Hyuga family does not care about him. Don't look at the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and him as not so good, but he is the same age as him, at least he knows that he exists and was taken away by the guards. Yes, afterwards, he suddenly disappeared and no news was found. He suspected that the guards were also possible. After asking this question, it took a long time for Uchiha Itachi, who was sitting on the rock, nodded, and then sighed. Hyuga Lanmo could imagine his troubles over the past 6 months, and stepped forward and sat next to him, laughing haha. For a long time, he stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. My disappearance has nothing to do with your family. Don't think too much, it's okay. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo didn't know how to explain the gratitude and embarrassment in his heart. He was grateful for his concern. The embarrassment was because he caused a misunderstanding between him and his family. And he found that in front of him, he smiled so hard to create the atmosphere, but Itachi didn't even smile. There is something hidden in his eyes, that kind of tangled emotion comes from his family. Oh, don't think about it. You are only 6 years old. Why do you think so much? We will go to school to sign up tomorrow. Are you happy? Maybe we are in the first class. What do you want to do when you grow up? The 3 wars are over. In the future, the village will be peaceful. Do you want to be a teacher after practicing well? It's good to be a teacher. You can play with many children. Although the plot develops according to the plot, Itachi has paid a lot for the later period of the village, but Hyuga Lanmo hopes that he can change his mind and hope that he will not take on too much of the Uchiha family. No matter what they do, he hopes that it has nothing to do with him. It can grow up happily. Chapter 37. Uchiha Itachi finally bent his mouth, showing a smile, then patted his shoulder and said, you have so many words. Your words are too little, and I can't get a fart for a long time, let me guess. I ran so far with you. Hyuga Lanmo retorted. Then the two of us are. You're talking ridiculous, I may fart. The laughter of the two slowly wandered in the forest, with a magical color unique to childhood. Yes, destiny is so miraculous. 6 months ago, the two of them had a wait-and-see relationship and attitude. They did not expect to see each other again 6 months later. They turned out to be good friends, and they are still good friends who can play any joke. Early the next morning, Hyuga Lanmo got up early and began to wash and clean up. When he came to look at the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, his fingers slowly touched his eyes. It was really not a good thing that he could not see during the day. Although the mirror system could help him perceive everything around him, his pupils could not deceive people. It still made him feel a little pressured. After taking a deep breath, he turned around and picked up his backpack to report to school, but as soon as he turned around, he stopped there. There were people outside the door, and there were more than one, at least 2. People in Onbi. They did not act, hiding in the distance, secretly looking at his house, then. Is their purpose not to catch him, but to observe him? They just came back last night and they acted today. It seems that these people are not 3 generations, they should be Danzo people. Haven't seen you for half a year, Danzo hasn't given up. However, he did not go directly to the Hokage office to ask for someone like 6 months ago. It seems that his mind has changed a little over the past 6 months. At least he should not be as important as Yamato in his heart, otherwise he would come back yesterday. At that time, he came to him. Since he wanted to observe him, then he let him observe enough. Hyuga Lanmo saw the existence of the dark roots, and simply turned off the mirror perception, closed his eyes and fumbled out of the room. As soon as I arrived at the door, Mute came, Lanmo, go, my sister will take you to school. Advertisement. As she said, she pulled up his finger, Lanmo, I'm going to see Master Tsunade this afternoon. You are going to school, can you be alone? It's okay, I can do it. Hyuga Lanmo said, Silent nodded, and whispered in his ear, don't worry, Danzo dare not do anything to you. Tsunade-sama quarreled with Sandai that day, so I asked Sandai to give her a guarantee. Sandai said, as long as you behave well, you will definitely protect you, so you don't have to worry about those people. If you practice well, even if you go to the dark part, you will definitely not go to the roots, but follow the 3 generations. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly when he heard this. They had decided his future. They didn't even ask him what he meant, so they made a simple decision. Along the way, Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak, but Silent was very worried. She held his palm tightly and constantly instructed, "You practice hard at school. Although you can't see it, you can use your ear's sharpness. And can't you see it at night? Cultivate well in the evening, and don't eat randomly on weekdays. By the way, when you sign up later, if someone at the school stops you, I'll tell them that you can gather chakras. Don't worry, you will be able to sign up smoothly. Besides, you are a member of the Hyuga family and the descendants of ninja martyrs. They should not stop you because of your eyes." Originally, Mute didn't want to comment on the shortcomings of his eyes so straightforwardly, but she was worried that when she arrived at the registration venue for a while, the people in the school would speak more directly than this, so in order to prepare him, she still said directly. "The matter of his eyes." Hyuga Lanmo didn't care, but constantly nodded. Mute sister, don't worry, I will work hard." As the surrounding voices increased, Hyuga Lanmo knew that they had reached the gate of the ninja school, and everyone lined up to sign up. The one in front of him was Hyuga. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo in surprise, and asked, "Why are you here? Do you want to be a ninja? You can't see it, and you still want to be a ninja. Who will be in the future? I'll take care of you as a group with you, how to perform tasks." "Shut up," Hyuga Lanmo said coldly, closing his eyes. The adults have retreated to the back, and the queues are all children, so no one pays attention to the conversation between the two. "Ha, you still dare to shut me up, do you want to fight? Wait, I will make you look good sooner or later," Hugako said harshly. Advertisement. "I'll be waiting anytime, don't be a tortoise when the time comes." Hyuga Lanmo's face was cold. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo's mirrored perception is already on. In the distance, Sandai is standing in the school's yard, talking to the people next to him, while Danzo is standing next to Sandai with his eyes tight. Staring at him. At the same time, in his left and right direction, the two dark roots were still staring at him closely. For other children, today is the first day of entering the ninja school, but it has become the day of choice for him to choose Onbi and ordinary life. If he chooses to live a normal life, he just needs to seal his chakra with the sealing technique of the Maelstrom family for a while. If he chooses Anbu, whether it is the third generation or Danzo, as long as he reveals that he has a lot of information about chakra, he believes that he does not need to enter the classroom, and they will find him. Faced with two choices, he would definitely choose ordinary life. He worked hard to learn so many ninjutsu, but it was not for some treacherous villains to use. 3 generations did not say that if the person in Danzang knew that he was an invisible reincarnation he would only. I'm afraid that he will use conspiracy to worry about his eyes again. Instead of facing such dangers, it is better to be an ordinary person and stay away from them. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo sealed all her chakras with a sealing technique, and then walked forward step by step in line. After both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi had already signed up, they entered the school, and gradually, it was Hyuga Lanmo's turn. The teacher at the school gate looked up at his eyes while filling in the basic information for him, and then made a mistake. Ninja school is a place to train ninjas. If a person is not suitable to be a ninja, he cannot come to this school to study. The child is a bit special. Teacher, my brother is okay. He can gather chakra. Don't worry. Although he can't see it during the day, he has good eyesight at night, and I believe he will definitely be a better ninja in the future. Because of nervousness, Mute, who was standing next to Hyuga Lanmo, had already begun to plead with the teacher who was undecided by the hesitation. All the students and parents were quiet. Everyone looked over. Some were whispering and some were frowning slightly. Chapter 38. The most annoying person. But we have never enrolled such a child. Sometimes it is a good choice for children to give up properly. There are 360 lines in the world, and the best in the world. The teacher obviously did not want to admit him to the ninja school. The next 3 generations and Danzo heard this and came over. What's the matter? What's going on? Doesn't he know yet? This sentence is obviously to distinguish the boundaries, so that everyone knows clearly that they will not plead for a child who has no value in use. Hyuga Lanmo's fingers clenched into a ball, or let some chakras come out. But if he released chakra, it would prove that he compromised the school. Isn't it the ninja school? If he couldn't get in, he wouldn't go. He wasn't a ninja who had to be Konoha. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo's fingers gradually loosened. The teacher in charge of the registration saw the question of Sandai Danzang, and quickly stood up and bowed. My lord, look at this child's eyes. At this moment Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were open, and his pupils had no focus. 3 generations knew this. As long as he said a word, he knew it was okay, and he could go in. But the 3 generations did not speak, and Tuanzang on one side opened his mouth. Let's do it. Mute doesn't mean that this child can condense chakra. I checked. If that's the case, not only should he go to school, but if the seedling if it's not bad, we have to nurture it. If it is definitely not, then let's discuss it again. How about it, Hyuga Lanmo? Obviously, these 2 old foxes have discussed it a long time ago. Why can he choose not to root? To the Anbu of the 3rd generation. I'm afraid that if he is photographed today, he will have no choice at all. Under everyone's eyes, they wanted him to ride a tiger. In front of everyone, he was able to gather chakra at the age of 6. Hokage asked him to go to Anbugan in the name of protecting the village. If he objected, then he would be against the entire village. If he agreed, it would just block Tsunade. Mouth, Danzo can justly take him away. At that time, even if he has monstrous ninjutsu, if he opposes it, he can only be a betrayal. Advertisement. Be a betrayal at the age of 6. How does it feel a bit early? Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo actually laughed. Okay. As he said, he stretched out his arm. Tuan Zhang frowned slightly, grabbed his arm in a fist, then looked deep, and began to check his meridians. His eyes were like a scorpion in the desert, vicious and vicious. If he is in the laboratory now, he probably wants to take him off to study, right? After Tuan Zhang's investigation, his brows became tighter and tighter. Everyone looked at them, and some villagers whispered, "What's the matter with that kid? Why did the village elders check him personally? Is he very good?" "I don't know, a child abandoned by the Hyuga family, or a blind man. What's so great? Maybe it's not suitable for ninja school, right?" The people of the Hyuga family bowed their heads slightly when they heard this. It is true that nobody in their family cares about Hyuga Lanmo, but so does he. What kind of ninja school is he coming to when his eyes are all like that? Isn't this a shame for the Hyuga family? Although everyone talked a lot, it didn't affect the previous investigation in the slightest. "Well, is there a chakra?" Silent asked hopefully. Tuan Zhang looked down at the child in front of him. His body was empty and there was no chakra at all. Is he really just an ordinary child? In the past 6 months, he has been in contact with Dashemaru, and has also given a few well-qualified children to Dashemaru, hoping to be a contact between the two in the future. When we met, he had asked about Hyuga Lanmo openly and secretly, but Orochimaru actually said that he didn't know any Hyuga Lanmo, and didn't know if he was really trying to cover it up or didn't know. But now, from his investigation, he is indeed just an ordinary child. Danzo shook his head. Nothing. How is it possible? Master Tsunade personally checked it half a year ago, and he had chakra at that time. Mute said in disbelief. Advertisement. Is it because of neglect of cultivation in the past 6 months and disappeared? Karma lies in diligence, and you can't be lazy in everything. Said the 3 generations. Silent felt guilty when she heard this. For the past 6 months, she and Tsunade-sama have been busy performing tasks, so they neglected him. If he doesn't practice, chakra disappears as normal. She sighed slightly. 2 adults, please accept this child. Although he can't see it during the day, he can see it at night. No, since it's an ordinary child with a disability, for his own good, the ninja school can't accept him. Danzo said vindictively, 3 generations, for the safety of this child, I feel that he better not leave a ninja. This way, he is not suitable for being a ninja. When the 3 generations heard this, their eyes were tangled, and he was also considering whether to Hyuga Lanmo. Forget it, don't do it if you don't want it, I'm afraid it won't do well if you want it, I'm going home. Don't you want him? Does he still want them? He still doesn't care about something about the ninja school. If it weren't because he was young and wanted to settle down for 2 years, he wouldn't have come to sign up. Wait, slowly. Suddenly, in the direction of the street corner, a sturdy figure rushed over. This man was tall, with a pair of wooden clogs on his feet, a gray dress and red vest, and long white hair. It was one of the 3 forbearances. His running look is exaggerated and funny. After running to the front with a sweat, he panted and asked, I'm not here late. Well, that kid, I think it's fine. Jiraiya bowed his head and hugged Hyuga Lanmo in his arms. If the ninja school doesn't want him, I'll accept him as a disciple. You don't have any opinions, right? It's definitely. If you have opinions, it's not easy. This kid, anyway, I fell in love with it. After speaking, he began to look at Hyuga Lanmo carefully. Wow, what a kawaii kid. With that said, he actually lowered his head and started rubbing against Hyuga Lanmo with his hippie smiling face. Yes, kid, I will live in your house tonight. Mute, seeing this scene, clapped his hands and applauded. It turned out to be Mr. Jiraiya. That's great. Let me just say, Lanmo is very capable. You just don't believe me. Did Tsunade-sama tell you something? Great. Mr. Jiraiya appeared, and it was a foregone conclusion that Hyuga Lanmo entered the school. This person who had cultivated the 4th generation of Hokage, he spoke, who would not give a bit of face. Besides, he said that he would train Hyuga Lanmo himself. This situation it is different from positioning. Chapter 39. Why bother? It's a waste of time for an ordinary child to be guilty of so many people begging for him. Danzo regrets today's arrangement. If you know that this child is nothing, he doesn't come to school. After saying this, Tuan Zhang gave a cold snort, turned and left here. This kind of children, even if they stay, they can reach the level of those in the Hyuga family at best. What's the point? What he wants is not the talents of Anbu, but people who can be used by him and can enhance his ability. Since he is just an ordinary child, he doesn't need to waste time here anymore. Danzo regrets it. If you know that he is nothing, he hasn't always thought about him in the past 6 months. Surprisingly, what ability did this kid have been fond of before? Is it really just a coincidence when he was stealing a child? After all, when Orochimaru was doing experiments, he used a lot of ordinary children. When he defected, he didn't even take away ninjas like Midori Adzuki Beans. If he was really better than Adzuki Beans, how could Orochimaru be indifferent to him for half a year? Ask. Thinking of this, Danzo felt more and more that his guess was correct. He was an ordinary child, and he really wasted a lot of time and energy on this child. Well, this is the offspring of a martyr. We should not treat him differently because of his shortcomings. We have to treat him equally and give every child the same opportunity. Whether we can be a ninja is not what we say, we have to wait and endure. Let's talk about it when taking the grading class. Well, Hyuga Lanmo, you can enter the school. At this time, the three generations took a step forward and said some high-sounding words to all the students and parents, which seemed to be a kind and good Hokage. Everyone nodded. The sign-up teacher at the door flushed with embarrassment, and then said, "Yes, yes, Mr. Jiraiya, please give me the child. I did something wrong today. It shouldn't be because of the child. If you have any shortcomings, you can draw conclusions, and there will be a ninja evaluation in the future. As long as he can condense the chakra, he is likely to become a ninja. Please, please enter the school. Okay, the registration form is all filled out, right, then I will take him in." Gelada did not hand Hyuga Lanmo to the school teacher, but took him into the school by himself. Silent jumped up to the old happily. "Lanmo, I'll go back and make some good food for you. I will pick you up after school at noon. Make more, cute little mute, I'll go to eat at noon too." Jiraiya turned his head and smiled squintingly. Silent waved his hand and went to the vegetable market to buy groceries. After Jiraiya entered the school holding Hyuga Lanmo, he struggled to slip off his arms. "Don't hold me, I'm 6 years old, no need for others to hold me. Ha ha ha. Come, sit here for a while." Jiraiya was also not angry, turned around and came to a big tree and patted the seat next to him. Advertisement. Although Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes, his mirror perception is open, so now every movement and every expression of his is imaged in his mind. He walked over and sat next to him. Today is the first day of school. There are people coming and going on campus, but it is quiet and cool under the big tree. In April, the cherry blossoms were flying all over the sky. Hyuga Lanmo raised his head and looked at the blooming flowers, feeling the temporary tranquility. Ha ha. Jiraiya suddenly laughed, and then he turned his head and stared at his eyes. "Actually, you can see, right? Your mission is complete, you can leave," Hyuga Lanmo said. "What task? You don't think that Tsunade asked me to help you like the girl who was silent?" As soon as he said this, Hyuga Lanmo stood up suddenly. He said that it was obviously not the case. "You. Haha. Yes, you guessed it. Wow. Ha ha ha." No one could understand the excitement of Jiraiya. He saw Hyuga Lanmo guess why he would help him. He jumped to the tree and rushed to the ground again. His grin went behind his ears. Just like a happy monkey. Hyuga Lanmo's head drooped, and he knew that there was no impermeable wall in the world. Toad works deeply, that big mouth. If it wasn't Tsunade that Joraji asked him to come back and help him, then it must be Toad with a big mouth. Otherwise, how could he know his existence? "Don't worry, I'll never tell anyone. I know that Dashemaru is making trouble for you, and Danzo is also staring at you. I will never tell them your strength, but you can tell me why you can practice the art of immortals by yourself, and the facial makeup turns out to be colorful. Why?" Jilai's excited eyes had a curious expression, and his face was filled with a smile like discovering a new world. "I don't know, it's just that I heard a few kids talk about how to practice chakra that night, and I was going home to try it. It turned out to be like that," Hyuga Lanmo explained. Advertisement. "You can also helix pill. Could it be that he has taught you for 4 generations?" "No, I just saw him use that ninjutsu," Hyuga Lanmo said again. As soon as he said this, Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Then can you show me your fairy skills?" "No." Hyuga Lanmo stood up, ready to go to the classroom. "Hey, don't do this, show it to me. Show it to me, right?" Jiraiya also caught up. Until the class, he still stood in front of him begging, but he said only those 2 sentences, and no one could hear anything, until the class bell rang and Shanchung Aoba walked into the classroom, but he hadn't left yet. "Mr. Jiraiya, are you here? Mister, do you want to teach?" Yamashiro Aoba asked. No, I just take a look, Lanmo, I will pick you up after school, bye." There was no way. Jiraiya turned around and left. The next time is the time for the students to get to know each other. Not many students were enrolled this time, and many ninjas were lost in the 3 wars over the years, and even fewer children were born to children of their age like Hyuga Lanmo. More than 30 people including Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, Hyuga Hikari, Hyuga Amo, Inazuka Hana, and Unichitake Roots constituted the lower grades of this class. And their teacher is Yamashiro Aoba. He is a special shinobu who can read the memories of others. Although he has a timid personality, he has good aptitude. In the entire Naruto story, there are not many places to introduce him, but his ability should not be underestimated. He was once able to fight his opponents in close combat and survive in the late battle against the Undead duo. Unexpectedly, you really came in. I thought you would only be sent back. Hyuga Kika, sitting on the right side of Hyuga Lanmo, whispered to him. Chapter 40. Let me open my eyes. Hyuga Lanmo was too lazy to pay attention to him and didn't even look at him. Uchiha Itachi on one side snorted coldly when he saw this scene. He sat on Hyuga Lanmo's left hand and tilted his head to look at Hyuga Hikari. "If you do dare to taunt him to try." After speaking, he stared at him, and Hyuga saw the scene, pouting and turning his face away. In the past 6 months, even if Uchiha Itachi has not yet gone to school, his name has spread throughout Konoha. His physical skills, Uchiha family's ninjutsu and so on have extraordinary achievements. No matter how arrogant, Hyuga Hikari dare not offend him. Hyuga Lanmo laughed at this scene. Uchiha Itachi glanced at him and said softly, "School tonight is over, see you in Nishiyama Woods." He nodded, and had to say that the person who can let Uchiha Itachi come forward to protect, besides his brother, he is the first person. After school at noon, Jiraiya with a happy smile on his face waited at the school gate early, picked him up and ran back to Tsunade's house. Mute had already prepared the meal. After the three people finished eating happily, he started again. Hyuga Lanmo, just show me it, just once, and open my eyes. I haven't seen it yet. You just give it whatever you want. Let me show you. Can we go to Chishin now? Can it work? What are you talking about? Silent was about to leave the task in the afternoon, and she asked while packing her things. It's okay, kids, don't ask about it. Geleda dismissed it for fear that the mute would be a good thing. Silent reluctantly, after packing up his things, he told Hyuga Lanmo to be safe in the village alone, and said that if something happened, he would ask him to find 3 generations, etc., and then set off to do the task. There is no one in the family, and Jiraiya is energized again. Hyuga Lanmo is not resting well, and when he turns around, he looks at Jiraiya. Okay, I can show you it, but I have one condition, you must agree to it. What is the condition? No matter what, as long as it doesn't violate conscience and morality, I will agree. Jilai's eyes beamed. Don't ask me why in the future. Don't ask anything, can you do it? Hyuga Lanmo looked serious and serious. Jilai also nodded, raised 2 fingers and replied. Okay, as long as you show me colorful facial makeup, I will find any strange things on you in the future, and I won't ask again. Advertisement. Okay, I'm waiting for you in Chishin. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo moved in a different space, and the person was gone. Jiraiya's chin almost fell to the ground. He looked around the room, and then stroked the air where he disappeared. He almost jumped up. What's the matter? He just disappeared like this. By the way, Chishin. He quickly set off to Chishin. On the top of the mountain, Hyuga Lanmo was sitting on a large raised rock, waiting for him. When he saw him, he asked, how could you suddenly disappear? Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyes to look at him. Although his pupils are not in focus, Jilai still read the message from his frowning brows. Okay, I don't ask, let's get started. He rubbed his hands in excitement. Since he heard from Toad that there is a blind child in Konoha who can learn the art of immortality without a teacher for a long time, and the facial makeup is still colorful, he has rushed back without stopping. Konoha, even dreaming on the road, he could dream of that scene, and now he is finally fortunate to be able to see it. He took a deep breath, his whole being like a devout believer. Hyuga Lanmo sat on the rock, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the chakras in nature. The surrounding mountains, grass, trees, rivers, and the little chakras hidden in the air gathered together and slowly sucked into his body. Hyuga Lanmo felt comfortable all over, and a refreshing sensation spread all over his body. When he opened his eyes again, colorful chakras appeared on his eyelids. The whole person who saw the surprise of this scene did not know how to express the same. Wow, no wonder Shen Zuo would say that the world is so great. This is really a spectacle. By the way, Lanmo, Dashawan caught you because of this. Sir, you promised me something, did you forget? Hyuga Lanmo took a few breaths, cancelled the fairy mode, restored it to the original state, and walked down the mountain. At this time, exercise is most comfortable. Well, I don't ask. Jilaiya smiled happily, and quickly chased up, and the two returned to Hyuga Lanmo's home together. After school was over that evening, Jilai also came to pick him up from school personally. After the two had dinner, Jilai also left the house. Seeing him leaving, Hyuga Lanmo hurried to Nishiyama. Sure enough, Uchiha Itachi was already waiting there. N.S. Hyuga Lanmo was about to say hello to Roar, but he didn't want Uchiha Itachi to turn around, and dozens of kunai flew over. Hyuga Lanmo leapt in a few leaps. Suddenly, there were kunai from above and below, to the left. This is Uchiha Itachi's turning and flying technique of throwing kunai, and it is a well-known throwing method. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo flipped and jumped again, then kicked, then turned around again, and he was nowhere to be seen. Uchiha Itachi turned and looked at the woods, followed by stepping up. The next dodge, flying shots, and close fighting, the two were happily fighting, until 2 hours later, 30 miles away from Konoha, the two stopped fighting and laughed. Unexpectedly, you have made a lot of progress in half a year. 2 hours ago, I didn't take advantage of it. Uchiha Itachi smiled and looked at Hyuga Lanmo. You are also very strong. A little bit stronger than you. Uchiha Itachi compared her fingers, then opened the water bag and started drinking. Tomorrow is the day when the school teaches and refines chakra. Do you still want to grow steadily? Some things are not as fast as life is so short. If we don't hurry, how can we protect the village in the future? Hyuga Lanmo looked at the starry sky and said, I don't want to grow up too fast, I want to slow down. Slow. You are with me, why are you slow? After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, he turned around and began to seal the seal. Fire escape, the art of phoenix fire. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo quickly responded, water escape, the technique of water dragon bombing. Water escape, the technique of water bullet. Huge amounts of water escape sprayed over and instantly extinguished his phoenix fire technique, and then collided with Uchiha Itachi's water escape water tooth bullet technique. Uchiha Itachi looked at his water escape closely. Under normal circumstances, his water escape ninjutsu is much stronger than the water dragon bullet. Besides, Hyuga Lanmo's water dragon bomb has already fought with his fire escape and phoenix fire art. Compared with the water escape he used later, he can only lose. Uchiha Itachi made a quick prediction and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 41. But what Uchiha Itachi could not think of was that the opponent's water dragon bomb, apparently not very powerful, but after extinguishing his own phoenix fire, it directly confronted his own water dragon bomb. Not only that, but watching the not very strong water dragon bomb suddenly pressured him with the sharp water teeth bomb, the water dragon rushed towards him. Uchiha Itachi hurriedly dodged away. He looked back at Hyuga Lanmo. You are very strong. Hyuga Lanmo, what kind of ninjutsu do you know? He asked with bright eyes. Hyuga Lanmo used perception techniques to perceive the surroundings, and found that no one was watching over here, so he stretched out his hand to make a seal, and then pressed it on the ground. Do escape, Doryu wall. Wind escape, wind blade. Hyuga Lanmo stood still after showing two more ninjutsu, the other fire escape, thunder escape, wood escape, blood following the limit, blood following the elimination. He did not show off. It was definitely, even so, he felt that he had performed too much, but Itachi was his good friend. Even if it was concealed, he felt that he could not conceal too much, so he revealed the other two kinds of ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi stared at him in awe, then he took a deep breath, his fists gradually clenched together. I will definitely try to catch up with you. In the next few days, everyone was learning Tillian chakra at school, and only Zibo Itachi performed outstandingly. Therefore, his current education is no longer limited to the lower grades. He will be educated by the teacher alone most of the time, and he will also start in-depth study of ninjutsu with the upper grade students. And Hyuga Lanmo continued to study slowly with everyone in the class. There is no Uchiha Itachi in the class, and Hikari is very excited. Today, I satirize Hyuga Lanmo. Tomorrow, he will hide his chair in class or throw away his school bag. Anyway, he can think of damages to him. I used it all, but I didn't dare to do it directly with Hyuga Lanmo. Advertisement. After all, he still remembers the consequences of the previous two hands-on exercises. He didn't dare to stand up against him, so he bullied Hyuga Lanmo and couldn't see it. Even so, he didn't take advantage of it, because several of the girls in the class took great care of Hyuga Lanmo. As soon as Hyuga did something, the girls over there had already come forward to help him solve it. Until it happened that the school bag was thrown into the women's bathroom, Hyuga Lanmo made a move and knocked out his two front teeth with a single punch. From then on, he didn't dare to bully him anymore. The life of the class is the same as before. Hyuga Lanmo's ninja training progress has been at a middle level in the class. Whatever Hikaru is, he is like him. He can condense chakra, so can he. He can shadow duplication, so can he, and so can the physical skills he can use. This was enough to make Hyuga Phosgene, until half a month later, 3 generations of Soil Shadow Onoki from Yinyan village came to Konoha, and everything changed. Onoki came to Konoha mainly to sign an armistice agreement with Konoha. Refuge had signed with Konoha before. The two parties had decided to sign an agreement in the country of rain, Kakaitani. I don't know why, Onoki suddenly wanted to visit Konoha. After the truce, the other side had a very good attitude and expressed that they wanted a friendly visit. By the way, the 3 generations could not refuse, so they agreed to come to Konoha. Everything is prepared in advance. Internal and external defenses, reception of diplomacy, and what to say and do are all planned in advance, and ordinary people don't know that the 3 generations of Tokage Onoki are coming to Konoha, only to find the warning of the recent village. It seems to have improved a lot. The villagers didn't know, so the children who were studying at the ninja school all day did not know. Until that day, Onoki entered the school accompanied by 3 generations of Sarutobi Hisaki and a few elders. At that time, Hyuga Lanmo was sitting on a swing and swaying back and forth. Because it was a rest time, his mirror perception was turned off. He felt the romance of spring flowers, the sun was shining, and he was relaxing. Hi, kid, we meet again. The sudden voice made Hyuga Lanmo instantly activate the mirror perception, but it was too late. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, there was already a group of people around him. He also heard the sound of someone coming by before, but he thought it was a classmate at that time and didn't care. In front of him, the 3 generations of Toing Onoki stood in front of him, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and deep hatred in his eyes. And beside him, the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, Danzo, Zhuan Shaochun, Shimura Danzo, and several upper-level teachers in the school all surrounded him. Hyuga Lanmo wanted to ask, why are you here? But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed again. Advertisement. Hinata Lanmo, do you know Lord Chukage? Sarutobi Hisaki's eyes were full of inquiry. Hokage-sama, don't you know? Onoki looked around, as if he was surprised that Konoha had put such a master in the school. Sarutobi Hizen, are you pretending to be confused? Or do you really have no idea what this kid did? With a smile on Oyemu's face, he continued, this kid in your village is a master. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. Although his eyes were not in focus, all his nerves had collapsed. If there were not so many high-level villagers here, he really wanted to seal Onogi's mouth again. At this time, Zilai had also appeared in the distance, looking at this side in surprise. Why did our Yinyan village withdraw from World War III? Don't you know? It's all because of this kid, ha ha ha, Konoha is really a good method. Not only did you have 9 tails, you also let a kid go to our village to make trouble and ruin us. Not to mention that the village in Daxia also kidnapped our tail beast. You really made me look at it. After speaking, Onoki turned his head and glanced at Hyuga Lanmo coldly. At the same time, his mind kept spinning. Why did he come to Konoha for a friendly visit? And in order to get the other party to agree to let him come to Konoha, he kept saying a lot of good things to them. The reason is simple, he just wants to know who the child who defeated him and ruined Yanyan village was. If this child is not in Konoha, then he may be Sanin. And his identity has only these two choices, one is Sanrin, and the other is Konoha's person. Because he saw that the child used the blood wheel eye, but just now, Sarutobi called the child Hyuga Lanmo, so he is not from the Uchiha clan, but he is from the Hyuga clan. This really surprised him. At the same time, he also saw that Konoha did not know that Hyuga Lanmo was a master. Chapter 42. If otherwise he can be discovered by him. I'm afraid they have been assigned to do tasks or entered the Andu a long time ago, how could it be possible to swing in the school? What are you talking about? The 3 generations of Hokage had cold eyebrows, and the whole person's face was filled with lead, and the whole body was filled with a strong murderous intent. Ha ha ha, why should Hokage get angry? During the war, whoever has ability and who uses it, I am not here to find the back account. After speaking, Onoki turned his head and looked at Hyuga Lanmo coldly. However, if Master Naruto is willing to pay a little price for what happened in the past, I don't want any compensation, and I can leave it alone for the time being about the tail beast, but I want this child. After speaking, he stretched out his finger and pointed at Hyuga Lanmo. When Danzo heard this, he took a step forward and was about to catch Hyuga Lanmo. At the same time, several other high-level leaders all stepped forward, and Roar immediately blocked Hyuga Lanmo. Master Toying, what are you going to do? Don't forget that this is Konoha. Ji Lai frowned and yelled. You take Hyuga Lanmo away. Sarutobi Hazaki also said to Jiraiya. At the moment he couldn't tell how he felt in his heart. He had long felt that this child was not easy. He didn't expect him to hide so deeply. He and Danzo lied to it. And he was almost caught by Toying just now. At the same time, Danzo's brows frowned. I'll take this child away, you can talk about the rest. I don't want you. Hyuga Lanmo turned to Danzo and said to Danzo. Although he couldn't see it, Danzo's disgust was undoubted in his eyes. When Sarutobi Hizen heard this, he suddenly understood why this kid had hidden his strength because of Danzo and Orochimaru. He waved his hand, and Jilai turned and left with Hyuga Lanmo. Dokage Onoki and the ninjas from the Yanyan village around them watched the two leaving figures tightly, and their hearts were full of anger. Master Tsuchikage, I'm sorry, I can't meet your conditions just now. Don't you want to sign a truce agreement? It seems that you are not sincere. Since you are not sincere, then please leave. This time you used Konoha. We believe you too much, Konoha will never believe anything in Yanyan village in the future, please. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hisaki is not a vegetarian either. As soon as he rolls his eyes, he knows who is at home. Although Hyuga Lanmo's incident shocked his liver, gallbladder, spleen, stomach and kidneys, he was trembling, but at the same time, he also knew who was the superior in terms of power at the moment. Dokage, who was defeated by Konoha's child, has any right to shout here. I also said that I want to find the back account, and I have to have the ability if I want to find the back account. Although he was a little stunned by the news, he is Hokage, how could he be led by others after evaluating the situation? The village of Yanyan was destroyed and the tail beast was held hostage. What a big message, Oyemu said so, and I don't know if he was dazzled by anger. At the same time, Onoki realized that he was talking a little too much, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Master Naruto is not more angry, walk away, the agreement that should be signed is still to be signed. Besides, our tail orc Zuli has returned, and the village has not caused much loss. Those are nothing. The 3 wars are indeed too long. Everyone should rest too. In this way, Dokage Onoki and Konoha officially signed an armistice agreement, and he also knew that the child who swept their Yanyan village was Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo has since become the #1 enemy of Yanyan village. Not only will they continue to send Onbi to assassinate him, but they have also published a bounty notice on the black market. Those who catch Hyuga Lanmo alive will receive a reward of 30 million and take it. The person with his head has a reward of 20 million. In the Hokage office, 3 generations of Hokage were sitting on the desk and tapping their fingers on the desk. Next to him stood Juan Shaochun, Shimura Danzo, and Mito Menyon, 3 of them. Master Hokage, we are back. After seeing the people from Yanyan village leave, Jiraiya appeared at the door of the office with Hyuga Blue Mo. Come in. The 3rd generation of Hokage stood up, staring at Hyuga Lanmo tightly. He closed his eyes and walked in. Sit down, please, come here, bring a chair. No need. Hyuga Lanmo stood in front of a few people and said directly, if you have something to say. Advertisement. Danzo frowned slightly, what attitude? Hyuga Lanmo, how do you explain what happened today? Is the Yanyan village incident related to you? You really caught their tail beast, what's the matter? On the one hand, Danzo, who had been frowning, suddenly uttered. Don't you know what's going on? Do you still ask me? Hyuga Lanmo turned his head to leave him, and didn't bother to face him. What do you mean? Looking at his questioning expression, Danzo was strange in his heart. Could it be that this matter has something to do with him? If it weren't for you to force me into the roots half a year ago, could I leave Konoha? Can those things happen if I don't leave Konoha? Hyuga Lanmo's eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of dark blue eyes appeared in front of everyone. I let you enter the Onbi, also for the sake of the village. Every Konoha person should work hard for Konoha, and you too. Danzo shouted loudly. My parents have lost their lives for Konoha. Isn't that enough? Hyuga Lanmo replied angrily. Konoha also protects your safety. If you don't have Konoha, you still don't know where to beg for food. Tuan Zhang said unwillingly. How did Konoha protect my safety? From the moment I was caught by Orochimaru and almost did an experiment, Hyuga Lanmo died in Konoha. You protect. What kind of protection did you use? Master Hand takes me away, I might be gifted to Dashemaru by you now. Hyuga Lanmo's face flushed. The reason why he came back to see them with Mr. Jiraiya was because he was not afraid. He now has enough power to protect himself, although he can't guarantee that he will win a big victory in front of these masters, but it's absolutely no problem to escape safely. Who will he be from now on? He doesn't care at all, he doesn't hurt others, and others don't want to use them to hurt him when he doesn't want to. You. Tuan Zhang looked at him angrily, and couldn't say anything for a while, because just a month ago, he sent a few children to Dashemaru. Okay, Danzo, you go out. The three generations discovered that Hyuga Lanmo would be extremely angry as long as it involves Danzo. It seems that this child does know something about him. It's just that Danzo is a friend he grew up with. Although he does everything by no means, he does it for Konoha. So even if he knows some things, he still closes one eye, but he can't do it today, he must let Danzo leave, otherwise, things will be very bad. Chapter 43 Three generations don't want to offend him. Because he has already seen that this kid doesn't care about Konoha anymore. Don't watch him make a big fuss in Yanyan village, but he definitely didn't do those things for Konoha. As for what's in it, I'm afraid only this kid knows. Besides, he can't be forced anymore. Since he can return to Konoha smoothly in Yanyan village, he can even leave Konoha. He was only 6 years old. If he let a child who could defeat a master of the shadow level leave at 6 years old, it would be his dereliction of duty for 3 generations of Hokage, especially now, when Konoha is short of people. What? 3 generations of you let me out? You let me out for a child? Danzo looked at Sandai angrily. Please go out, and from now on, don't talk about letting this child go Torut, please go out. The 3rd generation of Hokage reiterated very seriously. You. Danzo looked at the 3 generations angrily, then looked at Hyuga Lanmo again, flicking his sleeves and leaving the Hokage office. When Shimura Danzo left, the anger in the office eased a lot. The 3 generations originally wanted to ask Hyuga Amo, but now it seems that this child has a deep misunderstanding of Konoha, and he has experienced it at such a young age. After so many things, he was afraid that no one would believe it except those who were good to him. And Tsunade isn't here yet. If she is here, maybe something still needs to change. Today, this child must not be forced anymore, and in any case, he must be stabilized. Hyuga Lanmo, don't worry, we let you come, no other meaning, the people in Yanyan village have also left. I just want to ask, just one sentence, you really made a big fuss in Yanyan half a month ago village, defeated Oyamu and grabbed their tail Orc Zhu Li. 3 generations of Hokage looked at him closely, while turning to bed, Xiaochun and Mito Menyon also took a small step forward, as if they were afraid that they would not hear the other's answer. In fact, they know that there is really no need to ask about this kind of words. Onoki is a 3-generation Tsuchikage, a film-level figure who has been in office for more than 40 years. How can he say something false? It's just that they are so curious, they really want to hear the person answer this question head-on. The fingers of the 3rd generation were rubbed together, and he lowered his head and looked at Hyuga Lanmo tightly, while Jilai was also extremely nervous on one side, and his eyes fell on him. Advertisement. He really didn't expect that this kid would ruin Yanyan village. Seeing that they hadn't done anything excessive, Hyuga Lanmo nodded, yes. With a simple word, the 4 people in front of them all breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder Yanyan village will be the first one of the 5 ninja villages to announce that it will withdraw from the 3 wars. It is really a nest, and there is no ability to fight again. Then can I ask one more question? Just one. 3 generations squatted at Z, looking at the day with the blue ink, his attitude was particularly gentle, as if he was afraid he would refuse. You said. Hyuga Lanmo said calmly. Where is the tail Orc pillar power? How do you catch the tail Orc pillar strength of Yanyan village? This problem has arisen, and the other 3 people once again set their sights on him. Let it go. Hyuga Lanmo replied lightly. It's a pity, it's a pity. Zhuan Xiaochun almost jumped up, but after just that, she stood firmly again. Oh, okay, let it go. Let it go. 3 generations laughed, stood up, and couldn't ask any more. Although he wanted to know more things and more details, he really couldn't ask. Can I go home? Hyuga Lanmo asked. At this moment, he really admires the 3 generations of Sarutobi Hisaki, no wonder they can be Hokage. He was already prepared when he left school in the presence of Onoki and Konoha. If Konoha forced him to do something he didn't want to do, he could only leave here forever. If they let him be rooted, he killed Danzo and left. But the 3 generations of Hokage turned Danzo out in front of him. He also asked him not to mention Hyuga Lanmo into the dark roots in the future. Not only that, but his attitude towards him was particularly good, so he asked 2 questions, and didn't say anything else. This is for him to leave room in Konoha. With such a large space, this is his home again, with his friends and teachers, how could he still leave? Therefore, 3 generations are not lost to 3 generations, a good method. Advertisement. In the afternoon, Jilai returned home and dragged him to the bathhouse. That afternoon, he didn't go to school. The 2 stayed in the bathhouse comfortably for an afternoon. Later, Jilai also sent him away. He is a gift. When Hyuga Lanmo got the scroll, his chin almost fell to the ground. He looked around, as if afraid that others would see it, and looked back at Jiraiya in surprise. Sir, this is a forbidden technique. Quote. Yes. What you need. Zilai also raised his brows, with an expression you know. Seeing no one around, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand to open it, and the first line of words read, autographed by Chinsho Zujian. Seeing these 6 words, Hyuga Lanmo felt that the hairs on his back were standing up, and he looked back at Jiraiya, feeling excited. His body has wooden escape chakra, but because it is a copy of Uchiha's wooden escape with soil, Uchiha's wooden escape with soil has limited ability, so his wooden escape is also limited. After his constant efforts the day after tomorrow, Mu-Dun chakra can also be used at will, but he has a more difficult problem, that is, Mu-Dun ninjutsu. Uchiha doesn't know how to take the soil with the wooden dungeons among the senjutsus. What he often uses is the basic ninjutsu and cutting techniques of the wooden dungeon, and the tree world descents. Knowing the reasons such as ninjutsu refining and Jia Yin, cannot be used at all. Even people like Uchiha Madara and Danzo who have implanted the body cells between the senjutsu columns in the later stages can only use the basic wooden dodge, and the deeper wooden dodge will not at all. Hyuga Lanmo's body has 8 chakra attributes, so if he wants, Mudden chakra can become his original chakra just like Senjuan. With Mu-Dun chakra, but I don't know how to practice ninjutsu and Jia Yin method, I still can't learn deeply. And now, the small scroll that Ji-Lai also gave to him turned out to be a handwritten note from Senjutsu, which made Hyuga Lanmo excited. This is a treasure. He looked at Jiraiya in disbelief, and the other party made a silent action. Hush, I stole it from the secret library. Don't tell anyone, not even Tsunade, you know. Hyuga Lanmo nodded again and again, his eyes lit up, and he asked in a low voice, how did Sir know that I would escape? Last night I saw you use the wooden escape to make the young saplings germinate. Jilai also whispered back, I don't understand this, you can take a good look, I'll go next door to see. Chapter 44. After speaking, Jilai also ran out around the towel. After a while, there was a screaming sound from the female bath next door, and the next second, Hyuga Lanmo saw that Jilai had also escaped. The bathhouse. Hyuga Lanmo laughed when he saw this scene. He carefully placed the scroll and wrapped it in waterproof craft paper and got up and went home. As the sun sets, Hyuga Lanmo closes the door, draws the curtains, takes out the small scroll, and opens it slowly. Wood escape, wood dragon technique, Mingshan gate, cutting technique, tree binding eternal burial, tree sea descending, big forest technique, 4-pillar prison, Leonjujia, tree root burst burial, wooden duplication book, wooden man technique, flower tree the world is coming, the skills of ranking are all the skills of bagging. Behind is the fairy method used to practice the technique of becoming an immortal. Thousands of hands, and the top-level Buddha used by thousands of hands. This is simply a treasure. Hyuga Lanmo stayed up all night, and has been reading this Muden practice secret book written by the Chinshujujian. And before dawn the next day, he had already gone to the back mountain and began to practice Mudden ninjutsu from the beginning. He didn't return to Konoha until the sky was bright. Mr. Jiraiya didn't return home for the whole night. When he arrived home, he saw Xiaochengpu standing in front of his house with a basket in his hand, as if waiting for him. A chorus. Hyuga Lanmo greeted Roar. Lanmo, I made some cakes. I brought some for you. You can taste it. Xiaochengpu happily handed him the basket in his hand. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and took it and opened the cloth cover that covered it. It was beautiful. Fresh flour pastries are placed on the plate. Thank you, Calamus. He reached out his hand, picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. It's delicious. It's delicious. I made it myself. Chengpu smiled happily. Chengpu didn't go to the ninja school. I heard that next year his father would send her to an ordinary school to learn knowledge, so she is still at home now. They used to play together a lot, and Uncle Yil also took good care of him. Since Hyuga Lanmo left Konoha with Tsunade, they don't see each other often, plus they have gone to the ninja school, so there are even fewer opportunities to meet. NS. Advertisement. Xiaochengpu hasn't seen him for a long time, so he came here to take a look. It's time for him to go to school. Chengpu put all the cakes in a paper bag and put it in his school bag. You work hard, we will play together again when we have time. Okay. Hyuga Lanmo nodded happily, reached for the school bag in her hand, and went to school. Today's school is the same as in the past. Hyuga Lanmo has entered the class, and Hikari is talking to others. Ha ha ha, did you see it yesterday? That Toying came to our school and talked to Hyuga Lanmo and asked him if he kidnapped the tail beast of Yenian village. He also said that he destroyed most of Yenian village. I was hiding behind the bushes, and I heard all their conversations, which shocked me at the time. I think Hyuga Lanmo can't be so good, right? Later, Master Naruto left the school with 3 generations of Chukage. I went to the teacher in the school to ask about this. What happened to you guess? Quote. What's the matter? The classmates all looked at Hyuga Hikari nervously. They had also heard about what happened yesterday, but they didn't know what happened afterwards. It's all fake. The 3rd generation of Chukage recognized the wrong person, so let me just say it. How could Hyuga Lanmo be so powerful? He also ruined most of the entire Yenian village. He has just gathered chakra, and can just throw accurately. Li Jian, he doesn't even know where Yenian village is, how could he go to Yenian village? Haha, it's all fake. Hyuga Hikari laughed loudly. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo entered the classroom, everyone looked back at him, and Inazukaka came over. Lanmo, did the Toying really recognize the wrong person? He nodded. It seems that this is a 3-generation seal. This kind of thing should not be publicized, whether it is for public or private. This is not good for Konoha, so it is best to shut up. After all, it is easy to cause misunderstandings when Renzuli was hijacked. The class bell rang, and Uchiha Itachi, who hadn't appeared in the class for several days, appeared and sat next to him. You're back. Don't you go to a separate class today? Hyuga Lanmo asked. The teacher asked me to come back today, as if there is something going on in school today. Uchiha Itachi replied. Sure enough, after a short while, Mr. Shanchung Chingye rushed into the classroom. Advertisement. Classmates, gather in line and go to the playground to hold a school meeting. Soon, all the students in all grades of the ninja school have reached the playground, and the playground is full of people. On the rostrum in front, the 3 generations of Hokage and a few school teachers appeared. They sat down, and the 3 generations began to speak. Students, in order to celebrate the end of the 3 wars, our school decided to hold a competition to test the current strength of the students. For this test, we have set up 3 awards. The first prize is a collection of 5 Chakra ninjutsu secrets. The second place rewards the real scroll of Fire Escape Water Escape ninjutsu, and the third place rewards the real scroll of Earth Escape. In addition, there are bonus rewards. The first place rewards 50,000 yuan, the second place rewards 10,000 yuan, and the third place rewards 3,000 yuan. Yuan rewards. I hope everyone will work hard. Everyone in each class, please go to the competition venue in 5 minutes. After the 3 generations finished speaking, they walked off the rostrum and left the school. As soon as the principal left, the lower grades surrounded Yamashiro Aoba in the middle. Teacher, what should I do? The whole school has a unified competition. We must lose in the lower grades. Yeah, we are not even ninjas. We haven't protected our foreheads yet. Are we going to participate in the competition? Some students asked worriedly. This time the whole school must participate. Except for those who have tasks, no one can refuse the competition for any reason. So students, let's not back down. Let's do this. The most important thing is to participate. The teacher will follow you and everyone will work hard together. Shanchung Chingye raised her fist and said. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly and looked back at Uchiha Itachi. He didn't seem to think this was a bit abrupt. With so many people in the school, they all came to Chishin, and everyone was waiting outside the woods, because the teachers at the school would have to talk about the content of the competition. After a while, an elderly teacher went up to the heights and said to everyone, the first match point, the dense forest of Chishin, the first 200 people who reach the top of the mountain can enter the next stage of the competition. The competition begins. Quote. After speaking, the teacher waved his hand, and everyone rushed into the dense forest. Hyuga Lanmo unhurriedly followed Shanchung Aoba without any fighting spirit. Soon, everyone was gone, and only these lower grade students were left. Teacher Yamashiro was full of fighting spirit and constantly cheered everyone on. Everyone must work hard. Even if we are the last to go up, we must cheer. Go forward, Uchiha Itachi, hurry up, catch up, at this time you have to rush forward, go up. Chapter 45. Hyuga Blue Ink. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi looked back at Hyuga Lanmo, and then quickly followed him up. Students, don't worry, we can do it, even if we are the last to go up, we have to cheer. Teacher Shanchung continued to encourage everyone. Hyuga Lanmo followed the students, not showing himself at all, very low-key. This made the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, who was hiding in the office and using the crystal ball to check the entire game, very anxious. Why did he suddenly make such a game? I didn't want to test what ability Hyuga Lanmo has in the end. If it hadn't been for the B********** D to make trouble, he would have asked someone to test Hyuga Lanmo yesterday, but Danzang almost forced him to explode. How could he dare to test it out? So yesterday he had to stabilize Hyuga Lanmo first, and did not dare to ask him more, so he returned home and continued his previous life. But the 3 generations are curious, he really wants to know what ability this kid has. Why was it possible to defeat Onoki and kidnap the Orc Zuli of Iwakura Marau? Because of this incident, he didn't sleep all night and came up with a way to use the entire school's teachers and students to accompany the Hyuga Lanmo competition, just to test his ability. But now, this child has no fighting spirit at all. Isn't this a waste of this opportunity he created? This can't work. He waved his hand, and the dark part on one side approached. After he bowed his head and said a few words to him, he suddenly stopped saying, wait a minute, there is a situation. Although the 3 generations were talking to the people in Onbi, his eyes had been fixed on the crystal ball on the table. At the moment, on the West Mountain, there were a few ninjas who didn't know where they were secretly following the lower grade students. They hid well before, so the 3 generations did not find out, but now, because the ninjas and teachers of the upper grades have gone up the mountain, the lower grades have fallen behind, except for them in the mountains, without anyone else, those people have boldly appeared. At the moment, on the West Mountain, the lower grade students all gathered together and looked at the tall trees in horror. Several people appeared on the surrounding tree trunks. Some of them have the foreheads of the rebels of Wuin village, some have the foreheads of the rebels of Konoha village, and 2 of them are Sanrin. That should be Hyuga Lanmo, Hyuga's white eyes, very easy to recognize, shot. Advertisement. After the other party finished saying this, they all rushed towards Hyuga Hikari. Hyuga Hikari's jaw almost fell to the ground when he saw this scene, he cried with a wow, and stretched his hand to the side Hyuga Lanmo. Don't catch me, you have admitted the wrong person, I am not Hyuga Lanmo, he is. Yamashiro Aoba jumped forward and stood in front of Hinata Hikaru. What do you want to do? We are definitely going to arrest people. After speaking, the four people rushed up. Shancheng Qingye was not the opponent of these people at all. Although his physical skills were amazing, the opponent was crowded. In less than 2 minutes, he was severely injured and fell down to the ground. Several classmates stepped forward, and they were also hit by the other side's sweeping leg, but Hinata had already grabbed them and took them away. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. He knew that today's game was aimed at him, but he didn't wait for the trial of Onbi, but waited for a group of Sannin. What's the situation? No matter what the situation is, it is impossible for him to let Hyuga Hikari do it for himself. Teacher, are you okay? Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward and stretched out his hand to investigate his injuries. How can I say that he had been with Tsunade for a while, and he was also a person who had studied the medical ninja manuscript given by Tsunade. Soon, he found pathology, 3 ribs broken, liver hemorrhage, and it was all right for the time being. Teacher, you go back to the village first, I'll go and see. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo jumped onto the tall tree, and chased it down. At this moment, the third generation of Hokage was watching this scene in the office. After he discovered that Hyuga Blue Mo was missing on the crystal ball, he was so scared that Roar couldn't breathe well. Hurry up, the people from Onbi hurry up and support. Before, he wanted to let the people of Anbu test his ability. He didn't expect that someone would attack him right after he left the village. They didn't need to take action at all, but if you want to know his ability, you still need someone to witness. In addition to his crystal ball, although he can see the game on the mountain, he can't see the current situation of Hyuga Lanmo. The reason is very simple. His detection method is called the telescope technique. It needs to use a crystal ball as a mediator to gain insight into the opponent's situation. However, to use this technique, a specific condition is required, that is, to know the opponent's chakra attributes. He can't see Hyuga Blue Mo in crystal ball because he still doesn't know what his chakra attributes are. Advertisement. The reason why he let the students and teachers of the whole school play this trial game with him is to use the different chakra attributes of the teachers and students to check Hyuga Lanmo's performance in the competition. I wanted Onbi to test him, but now it's alright, I don't know where Sanrin is coming out. Take Hyuga Blue Ink and ran away. Thinking of how much loss his departure would bring to Konoha, he turned around and picked up the cloak, turned around and jumped out along the window. He wanted to find him himself. 70 miles north of Konoha Basin is the Death Forest, and most people would not come here, but these Sanrin took Hinata and went directly north. Don't catch me, I'm not Hyuga Lanmo, I explain why you don't believe it, I'm really not him. He burst into tears, and he really didn't want to recite this pot. God, did I bully Hyuga Lanmo too much on weekdays? Now I have to pay it back, Hyuga Lanmo, I'm sorry, I shouldn't bully you. Wow, Hyuga Kwang wept loudly. Smelly boy, do you think we are a fool? The Hyuga's people are all with blank eyes, and you are the only one in the class with blank eyes. Who will we not catch you? Coward, I still want to dump someone else. The strong man snorted coldly. No, you really caught the wrong thing. Hyuga Lanmo is a blind man. I have a good eye, but I am not him. Hey, I can't tell. It's so long-winded, make him faint. The next second, the strong man slashed with one hand, and Hyuga fainted. Someone is coming. Suddenly, the perception ninja in the team said. The strong man in front said, I'll go first, you guys will be the last. No, this person was caught by all of us. Even if we get the bounty, we have to be together. If you go first, what if you swallow the bounty? The other 3 did not get behind, but caught up with the one carrying Hugako in front. Chapter 46. I apologize to you. They are a temporary organization of Sannin team, which is dedicated to catching the rewards of the black market bounty characters, and Hyuga Lanmo's information was only on the black market reward list last night, and they rushed to Konoha today. Coincidentally, they were still planning how to perform the task. Unexpectedly, today the students of the ninja school went to Konoha Nishiyama to participate in some competition, so they just shot it. What they didn't expect was that Hyuga Lanmo, who currently ranks 3rd in the black market bounty, was so easy to catch. Anyone who makes a casual shot will become theirs. Then what to do? Do you stay? When will we defeat that person, and when will we go on the road together? These people are working together for the first time, and there is no tacit understanding of mutual distrust. I think you still don't leave anyone. Just when they were disagreeing, Hyuga Lanmo had already appeared in front of them. You can't leave people behind, or kill them. He sounded like ice, standing on the tree trunk with a cold expression on his face. Who are you? A little hairy boy, dare to speak big words. Among the 4, the man wearing the forehead of the Wuin village rebellious forehead suddenly rushed over. At the same time, a layer of thick rose up in the dense woods. Fog. Water curtain, what are you doing? Don't use the technique of mist concealment, be careful that Maijin slips away with the child. Sao Ninbu village rebel said on the side. A gust of wind blew, and the fog quickly dispersed. Sure enough, Maijin and the child were no longer on the scene. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them had no intention of dealing with Hyuga Lanmo, turned around and chased after them. Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows. These people don't have the spirit of teamwork at all. He chased him up with an instantaneous technique, and directly stopped in front of the strong man Maijin in front of him, Put him down, I will spare you not to die. In fact, Hyuga Lanmo could kill him directly, but he didn't want to hurt Hyuga Hikari. Because the man's finger was placed on Hinata's neck, if he didn't make a move, he would use force on the other side, then Hinata would be over. At the same time, the other three ninjas had already caught up. Mike-chan, you really can't believe it, you want to embezzle the bonus. Advertisement. No, you see, how does this kid feel a bit like the kid on the black market scroll? Mike-chan has already felt that the boy in him is not Hyuga Lanmo at all, because by contrast, the one standing in front of the big tree is right. They are more like the boy who babbles. The water curtain on one side pulled out the rewarding scroll and looked at the portrait on it carefully. Black-haired child with closed eyes. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Before they saw the boy in the painting with his eyes closed and thought the other person was white, so he deliberately closed his eyes. Now they understand that they couldn't see it, and they caught the wrong person in the first place. Pop. The brawny Maijin directly threw Hyugako. Hinata Hikari, who fell on the ground from a tall tree, was in pain. He woke up and saw 5 people on the tree. One of them was Hyuga Lanmo. He happily reached out and said to Roar, Hyuga Lanmo, I'm here. I know, take good care of yourself. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking and rushed up. After brushing the wind blade twice, he killed the perception-type ninja in the team. Among them, his ability was the lowest, and he was the first to be destroyed. This is the cruelty of the ninja world. If you don't move forward, don't work hard, and always bottom out, you will lose your life sooner or later. Seeing this scene, Hikaru was surprised. Is this still the blind Hyuga Lanmo who always follows him with his grades on weekdays? When did he become so powerful? He rubbed his eyes, and he didn't even see how Hyuga Lanmo made the move just now, and the other party just folded. Thunder Escape, the technique of Sky Thunder. The technique of Wood Escape and Wood Dragon. Hyuga Blue inked Jia Yin quickly, and the remaining 3 opponents have no room to fight back. Among them, the man named Maijin is the strongest ability among the 4, and can reach the level of particularly high forbearance. Seeing that things were not going well, Mulong kept chasing him behind him. He jumped in and came to Hinata Hikaru. He reached out and fished him up, and then put his fingers on his neck. Smelly boy, stop quickly. Otherwise I will kill him. If you know that this kid is so powerful, he shouldn't have thrown the hostage away just now. No, don't kill me. The kidnapped Hikari turned his face pale in fright. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo stopped ninjutsu and landed on a big tree opposite the man. Hyuga Lanmo, I apologize to you, I'm really sorry, I always bully you on weekdays, I always say bad things about you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, please help me. The opposite Hyuga began to cry. Looking at the deep forest, he always felt that this place was far away from Konoha. When it was over, Hyuga Lanmo would definitely not save himself. He would definitely hate him so much in his daily life. N.S. Puff. Just when Hinata Guang lost his confidence, suddenly a wooden cutting technique exploded in the burly man's body. At the same time, a figure jumped over and swept him onto the opposite tree. It was Hyuga Lanmo. God. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo in front of him, and suddenly felt that he was so tall, and he seemed to be shining. Looking back at the person who planted under the tree, his body had been inserted into the tree like quill. You are so amazing, Hyuga Lanmo. Seeing that the enemies were dead, Hyuga Hikari burst into joy. Go back. Hyuga Lanmo grabbed his wrist and performed an instantaneous spell, which disappeared and reappeared, already several kilometers away. Hyuga Lanmo, your speed is so fast, Hyuga Lanmo, you are a hidden master, wow, where is this? Why haven't we reached the village yet? Death Forest, Halo, no wonder I feel gloomy here, but I feel safe with you by my side, Hyuga Lanmo, let's play together in the future, Hyuga Lanmo, I suddenly feel that I like you so much, I feel like I am already your obsession. Finally, when the two arrived at the village, Hyuga Lanmo shook off the nagging Hyuga Hikari in his hand, but he posted it again, with a smile on his face, and he started bragging when he saw his classmates. Oh, you haven't seen it. Hyuga Lanmo is really too powerful. 4 people surrounded him and beat him. With a wave of his hand, both of them died. The remaining one wanted to threaten him with me, but he did it again. With a shake of his hand, suddenly a wooden bomb exploded from that person's body. Great. The whole class was surrounded by Hyuga Lanmo. Really? That's great. Hyuga Lanmo, you are so good, go to the competition. Just now their seniors laughed at us, saying that we are one. The little beanbags of the first grade hid and jumped high, and we also said that our first grade small bench smashed and smashed. Chapter 47 The Despicable Danzo. Hyuga Lanmo didn't hold back and laughed when he heard this. Where is the teacher? Did you go to the hospital? Well, the afternoon is better than the second one. If we lose, we will lose. Don't care too much. Let's go to see teacher Yamashiro. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, and walked towards the Konoha hospital in the village. In the distance, the Anbu who did not catch up with them and the 3rd generation saw this scene. They sighed. After they came to the woods, it was too late. When they finally caught up with a few people, it was over there. Anyway, they didn't watch to that battle. And the conclusion that the 3 generations can draw now is only known from Hyuga Hikari's mouth, that Hyuga Lanmo can use instantaneous spells, would escape ninjutsu. Also, his perception technique is very powerful. Even if he can't see during the day, he can accurately strike the enemy and know what's happening around him. It's definitely. Sometimes he doesn't seem to know. For example, when Oyeki came yesterday, he waited until Oyeki spoke. He seemed to have just reacted. Probably this is related to the use of chakras in his body. No matter what, this child is totally obsessed. When he came to the hospital to visit teacher Yamashiro, there was nothing wrong with him. He was relieved when Hinata Mitsuha came back safely, and Hikari blew Hyuga Blue Mo in front of him again, saying how he was so powerful, how he saved himself, etc. Teacher Yamashiro looked astonished. Looking back at Hyuga Lanmo, this kid turned out to be a master. Uchiha Itachi was successfully selected into the top 200. In general, the lower grade group is not too ugly, and at least one is included. The second game was held in the afternoon, the third game in the morning the next day, and the fourth game in the afternoon. In general, the three generations of Hokage spent 60,000 to 70,000 yuan in bonuses, 3 ninjutsu cheats, and a school student and teacher for 2 days. In the end, they didn't get any information from Hyuga Lanmo. Thought of. But what can he do? People didn't make it in the first round. Does he have to force them to make a move? Besides, it makes sense to take shots in the competition. If everyone withdraws from a class, should the people in Anbu act on such young children? Anyway, this time he didn't get what he wanted. The life of the school is the same as before, school and school every day, basic education. Advertisement. And Mr. Jiraiya left Konoha because of the investigation of the whereabouts of Orochimaru, and Hyuga Lanmo resumed his life, but fortunately he had many friends around him. Recently Azuki Yuyan was on a mission outside, but Koirabu, Inazukaka and Hinata Hikaru often came to his house to play with him. The iris is beautiful, lovely and quiet, and also makes a variety of pastries and delicacies. It is very popular. Although Inazuka is with them, she spends most of the time with her dogs. Only that Hyuga was really nagging, he was bragging all over the evening after school. What are the 64 palms of the Hyuga family's gossip, 128 palms of the gossip, what are the white-eyed perspectives, how powerful they are, and so on, and how interesting their family gatherings are. Participated twice, but it blows to the sky. What also said that the file-size sister of the Zong family is beautiful and cute, she likes him the most, and laughs when she sees him. He was talking about Hinata Hyuga. When she was born, Hyuga Lanmo was not in Konoha, so naturally she didn't go to his house to send gifts. It's definitely he who is forgotten by the family, doesn't matter if he goes or not. Unexpectedly, just when a few friends were playing in the yard of Hyuga Lanmo's family, the Hyuga Zong's family came to invite Hyuga Lanmo, which made him very puzzled. He didn't know what happened until the Zong family. 2 people in the main house are drinking tea, one is the main master, the patriarch of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hazu, and opposite him is sitting the yin-slanting villain Shimura Danzo. The 2 are holding teacups with a smile on their faces. Say what? Hyuga Lanmo had never seen Danzo smile before, but at the moment, the smile on his face was like a hideous monster, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Lanmo is here, come, sit in the room. In Hyuga Lanmo's memory, Hyuga Nisa had never spoken to himself before, and today he was smiling, as if he knew him very well. No, I'll just stand here, just tell me what you have. Hyuga Lanmo said. Haha, look at this kid, he's so arrogant, but it doesn't matter, I like it, haha. Danzo once again showed his disgusting smile. Advertisement. He changed his strategy. In the 3rd generation, he didn't get permission, so he ran to Hyuga's house to say good things to Hyuga Nisa. For him, this is really a big improvement. It's not a small improvement for him at such an old age. Learn to turn. Haha. Hyuga Nizu also laughed, but when he was toasting a cup of tea, he still looked at Hyuga Lanmo from the corner of his eye. There have been a lot of rumors about him recently, but the upper management in the village have never treated him special, so much so that he thinks those rumors are false. But today, Danzo went to the door in person, and said that there was a good thing to talk to the patriarch of his Hyuga family, and he wanted to see Hyuga Lanmo, and lost a smile. This proves that those rumors are true. Thinking of this, the heart of Hyuga Hippos jumped bang. Just imagine that a 6-year-old child of the Hyuga clan could defeat Onogi and almost destroyed Iwagaki village and caught their tail beast. What is this ability? Let alone a child, even dozens of Shangren have never seen that they can do this. Hyuga Hazuto took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and looked back at Hyuga Lanmo again. The child stood there stubbornly, with an expression of reluctance in his eyes. It seems that the Hyuga family has not taken good care of him over the years. So much so that he has a more conflicting expression. Seeing Hyuga Lanmo standing in the courtyard, Danzo's smile was even stronger. Hyuga Lanmo, I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between us. Why don't you come in and have a good talk, your patriarch sits here. Don't you give me this little face. Hyuga Lanmo raised his head and glanced at Hyuga Nizu. After a long time, he took off his shoes and entered the main house. That's right, come on, have a cup of tea. By the way, children drinking tea is not good for their health, otherwise. Tuan Zhang looked around. Hyuga Nisuda immediately understood, and said, come on, bring a glass of milk. Yes, someone outside replied. You don't have to worry about it, just talk about it, why are you looking for me so late? Hinata Lanmo. Suddenly Danzo stretched out his hand and wanted to grab his finger to show his closeness. But he pulled his hand and put his hands behind his back. Chapter 48 Old Fox. Ah, hee hee. Hinata Hirozu smiled awkwardly when he saw this scene. He wanted to reprimand Hyuga Lanmo for being rude, but he didn't have the right to reprimand him when he thought that the Hyuga clan had ignored him all these years. Today, being able to bridge the gap between the two and sit here to talk is already the limit. If he relied on his status as the head of the Hyuga clan to overpower others, it would be a bit too ignorant. Haha, it's okay, I actually don't mean anything else, I just like you very much. You know, I used to ask you for 3 generations and ask you to join us, but you just don't agree. I know that there is a misunderstanding between us, but it is really just a misunderstanding. I really have nothing to do with Orochimaru. I did know him before, but I didn't know what he did. I'm loyal to Konoha, how can I support Dashemaru doing that kind of frenzied experiment? Hyuga Lanmo, you have to trust me. Danzo talked and laughed while drinking tea. In fact, he was extremely angry in his heart. When he lived such an old age, when did he say good things to others so inferiorly? Even for 3 generations, he would not give him such treatment. If this kid still doesn't agree to go with him today, don't blame him for being impolite. Even if he uses extraordinary means, he will be willing to do it. Today, he is here to give him the last chance to solve the problem peacefully. When Hyuga Hazu heard this, the smile on his face had disappeared. No wonder Danzo would come to their house and ask him to find Hyuga Lanmo to meet and chat. So there is such a deep connection between them. Danzo-sama, is there anything between Orochimaru and Hyuga Lanmo? Hyuga Hazu couldn't help but asked. After asking, he also felt a little gaff, closed his mouth and stopped speaking. As the head of the Hyuga clan, his child was lost and almost died. He was out of the village for half a year. He didn't know why, and now he still has the face to ask others. Ahem, it's okay, it's all a misunderstanding, don't talk about the previous things, Hyuga Lanmo, I have explained all what I should explain to you today, I came here to ask you, do you believe me? Hidden at home and practiced several times before coming here, he believes in his acting skills. I don't believe it. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head to look at him, his dark blue eyes became more and more introverted in the night, as if he could see everything. His eyes are really beautiful. They don't feel anything during the day when the pupils are out of focus, but as night falls, after he can see the affairs, his whole person seems to be full of spirituality because of those eyes. Advertisement. Tuanzangqi's teacup was heavily placed on the table. He stabilized for a long time before releasing the pressure of the fire that was stirred up by Hyuga Blue ink. Hyuga Lanmo, why are you so stubborn? After all, you are a member of Konoha. Isn't it what you should do to go into the root to protect Kono? Right, Patriarch Hyuga. Suddenly, Danzo set his sights on Hyuga Sunfoot. Why did he come to his house? Isn't it just asking him to help persuade Hyuga Lanmo? Why didn't he say a word? This old fox just sat there drinking tea with a smile, and said nothing. Can he not hold down a 6-year-old child? Haha, how do you say this kind of thing? I feel that the child is still young, and there is no ability to go to Anbu, let him wait for 2 years to talk about it. What status is Hyuga Nisa, the patriarch of a family? There are some things. Just look at it. If the 3 generations agreed that Hyuga Amo entered the roots, could he still come to him for help? Obviously, the 3 generations rejected him, and there are people from Tuanzang who are still looking for help with such painstaking efforts. Isn't he always bright, can't come dark? Since he didn't directly use the Dark One, it proved that he had measured this matter, and he couldn't beat Hyuga Lanmo, so he came here to offend people. He wouldn't do that kind of thing. These years, the Hyuga's family hasn't cared about Hyuga Lanmo. At this time, let him come out and use the big tail wolf to offend someone who has defeated Onoki, so he won't do it. But is Hyuga Lanmo really that great? Hyuga Hazu looked at him strangely, trying to use his eyes to check his body chakra, but because Danzo was sitting across from him, he had to stop. Well, I'm here for nothing today, Hyuga Lanmo, are you really not in your roots? Danzo stood up, this was his last time to ask Hyuga Lanmo with kind words. No, never. Hyuga Lanmo suppressed the anger in his heart and said, who did he think he was? Well, you're waiting. After speaking, Tuanzo left the main house in a huff, and left the home of Hyuga Nishu directly after a vertical leap. Hyuga Lanmo bowed his head slightly, saluted Hyuga Hazu, then got up and turned to leave. When he was leaving, Hyuga Hippocampus rolled his eyes to check his chakras all over his body. Only the thin, silky chakras wandered through his meridians. Isn't this even more forbearing? It seems that the rumors are indeed false, but why does Tuanzang insist on this child? This is too strange, right? Hyuga Lanmo returned home. Several friends had already left. The yard was dark. He entered the house and turned on the light, and started washing and preparing to go to bed. Advertisement. When I slept in the middle of the night, suddenly a pair of arms grabbed the bed, and then with a bang, a white smoke rose, and the person on the bed had turned into wood. Looking at Hyuga Lanmo again, he has entered the yard, and the 6 masters of the dark part have surrounded him round and round. Danzo was standing in the dark. He was really mad, and he was even slapped against him in the village. Take it down, I want to see people alive, and I want to see a corpse when I die. As soon as these words came out, all the surrounding dark parts rushed up. Hyuga Lanmo's several vertical leaps fought with each other. In the darkness, there are 2 eyes looking at this side through the crystal ball. He is the 3rd generation of Hokage, Sarutobi Haruchi. Beside him, stood a man wearing a mask. This man was not tall, with white hair, and was clean and fresh. This man was Kakashi Hagi in his youth. My lord, do you? He asked in a low voice. 3 generations shook his head. Don't worry, look at his ability. His speed is very fast. Just after receiving this sentence, Hyuga Lanmo over there has already shaken off a few dark roots, and appeared on Danzo's head, either you die or I die today. After finishing speaking, he suddenly jumped in, a powerful lightning appeared in his hand, and slashed at the people below. Danzo dodges. Feng Dun Shuriken. Danzo's wind escape shuriken is to increase the sharpness of the shuriken so that it can cut rocks easily. Chapter 49. Leaving Konoha. The same as Feng Dun, Thousand Wind Random Blade. The Hyuga Blue Mo on the opposite side did not hide, and directly used Feng Dun to fight. He only heard a whistling sound in the air, and then there were thousands of Feng Dun Feng swords beside Hyuga Lanmo who wanted to rush across. So strong. The injured Anbugen quickly retreated. Danzo saw this scene and used Mudden to stop him, but his Chinfeng Ranbing did not start in a straight line. Many of them were able to rotate and turn. Danzo was in front of Mudden to stop him. After that, the pants were cut off, and the butt was hit directly. The wind blade entered the body. The pain was unbearable. The wind cuts were different from ordinary concealed weapon wounds. Coupled with the huge amount of Hyuga Blue Ink Chakra, the ability of Chinfeng Ranbian was very strong, and the stabbing was hidden in the group. The wind blade pierced directly into his pelvis, and then disappeared. Ah, he couldn't help but yelled, wind escape, vacuum. This ninjutsu was like aiming at the target, like a machine gun, with continuous wind and escape attacks. Danzo's eyeballs burst, and he looked closely at Hyuga Lanmo, and attacked him. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly when he saw this scene, and huge amounts of Tudun appeared in front of him, blocking the opponent's attack, and then he had a momentary spell, which had come to Danzo's back, cutting technique. Enough. Don't kill. 3 generations appeared and quickly stopped Hyuga Lanmo. Before his handprints were finished, Tuanzang turned around and used Mudun to catch him. In this way, the 3 generations and Tuanzang were arrested. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo opened his mouth, steam escape, burst of gas. The huge amounts of explosion sounded, and 3 generations withdrew, and Danzo was injured because of his pelvic bone. It was too late to see the chi burst and wanted to escape. In order to survive, he had to quickly lie on the ground. That's it, his right face was still covered. I got burned by a burst of air. Moreover, the power of the explosion was great. When he was lying on the ground, all the clothes behind his back were blown up. Even if his body was not injured, the clothes on his back were blown to pieces. Kakashi came to Hyuga Lanmo and asked, "Are you all right?" Hyuga Lanmo stepped back, frowning his brows and looking at the people in front of him. The 3 generations quickly explained, "Hyuga Lanmo, I asked Danzo to come and let him give you a test. Congratulations, you graduated from ninja school. This is a guardian. You can form a class to perform the task tomorrow. NS. Advertisement." With that said, the 3 generations handed over a guard. Hyuga Lanmo's brows tightened. He glanced at Tuanzo. The people in Anbugen had already put clothes on his body. He stood up and looked at him viciously. His legs were a little lame. The injury is not light. It's Hokage-sama who asked Tuan to hide it. Come and tell me that I want to see people when I live, and I want to see the corpse when I die. Hyuga Lanmo was cold all over. Suddenly his body slowly rose slowly. In the night sky, he was floating in the sky, his clothes fierce, like a god descending to the earth. He just wants to arouse your fighting spirit. 3 generations are still lying. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. One by one, it's really a good way. A 6-year-old child will not let go. Danzo, don't you think I don't know what you do? When Danzo heard this, his eyes were cold. It's weird in my heart. Is this Konoha really worth the death of so many people? After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo jumped and disappeared into the night. Danzo, if you don't force him today, he won't leave. 3 generations turned around and shouted at Danzo, Onbi, hurry up and chase, don't have any physical conflicts, and led Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately. Come back, get this kid back for me. 3 generations are now very regretful. If they knew that this child had decided, he would not speak for Tuanzang just now. His mind is definitely not a child, he is mature and smarter than an adult. And Hyuga Lanmo didn't leave at all, he was now in the territory of Konoha Uchiha's family. He was sitting on a telephone pole outside Uchiha's Itachi's yard, reaching out and using the wind to knock on the window of Itachi's room. After a while, Itachi jumped out of the room. The two came to the small park next to the Hokage rock wall. There is a small venue on one side and an iron fence on one side. From here, you can directly see the entire panorama of Konoha. At this moment, the night is deep, and there is no one here. Itachi, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Hyuga Lanmo said. Advertisement. Where are you going? Itachi frowned and asked. He has been patronizing cultivation recently, and he has never had a good chat with him. He has heard the rumors about him. To be honest, he was very happy for him when he heard that others knew that his ninjutsu was powerful. But now, why did he leave Konoha? He doesn't know this very well, but he must have something that makes him intolerable. Otherwise, how could he choose this path? The sky is big, as long as I can protect myself, I can go anywhere. Hyuga Lanmo didn't want to explain too much. Uchiha Itachi nodded, and the two children stood on the heights of Konoha and looked at the whole village without speaking for a long time. Uchiha Itachi is a person with a high IQ. During the time they were silent, he had already thought about all the things he could encounter in the future, and finally he said, fortunately, I have seen your ninjutsu, otherwise it will be counted. It's dead, I won't let you leave Konoha. It's messy outside. During World War III, I saw many children who lost their lives because of the war. Fortunately, you are strong enough. He said deeply, and sighed again. Will we meet again in the future? Yes, Itachi, before leaving, I will do one thing for you. I hope you will have a happy family in the future, and the whole family will be reunited. Hyuga Lanmo looked at him and laughed. What's the matter? Uchiha Itachi asked. A little thing, Itachi, not much to say, I should go now, goodbye. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, a different space shifted and disappeared. Uchiha Itachi stood there and sighed deeply, then turned to look at Konoha. No matter what choice he made, he was his friend. In the deep tunnel, a group of people stomped and walked, and a light was on in a room in the distance, and there were bursts of screams. Master Danzo, you must endure it. The wound must be cleaned up before the next treatment can proceed. Please endure it, the medical ninja next to him said. I can bear it, hurry up. Danzo's irritable voice sounded. Hyuga Lanmo, little bunny, today's shame, I will never forget the shame of today, one day, I will let you die in my hands. HMPH, you thought you were awesome, didn't you? Play with me, I was not forced to leave Konoha. From now on, you will be Konoha's enemy. When your friends see you, they will want to kill you. When Jiraiya and Tsunade see you, they just want to bring you to justice. You think you are victory, let me tell you, you will never beat me in your life. Chapter 50 Cuttings Danzo. Danzo muttered to himself in resentment, and the next second, a medical ninja standing next to him, Yo-Yo, said, you have mu done, sure you know the cutting technique, right? Danzo frowned and looked back, what do you mean? Suddenly, the tall medical ninja at the scene turned into Hyuga Lanmo, and his fingers were already placed on his body. Wooden, cutting technique. Ah, severe pain exploded from Danzo's body. After he made only one sound, he completely died. Today will be the ending you will never forget. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the corpse in front of him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, then took off his white coat and threw it on the ground. He bowed his head and admired the Danzo who was stabbed to death by the cutting technique in front of him, and said, yes, very perfect art. Taste. The medical ninjas on both sides collapsed on the ground in fright. Someone ran out of the room and yelled loudly, nothing, someone killed Danzo. The evening breeze is breezy, and the blue ink of Hyuga stands on the top of the tall trees on the high mountains. Looking at the clear starry sky, he sucked in the air forcefully, and then opened his arms. This is the breath of freedom. From now on, he will no longer have to trick Konoha for those intrigues. Worried, he reached out his hand and touched his eyes, a smile came up at the corner of his mouth. Since he is no longer in Konoha, let him continue to complete the other tasks of the system, didn't the system say it? When he trains 10 tails, he will give him a mysterious gift package. For the gift package, he has to work hard. Thinking of this, he bowed his head slightly and searched for the current location of each tail beast in his mind. After he calculated it through time, at the moment, not long after the end of the 3 wars, the 9 tail beasts have now been sealed by the major ninja villages. Ren Zuli's body was gone. Among them, 1-tailed Shuhei Igara, 9-tailed Lama Naruto Uzumaki, or doll under 1 year old, and Nanao Chongmingfu, where is it now? It's a bit out of time to find them. For the rest, the 2-tailed traveler Zuli, the wooden man and the 6-tailed rhinoceros Zuliu, are about the same age as him, and they are almost the same. There is also 3-tailed Manjuli Yakura. Thinking of him, Hyuga Lanmo thought of Uchiha, who is currently using illusions to control Yakura in the village of Misty Hidden. He, this infatuated species, can avenge the entire Misty village in order to avenge Hirano Lin. The scourge is horrible. Advertisement. This kind of retaliation is unprecedented. Since Yakura forced Hirano Lin to become a Sanwaiman, Uchiha also forced him to become a Sanwaiman. After simply killing him, Uchiha took the soil and turned the village he cared about upside down. Moreover, in the name of Yakura, he was stinking for thousands of years. This method was truly amazing. This is really 10 years of sharpening the blade, and the knife pierces people's hearts. Hyuga Lanmo smiled at this thought, he decided to go to Wuin village. Thinking of this, he jumped from the tree and headed south. He was not in a hurry along the way. He stopped and stayed for 2 days when he encountered a place with good scenery. When the weather was bad, he would find a place to hide and practice by yourself. Finally, after half a month, he came to a small town near the sea in the southern part of the country of fire, ready to do some repairs, and then went to the country of bears, and then took a boat to the country of water. The reason why he didn't directly transfer to Wuin village in a different space is because he wanted to walk all the way and take a look, and enjoy the different scenery and customs by the way. When he arrived in the small town, he saw Jiraiya's exaggerated smile as soon as he got into a restaurant. He turned and left, Tsunade blocking the door behind him. Smelly boy, the 2 of us didn't offend you, can't you sit down and talk? Tsunade reached out and took his fingers and walked inward. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Come here to sit. Zilai also ordered a few dishes and prepared a bottle of fruit wine for him. Jilai also poured a glass of wine for him, and Tsunade also picked up some dishes for him. At this moment, Silent walked in from outside, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Hyuga Lanmo at a glance. Blue ink, Tsunade-sama said before that you might come here, but I didn't expect you to actually show up here. Holding a few packages with a large file size in her hand, she came to Hyuga Lanmo and hugged him in her arms. You must have suffered a lot, that Danzo is really annoying. Silent, don't talk nonsense. Tsunade reminded that even if some of the high-level characters are bad, it is not something they can evaluate. That's right, I hate him the most. After speaking, Mute sat next to Hyuga Lanmo, and she opened the package in her hand. Advertisement. I heard that you are going to travel for a few years. I bought a lot of things for you. This is underwear. You are outside by yourself. You can't always wear old clothes. Wash and change frequently. This is thicker clothes. If you go to the north, where there is heavy snow and cold weather, you always use chakras to prevent air conditioning. It is not good when you sleep and rest. Wearing more can save energy. These are shoes. I made them for you 3 months ago. I didn't make them until 3 days ago. Speaking of this, Mute couldn't speak anymore. She curled her lips and couldn't hold back the tears. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and stroked her back, comforting her. I'm fine, don't worry. Silent nodded heavily, sniffed his nose, and continued to turn over the package for him. This is something to eat. Don't always eat military food. Although it relieves hunger, it doesn't taste very good. There is also this, some medicine, and there are medicinal materials and medical equipment, which you can use when you learn the things on Mr. Tsunade's handwritten notes. You put these in the big reel, easy to carry. Quote. Hyuga Imoku said that he didn't show any feelings. Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't come here to find him and didn't catch him back. They came to see him off, and Silent, he really couldn't bear her. Come to Lanmo, let's have a toast. Jilai also raised the cup and said, I will often return to Konoha in the future. As for Danzo, don't worry, he dare not do anything to you. Is he still alive? Hyuga Lanmo frowned. Is he dead? Jaleda had never heard of such news, and looked at Hyuga Lanmo in surprise. Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak. Indeed, how could a person like him die all at once? If he is still alive, then it proves that he used Izanagi. I thought I could remove a future stumbling block for Uchiha Itachi, but I didn't expect to do it. If there is no Danzo, maybe Uchiha Itachi will not have to make that difficult choice in the future, thus killing the entire family and defecting to Konoha. Regardless of whether he is a double agent or someone who has Konoha even after leaving Konoha, he hopes he can have a happier life. Chapter 51. But in the end, he didn't change anything. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzo would be able to use Izanagi now. You know, he might as well remove all his bandages to see if the blood wheel eyes were already stored in it. If it is directly destroyed, see how he uses that illusion. He thought that the reincarnation eye on him was only obtained after Uchiha was annihilated, but now it does not seem to be. Izanagi, a kind of illusion technique that can transform the unfavorable factors used into the original state, Danzo used it to wipe out the killing of Hyuga Blue Mo, so he returned to be killed before he was still alive. Hyuga Lanmo looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade in front of him, and there was silence on one side. If it weren't for them, he would have really parted ways with Konoha in this life. Now it seems that since Danzo is not dead, then the relationship between him and Konoha is still there. I have to say that even if Danzo treats him badly, the 3 generations have also used a lot of tactics against him, but in Konoha, many people treat him well. Uchiha Itachi, Iris, Azuki Yuga, Inazuka Hana, Hinata Hikari, Yamashiro Aoba teacher, and the 3 in front of him. These people treat him well, he will never forget. However, he will never forget the hatred of certain people, and this person is still alive, which makes him very uncomfortable. Why is he tolerating his ability in Konoha? Isn't it just because you can't bear these people who are good to him, and you want to prevent villains from scheming? Is Danzo still alive? Okay. Then he will let him die again. 2 gentlemen, I went to the hut and came back soon. I drank too much fruit wine and my stomach was a little uncomfortable. Hyuga Lanmo got up and ran outside. After leaving the restaurant, Hyuga Lanmo came to a place where there was no one. A different space transfer has appeared in Konoha again. At the same time, he used the perception technique to feel the position of Danzo. Once again in another space, he appeared behind Danzo in the root base. Danzo already felt the danger. He turned to look, but it was too late and only heard the kid behind him asked. You have done, you must know the cutting technique, right? After speaking, Dan Zhang's body suffered a piercing pain, and he was blown apart by a wooden bomb, and his whole body died again. Danzo was still looking at Hyuga Lanmo with horrified eyes. He regretted it. If he knew that he was so difficult to deal with, he would not do it right with him. Unexpectedly, he was killed by him again. And this time, he didn't even have any room to fight back, his ninjutsu seemed to be more powerful than before. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his arm and the bandage on his eyes, and then frowned disgustingly. Sure enough, there was a blood circle eye on his right eye and arm. Advertisement. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he buttoned the 2 writing wheels on his body. I see how you still use Izanami, Danzo. If you can resurrect this time, then I tell you, you must not let me know the news. If not, I see you kill once. Let's see if you are resurrected quickly, or if I kill you quickly. After finishing speaking, Hyuga Lanmo put 2 eyes in the formalin potion taken out of the scroll, then took out the paper, pen and ink, wrote a large character and pasted it on Danzo's forehead, despicable eye thief. After doing all this, he shook his head slightly. This artwork is a bit worse than the last one. Is it disgusting to pick your eyes? Thinking of this, he turned around and disappeared. In the restaurant in the southern border town of the Country of Fire, Hyuga Lanmo washed his hands and returned to the dinner table. The smile on the corner of his mouth cracked. Cheers. Jiraiya and Tsunade also raised their glasses, and the three drank them all in one go. No one knew, in just a few minutes, Hyuga Lanmo had once again killed Danzo. They don't even know that the ability of this child now exceeds all their imaginations. Tsunade finished drinking and said, patted Hyuga Lanmo's shoulder. I have a chance, I will teach you medical ninjutsu by myself. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Lanmo. Silent reached out his hand and hugged Hyuga Lanmo again. You will definitely come back to see me, right? You will take care of yourself, right? You are only 6 years old. Saying that, she started crying again. Hyuga Lanmo nodded heavily. Sister Silence, I will definitely visit you. Don't you still have one of my summoning spells in your hand? If you really miss me, just take that the spell is burned. I will come over to see you right away. Well, I want to. Give me one. Give me one too. Jiraiya and Tsunade reached out one after another. Hyuga Lanmo each gave one. I thought that after eating this meal, I would just leave it alone. Unexpectedly, the drunk Jiraiya refused to let go of his hand, yelling that he should be given the best education or something. Advertisement. Then the airflow exploded in front of Hyuga Lanmo, and Jiraiya actually took him to Miaomu Mountain. Qua, it's Jiraiya here too. Toad saw him appear drunk and shaky with a child, and hurried back to report. Jiraiya also staggered and fell to the ground. He said in a vague way, you have to be well, and then fell asleep. Dashemaru rebelled against him and didn't stop him. He must stop this child. At least he couldn't let him go wrong. This was something he was very, very determined. Jiraiya also slept, leaving Hyuga Lanmo alone to face a group of Toad. Although he is only 6 years old, he is not a child in his heart. He naturally understands the meaning of Mr. Jiraiya who brought him here. He is all for his own good. After a while, Master Shen Zuo rushed over, and after he saw Hyuga Lanmo clearly, he covered the beard that he finally grew out and walked back, as if he was afraid that the child would burn his beard again. We seem to have seen that frog. Hyuga Lanmo said suddenly. Roar took a deep breath and turned to look at him awkwardly. It took a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, we have seen. As he said, it touched the beard and came to Hyuga Lanmo, stretched out his leg and kicked Jiraiya who was lying on the ground, but he didn't even move, and continued Roar's sleep. Please. Shen Zuo stretched out his hand and walked towards the holy ground with Hyuga Lanmo. As he walked, it secretly looked at Hyuga Lanmo. How did this person practice the art of becoming an immortal by himself? And it only took 1 day, and what is the nature of his immortal art? Why is it colorful? He can beat himself. I'm afraid that Toad, who is full of mountains, is not his opponent, right? Thinking of this, Shen Zuo pointed to the front again. Let's go to my house. The food my wife cooks is very delicious. We eat while we wake up as well. Good. Hyuga Lanmo nodded politely. No. He can't eat insects. Suddenly Jiraiya's voice rang behind the two of them. He swayed after him, and took Hyuga Lanmo in his arms with a look of pity. 2 Chapter 52 Miaomu Mountain. After that, he held him tightly and refused to let go, and eventually the two fell to the ground together, and he fell asleep again. This time, no matter how everyone used any method, he couldn't snatch Hyuga Lanmo from his arms. Helpless, everyone could only wait. In this way, Jiraiya also slept for 3 days, definitely, and after 2 hours of sleep, he naturally let go of Hyuga Lanmo. The long wait is tormenting. Although the fruits of Miaomu Mountain are delicious, the frogs from all walks of life are constantly looking at him, which really makes Hyuga Lanmo feel like he is a panda in the zoo. That's him? The immortal art he cultivated? It seems to be him. I think Master Shen Zuo treats him respectfully. He is still a child, so he can cultivate on his own, which is really amazing. Have you heard? His celestial skills are different from those of our 3 holy sites, Toad Wentai said. I heard my father say that when he was in a celestial state, the facial makeup on his eyes was colorful. Huh? Colorful? We have never seen what Kikai's face is like. It must be cool, the other Toad on the side asked. I want to come. Yes, don't you think Master Shen Zuo is very kind to him? Hyuga Lanmo sat on the floor, looked back at Jiraiya, and felt anguish. He knew that he brought him here for his own good, but he didn't know what he wanted to do. Finally, 3 days later, Jiraiya woke up too. He rubbed his eyes and looked around, and then the focus of his gaze fell on Hyuga Lanmo who was sitting on the side with his eyes closed. Wow, I really brought you here, great. Let's go find Toad, Grand Master. With that said, Jiraiya stepped forward, took Hyuga Lanmo's hand, and walked towards the holy land of Haoshan. In the cave holy ground behind Miaomu Mountain, an old toad sits on top of the main seat. He wears a doctor's hat on his head and a ball with the word, oil, hung on his neck. He squinted his eyes and looked down. Jiraiya, who did you bring? Much cuter than you. Rarely, Fairy Toad is not confused today. Advertisement. This is Hyuga Lanmo, Grandpa Toad. Can you help me see the fate of this child? Jiraiya looked at the fairy toad on the high seat with hopeful eyes. Oh, it's that kid. The old man squinted and looked at the child below. Suddenly his eyes widened, and Jiraiya also widened his nervous eyes. Then he nodded again, then shook his head again and sighed slightly. My grandfather, what's the matter? Are you saying something? Jiraiya asked unbearably. I can't see him in the future, and I can't figure it out, but I can see the child's past very clearly. He is born with a mutated bloodline. After he opens his eyes can communicate with the 6 realms. He is a rare wizard. He can learn everything he has seen, but at the same time, there is primitive power in his body, which is not good for him, so be careful. Jilai also heard this, and couldn't tell the feeling in his heart. No wonder the child's ability to learn ninjutsu was so strong, it turned out to be directly related to his bloodline. Grandpa Toad closed his eyes, and just when Zilaya and Hyuga Lanmo wanted to turn around and leave, he suddenly opened his eyes again, and then waved his hand. Come here too. Jilai also hurriedly moved forward 2 steps. What does the fairy have to say? I'm telling you, this kid is strong, I can feel it. After speaking, the fairy Toad took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. Old lady, what about his future? Jilaya has been looking for the prophetic son. He really hopes Hyuga Lanmo is that kid. It's him who succeeds, and he who fails, it's a good luck. Then is he the son of prophecy? Grandpa Toad shook his head. He is not the son of prophecy, but he is above the son of prophecy. What does this mean? By the way, the old lady, what is the original power? Can you make it clear? Jilaya asked again. The other party already said nothing. Jilai also looked at Hyuga Lanmo, but the other party was very calm, as if the old man's words had nothing to do with him. He took him out of the cave and said to Shen Toad what Fairy Toad had just said. Shen Zuo frowned slightly. It also cared very much about the raw power sentence, because this thing seemed to be of no benefit to the child. If a person is strong enough, he is indeed the one who can succeed in the ninja world, and he is also the one who fails. Advertisement. No matter how strong ninjutsu is, people must use it. Humans play a vital role in this world. So if you want a person to succeed, naturally this person has to walk a good way. If you want a person to lose, then it will affect him. There are many factors. And this primitive power in Hyuga Lanmo's body, since it is not good for him, they must not despise it. Immortal Shen Zuo was also in trouble after hearing what Jiraiya said. After a while, his eyes lit up and he said, I have a way to know what is going on. Let's go to a place. The 3 of them came to the valley, and a huge amounts of stone appeared in front of them. There was a strange spell painted on the stone. Shen Zuo Xianren pointed to it. Hinata Lanmo, sit on it, and use the fairy mode for a while. Hyuga Lanmo believed that since they would not harm him, he sat on it and began to absorb natural chakras. Although his body slowly changed, a fairy face appeared on his face, and a lot of Toad appeared around him to watch. This is colorful Facebook. Wow, so beautiful. Toad looked at his face carefully and watched the changes of the spell on the stone below. Eventually its eyes widened, then looked to the side of Jiraiya, and whispered, I know what primitive power is. He has Chakra the tailed beast on him. Hearing this, Jilai was shocked. He turned his eyes to Hyuga Lanmo and said, how is it possible? After returning from Miaomu Mountain, Jiraiya has been frowning, sometimes lowering his head and stroking Hyuga Lanmo's hair, sometimes shaking his head slightly and sighing. Lanmo. Finally, after thinking about it for a long time, he opened his mouth. The handwritten manuscript I gave you at the Senjujuma, how are you doing? Already learned it all. Hyuga Lanmo told the truth. Okay, yes, by the way, Lanmo, do you know that you have the power of the tail beast in your body? It is that kind of very irritable and very strange power. I don't know, but I feel all is well. That's good. If you feel that there is a problem, you must be steady. If there is any problem, remember that the Myojin Gate can help you. Jilai finished talking and thought about it carefully. Chapter 53. But, I still don't rest assured. In this way, I will return to Konoha first. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is the most powerful in the ninja world. I will go back and help you find some sealing technique cultivation methods, which may help you in the future. Do whatever you should, and I will find you. After speaking, Jilai left in a hurry. Hyuga Lanmo originally wanted to tell him that he was good at the sealing technique of the Bofeng Watergate Society, but thinking of the size of the world, there are no surprises. Maybe the Whirlpool family has any other powerful sealing technique? Did not stop him. Seeing them so worried, he had an internal vision system. In mirror cloning, although the progress of the cloning of the 4 tails and 5 tails is slow, they are also moving forward in an orderly manner. The successfully cloned little Kyuubi is now in the stage of growing up. At present, there has been a physical differentiation. Before, it was just a small group like a steamed bun, but now, it has grown small arms and legs, but the eyes are still tightly closed. It's like a sleeping baby. Although it is still very small, the tail beast chakra on its body is constantly overflowing, so it was detected by Shen Zuo Shenren. Little guy, you see you scared Mr. Jilaya, don't be a demon. If you mess around, I'm not polite to you. Just in case, Hyuga Lanmo reviewed all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan again, then packed up his bags and set off again. The shoes that Silent made for him fit well, and he was a little reluctant to wear them, but Silent seemed to know what he was thinking, and when he left, he threw away his old pair of broken shoes and put the new pair of shoes away, at the door of the room. Looking at the shoes on his feet, Hyuga Lanmo's mouth smiled. Leaving the country of fire, Hyuga Lanmo came to the country of bears, and instead took a boat to the country of water. But I didn't expect that after arriving at the pier, there was no passenger ship. When everyone heard about going to the water country, they all shook their heads, saying that at the time of civil unrest, the ship to the water country would be sent once every 10 days, but yesterday the latest passenger ship has been sent away. If Hyuga Lanmo wants to take the ship, he can only wait 8 days later. Hyuga Lanmo was slightly worried, and was thinking, otherwise he could fly over. A strong man came over carrying a sack and asked, little guy, what do you want to do in the country of water? I went to my relatives, Hyuga Lanmo replied. Advertisement. Come on, come with me, our merchant ship is going to the water country, but you are not allowed to run around. If you promise me this, I will take you on board, the man said. Last time I also let a kid on the boat, but he ran around and caused me to be fined by our captain for half a month's wages. I don't want to be fined again. After the man finished speaking, he sighed slightly. Hyuga Lanmo is happy to see this scene and promises, Uncle, don't worry, I will never run around. Okay, come with me, as he said, the man carried the sack forward and grabbed his hand, and walked to the boat. After entering the warehouse, he put down the sack and placed Hyuga Lanmo. You stay here, I will bring you food tonight, remember not to run around, try not to be found by our captain, and wait until the country of water, I will notify you. Hyuga Lanmo nodded heavily. The man stretched out his hand and shook it before his eyes, then shook his head and said, poor boy. After speaking, the man took out a bag of pastries from his arms, stuffed it into Hyuga Lanmo's hands, turned around and went out to work again. Hyuga Lanmo was extremely embarrassed, and he didn't want people to misunderstand that he couldn't see it, but even if his eyes were open during the day, he didn't have a focus. So even if he can feel everything around him with mirror perception, his eyes can't deceive people. Helpless, he won't explain this kind of thing, just do whatever others think. The merchant ship headed east, sailing on the sea not far from the Bear Country. Hyuga Lanmo stayed in the cabin and was extremely bored, but he promised that he would hide here, and he would do what he said. Otherwise, would he go out suddenly now? Betrayed that kind uncle. Thinking like this, the uncle appeared at the door of the cabin with a meal. Little friend, I'm here to bring you food, you see what the kitchen did this time? Minced meat, rapeseed, pan-fried sea fish, everyone also divided 2 apples, it must taste good, come and eat. Advertisement with that, the man came over. At this moment, an excited voice rang, aha, Kamaru, I caught it again this time, right? You took the street children onto the boat again, didn't you? What should you do this time? After the voice sounded, a fat man appeared at the door of the cabin with a snow-white uniform, a plate face, small eyes and thick lips, a top hat on his head, and a triumphant smile on his face. Ji-wan, you really don't feel like eating 100 beans. It's the first few times. You have pity on those children. Who pity you? Come on, what should I do this time? Captain, why are you yelling like this? Don't you scare the kids? The man named Jimaru quickly put down the tray in his hand, looked for Hyuga Lanmo, and found him behind the sack shop. Little friend, don't be afraid, our captain is just a knife-mouthed tofu heart, it's okay, come over and eat. With that said, Kamaru stretched out his hand and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's finger and led him out. Hyuga Lanmo pulled back his finger, Uncle, although my eyes are a bit bad, I can feel everything around me, so you don't need to take care of me like this. Really? Then you are really amazing, come on, come and eat, as he said, Ji-wan brought the food over. Ji-wan, don't ask for your wages this month, your wages will be used as the child's boat ticket. It will flood you with kindness. One day you will lead pirates to the ship. It's kindness. Have you forgotten what happened on the other boat? Sooner or later, you have harmed the people in our boat. After speaking, the captain snorted coldly and wriggled his fat body and walked out of the cabin. In the cabin, Kamaru looked at Hyuga Lanmo for a long time and then explained, don't blame the captain. He is worried every time he sails. Last year, the penguin encountered a few refugees who fell into the water at sea, so he rescued him with kindness. In the end, those people turned out to be pirates. An entire ship, dozens of lives, and tens of thousands of caddies of food were all gone. After speaking, Jimaru clenched his fist tightly. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo comforted, Uncle, don't worry, this time it will go smoothly. Yeah, pirates are too rampant these years. There is no way, eat, this time the captain also found you, you don't have to hide, you don't have to go out if you want to go for a stroll, you don't have to always be in this cabin. Bored. Chapter 54 5 Ninjas. After speaking, he stood up and walked out, raising his hand and touching his eyes as he walked, as if he was sad. In the next few days, Hyuga Lanmo learned from the other crew members on the ship that it turned out that Kamaru's youngest daughter had died looking for him. At the time of World War III, he was running boats all the year round to earn money, and his wife lived with 2 children in a small fishing village in water country. As a result, because of a pirate attack, his wife was killed and 2 weak children. When I came out to look for him, the youngest daughter died of illness on the road. Afterwards, he would overflow with sympathy whenever he encountered street children. He always thought that if someone helped his 2 children at the time, maybe his little daughter would not die, so whenever possible, he would help other children, so that they can have a chance to live. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, his heart was heavy. Everyone in this world is not living easily. The ship traveled from the southwest port of Bear Country. After traveling for 2 days, it stopped at the easternmost port. Many merchant ships would call here because some ninjas would accept missions here. Their main acceptance is the task of protecting the safety of merchant ships, because further on is the place where pirates frequent. If ninjas are hired here for protection, it is very likely that they will be able to successfully escape the pursuit of pirates. Not only can they keep the cargo on the ship, but also protect everyone's safety, so many merchant ships will find ninjas here. Hyuga Lanmo stood on the splint, watching the captain Mr. K. Lois disembark with the 2 crew members. And some sandren are pulling alive on the shore. Boss, what do you think of the 3 of us? We are a water mist combination. He is good at water escape. I am good at water mist. I can deceive the eyes of pirates very well. There is no hurdle to pass. This is the captain of the conch. How about the 5 of you? We have perception type ninjas here. They can accurately determine the position of the enemy. Not only that, but our ninjutsu is also very powerful. The physical skills are here. The port, we dare to say second, no one dares to say first, how about it? Although our price is a bit higher, we can definitely guarantee that you will be safely sent to the water country. Choose us. Captain K. Lois continued to move forward as if he hadn't heard it. They wanted to go to the ninja affairs office on the harbor. Sometimes the office people can invite the ninjas from the 5 ninja villages. If you encounter 1 or 2 Shangnen, it will be even better. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo stood on the splint, and Yukimaru stood on his side and explained, what can these ninjas do? The people I invited last time spent a lot of money, but as a result, we met pirates better than us. Faster. Above the sea. I hope not to meet pirates, definitely, it would be nice if you get a real ninja. Are there fake ninjas? Hyuga Lanmo had never seen a fake ninja when watching Naruto's plot before, so naturally he didn't know. Definitely, look at these people in the port, how many are really good at it? Yes, some people can squirt so long, and it's closer than my spit of water. You say this is true? And that one, do you see that thin man? I've been with our fleet last time, and I asked for a lot of money. When I boarded the ship, the sky was boasting. As a result, the water escape was good. But when I met a pirate, he jumped off the ship and ran away. It's really good, it's not a shit, but like this, our captain won't give money. This kind of protection task is for the ship to dock at the destination and settle the account. Kamaru said while looking at the shore. Suddenly his eyes fell on Hyuga Lanmo's backpack. Kid, are you a ninja? I see a shuriken exposed in your bag, you won't be a ninja, bar. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo reached out and took the backpack, stuffed the shuriken inside, and then nodded. Yes, I used to stay in Konoha. Then do you know how to ninjutsu? Know a little bit? Wow, awesome, your uncle has lived in my 30s, and I don't even have chakra, so I can only be a crew member for a lifetime. After speaking, he laughed. At this time, Captain K. Lois appeared at the port with 5 ninjas, and had already walked towards the conch. After getting on the ship, he introduced the 5 people he had brought with everyone. These 5 are the ninjas of the Bear Country Star Ninja Village. They will escort us for the most important 8 days of this voyage. Everyone applauded, and Kamaru on one side shouted loudly, Captain, this kid is also a ninja. Can he also join the ranks of protecting us? As long as you don't deduct my salary? Advertisement. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he had to admit that Kamaru did help himself, and if he could exempt him from being detained, he would be willing to help them. A baby. What are you kidding? Captain Lois waved his hand and prepared to go back to the cabin and set sail, but after 2 steps, he looked back at Hyuga Lanmo. He thought to himself that this G1 is not easy. If he really deducted his 1 month's wages, he would not be anxious to himself. Besides, he still has a son in the family who needs to be raised, and this child seems impossible to be given to him. If you can afford the boat money, instead of letting him eat plain rice every day, it is better to let him help. Okay, let him also participate in the work of protecting the fleet. On the ninja side, people will definitely not want him, let him help the crew. After finishing speaking, he shook his head again. Hey, I'm really confused, a blind man, how can I help? Forget it, don't let him help. Isn't it just a boat? I promised it, but I definitely won't do it next time. If anyone dared to bring someone to the ship secretly in the future, who would I give up? Have you listened? I heard it. The crew replied. When Maru heard that the captain did not deduct his wages, he laughed. He lowered his head and said in Hyuga Lanmo's ear. What am I talking about? Our captain is a good person, I am not deducting my salary. After speaking, he patted Hyuga Lanmo on the shoulder and went to work. The captain didn't need him, and Hyuga Lanmo didn't need to join in the fun. He stood in front of the railing, feeling the sea breeze. 5 ninjas walked over, 3 adults and 2 young men, all of whom were wearing the foreheads of Star Ninja Village. When they saw Hyuga Lanmo, they had a certain contempt in their eyes. One of the 13 or 14-year-olds came over and looked at him condescendingly, with a sneer on his face. Hey, are you a ninja? What kind of ninjutsu can be used? Refine a chakra for me to see? Oh, I'm the only one? I found out that he was blind after having been around for a long time? Ha ha ha. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. Will I be blind and care about you? Chapter 55. Why don't you care about us? So young, I got on the ship secretly and let people introduce you to work. There's a lot of scheming in order to grab the task, the young man said. Years of war made some ninjas in small countries really struggle to survive and make money. They even repelled a 6-year-old child because of a task. They really developed their skills. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the man in front of him and said, what scheming? You think a lot, persecution paranoia, right? Smelly B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** about to rush forward, but he was dragged by the other ninjas on one side. Heavenstar, don't be impulsive, he is just a child. After speaking, the adult dragged the young man back to the cabin. Hyuga Lanmo stood in front of the railing and stretched out his arms. Komaru on one side was cleaning the splints. He had heard all the conversations between the 5 ninjas and him just now. He walked over when he saw people leaving. Children, did they misunderstand something? Why did you steal their business? I asked you to help with the task of protecting the conch. I pushed you out to protect my salary. Why did they think you? Hey, what do you call this? Maru didn't stand up just now because he didn't want to offend these ninjas. After all, these people will protect them in the next 8 days. They and the crew dare not tear their faces with them, or else I don't know how he died. It's okay, Uncle Maru, don't worry. Hyuga Lanmo doesn't care about those people. The reason why he takes a boat is to enjoy the scenery on the sea. Since he has this opportunity, he will never affect his mood because of some unimportant people. In the evening, Hyuga Lanmo ate with the crew at the same table, while the ninjas of the 5-star ninja village were at another table. The captain ate in the cab and did not come. Haha, it's really funny, some people actually get along with the crew in order to pave the way for themselves. It's really a good strategy. They don't have any skills, and they dare to come out to take the task, and are not afraid that they will die without a place to be buried. The young man started again. He was scornful. Ji-Wan stood up angrily, and the people around him dragged him down for a long time before pulling him down. Don't be impulsive, you will be on 3 Split Island in 2 days. There are often pirates there. If you offend now, these people will harm everyone. Ji-Maru reluctantly sat down. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. A man said more sarcastically than a girl. Advertisement in the next 2 days. Although the ninjas of Star Ninja Village didn't say anything anymore, the boy named Tianxing was really idle and didn't know what to do. He started to trouble Hyuga Lanmo when he had nothing to do, instead of pretending to collide. At a glance, he sneered or spoke insultingly, making several crew members blind. But what can be done? They are ninjas, and the captain paid a lot of money to protect everyone. That night, while the conch was sailing on the sea, someone in the inner room suddenly yelled, and then someone screamed. All the crew members got up and checked, only to realize that it was the boy among the 5 ninjas, Tianxing, who was sick. His eyes were pale, his limbs twitched, and Roar had difficulty in sucking. The people around him seemed to know what had happened to him, took out a small paper bag from the backpack, reached out and opened it, and when they saw the contents of the paper bag, they were completely stunned. What's wrong, Chestnut? Hurry up, Tianxing won't be able to support it for a while, the leader of the ninja captain urged. It's no good, it's all damp, how can you still suck it if it's all like this? Sure enough, the black powder in the paper bag had agglomerated and all had become damp. How about giving him a meal? Shouted a girl who was about the same age as a teenager. No, you can't eat this thing. If you eat it, it will explode. In order to survive, you must not eat it. The old ninja constantly shook his head. Hyuga Lanmo was standing at the door of their dormitory, and he knew it well when he saw this scene. The reason why this Star Ninja village survived the 3 wars was because their village had a star that fell from the sky, and the ninjas in their village relied on the stars for their cultivation all year round. And the few in front of them, I'm afraid they all grew up absorbing the star ability, and the black powder in the paper bag in their hands must have something to do with the stars. The sea is damp and the powder is clumped, so you can't smoke it right away. That sky star is in danger. Hurry up and bake it, hurry up, the headed man shouted loudly. Well, I'll go now, but I don't know if Tianxing can last until then, the tall man on the opposite side said uneasily. Advertisement, what to do? Tianxing, you must persist. The leading man reached out and hugged the young man in front of him, and the others were very anxious. At this moment, the crew watching the excitement touched Hyuga Lanmo. Children, do you know how to heal? I saw you read the medical notes that day, can you save it? Hyuga Lanmo leaned on the door, and when he heard this, he said, it can be saved, but I don't want to save this kind of person. It's upset to look at it. After speaking, he turned and left, but he didn't want the woman to rush over and grab Hyuga Lanmo's wrist. Child, please, save my friend, he didn't mean to offend you, it's us, it's too difficult. In these years of war, let alone these ninjas who have come out to make money, it is the limit to ensure the safety of the village, so they cherish this opportunity to get the mission very much. She hopes he can understand. Hongyu. I don't need him, I won't die, no one wants me to die. Over there, after the young man named Tianxing suffocated his breath, he fell to the ground again, as if he was about to die. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo thought to himself, this guy is going to be finished, and it is also a weird thing to suffocate his neck and mouth. Thinking of this, he took off his shoes, took off his socks, took a few steps forward and grabbed the boy's chin, opened his mouth, and stuffed the socks into his mouth. Shut up, you. A man, there are so many words. Forehead, not only him, but even the people around him who saw this scene almost vomited in disgust. What are you doing? You want to die, don't you? The headed man stretched out his hand and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo. He backed away, avoiding his eagle claws. At this moment, the teenager pulled off his socks and threw up, his face turned blue. Then he sat on the ground, panting heavily. Look, he seems to be all right. Someone said. Chapter 56 Psychic Sea Monster. Several ninjas from Star Ninja Village hurried forward to see this scene and checked his body. As expected, the person who almost couldn't breathe just now turned out to be able to breathe smoothly. What's going on? The headed ninja looked back at Hyuga Lanmo in surprise. Hyuga Lanmo sneered. He is not the kind of illness you think, he is food poisoning, just induced vomiting. After speaking, he turned and left. The taste here is really bad. Everyone is stunned. Food poisoning. It's strange, how come others are okay, only this teenager will be food poisoned? This is really incomprehensible, but if the child is wrong, then he did save him, after all, he is alive now. Later, Jimaru learned that the physique of the boy was different from others, just as some people had nothing to do with wild mushrooms, and it was the same reason that some people would see elves after eating them. In the next 2 days, except for the boy he saved by stuffing socks, the other 4 ninjas treated him a lot. Especially that long and beautiful young lady named Hongyu, always talks to Hyuga Lanmo when she has nothing to do, and that makes her face even worse. Hongyu, let's go back to the cabin. Tianxing stood on the side of the two of them, looking at the two who were having a good chat, and couldn't help but interject. Seeing Hongyu didn't mean to leave, he looked at Hyuga Lanmo in a blink of an eye. Boy, I'm not very big, but there are a lot of tactics. In just 2 days, you have taken all the people around me away. You really have two things. Is your mind so narrow by nature? Everything can be related to conspiracy theories? Did you grow up in a persecuted environment? Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly and asked, regardless of his age, but his expression on Tianqing is like looking at an artificially fried hen. In their village, surely many people hate him, right?
What do you mean? I think you are narrow-minded. Why do you have to stuff me socks with so many ways to induce vomiting? You deliberately retaliate against me and embarrass me. Tianqing squinted his small eyes. Angry face expression. Tianqing, what are you doing? How do you say, this kid saved you, don't you not know whether it is good or bad? Hongyu on one side said. He saves me. If I meet a pirate, it's not me who saved him. He saved me before to build a relationship with us, just to wait until we meet a pirate so that we can repay the favor. Come out, I will live 16 years in vain. Advertisement. After Tianqing finished speaking, he snorted coldly, as if he was a big man in the shinobi world. Hyuga Lanmo couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Yes. I really want to embarrass you and retaliate against you by stuffing your socks, but I never thought of pointing you to save me. Cut. You just pretend to be stiff. When the time comes, the pirate will come to see who is crying and crying for us to save. After that, Tianqing jumped to the mast, and shouted at the sea, Pirate, come on, I will give you this little boy who has no full hair, you can cramp, pull out your bones, peel your skin and let your blood flow. Do whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, a water flew out and directly attacked the people on the mast. The people above dodged and landed on the deck. The captain of the 5 ninjas stepped forward and grabbed the collar of Tianqing. Are you crazy? You dare to talk nonsense on this sea? I'm really impatient. At the same time, the captain had already ran out of the cabin, and was accompanied by a few sailors. You, how can you say this? This is the place where the pirates of 3 Splitting Island come and go, you. The captain sighed heavily, turned around and rushed into the cabin, and began to steer the helm with all his attention. Sailing on the sea is the most superstitious, and his nonsense is the most annoying. Whenever something happens, it is his crow's mouth. I just yelled, should I be okay? At the moment, Tianqing was also a little scared. He knew that above the ocean, some taboos could not be said at all, which shows that he was a bit too much just now. I really don't know what to say about you. Give me your attention, Captain Ninja. Tianma finished speaking and turned to look at the sea. Tianqing saw this scene and turned and looked at Hyuga Lanmo angrily, and shouted, it's all because of him. If he didn't arouse me, how could I do such a thing? This time, everyone frowned. This person hasn't stopped his mouth since he got on the boat, which is really annoying. You wait for the brat, I will make you pay the price of blood. The man was still calling out. Hyuga Lanmo ignored him, facing the sea, his eyes opened. Advertisement. During the day, his eyes are usually closed. Now he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sea. This action attracted Hongyu beside him. She also looked at the sea and asked, what's wrong? You. Looking at what? They are here, Hyuga Lanmo said. As soon as his words fell, thick fog rose across the sea. Be careful, everyone. The experienced crew member shouted loudly, and many sailors all rushed out of the cabin, armed with weapons in hand, and stood ready. Don't be afraid, everyone, with me here, it won't be a problem to annihilate the pirates. Suddenly, Tianqing, who was screaming just now, cried out happily again. Finally, it's time for me to show my skills. Several sailors saw this scene and did not speak. Hyuga Lanmo also stood there motionless, not even moving. When the red jade on one side was about to speak, he grabbed his fingers and shook his head at her. Shush. At the moment, a monster tentacles on the bottom of the sea suddenly stretched out, grabbed the sky star, and dragged it into the sea, leaving only his screaming sound in the air. At the same time, the other 4 ninjas waited, and the other crew members trembled in terror when they saw the scene. Sailing at sea, sometimes it's just luck. The conch hasn't encountered a strong pirate with ability in the past 6 months, but this time it seems to have encountered it. What's the matter? Is it spiritism? Someone asked quietly among the ninjas. Indeed, the opponent has a master, and one of them is using spiritism to summon a sea monster suitable for sea combat. Under the thick fog and in the sea, a pair of shining yellow big eyes are swimming in the sea, and all around the sea is shrouded in a terrible anger. Some crew members have been scared to the boat, and some have tears. Can't help but fall off. Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. Those ninjas who can't talk nonsense while walking on the sea actually summon pirates. This time, okay. Summon the most powerful pirate trio, right? It's over. This time it's all over. What is the pirate trio? Hyuga Lanmo asked strangely. Chapter 57. Someone replied. They are the strongest pirate group among the pirates. They have been in the East Daxia Sea for more than 10 years. Under normal circumstances, they only attack in groups of 3. The probability of encountering them is also very low, but if you encounter them, there is no doubt that he will die. In the past 10 years, there hasn't been any ship that can only escape from their men. They are cruel and psychic sea monsters. Every time they commit crimes, they will not leave alive. This time, we are really over. Don't talk nonsense, don't we still have ninjas? They will definitely work hard to protect us. On the other side, a crew member cheered everyone up. And the captain is now at the helm. There are many reefs on 3 Split Island. If you want to pass it smoothly, you can't have the slightest thought to escape, otherwise the pirates have not succeeded, and the ship will be in trouble if it hits the rocks. Ha ha ha, you are right this time, isn't there still me? Suddenly the sea water rolled, and the sky star rose directly from the sea water, and the monster in the sea water had already disappeared. He was rippling with purple chakras like a peacock. Tian Xing floated in the air, his face was full of excitement and distortion, roar, peacock magic. After saying this, he turned around and rushed into the dense fog, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Where did he go? Captain Ninja couldn't help but asked. It should be to catch the pirate leader. Great, this time we ask the people from Shinran village to escort us. The crew on the ship breathed a sigh of relief, and someone screamed happily. On the other side, the few ninjas in the Star Ninja village had solemn expressions. No wonder Tianxing is so nagging and small-minded, these ninjas still let him. It turned out that he was one of the successful ninjas in Xingyan village who practiced the peacock magic method. Just when everyone was happy, suddenly the sea on the right rolled over, and 5 or 6 octopus tentacles stretched out under the sea, and they grabbed the crew on the boat. Ah, there was a terrible cry from the scene. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, 4 ninjas dispatched, some using ninjutsu, and some using weapons in their hands to behave fiercely, and started fighting against the tentacles of those octopus monsters. Finally, all of the octopus tentacles retracted. Seeing this, these 5 ninjas had made a battle plan in advance. While everyone was watching the sea level around the hull vigilantly, Tian Xing suddenly flew back from a distance, stopped and returned to the top of the hull, and asked, "What's the matter? Can't you hold on after I left for a while? The pirate who started from the back might be around here, we should catch the thief first." Tianxing, you can't be careless, be careful. Team leader Tianma said. You still have to worry about yourself. How can you be the captain? Tianxing sneered dissatisfiedly, and then stopped his gaze on Hyuga Lanmo who was standing on the splint. The smile gradually solidified. Everyone, there is one thing I have to say. I could kill this monster at once, but I have a requirement. If you meet my requirements, I will continue to fight. If not, then I will not do this task. Yes, anyway, I'm in the sky and you're on the boat. See who consumes whom. What are you talking about? The captain asked loudly when he heard the voice lying in front of the cabin window. I want you to throw that stinky boy into the sea. After saying this, Tian Xing smiled triumphantly on his face. Let you offend me, let you stuff me socks, let you know how good I am today. Quote. Young man, you can't be like this. He's still a child. Besides, he saved you. You can't avenge your grievances. On one side, Maru hurried forward to protect him in front of Hyuga Lanmo. When Tian Xing heard this, the angry expression on his face was distorted. What are you talking about? He didn't save me at all. He was teasing me. Everyone who teased me deserves to die. After speaking, the purple chakra on Tianxing was like a monster with tentacles, rushing towards Hyuga Lanmo. He wanted to catch him, and then threw him into the sea. And Hyuga Lanmo is in front of him who was protecting him. If he does this action, it is likely to hurt him. At the moment, Yukimaru would not escape at all. Tianxing didn't care whether he hurt innocent people. In this scene now, it is nothing to him to die 1 or 2 people. Seeing the opponent's chakra's hand, he grabbed it. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and pushed Kimaru to the ground, and then the whole person was grabbed by the opponent's chakra's hand. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, brat, I won't forgive you now if you kowtow and admit your mistakes, go and die. After saying that, Tianxing threw Hyuga Lanmo into the sea with a single effort. At the moment when he entered the water, Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes slightly, and countless pairs of yellow copper bell-like eyes surrounded him. A monster opened his mouth and swallowed him in one mouthful. Ha ha ha. Above the sky, Tianxing laughed wildly, because he had already seen the monster splashing out of the water and eating the child with his mouth open. Ah, I killed you, little guy, little guy. On the boat, Yukimaru cried loudly, as if he thought of his own child. If he didn't let him aboard, would his destiny be different? What are you crying? He is dead, and my mood will be better. If my mood is better, I can save you. Isn't it just a psychic monster? I will kill it now. Tianxing said loudly. The whole person's hilarious expression looked so strange. The other 4 ninjas saw this scene with complicated hearts. It was not the first time that they performed a task with him in a small group. Every time he had someone who disliked him, he would eventually be killed by him. His character really makes people breathless, but it is undeniable that he is really strong in ninjutsu, which is why the entire Star Ninja village is tolerating him. But in the past 2 years, because of his continuous increase in ability, his temper has become worse and worse. Sometimes they are really scared. They don't know one day, this guy who is already lawless and laughs only by killing will go out of control and destroy the entire Star Ninja village. Tianxing rushed into the sea and fought for a while. There were a few sharp screams in the sea. Then he pulled an octopus tentacle and threw it out of the sea. It has been removed by me with a leg, haha. Immediately afterwards, the second tentacle was also thrown out, and then the third. One after another, in order to show his ability, he didn't worry at all, and finally he appeared holding the octopus head. I killed it, we are safe. Everyone looked at him, even the other ninjas frowned. There was no joy of victory on their faces, on the contrary, there was a terrifying horror on their faces. Chapter 58. Big brother, do you think that kid is a fool? I don't know what he is. Does he think he has won a big victory? On the surface of the sea opposite the conch, as the thick fog dissipated, a small boat the three above were revealed. The headed person is tall and thin, with the forehead of Wuin village's rebelliousness. Although the remaining two are Sanrin, they don't seem to be general. Because this pirate group has only 3 people, not only that, but their ships are also small and pitiful. In the ninja world, the level of ninjutsu is used. No matter how large the number of people and the size of the ship are, if the ninja capacity on the ship is low, it will eventually be destroyed by the opponent. Therefore, even though they only have 3 people, it is the most terrifying pirate group that can appear in a 3-person boat in this vast sea. Hearing the sound, Tianxing slowly turned his head, his neck seemed to be stuck by something, and it took him a long time to see the scene in front of him in horror. In the sea area several kilometers behind him, countless octopus tentacles were dancing with their teeth and claws, and the octopus monster he had spent a long time killing just now was only one, and there were countless others around. Not only that, in order to kill it, his thigh was sucked by the octopus monster's tentacles. Now the pain is unbearable. In order to pretend to be a cow, he did not show it. But now, it took him so hard to kill only one, so what about these on the sea? And on the surface it looks like there are only these, who knows how much there is in the sea. His legs trembled and he looked back at Conch. Everyone looked at him blankly, before they treated him like a hero, but now, what should he do? Chestnut, Hongyu, Captain, how about we go together? He stammered, his face was ugly to the extreme, because he was not a fool, he knew that even if they went together, it could not be so many sea monsters. Opponent. Hongyu sighed slightly, turned to look to the captain on the side, and said, what should I do? I can only do it hard, go. Advertisement. After that, these ninjas jumped off the boat and fought with the many sea monsters that the other party psyched up on the sea. And the sky star floats high in the air, just watching the scene in front of him, but there is no sign of doing it, because his leg hurts to his death now. The tentacle suction cups of those octopus monsters seem to be poisonous, but it hurts after being sucked for a while. It makes people tremble all over. Hey, aren't you amazing? Why aren't you? Are you scared? Maru stood on the boat, holding the Nidani fork in his hand, staring fiercely at the sky star. It was him, even a child of a few years old, who threw that little guy into the sea. Was he a human? Is his thinking abnormal? I don't care about what you do. It really doesn't work. We won't fight for the money. Am I still going to die for you? Suddenly, the floating sky star said something that made everyone fall apart. The other 4 ninjas in Shinran village, who were fighting with the monsters in the sea, were angry when they heard this. When Captain Lois in the driver's cab heard this, he squatted down in front of the window and shouted loudly. Several ninjas from the ninja village, at this time, can't you just leave it alone? We have signed an agreement, since you are taking it. After this task, we have to work hard to send us to the port safely, but can't we land on the ground to collect the money safely, and just throw off our sleeves when we encounter pirates? Even if you are all dead, it is at best that our mission has failed, and we will not die for you. Tianxing shouted loudly, his inverted triangular eyes were full of small belly calculations, and the hysterical voice was full of selfish narrowness. When the other 4 ninjas heard this, they were furious. This sky star can't distinguish the situation at all, can he escape by himself at this time? Don't forget, he is inseparable from the meteorites in Xingyan village. He has to consume meteorite powder on time to continue his life. Has this guy arrogantly forgotten this? Although they wanted to talk about the sky stars, they really couldn't spare the time. Besides, now that they are already riding a tiger, the sea monsters in front of them wave after wave, leaving them with no time for tritium at all. Not only that, but 3 of the ninjas are about to be unable to stand it anymore, and Tianxing, the only upper ninja, is still arguing with the crew in the air. Hongyu's side is becoming more and more dangerous. The 3 sea monsters have just attacked her. If it weren't for her speed, now I'm afraid that all her heads have moved. Now she is also desperately insisting. Ah, but there are too many psychic sea monsters on the other side. She just drove away too with water, and another group rushed up there. They showed their fangs, and 8 tentacles flew up and down, grabbing at her. Come here. Advertisement. Her arm had been sucked by the sea monster, and the pain was unbearable. At this moment, the action had been slowed down a lot, and the enemy monster had caught it, and she had no chance of escape. It's over. Was it eaten like this time? Same as the little guy just now. Just when she gave up resistance, a bright light appeared in front of her. A child in front of her stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. Then, the monster approaching them was suddenly thrown out by him without knowing what, and the monster's body exploded. A wooden bomb was killed directly and fell to the bottom of the sea. She was saved. The other octopus monsters rushed over from all directions with howling. Hyuga Lanmo stood up and rushed directly out of the sea holding the red jade, floating in the sky. As that kid, he's not dead. He can fly. There was a burst of surprise sounds from the ship, and even the other 4 ninjas in Xingyan village also cast their attention. He just saved Hongyu. Tianxing frowned when seeing this scene. What's the matter? He clearly saw him being eaten by a sea monster just now. How could he suddenly appear here? Also, why is his ability so strong? What kind of ninjutsu was that just now? So strong. Tianxing has reached the upper level of ninja in their ninja village. Not only is ninjutsu strong, but also one of the 3 ninjas who can use the peacock magic method. It is precisely because of this that he was able to walk sideways in Xingyan village and Bear country, so that his psychological distortion became like this, and the other ninjas in the village were still used to him. Okay, great, come on. Maru exclaimed excitedly when seeing Hyuga Blue Mo floating in the air. He knew he was a ninja, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Not only could he fly, but he killed a sea monster just now. You must know that the Sky Star of the Star Ninja Village just jumped into the sea and worked hard for a long time before killing a sea monster. In contrast, this child didn't know how many times higher than the unreasonable Sky Star. Chapter 59. Raising a White-Eyed Wolf. Even Captain K. Lois was surprised. Oh my god, did Kimaru really help people this time? Above the sea monster rolled, and on the sea level that had already dispersed the dense fog suddenly gathered again. And Hyuga Blue Mo had returned to the boat and put down the red jade. Thank you. Hongyu's expression was touched, and the more she looked at this child, the more grateful she became. It's okay. Be careful, I'll go and see. The sea level was so close at hand that there was no clear sight anymore, and those sea monsters seemed to be rushing up in front of them. They are very purposeful and do not attack merchant ships, because there are goods on them, and their psychic pirates need these goods in exchange for money. They only attack crew members and ninjas. Ah, a crew member was sneak attacked by a sea monster and fell into the water, and immediately disappeared. Everyone is going to the cabin. Hyuga Blue Mo shouted. The Sky Star in the sky was looking at everything below, his brows furrowed, and he was constantly calculating in his heart how to kill this obnoxious brat. And his companions could not stand it anymore. 2 of them had been eaten up by the sea monsters, but he didn't care at all. Help me, Captain Ninja, Tianma shouted loudly. Hyuga Blue Mo sprinted, and rushed towards the voice. Then, he reached out and grabbed Tianma, and then turned around. A fire escape sprayed out. The dozen or so sea monsters gathered in front of him couldn't stand the scorching heat of the fire escape, and quickly retreated. It was in this gap that Hyuga Blue Mo successfully rescued the Star Ninja Captain Pegasus, who was almost eaten. He suffered some injuries. After returning to the boat, he gasped for breath, then turned his head and looked at the sky stars floating in the sky. He gritted his teeth and looked at him, unable to say a word for a long time. He really suspected that a white-eyed wolf was raised in Xingyan village, and he just watched his companion being killed, but didn't help him. Advertisement. Tianxing, what are you doing? He couldn't argue for himself, but he wanted to ask his companions. We are a small team. Tianxing heard this and said angrily. My leg is also injured, why don't you care? But rest assured, I will avenge you all. After speaking, the chakra on his body suddenly burst, and then the whole person rushed down. Today, let you see how powerful I am in the future Xingyan village star shadow, the peacock magic. Huge amounts of chakra exploded above the sea level, followed by waves of sea monsters screaming endlessly. Hyuga Blue Mo's eyes widened when he saw this scene. This was the peacock trick of Xingyan village, and it was really powerful. On the other hand, Tianma and Hongyu's brows wrinkled deeper and deeper, and neither of them showed any relief at all. Hongyu looked at Tianma and whispered, he obviously can kill him with one move, why wait until now? Also, we are obviously still alive, why does he say he wants to avenge everyone? These few questions seem to make many things clear. For example, why did he stay in the air and watch his companion sacrifice but not be moved? For example, what is the more information expressed in his angry words? For another example, why does he have to follow this mission at sea? Everything seems to make sense. Because he wanted to kill the other 4 people in their group. When he was in Xingran village, he didn't deal with many people, especially the chestnuts and Tianma in the team. He didn't dare to do it in the village, because the Summer and the Firefly in Xingran village were also able to use the peacock magic. He was afraid that the 2 would unite to deal with him, so he had to join this mission at sea. The original purpose was to want everyone's life. When Hyuga Blue Mo heard this, he turned his head and looked at the 2 people around him. It seems that this Tianxing can pull hatred in the ninja village on weekdays. Not only that, but he also has a lot of grudges, and even thought of using this method to do it. The other 4 are really cruel. Although long-term absorption of star energy can change a person's character, if a person becomes a person like him who is skilled in calculating and ruining his compatriots, then I would rather our village not have such a person to appear. Tianma's eyes were cold and tight, looking at the sky star that has floated into the sky. He didn't want to believe in the purpose of the heavenly stars now, but some things were so dazzlingly before his eyes that people had to believe. Ha ha ha, people like me should be the star shadow in Xingyan village. Why do you not even let me do it as the captain, but choose you? Today I will let you know how good I am. After that, Tianxing suddenly turning around, he turned his hand back and launched an attack on the conch. The 3 pirates hiding in the thick fog on the opposite side saw this scene, and the corners of their happy mouths split. Advertisement. Look at him. Ability is good, we can accept him. Here, although the 2 pirates have lost some sea monsters, the situation has been reversed because of Tianxing's rebellion, and now the whole situation has developed in their favor. Tianxing's peacock magic method headed for the conch. Although the crew had entered the cabin, they could see the outside through the window. When everyone saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. What is he doing? Is he crazy? Huge amounts of chakra shockwave rushed down. With such a large amount of energy, if it hit the conch, it would surely shatter the entire hull. The pirate on the opposite side shouted loudly, don't hurt the hull, we want to use the goods inside to sell money. It's over, it's all over. The captain looked at the huge amounts of energy wave, and his whole person fell to the ground with a panic expression on his face. Boom, the huge amounts of sound appeared, and the entire conch shook violently. The pirates in the thick fog, the crew and the captain on board, the two ninjas who survived in Xingyan village, everyone sighed and thought it was all over. But after everyone reacted from the dazzling light, everyone was shocked. Because the 6-year-old kid caught the opponent's chakra shockwave with both hands, not only that, he was not injured at all, just like that, his hands showed a state of counterattack, and the conch was undamaged. Captain K. Lois saw this scene and rushed out of the cabin with excitement. The other crew members also rushed out. Even Tianma and Hongyu from Xingyan village looked at the sky star in angrily. Boy, I didn't expect you to counter my peacock magic, so now, can you still catch it? After speaking, Tianxing began to seal, ready to launch a bigger attack. Hyuga Lanmo sprinted and rushed towards the opponent, he transferred the battlefield on the conch to the sky. Chapter 60. Captain, can he be Skystar's opponent? Hongyu on one side looked up worriedly, feeling nervous. In my memory, in one-on-one, apart from Summer and Firefly in the village, no one of the opponents he has encountered can beat him. Tianma said, and he held it tightly. Fist, if he had ability, he would have taken care of this arrogant and conceited guy. This guy would only blame the heavens and the others, never thinking about why he couldn't get everyone's trust, and it wasn't his weird and selfish temper. Then what to do? Looking at this posture, Tianxing wants to use all the power of the entire peacock magic method on this child, what should I do? He will be in danger. Hong Yu said, not anxious. Everyone looked at the sky nervously, Hyuga Lanmo calmly looked at the opposite sky star, his knot printing speed was not fast or slow, as if he hadn't put him in his eyes at all. Smelly boy, today I will let you know how great this uncle is. I want you to taste the feeling that your soul is trembling to death. After speaking, he shouted out, peacock magic, hey. Behind the sky star, chakra wings like peacocks suddenly gathered together. It's that ninjutsu, kid, you have to be careful. Hongyu cried out worriedly when she saw this scene. At this moment, Tianxing had already used all the chakra bursting out of his body on the peacock magic method of concentrated attack, and then launched a fatal blow against Hyuga Lanmo in front of him. If the shockwave of the chakra who attacked the conch by the star just now was as thick as a big tank, now his chakra power has reached the size of a house of more than 10 square meters. This is more than 10 times that of just now. Can that child stand it? Huge amounts of chakra's impact rushed over like a beast, as if to swallow the blue ink of Hyuga. A colorful chakra appeared on Hyuga Lanmo's eyelids, and all the natural energy between heaven and earth poured into his body, and his palms printed, Shanfa, Deu spiral pill. More than a dozen helix pills as big as fists appeared. Everyone saw that they had only one conclusion in their hearts, that is, this kid lost. More than a dozen fists file size spiral pill against the sky star, peacock magic combination, just look at the chakra file size on both sides can be distinguished, it must be a small loss. After all, he is a child. He has been able to hold on till now, and he is better than many others. Advertisement. Pegasus on the conch thought in his heart, looking at it this way, when Tianxing kills the child, he will attack everyone on the scene. At that time, he went directly to the village to report the funeral, saying that they had all sacrificed in the task. At that time he was still him, but they became the victims of his narrow mind. His thoughts were fleeting, and the fighting on the spot continued. Above the sky, two kinds of chakra energy bombs like ninjutsu collided together, one big and one small, hitting each other with great disparity, shining bright light, making huge amounts of sound. Little guy. Seeing this scene, Maru shouted anxiously. Everyone squeezed a sweat, and everyone looked at the sky tightly. Under the huge amounts of bright light, their eyes were blurred, and they couldn't see the situation clearly for the time being. What? Suddenly someone in the air screamed loudly, it hurts. There is only one such hypocritical person, and that is Tianxing. He actually lost. He was directly extinguished by the opponent's fairy magic Deu spiral pill, not to mention the peacock magic method, but also 2 ribs were broken by the impact of the opponent's spiral pill. The person who analyzed the situation immediately guessed it, and Hongyu jumped up, he won, Lanmo won. She screamed and laughed, turned around and tightly grasped the Tianma beside her, her eyes full of excitement. Sure enough, the light dissipated, and the child was spotless, floating in the air, and all the colored facial makeup on his eyelids had disappeared. He was looking coldly at the person who was crying for pain. Hongyu, are you from Xingyan village or the enemy? Are you actually waving the flag for him? Tianxing yelled angrily, covering his chest. Didn't you just want to kill all of us? It's time to make relationships again. Don't think that everyone else is a fool, but you are smart. Hongyu shouted angrily. Tianma sneered when he heard this. Tianxing, you are a good strategy. I was wondering before, why do you have to carry out maritime missions with us? Now I know that you actually want to avenge your private revenge. You are really stingy. Boy, even if you kill this kind of person, our Xingyan village will not blame you. Please, don't worry. Advertisement. Tianma, who has never been talkative, also retorted loudly. When the other crew members saw this scene, they all raised their hands and shouted, kill him, kill him. Not only here, but even one of the 3 pirates hiding on the other side of the thick fog shouted, kill him, almost broke our possessions this time, kill this fool. If he had smashed the conch just now, wouldn't it be a waste of their trip? Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and looked at Tianxing, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is called the death of many acts of injustice. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo came to him with a shock and grabbed his collar. The other party still insisted on the last trace of peacock magic ninjutsu, bending his fingers, and grabbed it against Hyuga Lanmo's chest. With this catch, he used all the chakras in his body, just thinking of killing Hyuga Lanmo. It is because of him that all his plans fail, and it is because of him that he has become a target of public criticism and a joke for everyone. Seeing that his hand passed through the child's chest, Hongyu couldn't help covering her mouth with distress. Everyone looked at the two of them, no matter which angle it was from. What do you think? It was Tian Xing who digs out that child's heart. But then, looking at the child on the opposite side of the sky star, as if nothing had happened, he stretched out a finger and slammed his forehead against the sky star in front of him, and then pushed him towards the sea. The chakra on him has been exhausted, he can no longer use the peacock magic, he can no longer fly. He fell from the sky. At that moment, he had countless whys in his mind. What happened? He obviously took his heart out, why didn't he succeed? Who is he? What kind of ability does he have? In the sea water, sea monsters rolled, seeing prey falling from the sky, they rushed up like crazy. Help me, I was wrong, I don't want to die, run away. Tian Xing was bitten off an arm as soon as he fell into the sea, and he cried out in pain. A panic and fearless cry came from the sea, and was finally submerged under the tear of the sea monster. Chapter 61, he actually won. He won, he won. The crew shouted. Aha, great, that B************** D who didn't know why is finally dead. Maru said happily. These people of us didn't die in the hands of the sea monster. They almost died on this hired ninja. This is really unheard of. I was scared to death just now. I thought it must be over today. Another crew member said. Little brother, thank you so much, thank you, thank you. Captain K. Lois rushed out of the cab, hugged Hyuga Lanmo, and thanked him with tears and nose. Did not kneel down and kowtow to him. Thank you. Tianma and Hongyu from Xingyan village also thanked him. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that the reputation of my Xingyan village would be ruined on this person, and we are afraid that no one would know even if we die. We were killed by him. That is, he will definitely plant the spoils to the pirates. This kind of person will be very dangerous after staying in your ninja village. Others also agreed. Thank you so much. Everyone surrounded Hyuga Lanmo, looking at him with admiration. Not only him, but even Maru on one side was praised by everyone, saying that if he hadn't kindly let the child aboard the boat, they would not have survived today. Here, everyone was praising Hyuga Lanmo for a while, and suddenly there was a cold voice in the thick fog over there. Hello, don't talk about it, do you think we are air? Suddenly, in the thick fog, a deep and hollow sound came, like a ghost in hell, making people hear the whole body stand up. Everyone looked back, and there was a mist above the vast sea, and countless sea monsters rushed towards the conch with their teeth and claws. Everyone get down. Captain K. Lois yelled loudly. The previous scenes of crew members being captured by sea monsters are still vivid, and he doesn't want anyone to die. With his yelling, everyone at the scene, except Hyuga Lanmo, quickly squatted on the ground. At the same time, the sea monsters' tentacles had already been thrown over, because they rushed to the air, no one was caught. Everyone lay tightly on the ship. They were just patronizing the story of defeating the traitor, but they forgot that the pirates were still hiding nearby and preparing to move. Advertisement. What should we do? Do we still have a chance today? A crew member had already peed his pants in fright. If it hadn't been for the captain's shout, he would have been caught by the sea monster and eaten. Don't talk nonsense, be sure to persist. The captain shouted for everyone. He raised his head and glanced at Hyuga Lanmo, who was already floating in the air. Today all the hope lies in him. Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes, feeling the surroundings. In the thick fog in the distance, on the pirate's boat, 3 pirates were sneering without fear. Looking at the sea, it seemed that he had caused the thick fog. However, the conch had already issued a violent scream. It turned out that several sea monsters had firmly grasped the conch's hull and began to shake violently. What should I do? Help! The crew shouted loudly. Tianma and Hongyu rushed up, fighting against the sea monsters who entangled the conch. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo burned with anger, his hands were tied directly, and he sprinted down from the sky. Lay done, Libu was all over the sky. Lightning slashed from his hand with a hideous line, huge amounts of light burst through the sky and hit the sea level. The entire sea rolled up, and all the sea monsters exploded. Not only that, the few sea monsters entangled on the conch also instantly loosened their tentacles, curled back to the sea. The sea monster screamed, struggling to roll over, making this sea area like a hot pot, boiling for a while. What? How is it possible? Even Lei Dun can't be so powerful, right? The pirate hidden in the thick fog looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The child has now rushed into the sea, and he can no longer be seen. On the surface of the sea, there are numerous sea monster corpses with a large file size and a small number of sea monsters. He actually electrocuted all the little sea monsters with a single ninjutsu. On one side, the chin of Sanran with a strange protective forehead almost fell to the ground. Advertisement. Another Mayan village Renren saw this scene and turned his head to look at his companion next to him. Takiri, revoke spiritism. Once the octopus boss is killed, our loss will be great. Impossible, my octopus boss has been dominating the sea for more than 10 years. How could he be wiped out by a child? It is absolutely impossible. The short stature Otaki looked calmly at the sea level. He has been a pirate for so long. Once I met someone who could kill so many octopuses and sea monsters with one ninjutsu. Fortunately, his octopus boss is fine, otherwise he must rush to fight the kid desperately now. At this moment, the sea was tumbling violently, and an octopus or sea monster 5 or 6 times larger than the conch rushed out of the sea. Huge amounts of tentacles waved as if to destroy everything. All the people on board the conch opened their eyes wide, looking at the scene in front of them unbelievably. What is this? God, is this too big? Not only the people on board the conch, but the other 2 pirates in the thick fog on the opposite side opened their mouths in amazement at the sight. They have worked together as pirates for so many years, and they have never seen the octopus boss, because in the past, the children and grandchildren of the octopus sea monsters that were channeled can destroy the merchant ships. There is no need for the octopus boss to come forward. Today I saw it. The huge amounts of octopus with scary eyes, it turned its body in the sky, and suddenly the whole body exploded from the inside of its body from the inside to the outside, and penetrated its whole body, together with the 2 huge amounts. Of's eyes didn't let go, only the splayed legs were still struggling outside. Ah, my octopus boss. Someone rushed over in the thick fog. It was the psychic Tachi from the pirate trio. I'm fighting with you. He jumped into the sea and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo looked at each other, and a water escape pushed him out of the sea. Don't look at his psychic octopus and sea monsters, but his ninja and ability are really not very strong. Hyuga Lanmo hit him for a long time after he escaped from the water, and waited for him to fall on the sea, watching angrily. When looking at Hyuga Lanmo, a sharp crystal in the opponent's hand had already appeared, pointing straight at his neck. The dense fog on the sea dissipated, and the 2 pirate ninjas on the opposite side rushed up seeing the scene. Tianchi, let's save you. The 3 of us have been at sea for more than 10 years, and haven't met an opponent yet. Let this hairy boy know how good we are today and kill him. The dark-skinned, healthy man rushed up with his fists in his turn. Chapter 62. Be careful. On the conch, many crew members yelled loudly. Seeing that Hyuga Lanmo was one enemy 3, Hongyu and Tianma jumped off the boat and rushed to help. But he didn't want the black and strong man to fist roar on Tianma's face, while Ruby's ninjutsu was released, but he was cleverly avoided by the pirate, Bianshui, who used the water to escape, and then the whole person was dragged off the sea. When Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene, Jing Dun went down in an instant, ending Tian Chu's life directly, then removed Chakra from his feet, sank into the water and chased him down. In the sea, there was a lot of confusion. The water escape ninja mixed with a strange mist in the sea, trying to disturb the opponent's sight in the sea. But he forgot that Hyuga Lanmo couldn't see it at all. Everything he perceives during the day is the image that the mirror system presents in his mind, so the seawater stirred by the mist in front of him can't stop him at all. As soon as he entered the sea, Hyuga Lanmo immediately locked the location of the rebel in the misty village and immediately chased it up. The other party was surprised before, why the child always closed his eyes, and when he came in front of him, he was surprised to find that he turned out to be blind. He clasped Hongyu's neck with threatening expressions in his eyes. But the next second, water rushed from all directions and stopped in front of him like a knife, and the child opposite, with a face of frost, seemed to not care about the life and death of the female ninja in his arms. Puff. Just when he was hesitation of whether the chips in his hand could threaten the opponent, a chakra water knife pierced into his body behind him, and the severe pain made him tightly locked. Immediately afterwards, the woman in his hand was pulled out by the other party, and he reached out to grab it, but was surrounded by chakra water knives from all sides. He wanted to use the water escape to escape, but all around were water escape water knives, facing him tightly, so that he didn't dare to move at all. At this moment, a stream of water lifted him out of the sea, and his heart was strange. Why didn't the child take advantage of the opportunity of the water to kill himself? On the other side, Hyuga Lanmo hugged Ruby out of the sea. After a sigh of relief, she said, "Thank you, you saved me again." Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo forcefully threw her onto the conch, and said, "You go first, leave it to me here." Hearing this, the captain nodded heavily. "You can fly. I believe you can catch up with us soon. You must come and catch up. I want to thank you very much. Thank you so much." After that, Captain Lois did not dare to stay, so he quickly started the ship and left the place. The reason why he chose to leave immediately was because he believed in Hyuga Lanmo's ability, and because he was afraid that there were more than 3 pirates, and he was afraid that they would have support. The 3 of them are so difficult to deal with. Once the support comes, even if they have that godlike child to escort, I am afraid there is only a dead end. So to leave quickly is to help that child, and not to hinder him is the most sensible choice. The pirate named Dahe was still entangled with Tianma. Tianma was not his opponent at all. When the 2 confronted each other, they vomited blood because of the accident. Fortunately, Hyuga Lanmo arrived in time and blocked it. The attack by the man named Dahe allowed him to tritium. "Captain Tianma, your task is to protect the merchant ship, please hurry up and chase the conch," Hyuga Lanmo said while resisting the constant physical attacks of the opposing black macho. Don't look at Hyuga Lanmo's small size and thin body, but he moves fast and is full of strength. Even in front of this strong man with physique skills, he can't see any signs of invincibility. Tianma nodded when he saw this attraction. Then there will be little brother Lao. This time, thanks to his presence on the conch, otherwise these people would have been buried in Wangquan long ago. Tianma did not dare to stay, and hurried to chase the conch. On the sea, Hyuga Lanmo is bringing the power type into battle, while the pirate on the other side of the river is looking at the water jets in front of him, thinking how to escape the encirclement of these water jets. He was standing on the sea, his body was seriously injured. He wanted to escape, but there were water jets around him. As long as he dared to take a step, the opponent's water jet would immediately make up for it. Advertisement. Who is this little guy? It's not easy to keep the water escape and water knife attack even when you can fight with others. It's a pity that he is a rebel in Wuin village. He used to learn Feng Dun and Shui Dun. If he can use Huo Dun now, it will be just right to face the water knife before the battle. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the fire attribute chakra at all. But this ninjutsu is something he has never seen before. In his knowledge, the powerful impact of Shui Dun is the weapon of Shui Dun. He has heard that Feng Dun can turn the wind into a knife, but he has never thought of Shu Dun. It can even turn water into a knife. On the surface, these water escapes are aimed at themselves like a water column on the same beach, as if they don't have much power. But he knew that these water escapes, which seemed to have no lethal power, were the best weapons that threatened his life. He can't make any movements, otherwise these water escapes will immediately pierce his body like a knife, causing him unbearable pain. How is this mastered? He has learned Shui Dun for more than 20 years, and this is the first time he has encountered this kind of ninjutsu. This is a ninjutsu developed by Hyuga Blue Mo himself. It requires extremely high chakras to control ability, and the amount of chakras must reach an astonishing reserve. Otherwise, let alone control the water flow, even if they are parked in the air, unable to do it. The water knife is definitely many times more difficult than the wind knife, but no matter how difficult it is, Hyuga Blue Mo has already practiced successfully. Puff. Here, Hyuga Blue Mo got rid of the pirate Dahe, kicked him out, followed by a thunderbolt, and directly split him into the sea. After he turned around, he was trapped. In front of the waterfront, in the water escape water knife. He hovered in the air and asked, I heard that you have been in this sea area for more than 10 years before. You must have accumulated a lot of money. Today, I will give you two choices, ask for money or kill. Hyuga Blue Mo's innocent look, her big beautiful eyes flicker, and the baby's voice has a unique cute temperament. If it weren't for his words are full of murderous intent, no one would have imagined it, a 6-year-old. The child is threatening a murderous pirate for money. You. Binshui looked at the child in front of him in horror, as if he was looking at a sea monster about to swallow him. Chapter 63. What? Do you want to die? Don't worry, after you die, I can still dig out the information I want from your body. After saying that, Hyuga Blue Mo reached out to touch this person's head. This action caused Binshui's neck to shrink. With this evasive action, 3 water knives around him rushed into his body, stabbing him as if he had been cut by a knife. Little master, forgive me. Okay, I'll take you there, please go around me. Well, if your treasure satisfies me, I will naturally spare your life, but on the contrary, if you deceive me with a piece of cake, I will let you die. Hyuga Blue Mo stretched out his hand and waved, all the water knives in front of him fell in the sea, and he had already reached out and grabbed the man's collar and dragged him to the sky. Looking at the conch that has left far away, the corpses of sea monsters floating on the sea, and his dead companions, Binshui sighed in his heart. We must know that we will encounter such a perverted doll today. They will not rob this merchant ship alive and dead. This time is over. The 3 of them have accumulated rich treasures for more than 10 years. Before they have time to enjoy them, they will give them. Is this doll? Little brother, or else we will do business together. This pirate business is very profitable, and you will have as much money as you want in the future. Do you know how much money can be exchanged for the goods in a merchant ship? At least several million. If we do it 3 times a month, that year will be a lot of money, and if we encounter a passenger ship, we can still kidnap passengers. If the other party is rich, we will get more money. It can earn a lot more than those bounty hunters. Quote. Binshui was floated in the air by Hyuga Blue Mo's collar, and he whispered to persuade him. He has already died 2 of his companions. Now even if the treasure is divided between 2 of them, it is more divided than the previous 3. If he wants to, definitely to get a piece of the pie, you must persuade this smart boy to stand on the united front with him. Therefore, he would persuade him to follow himself as a pirate. How many years have you been a pirate? Hyuga Blue Mo looked down at him. 10, 13 years, the other party replied. Then where do you hide your treasure? Hyuga Blue Mo pulled his collar fingers hard, with cold expressions in his eyes. Want to pull him into the gang? Does he really treat him as a child? Advertisement. I'll take you. Go south, in the cave of the island in 3 Split Island, the other party said hurriedly. He looked up at the child who was dragging him, thinking in his heart, did he agree to be a pirate? Still didn't agree. After arriving in the middle island of 3 Splitting Island, Binshui wanted to find a chance to escape as he walked, but his injuries were too serious, coupled with the child's special intelligence, he did not have any chance at all. The cave is in the water, we need to get into the water. Binshui looked at Hyuga Blue Mo in front of him, with anxious expressions in his eyes. That is the result of their hard work for more than 10 years, is it just like this for this child? They were pirates who were frightened in this sea area, but they lost to a child. It is unbelievable to say it. But now, does he still have a chance to come back? His mind kept rolling, just wanting to find a chance to kill him. The 2 entered the sea, and after parading in the sea for about a quarter of an hour, after turning around 2 or 3 rocks, after a piece of seaweed, a cave appeared in front of them. Hyuga Blue Mo looked at the entrance of the cave and looked back at the waterfront. It was inconvenient to speak in the water, but his eyes were very clear, and he was suspicious of this place. Bin Shui pointed to the hole in front of him, then nodded, indicating that it was here. His eyes were cunning, and his fingers hiding in his sleeves had become a fist. As long as he was given a chance, he must kill the child. You are advanced. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his finger. Bin Shui avoided his gaze, then nodded, and got into the cave first, and then Hyuga Lanmo got into it. With a bang, the entrance of the cave was blocked by huge amounts of stones, and then Hyuga Lanmo heard the sound of the water, and he hurriedly swam to the top of the water. Where is there any trace of the waterfront? When he surfaced, he was shocked by the sight of the shore above the cave. Although it was pitch black here, his eyes had already seen everything in the cave because of the darkness. The smell of carrion filled the cave, and a pile of bones piled high in the corner of the cave, some of which were still people who had just died. Advertisement. Help me, please help us. In the darkness, there were waves of faint voices. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and looked at it. On the other side of the cave, a few weak people were imprisoned in an iron cage, dying and sick. Who are you? Hyuga Lanmo asked while looking around the cave. It seems that this is an underground cave in the middle island of Three Fisher Island, but the upper part of the cave is out of the sea level and into the mountain, so this is a space out of the sea. We are the butchers caught by the pirates. If the family does not send money, we will only have a dead end. Someone answered in the darkness. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he said, I'm afraid you won't survive if you send money. Yes, they are all dead, everyone is dead, and we can't hold on anymore. The other party knew what the pirate was doing and said. It's okay if we die, but this lord, please spare our file-size sister. As long as you bring her back to Wuchi village, the village chief will definitely thank you, please, no matter how much you want. Money, he will promise you. I'm not a pirate. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo lit a torch and lit all the torches in the cave. As the light intensified, the few people detained in the iron cage had already seen clearly that the people standing not far from them were not any of the three pirates on Three Split Island, but one more than 1 meter tall, and they seemed to be only 5 or 6-year-old little doll. Several people were dumbfounded. Could it be that this child is the child of a fisherman on a nearby island and came here by mistake? It's a child. Little friend, how did you come in? Leave quickly. Don't stay here. This is the pirate territory. Go quickly. One of the elders persuaded loudly. The other people also looked nervous. They were unlucky enough to be caught here. If this child also fell into the hands of the pirates, then he would have been sent to the door by himself. Go, put out all the torches, and leave quickly. The others were also nervous. Chapter 64. Several uncles and aunts, can I ask? Did a pirate leave from here just before I came here? Hyuga Lanmo is more concerned about the whereabouts of the waterfront now. We don't know. We didn't see anything in the darkness just now, but you, a child, ask what those are doing, and leave here quickly. If the 3 murderous demons come back, you will be dead. Several people trembled, as if the deadly pirate was about to appear. At this moment, there was a cry of a female doll from the cage. Wu, elder brother, please leave quickly, it will be dangerous when the pirates come back. Wu. At this time Hyuga Lanmo discovered that under the protection of several adults, there was a 4 or 5-year-old female doll. She was carved in pink jade, her beautiful eyes were covered with mist, and her black hair was floating down. Some sick, but very cute. Ms. Jingxiang, don't get excited, don't worry, we will definitely bring you back to Fuzzy Village safely. Several people hurriedly began to comfort. What, Fuzzy Village? Didn't you talk about Wuchi Village before? How come it is now Fuzzy Village? Hyuga Lanmo's eyes widened, staring at the little girl in the cage. Just now, these uncles and aunts called her Miss Shizuka. Could she be Shizuka Nadeshiko? She has a good figure, big eyes, and a high level of ninjutsu, because Zilla missed her. Shizuka Nadeshiko who has a marriage contract with Naruto in the future. Children, you probably heard the Fuzzy Village that we were talking about just now. One of them replied. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, and his eyes fell on Nadeshiko Shizuka again. Don't worry, I will come back to rescue you in a while. You are hungry. You can eat these military foods. By the way, are there any other outlets here? With that said, Hyuga Lanmo had already handed a few grains of military food to the hands of the people in front of him. You know, go up this stone wall. When will you feel the wind? Follow the wind to find the entrance to the cave, but there are mechanisms there, you have to be careful. Someone replied. Advertisement. Little friend, can you help us open the iron cage? If you can help us, we will definitely pay you a lot. Said an elderly man in the iron cage. It's okay, but it's not right now. Hold on a little longer and I'll be back soon. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and walked out. Someone in the iron cage sighed and said, we are also naive. How can it be possible to put hope on a child? It's not bad that he can leave alive, how could it be possible to save us? Several other people sighed slightly when they heard this. Yes, if we escape and get caught by the 3 pirates, we will die. Hey, are we going to draw the end of this life in this cave? A few people no longer have illusions, hiding in the iron cage and distributing military food to everyone. Although this thing is small, it can at least allow them to hold on for another 3 or 2 days. These 3 conscientious pirates, the other people on the same passenger ship have all died, and they also rely on strong physical strength and some ninjutsu to survive to the present. As to whether they can go out alive in the future, it can only be seen providence. Hyuga Lanmo found the exit. No matter what mechanism is not the mechanism, he opened the hole with a punch and chased it out. 3 Split Island. The 3 islands are facing each other across the sea. Hyuga Lanmo stands on the coastline, using the mirror system perception to everything around. At present, there are no signs of anyone on this island except for the few people held in the cave. Then the pirate named Binshui must have gone to other islands. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo moved in a different space and had already appeared on Island 1. There were 2 houses on the cliff here, but there was no one inside. He moved in another space again and came to the 3 islands. Soon, Hyuga Lanmo felt the existence of the waterfront, and he was now busy with something in a secret cave. He used the rock hiding technique to enter the mountain. In the mountain cave, the treasures are piled up into hills, golden light, countless, and the waterfront is loading the scrolls with the gold and silver jewels they have grabbed for so many years, and the whole person is particularly nervous. Advertisement. No matter what, I have to take away all the treasures I have accumulated over the years, and I absolutely can't leave it to that monster. What kind of child is that? Have I ever seen ability at 5 or 6 years old? People, really scared dead man. Bin Shui was talking to himself while wiping the sweat from his forehead, and then continued to put the treasure in the scroll, and sealed it with a sealing technique after packing a box. After such a communication, after a while, he pretended to be 80 or 90. Box of jewels. When he looked up at the treasure in the half-Shan cave again, the whole person was aggrieved and shed tears. I never thought that more money would be a burden. Just go like this. I'm really unwilling. But go ahead. I'm really afraid that the child will appear. He clutched his head and muttered to himself as if he was about to collapse, and then sighed and continued to work. The so-called lack of human heart to swallow the elephant. Just when he was enthusiastically loading jewelry into the large scroll, a cold wind blew through the cave. He tightly guarded the scroll with fear, and then looked around. No one appeared. He rubbed it. Rubbing his eyes, he looked around again seriously. After he was sure that there was no one, he worked again. This time, he tried harder and sealed it while loading it. Soon, the scroll on this side was full, so he opened the other scroll and continued to put the treasure in it. On the top of the cave, where a child was standing upside down, he stared at the people who were working hard under him with wide eyes, and then turned around and sat on the obliquely protruding rock in the cave, where he leaned back and yawned. I closed my eyes. The waterfront seemed to hear people's voices, but the torches in the cave were bright and dim, and he couldn't see the surrounding scene at all. He comforted himself. Don't be afraid. Prove that he did not show up. Work hard and keep going. He chattered again, working while talking, as if this would relieve his inner tension. Finally, it got dark, and after the torches in the cave had been changed 3 times, the pirates used dozens of scrolls to clean up all the gold and silver jewelry in the cave. He didn't even let go of the silver coins in the mouse hole. Looking at the dozens of scrolls in front of him, he was tired sitting on the ground and wept, and then put all the scrolls in the package one by one. Finally, I can leave here. Before I leave, I'm going to Nakajima to kill those people. Doesn't that stinky boy want our treasure? I won't let him get a penny. Chapter 65. After speaking, he turned around and was about to go outside, but when he turned around, he saw the little guy who was as tall as his abdomen standing behind him. Your treasure. You dare to open your teeth. How much money did you kill? The talents are exchanged for. The money belongs to anyone, not to you bandits. The pirate waterfront was so scared that he took a few steps back. It was that child. When did he come? You, how did you get in? The mechanism at the entrance of Mingming Cave did not sound. Tuden, Yenian, how can I not get in? Do I still have to walk through the entrance of the cave? Hyuga Lanmo's eyebrows were cold, and he stared at the vicious man in front of him. He had already fallen asleep before. If it weren't for the last few murderous words he said, he would not wake up yet. Since he woke him up, he would have to make him pay the price. Robber, this is our hard-earned treasure, why should I give it to you? Binshui shouted loudly, reaching out for Jaeyan, but couldn't let go because he was holding the huge package in his hand. He wanted to loosen the package, and he was afraid of being snatched by the child in front of him. He wanted to leave the package, and he had to face off with the opposing master. He was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. When the opponent's child reached out and touched it. Arriving in his body. Jing escape, the nerves are intermittently crystallized. This is the most painful ninjutsu, which can crystallize the nerves intermittently. It is a method Hyuga Lanmo often uses to deal with bad guys. The pirates call me a robber. Should I be proud of the one who robbed the pirate? It's ridiculous. The way you judge people is really unreasonable, but if you have a conscience in your heart, Nakajima will not die. So many innocent people. You locked me there, didn't you want to kill me too? A person who wants to kill me, why should I reason with you, and why should I save your life? Quote. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and snatched the package in his hand. In your hearts, whoever is strong in this world will have the final say. Then I will say it today, these are mine. The man rolled up and down in pain. Please, my lord, kill me. I shouldn't kill so many people. I'm sorry, my lord, let me go. Don't let me hurt so much anymore, please, please. Quote. Obviously, what he was able to contend just now was because he was reluctant to bear so much money that he missed the best chance to escape. Now that he encounters all this, he is solely responsible for it. Advertisement. It doesn't matter if Hyuga Lanmo hurts him or not, so many bones in the cave, every person stabbed him, and it hurts 10 million times more than it is now. Now this method of torturing him is simply a relief. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and walked out. The painful rolling waterfront inside shouted loudly, "You monster, you must die, not die." Before the last word came out, Hyuga Lanmo's Mudun had already covered his mouth. "Want me to give you a good time? No way, don't you think you are earning this by your ability? Then I will let you stay with those corpses for a few days." Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand, put the huge amounts of package in his scroll, and then used the ultralight rock technique to float the tortured waterfront and walked out. Coming to Nakajima, Hyuga Lanmo entered the cave where the hostages were being held from the hole on the mountain. There was a stench of rotting corpses from inside, and Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. These pirates are really perverted. It stands to reason that people should be thrown into the sea when they die, but they pile up these corpses in caves, just like those treasures, as if to show how many people they killed. As soon as Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand, he threw the man into the deadman's pile. "You could die if you tortured you for 3 days. Now let you taste everything that those persecuted by you have tasted." The torch in the cave made a creaking and burning sound, and the hostages held in the iron cage at the other end cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. "It's the kid, he's back, and he also caught a pirate. It's the man named Binshui. He was the worst, killed him, killed him." Several people were extremely jealous when they saw their enemies. And the aching body of the waterfront lying in the deadman's pile rolled, and the skeletons in front of him seemed to be looking at him one by one. The corrupt corpse gave off a foul smell, and the torches on the cave wall set the bones against the hideous horror. "Woo, no." He whimpered and struggled to crawl out of these deadman piles, but was trapped firmly in place by Mudun. Hyuga Lanmo walked to the iron cage on the opposite side, using the wooden escape to break the iron cage away, releasing all the 7 or 8 people inside. Several people saw him bow deeply. "Little brother, thank you so much." Advertisement. "No need to be polite, let's leave here." Hyuga Lanmo quickly helped him up, and several other people stepped forward to surround him. "Have you seen 2 more pirates? If only this one is killed, the other 2 are still alive. It is very troublesome. Among the 3 of them, this one is good at using water and mist, the other one is amazing with physical skills, and the other is psychic. The sea monsters are very troublesome. If they are nearby, it will be troublesome." Hyuga Lanmo looked at everyone and comforted, "Don't worry, they are all dead, let's go home." Everyone really didn't expect that this child would actually send them back to where they were supposed to go by flying. On the way, Nadeshiko Shizuka has been entangled with Hyuga Lanmo. "Brother Lanmo, I live in Fuzzy Village in the southwest of the Land of Fire. Go to our village. Although our village does not admit men into the village, as long as I tell my mother, you will be able to stay. Go to our village, I will definitely let my mother thank you well." At the moment, the little Nadeshiko Shizuka is innocent and cute, and she smiles with 2 big eyes like a crooked moon. "Brother Lanmo, I want you to hug." Sister File sighs, "You are a girl, and you can't let a boy hold it." The old man on one side looked at Nadeshiko Shizuka worriedly and warned. "Why can't it? Little brother saved us. We can do whatever we want, why can't we let him hug?" "I will let little brother hug. Brother Lanmo, hug me." With that said, Nadeshiko Shizuka actually sprinted. Shang Hyuga Lanmo rushed over, and then hugged him. "Brother, if otherwise, I will marry you when I grow up, thank you for your saving grace." Quote. Several other ninjas in Nadeshiko village were shocked when they heard this, and hurriedly stepped forward, and pulled Nadeshiko Shizuka, who was holding Hyuga Lanmo tightly, over. This tugging didn't matter, the little girl cried immediately. "You are all bad guys, don't talk about loyalty. It was obviously the little brother who saved us. You didn't give me any money and didn't allow me to agree. You are the bad guys who broke the rule." Chapter 66 File Size Sister Fuzzy Village. Hyuga Lanmo laughed when he heard this, and took 2 steps forward and reached out to stroke Shizuka's hair. "Little sister, you are good, you will meet someone you like in the future. You are too young to be able to do about marrying someone. If not, your mother would be reluctant to bear it. But brother Lanmo, I like you." Xiao Shizuka was aggrieved. This little brother looks so good and can beat so many pirates that people can't beat. He saved them, isn't their village? Should he be invited as a guest? "I really can't bear you, woo." The little girl cried again. Hyuga Lanmo comforted for a long time before she stopped crying, and then pointed to her cheek and said, "Brother, if you like me, please give me a kiss. My mother said, kiss you. People just like you, so you will kiss me too, right?" If it was Tong Yan Wuji who said just now about throwing into his arms and saying that he likes to marry him or something, let him kiss her at this moment. How it feels like it's not the same thing anymore. The other 3 ninjas in Fuzzy Village were surprised when they heard this. Sister File sighs, "You can't do that. The women in Fuzzy Village are very reserved. You need the other party to beat you before you can kiss you. What are you doing? I can let him." They couldn't say anything else, because at the moment, who among the few people on the scene can beat this child? Even though he was only 5 or 6 years old, he killed 3 pirates and saved a few of them, let alone Xiao Shizuka. Even if they were to join together, I'm afraid it would not be his opponent. Why not? Why not? After speaking, the little Naichi Shizuka suddenly broke free of the adult in front of him, rushed over, and kissed Hyuga Lanmo on the cheek. The soft and fragrant kiss made Hyuga Lanmo's face instantly burned. Before being kissed by others, it was the kind of simple favorite kiss, but now, what is this little darling Shizuka talking about? The kiss of married couple, can this not make him embarrassed? Brother Lanmo, I'm waiting for you in Fuzzy Village, you must come to me when you grow up, I'm waiting for you. She waved her hand to him, and then returned to a few stunned companions. Hyuga Lanmo also waved his hand to her. He comforted himself in his heart. She was just 3 or 4 years old and believed that with the passing of time, she would slowly forget everything that happened now. Leaving the coastline of the Land of Fire, this time Hyuga Lanmo moved directly to another space and appeared on the largest port in the Land of Water, the White Elephant Port. Advertisement. The largest restaurant in the port town was overcrowded. Hyuga Lanmo entered the restaurant, found a corner, ordered some food, and was ready for a delicious meal before heading. At the moment the voice of some people in the restaurant reached his ears. Have you heard? The conch, which entered the port yesterday, encountered a trio of pirates in the waters near Three Split Island. What? Encountered a trio of pirates and came back alive? This is unprecedented. No, I heard that the ship lost 3 ninjas and a sailor, and I heard that the heinous trio of pirates might have been slapped this time. Where is this ninja? It's so powerful. Not a ninja, I heard that it was a child who defeated the trio of pirates. As soon as this was said, the people in the lobby on the first floor of the entire hotel were in an uproar. Impossible. How could a child be able to fight a trio of pirates? I heard that the pirates were the strongest in this sea. In the first few years when they were pirates, no one knew who they were. Afterwards, some people survived the attack and found out that they were only 3 people. How could such a strong pirate let a child give a nest? It must be a ninja. Didn't it mean that 3 ninjas were sacrificed on the conch? Maybe it's their credit. Others have objections. Hyuga Lanmo disagreed with these words and continued to eat. At the moment, a group of people swarmed into the hotel entrance. All of them were dressed in short clothes. They looked like the crew and sailors who walked on the sea all year round. They entered the shop and said, finally, the cargo is unloaded safely. It's time to treat yourself well, boss, come to the table with good wine and good food. Let's have a good meal today, so it's not shocking. Advertisement. Yes, until now I can't believe that we really returned to the country of water alive, it's really hard to believe. The others also echoed. In the hall, everyone's eyes fell on these people. Someone whispered. They are crew members on the conch. I have seen them. When everyone heard this, they all pricked their ears. These people live in this port town all the year round, and their greatest pleasure is to hear about all kinds of strange things on the sea. The trio of pirates who have been in the vicinity of Three Split Island for more than 10 years have never missed it this time. Can they not be curious if they were destroyed by the conch? Hey, look, who is that? A crew member of the conch cried out in surprise. Several other people looked in the direction of his fingers and saw the familiar figure at a glance. He was sitting in the corner eating noodles, his small body, black hair, and his eyes closed, but he had a special and sacred aura. It's him, our benefactor. A group of people rushed over and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's finger. No, our great benefactor, I didn't expect that we would meet here. All of us were worried. You will suffer from dealing with the 3 pirates alone, but I didn't expect to see you here. They used to call him, little guy. Since he saved the entire ship, he has become an idol in their hearts, an inviolable god. Hyuga Lanmo was taking a bite of noodles. Suddenly a group of people came over and grabbed his hand. The noodles on the chopsticks shook, and a lot of soup splashed out, and he hurriedly ate the noodles before swallowing the noodles. It's you. I didn't see the conch in the port. I thought you had already left after unloading. Hyuga Lanmo said. Everyone shook their heads quickly. No, we are at Pier 3, which is a bit far away, so it's not easy to find out. Benefactor, we ordered a table of good wine and good food. Why don't you move and have a meal with us? Changsheng, you hurry up and call the captain and brother Jimaru on the boat, saying that we saw our benefactor at the Shinlong Hotel. Yes. The man turned his head and ran out of the hotel. Everyone in the hall was surprised to see this scene. Wow, he is really a child, he looks like he is only 5 or 6 years old. He really defeated the trio of pirates. Is that incredible? Chapter 67. He defeated the trio of pirates at such a young age. How capable is he? I really want to know. Hush, let's eat slowly here, and I'll hear it all in a while. As a result, the whole hotel became more lively, and the incident that the children who defeated the pirates was at the Shinlong Hotel quickly spread throughout the port town. Suddenly, Shinlong Hotel was not only overcrowded in the lobby on the first floor, but also on the second floor. Not only that, but even the door and windows were full of people. Everyone came to see this legendary boy. What kind of character is this strange? Captain K. Lois and G. Maru also rushed to the restaurant, and the owner of the restaurant specially prepared 3 large tables for them. The crowd gathered to eat and drink to celebrate their rebirth. And Hyuga Lanmo's affair was even more exaggerated by their various propaganda. Others listened to it and constantly clapped their hands and sighed, until the crowd left in the middle of the night. After Hyuga Lanmo bid farewell to everyone, he left the port town directly. Although he was very young, he was still drunk today. Fortunately, Uncle Jimaru helped to block some. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have been drunk and unconscious. On the empty street, the sea breeze blew in, cool and comfortable. Hyuga Lanmo staggered on the street, looking around with misty eyes, and then thinking about his destination carefully, the corners of his mouth cracked to reveal a smile. In the dark night, a tall figure stood on a towering telephone pole. His eyes were deep and his pupils were glowing with faint green light. He wore a heavy white cloth hat with a Taki Shinobu village's rebellious forehead surrounding his forehead. He was wearing a black windbreaker with a red cloud pattern painted on it, and the sea breeze blew up his clothes, revealing his black sharp nails. Under the telephone pole, another black figure was hidden in the darkness and asked, "Do you want to do it?" The other party has a hoarse voice and is a new member of the Akatsuki organization. "My name is what you can call." Zhao didn't like partners. The two people who had been assigned to him had all been killed by him, but the leader of Akatsuki didn't know why. If they had to let them act in pairs, and sent him a trash, if this kind of person dared to open his teeth, he would let him know what got in the way. Advertisement. The other party closed his mouth obediently. He had heard that this guy is not easy to mess with, and might lose his life. Although he can enter Akatsuki, he is also a first-class master, but before he can touch the other party's ability, he will not act rashly, the so-called knowing oneself and the enemy, in order to win all battles. He must live longer than him. Hyuga Lanmo seemed to hear certain sounds, but he wanted to find a quiet place in the wild to sleep more than those. He didn't care about those things, and continued to walk out of the town. If he didn't meet the Kong tonight, he could stay in the hotel, but when he met them, he had to leave early to avoid hiding tomorrow. Won't open. Out of the town, Hyuga Lanmo jumped onto a big tree, fell on the trunk, and roar fell asleep. When the angle 2 came to him, it was the scene in front of him. A child fell asleep unconsciously on a tree trunk with saliva, talking in a dream. He is currently the top 3 people on the black market reward list. Caught 30 million people alive and 20 million people dead. The man who had just joined the Akatsuki organization had white hair, a strong body, and a guard on his head. Forehead. Zhao frowned slightly, and he reached out and grabbed Hyuga Lanmo in his hand. Seeing that he didn't fight back at all, he couldn't help frowning slightly. He seemed to be different from the legend. He grabbed him, but he didn't even react at all. "Let's go, shall we get the bounty?" the man on the other side said again. Zhao brow furrowed tighter. "There is so much nonsense, I never give anyone a third chance." After speaking, he suddenly rushed out with grievances and grabbed his partner. The blood vessels like black tentacles plunged into his body, and then with a strong force, he tore his body, thrown aside. Now that Akatsuki's selection of people is getting lower and lower, this kind of person is also worthy of Xiao. He didn't even fight back, and he was worthy of being his partner. If you want to team up with him, the first condition is to survive his attack. This was the third partner he killed in the Akatsuki organization. Putting away the grievances and lifting Hyuga Lanmo, he walked up the mountain. Advertisement. When Hyuga Lanmo woke up, he was lying on a big rock. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. Aren't you dreaming? Last night, he dreamed that someone had arrested him. Now he knows that it is true. It seems that he can't drink anymore. Otherwise, he would not know if he was killed. He turned his head and looked. A man was sitting cross-legged on another high rock. A cold wind blew, and Hyuga Lanmo's feet felt cold. That person turned out to be the angle of Akatsuki's undead duo. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes are rolling, and now his partner Hida is still living a boring child life in a certain village, so he is the only one here now. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and looked around, and found no other Akatsuki members. "The treasure of the pirate trio is in your hands. Hand it over." The reason why Angle didn't hand over the hangover Hyuga Lanmo to the black market for money in the first time was because he guessed that the pirate's treasure might lie with him. Yesterday, the turmoil he caused in the port town was not small, and naturally attracted the idea of the corner capital passing by. This guy is in charge of Akatsuki's organization of financial work, and he values money the most. Naturally, when people lament that only 6-year-old Hyuga Lanmo killed the pirate trio, he thinks of the pirate's treasure issue, and it's because of this. He waited patiently until he fell asleep and woke up naturally. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the corner in front of him, then looked around, stubbornly replied, "I have no money." The dead duck has a hard mouth. "If you don't hand over the money, I have 100 ways to kill you." As he said, Zhao Du's eyes were green and cold, and when he stretched out his hand, the tentacles of the blood vessels rushed over. He wanted to curl Hyuga Lanmo's neck, and then forced him to speak, but he didn't expect this little guy to move so fast. He turned and disappeared. He quickly got up and chased after him. Even without those treasures, he was originally worth 30 million yuan, but the top 3 reward targets on the black market must not let him run away. Hyuga Lanmo murmured, No, system, I don't want to copy this guy's ability, refuse. It turned out that the system was asking him if he mirrored the ability of Kodoto. As long as he wanted it, the system would help him fulfill his wish, but Hyuga Lanmo didn't want such a perverted ninjutsu. Chapter 68. 5 or 6 hearts were pressed on one body, and then they sucked the blood of others, so that he became a cold-hearted killer. He didn't want to become such a monster. Wow, what's this? It's so fast, so dark. Hyuga Lanmo screamed as he ran, and the tentacles of the blood vessels behind him were chasing after him, aiming at the vital part of his body and going to pierce. He jumped up and down, dodged with dexterity, occasionally bursting out a fire escape, and his face changed so much that his face changed. This child is really not easy. In a blink of an eye, the two had chased dozens of miles away. Hyuga Lanmo moved faster and faster, and Zhao Du also chased harder and harder. When he raised his eyes again, there was no trace of the child in the dense forest. Zhao Du stopped and looked around vigilantly. Hyuga Lanmo, I heard that you have betrayed Konoha. You must have suffered a lot in Konoha. If not, how could someone leave Konoha at your age? Where's your hometown? Do you have nowhere to go? Why don't you follow me? Today's matter will be treated as if we don't know each other. I will take you to meet the leader of our organization. With your ability, I believe he will like you. The one who can avoid him, always robbed the one who was killed by him last night, right? The corners are standing on the tree and listening carefully to everything around. It's too quiet here, right? He has 5 hearts, as old, experienced, and self-sufficient in doing things. He has heard that the child can fly before. The person who can fly has been running and stopping just now. It seems that it is not because of fear of him at all. What purpose must he have in bringing him here? He needs a little of his voice now. Do you hate this world? This is a world full of blood, unscrupulous for purpose, this world that even a child of your age wants to be a weapon and will not let it go. Do you hate it? Zhao Du's voice is low and cold. It's like narrating something that doesn't concern yourself. Do you want to change him? If you want, join us, as long as you agree. Don't say that we won't ask for those treasures. How about giving you a high commission? There was still no sound. If he could not feel him around, he suspected that he had escaped. Gah! Suddenly a crow flew up from the woods. All the black vascular tentacles on Zhao Du's body burst out, and after the crow was directly killed in pain, he turned around and beat his hands with the child behind him. Haha, do you have a good hearing? Although Hyuga Lanmo was drunk and kidnapped yesterday, he had a good dream all night and had a rare good night's sleep. Even though he was threatened by others, he was in a particularly good mood today. Advertisement. When I meet the corner capital of the undead duo who will be famous in the future, my heart is even more excited. Here. Hyuga Lanmo was so happy, and his movements were a bit quicker. So much so that the horns on the opposite side felt bloated in front of him, and the child was jumping and smiling excitedly like a monster, and then slapped him in the face when he couldn't handle it. He lived 80 years old, and it was the first time a child had his mouth mouthed. I'm going to kill you. Tentacle punch. All the black tentacles on Zhao Du's body exploded, split into several fists, and hit the opposite child. Today, your heart is mine. For so many years, no one has been able to hit him at close range in physical skills. Hyuga Lanmo was the first one. Although this made him very angry, he was also very excited at the same time. The horns are all like monsters. The whole body is shapeshifting exploded, and the black tentacles are rolling up and down, surrounding the tumbling Hyuga blue ink ball, constantly attacking. His eyes are cold, staring tightly at the position of his heart. Even if there is only a little bit, he will not let go of the opportunity. Finally, just when the opponent Jaeyin took the opportunity, 5 or 6 black tentacles used as cover to block the Jaeyin of his hands, and a tentacle behind him rushed towards his chest with lightning speed. In the deep dense forest, only a poof sound was heard, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. It's done. But soon, all his black tentacles were retracted, but the tentacles that took the heart were empty. It turned out that Hyuga Lanmo's wood duplication was the one who was fighting against him just now. Mu done. Zhao Du's brows became tighter, and some old pictures appeared in his mind. Back then, he was also a famous elite in Takanan village, and he had also fought against the famous generation of Hokage at that time, but in the end he was defeated by his Mu done secret technique. It was also because of that failure that completely changed his destiny. The upper class of Takanan village did not forgive him for his past merits, but wanted to put him to death in the name of it. So, he took away the secret technique that Takanan village regarded as a treasure grievances, killed those high-level figures, took their hearts, and reduced those hearts to his own use, and then left his hometown. Advertisement. So many years have passed, although many things have long since been wrong, but Mu Dun's ninjutsu has always occupied a special place in his mind. Mu Dun, he hasn't seen it in years. Now, the opportunity is right in front of him. If he can have the heart of Mudden Ninja, can he be as powerful as Senjuan? Thinking of this, he looked around excitedly. Hyuga Lanmo, don't hide, I have seen you. The deep voice sounded again, and his mind was full of the child's figure. From then on, he will become his ultimate goal, and he must get his heart. Lei Dun, Lei Tian Jia. Hyuga Lanmo descended from the sky, and Lei Dun appeared in his hand, and he smashed down the corners below. Zhao Du stretched out his hand to meet. Thunder Dun, pseudo dark. A lightning that resembled a big thunder spear shot out from his hand, directly over the thunder heaven tribulation, in Hyuga Lanmo's hand, and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo in the air. This is what he would rather sacrifice himself to defeat the other party. Hyuga Lanmo wouldn't be deceived. People who didn't know would definitely choose to head, because this was an opportunity to kill the opponent, and this opportunity was so obvious. If he confronted him to kill him now, it would be fooled, because maybe others didn't know the secret of Kakato, and Hyuga Lanmo, a former Naruto fan, knew him very well. Even if he was killed by his own Thunder Heaven Tribulation, he would not die, because there were a total of 5 hearts on his body, and each heart was his life. Jing Dun. Huge amounts of red Jing Dun appeared, directly blocking the Lei Dun pseudo-darkness in Zhao Du. And Hyuga Lanmo's Thunder Tribulation had already been recovered. At the same time, Mu Dun appeared. Mu Dun, silent killing binding technique. There were a few huge amounts of tree branches underground, and all the corners turned around and fled, but the earth escape suddenly appeared, and the ankles suddenly sank into the mud. Chapter 69. The Best Heart. At the same time, the branches of the trees have quickly climbed over, fixing his whole body. Hyuga Lanmo, what do you want to do? Zhao Du's face was cold, and he looked at the child in front of him sullenly. He wanted to make seals, but his hands couldn't merge. What are you talking about? What do you want to do to me, what I want to do to you? Hyuga Lanmo came to him with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and when he saw the split skin on his body, he shook his head. Sure enough, the people in Xiao's organization are lunatics. Resentment. Just as Hyuga Lanmo sighed about his patchwork body, the man in front of him suddenly opened his mouth, the sewing threads on both sides of his mouth split, and the entire mouth sprayed out countless long lines like black blood vessels, and Hyuga Lanmo rushed over. The distance between the two is very close, this time, he must not be able to avoid it. Zhao Du was happy in his heart. The reason why he escaped without using the flow of complaints just now was because he wanted to grab his heart from close, and he had never failed to get what he wanted. The long black blood vessels passed through the heart of Hyuga Lanmo's body, and at the same time, his Mudun instantly pierced all 5 hearts in Angle's body to death. The black blood flowed down, and the corners of his mouth smirked. It's ruthless, I like it. Although all the hearts were destroyed, Zhao didn't regret it at all, because he got the heart he wanted most in the world, a heart that could use Mudun, Jingdun, Thunderdun, and Earthdun chakra. As long as he experiences the pain of dismembering and sewing the body again, he will live again. For so many years, he has experienced too much of that kind of pain, which is nothing to him at all. He is cruel because he feels that no one in this world is more pitiful and painful than him, and he hurts anyone less than 1/10,000th of what he did to himself. So he is ruthless, he doesn't care, as long as he can make himself stronger, he will unceremoniously attack anyone, even a 6-year-old child, he will not let it go. Your heart is mine. There is black blood in the corners of his mouth, and his eyes are loose. Advertisement. What's the matter? Suddenly, his face changed drastically. Those black blood vessel-like tentacles were constantly churning in Hyuga Lanmo's body, but nothing was noticed, as if his body was air. If it weren't for the blinking eyes of the child opposite, he couldn't believe his own eyes. Puff. Hyuga Lanmo punched his head to the side, and then stretched out his hand and slashed across it. Kunai in his hand had already cut off the head of Zhao Du. How is it possible for you? How can you have no heart? How can it be? If the person in front of him is Mudun duplication, Zhao Du will feel comforted. But the child clearly used that body to move his head when he grabbed his chest open, which proves that he is a physical existence, not a shadow duplication. So how do you explain the current situation? Did he meet someone stranger than himself? Or is he actually not a human being? Is it a ghost? He didn't know that when Hyuga Lanmo approached him, his closed eyes were already in the state of kaleidoscope blood circle eyes. In this state, he could transfer part of his body to a different space anytime and anywhere. And Hyuga Lanmo knows the corners very well, and naturally knows that when he takes his heart as his goal, the part of his own heart that he should protect the most. Therefore, when he approached him, his chest had already moved to a different space. Naturally, his grievances and tentacles did not catch his heart. Zhao Du's plan failed, his body was torn apart, and all the 5 hearts were destroyed. He looked at his body with unwillingness. The child touched the cloak of his organization for a long time, and even took away all his scrolls and other things. Not only that, he also checked all the scrolls, among which the scrolls storing the experimental human organs, he directly burned them all with Huodun, and all the money he had earned in the past 2 months was ransacked by him. No wonder he said, "What do you want to do to me, what do I do to you?" He really did it. He lived such a long time, it was he who robbed others, this was the first time he was robbed by others. Advertisement. After Hyuga Lanmo finished all this, he waved his hand to Zhao Du's corpse. Regret it, there is not even a dead body, although there is still a tone, but in this deep mountain and old forest, I think only beast is for you. The corpse is collected. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, then turned around and disappeared. In the dense forest, the bottom insects screamed, and the black tentacles of Zhao Du placed a rabbit's heart in his broken corpse to maintain signs of life. His head slowly twisted, looking at Hyuga where Lanmo disappeared, his consciousness was still shocked. He has no heart, he has no heart. How can a heartless person live? How can it be? Hyuga Lanmo left the forest and set off to the east. The coastal areas were prosperous because of the ships passing by. The more you go into the country of water, the more you find that the situation here is completely different from that of the port. The population here is sparsely populated and the cultivated land is barren. Only after arriving in some small towns can it show a slightly lively scene. Even so, people are cautious. Moreover, the hotel here is very careful even if it accommodates past guests. Ninjas and Sanin will not stay overnight at all, and Hyuga Lanmo is young and has no guards, so it is more convenient in terms of accommodation. This is the country of water under the influence of the village of Blood Mist. Many people prefer to defect rather than stay here, and many people prefer to be merchants and farmers rather than learn ninjutsu. Even so, some people with special abilities will still be persecuted, such as blood succession boundary. Along the way, Hyuga Lanmo has heard more than a dozen times that people with blood inheritance have been killed. Uchiha brought the soil, he was crazy, he didn't want to give Wuin village any chance to stand up. After traveling around several places, seeing the darkness of human nature and the tragedy of human nature, Hyuga Lanmo seemed to understand more and more why Uchiha Madara chose to believe in the Moon Eye project. Pain will choose to let everyone taste the same pain to achieve mutual understanding, because the world is really disappointing. No matter how strong your ability is, you can't seem to change him. No wonder Mr. Jiraiya has been looking for a son who can change the destiny of this world. Indeed, What people here need is not ninjutsu or ability, but a kind of faith. They are like walking corpses without faith, even following their hearts. Shanian can't do this simple thing. Chapter 70. The Sorrow of Reality. Definitely, this is also forced by the current situation. War, hunger, and pain are full of everyone's nerves. Sometimes it is difficult to survive just simply. Who can care about whom? So in this case, no matter who makes what choice, the reasons are also very abundant. For example, it was rumored a few days ago that the Shui clan was annihilated, and the Ghost Lantern clan also recently appeared rebellious, etc. The Wuin village has become the worst village among the 5 ninja villages. After going east for a while, after inquiring about the road, I turned to the south and I was 20 kilometers away from Wuin village. There is a small town here with only one street, and there are rushing people on the street, as if no one can talk to anyone. Same words. The depressive atmosphere coupled with all kinds of bad people's livelihood conditions really makes people feel particularly bad. Hyuga Lanmo entered the town, planning to find a place to fill his stomach, but when he saw a restaurant, he saw an adult at the door pushing a 5 or 6-year-old child out. If you don't have money, you'll get rid of food. If I have leftovers to feed the pigs, I won't give it to you. Now these years, who has a better life? Every day I know to eat free food, roll, roll. The owner of a restaurant on the roadside, he shouted loudly, and then pushed the child in front of him onto the road. The child fell to the ground, a piece of skin was rubbed off his elbow, and bright red blood leaked out. This child was about the same age as Hyuga Lanmo, skinny and in tattered clothes, with a pair of big eyes looking at the shop owner aggrievedly, and at the first glance he was an orphan. Boss, can I work for you? As long as you give me a bite to eat, can you give me a bite? The child looked at the fat boss in front of him imploringly, with a pleading expression in his eyes, with a very low voice. Go away, I can raise a pig and can kill meat and eat it. Why do you keep you? I don't need a part-time job. Go away, if I find out what you want to eat at my house again, I will break your leg. With that said, the shopkeeper turned around and went in and took a broom out, and danced the broom to the child who hadn't gotten up on the ground. Hyuga Lanmo looked at this scene with anger in his heart. There were so many pedestrians on the road, but no one stood down to plead for it. Looking at this situation, even if this child is beaten to death by him, no one will come out to be fair to him, right? This is the current water country. Hyuga Lanmo took a step forward and snatched the broom in the hands of the shop owner. What are you doing? If you don't give it, why don't you give it? Advertisement. Here is another beggar. I will not leave him. You said you owe you. Why are children like you still alive? Why don't you find a place where you can die, live in waste air, die in waste land? It's really unlucky. The shop owner had a fierce look with his waist in his waist. Hyuga Lanmo lifted up the child who had fallen on the ground, turned to look at the shopkeeper in front of him, and said coldly, are you without children? Didn't you grow up with children? You didn't die when you were a child, so why let others to die? Smelly boy, fight the injustice, right? I will fight with you today. As he said, the guy turned around and entered the house. Hyuga Lanmo saw the scene and rushed in. The child saw Hyuga Lanmo entering the store, afraid that he would be bullied, and followed him. The shop was empty and there was no customer. The boss entered the back kitchen and rushed out with 2 kitchen knives. Before Hyuga Lanmo thought, he clearly had a broom in his hand, why did he go in to find a weapon? And if he really dared to do something to himself, he would beat him up, but he didn't expect to find out after following up that he actually took a knife out. Did he want to kill someone? He became more and more angry. During this time, he has been patient. No matter what he sees, he tries not to worry about nosy. He knows that even if it is, he can't manage it, but today he really can't help it. The compelling injury is understandable, but this kind of bullying bad guy deserves to die. Run. The child behind Hyuga Lanmo pulled him to leave, but he used a lot of strength but didn't pull him at all. I'll kill you. The shop owner rushed out, raised 2 kitchen knives, and slashed towards Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo didn't even move, just looking at him like that, the knife was raised up, and it fell down, without any slowing down, he really wanted to kill. Hyuga Lanmo backed away, dragged the child back to the door, and then tied the seal with both hands, and a fire burst out. The flame was huge, and the entire shop was lit. The shop owner was dumbfounded. Ah, my shop, B asterisk 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 D, B asterisk 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 D. He rushed to avenge him, but when he found out that the opponent was a ninja, he took 2 steps back in fright, then threw the kitchen knife and ran to the kitchen. He wanted to find water and put out the fire. The anger in Hyuga Lanmo's heart disappeared a lot with the fire, and he turned and walked outside, thinking about whether to kill him or not while walking. Isn't it too cheap for him to burn his shop like this? Advertisement. In the end he shook his head. Some people are more uncomfortable alive than dead. Killing him is cheaper for him. If there is nothing, he sees how he will live in the future. Thank you. The child was still behind Hyuga Lanmo. Take it, don't follow me. An ingot of gold was thrown over, and the child reached out to catch it, and was shocked when he saw what was in the palm of his hand. No, I can't ask you for such a valuable thing, I don't want. He chased up and returned the gold to him. Hello, my name is Shui Wuyubai, how about you? My name is Lan Mo, Shui Wuyubai. You are being done Shuiji boundary. Hyuga Lan Mo suddenly stopped, and looked back at the child in front of him in surprise. Shui Wuyubai looked around in shock when she heard this, and then shook her head, very nervously denying. No, I'm not. He didn't know. How did he know his secret? Everyone who knew about it died. Where did he hear about it? Hyuga Lanmo knew that this place was not far from Wuin village, and that the term, blood succession boundary, was a taboo in the water country, and even more so here, so he couldn't admit it. Speaking of Bai, Hyuga Lanmo thought of not cutting the peach ground again, a benefactor and teacher that Bai Mirai likes very much, and a close friend who exists like his family. If it weren't for him, wouldn't Bai need to die? But Bai also said that if there is no dream and no one needs it, it is a pain to live. Therefore, his later choice is also understandable. Well, you are not. After Hyuga Lanmo said, he turned and continued to walk to the other side of the town. Behind him, the fire was burning. Everyone else in the town came out to help put out the fire. The child was still behind him. Until the evening, Hyuga Lanmo was approaching Wuin village, and Bai was still following him. Chapter 71. And because he hadn't eaten for 2 days, he was already dizzy with hunger, and he would follow him even if he was shaking. Hyuga Lanmo stopped and beckoned. Come here, let's talk. With his ability, it is very easy to get rid of whiteness, but for such a person with a rough fate and empathy, he really can't get rid of it directly. Eat this first. Hyuga Lanmo put a piece of military food in his palm. Thank you, thank you. Shui Wuyubai swallowed the military food, and Hyuga Lanmo handed him the water bag again. He drank half a pot of water before returning it to him. He was all dirty, bowed his head, and hadn't spoken for a long time. He was waiting for him to speak. Originally Hyuga Lanmo wanted to give him a sum of money to let him go, but seeing him like this, he thought about it and asked, do you want to follow me? I don't have a place to go, and I don't know what to do. You saved me before, and I want to follow you, and I can take care of you. Bai said with a sad face. Hyuga Lanmo nodded slightly, but I don't like trouble, and I am used to being free and don't want to be followed. I have a lot of money. I will give you a sum of money. You buy a house and live your life better than following me. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo opened the scroll he had obtained from Jiaodu. He had revised all the spells on it, and took out some money and handed it to Bai. His face became more and more ugly. I am not for the money, and I will not ask for it. If you really don't want me to follow, I will leave. Bai stood up aggrieved. Hyuga Lanmo understands his feelings, but he really has important things to do. He scratched his head and said, let's take this money first. You go to the nearby village and wait for me. If I finish mission, I will go to you. If I don't go to you, you will go your own way, understand? After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, he stuffed the money in his hand, then looked around, and a strange space disappeared. White opened his mouth wide and looked around in disbelief, but he didn't find him. He was nervous. What kind of power is this? Isn't he also blood succession boundary? Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo entered the Wuin village. The streets at night were empty, and you couldn't even see a person. He couldn't get in directly by the door of the village, so he could only use this method. The fog is dense here, and the surrounding mountains are towering into the clouds, like a mirage against the background of the dark night. Turning around again, Hyuga Lanmo has appeared above the tall buildings in the village. As soon as he landed on his feet, he heard a shallow walking sound in the long corridor. Hyuga Lanmo hides in the dark, and from a distance, he saw the 4th generation of Water Shadow Citrus Orange Yakura. Although he is not young, he has a baby face, light green short hair, and purple pupils. Children aged 3 or 4 are average. He held a stick-like weapon in his hand. The bent end of the stick showed a sharp hook shape, and the hook carried a green decorative flower. As he walked, he asked the people behind him, how is the selection of the 6-tailed Manzuli? Is it still not working after so long? Yes, Lord Shuiying, it's still not possible at the moment. I have sacrificed 5 people. I will experiment tomorrow. One of my students is not bad. I want him to try it. An old man walked behind him. Well, hurry up. It's not good for the village to keep Luwei closed like this, Kodachi Tachibana said. Hyuga Lanmo hides in the dark. Seeing this scene, the corners of his mouth are raised. His mirror system has just begun to replicate the 3-tailed beast in the body of the 4th generation of Shuiying, and another 6-tailed rhinoceros in Wuin village. It has not been sealed in Ren Zuli's body, it should be replicated well. Thinking of this, he quietly followed. At this moment, it seemed that Yakura didn't have illusion, speaking and doing things were normal. But when Hyuga Lanmo entered his office, he knew how wrong he was. There was a smell of blood in the entire office. 3 people fell in a pool of blood, and one of them had his eyes gouged out. Master Shuiying, we did not betray Wuin village, please believe us, we absolutely did not do anything to go to Wuin village. One of the 3 said, he combed his long hair and eyebrows. With 2 red eyebrow shadows on top. Advertisement. The other 2 are somewhat similar to him in dress and appearance. In Wuin village, there is only one family of people who have this kind of eyebrow shadow, and that is the Wei family. I heard that the Snow clan and the Ghost Lantern clan have all been wiped out before, is it the Wei clan's turn now? You Wei clan secretly hides blood to follow the limit, do you think I don't know? Citrus Orange Yakura's weapon was aimed at one of them, his eyes were fierce, and Binghan said, all of you want to betrayal. Since I dare to betray me, I should be able to bear my anger. After speaking, he threw his arm out, and the weapon in his hand cut off the neck of the person on the ground, and blood sprayed all over the floor. Yakura, we are loyal to you, but you hurt our people. Are you forcing us? Another member of the Kagaya clan shouted angrily. He tried to get up and fight him, but he was seriously injured and couldn't get up. Is it because I forced you, or did you want to resist? Why don't I feel your sincerity? Why do you want to hide the blood inheritance boundary? Give you one last chance to hand him over, otherwise I will kill you all, people. After Yakura finished speaking, he killed another person, then he pointed to the last person and said to the elder beside him, let him go back and report. Elder Chun Yu sighed slightly in his heart, then let go of the remaining Wei Yi clan members, they turned and ran out. Yakura did this deliberately. He had killed no less than 10 members of the Kagaya clan in the past 6 months. If they could bear it, then they would not be a problem, but the blood inheritance limit was an invisible bomb. The elder Chun Yu couldn't bear it anymore, and said, Master Shuiying, maybe the Wei clan doesn't have a private blood to inherit the limit. Although the people of their clan are easy to mutate, but if this kind of people are used by the village, it can also better protect our village, why don't you choose to tolerate it? Shut up, Elder Chun Yu, have you done the task I entrusted to you? You can't even pick out your personal strength, and you dare to question my decision. Are you Shuiying or I'm Shuiying? I'm all for the sake of Wuin village, don't you see it? Kodachi Tachibana Yakura's eyes were cold, and his fingers gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. At this moment, he was like an obsessive maniac who got into the tip of a bull's horn. Chapter 72 The Rebellious Wei Yi Clan. Although the elders have criticized him a lot now, he has to admit that the people he killed do have evidence to prove that they all betrayed the village. But if he persecuted them like the Wei clan every day, would they not resist? Go out, you are no longer needed here, quickly find Renjuli, and protecting the village is what your elders should do. Yakura's cold voice came again. Elder Chun Yu bowed his head slightly and saluted, then turned and left the office. Hyuga Lanmo also followed secretly. As soon as Chun Yu left the village, a boy of about 7 or 8 greeted him. Master, are you looking for me? There is no one in your house. I think you should come to the village. Just come and have a look. You really are here. The child was dressed in a blue robe, born young and handsome, with long hair floating, like a fairy from the outside world, with a long ribbon around his waist and a slender bubble tube inserted on it. Master, look, he happily pulled out the bubble tube from his waist, and then opened his mouth to blow. The whole bubble grew bigger and bigger, wrapping him all over, and then floating with him. Master, this is the result of my new training today, how about it? Although the persistence is not long, but I think as my chakras increase, I will definitely make my bubble persist for longer and longer. Yugaka, come down. Chun Yu looked at his disciple deeply. He couldn't wait any longer. The 4 generations of Shui Ying are now emotionally unstable. The ninjas that can be used in the village die and escape. The Wuin village is now in danger. They need human pillar power, even if it is dangerous, they must cultivate a human pillar power that can control the 6 tails. Okay. Yu Gao burst the bubble surrounding him and fell from the air. He fell in front of Elder Chun Yu. The corner of his mouth curled up and he looked at his teacher and asked, Master, what's the matter? As long as I can do it, I will work hard. Yu Gao was so innocent and cute at this time, he didn't know, he was about to be used by his master as a pillar of strength. Good boy, do you know, you have always been my favorite apprentice. Chun Yu slowly stretched out her fingers and stroked Yu Gao's hair. Everything I do is for the village. Advertisement. With just this action, Kohan Takao fainted. He stretched out his hand to catch his body and said in a low voice, Don't worry, the master will protect you. Even if it fails, I will try my best to keep you alive. After that, Chun Yu picked up Yu Gao, and ran back to the mountain with several leaps. Hyuga Lanmo followed closely, and sure enough, in the secret cave of the back mountain, he saw the 6-tailed rhinoceros sealed in a huge wooden cage. A strange seal pattern was painted on the bottom of the wooden cage, and various suppression spells were pasted on the wooden cage and even on the wall within 10 meters of him. After Chun Yu entered the cave, he took Yu Gao to do physical examination and seal preparations. Hyuga Lanmo, who followed them, emerged from the earth escape and stood in front of the 6-tailed beast. His mirror copy has been turned on. It only takes 5 seconds. The 6-tailed rhinoceros at the scene has already appeared in his mirror copy. After copying, he directly starts the mirror clone, and its figure appears in the clone list. In the past 2 months, the growth rate of the 4 tails and 5 tails has not been slow, but I believe that in half a year, they can also enter the mirror cultivation stage. Looking at the small 9 tails, they have grown to finger file size. It's pounding, so cute. Occasionally, I found the Hyuga Blue Mo internal vision system, and it would sway its 9 small hairy tails at him in cooperation. Now he already has a 4-tailed beast in his body, and the 3-tailed man Zuli Yakura, whether he wants to copy the 3-tailed by approaching him, Hyuga Lanmo hasn't figured out yet. The misty hidden village is now in a mess, and after this period of time, Yakura's illusion will be discovered by Blue Eyes. At that time, it was the time when Mio returned to nature, and it was also the best time to replicate the scene. In fact, it's not too late to wait until then. Hyuga Lanmo was thinking about it, and someone over there heard someone say, Who are you? What do you want to do? Turning his head and looking at it, 2 ninjas from the hidden village of Mist had rushed over, and at the same time they had used the water escape to attack. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and fought with each other. The 2 sides fought against each other, which alarmed the 6-tailed rhinoceros sleeping in the wooden cage. It began to madly hit the wooden cage and began to eject the strong acid gas from its mouth. Advertisement. Although it was sealed in a wooden cage by a sealing technique, except for the chakra, its originally built-in physical ability was still usable. In an instant, the scene had become a world of sulfuric acid, and the alarm in the cave was also sounded. Not only that, the entire Wuin village has also entered a first-level alert state. In the dark night, in a cave in the back mountain, Uchiha was about to lie on the bed with soil to rest. After hearing the alarm of huge amounts of, he suddenly stood up, and at the same time, with an expression of excitement on his face, he asked, could it be that the Wuin clan rebelled? As long as the Wuin clan takes action, he will immediately let Yakura annihilate their entire clan, so that Wuin village will have one less right-hand man, ha ha. Don't they think they have the ability to do something to others? He wants them to know what it feels like to be helpless. No, should it be something else? Ju on the side said, the Wuin clan hasn't moved yet. I sent to monitor their clan's duplication and didn't return it. When Uchiha Dado heard this, he stretched out his hand and picked up the mask on one side. Let's take a look. In the dark night, the strangely quiet misty village on weekdays was brightly lit at this moment, and there was a roaring sound from the direction of the Chishin cave. It was the sound of a tail beast. He shifted and appeared on the west mountain. A bud drilled out of the ground beside him, and the bud slowly opened up, half black and half white absolutely appearing in front of him. Someone alarmed Six Tails. Six Tails were irritable. Now the entire cave is destroyed. All the elders of the Wuin village suppress the Six Tails outbreak here. Do you know who alerted Lousi? Is it someone outside? Uchiha asked with the soil. Under the black wind, he was wearing a costume of Akatsuki, with one eye showing the state of a bright red kaleidoscope blood circle. Because of the mask, his aura became more and more gloomy. I don't know, people are gone. Ju has been concerned about Wui's clan for this period of time, so he didn't always pay attention to Lousi. Since it's not a big deal, let's go back. I don't like the misty villages that are too bright. It's better to be dark here. Uchiha said with soil, turning around and disappearing. Chapter 73. At the same time, the Six Tails in the cave seemed crazy. Just now Hyuga Lanmo's fire escape was too strong and accidentally burned its tail. Now it has reached an uncontrollable level, plus its strong acid gas, causing the ninja can't get close at all. Several elders of the Wuin village, along with more than a dozen Anbu people, are relying on sealing techniques to suppress the tail beast, hoping that it will not escape the cave, otherwise the entire Wuin village will be in danger. Among the tail beasts, the six-tailed rhino is not the most powerful, but it can spray acid gas, which is even more troublesome than the tail beast jade. Wind escape, water escape, earth escape. Various methods to dissipate the gas have been used, and it is still impossible to get close to the Six Tails. At the same time, the Wuin clan who lived outside Wuin village heard about this, ready to seize the opportunity and began to move around. I heard that Kodachi Tachibana Yakura has gone to Nishiyama to inspect the situation of Lousi. This is their only chance. If they are still patient, I am afraid that the final outcome is that the family forces are eaten away by Yakura a little bit, and finally all disappear. The former Shui clan was killed in that way, and they didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Go, let Junmaru out. Elder Wei Yi said, that is their weapon, and they need his presence when the whole family is alive and dead. Yes, someone retreated. In a cave in Haoshan where Wei's family lived, a child was imprisoned. He was regarded by the leader of the same family as Wei's strongest weapon. It was also because he was too dangerous. He has been sensible until now. He has been kept here. The members of the Wei clan rushed into the cave and said, Junmaru, the time has come when the family needs you, come out. After speaking, he opened the prison door with the key, and the moment they opened the door, the whole person was stunned. Because there is still a child in the cave. The child is sitting on the big rock on the side and seems to be muttering to himself, do you want to let Yakura die now? Or will it be a few years from now? In a few years, I have to come to Sanwei, and now it seems that death does not fit the development of the storyline. What should I do? Junmaru, who are you? Advertisement. The Kagaya clan asked nervously, knowing that Junmaru is very important to the entire Kagaya clan. Otherwise, when Yakura asks them to hand them over, they would not admit it tonight. Tonight is related. He didn't want anyone to stop this for the whole night of the success or failure of the Wei clan. Puff. Before the person rushed in, Junmaru had already rushed over, his body burst out, and he directly pierced the person to death on the scene. I don't allow you to hurt him. No, I don't want to hurt him. The family uprising, please participate. The man raised his finger high, and in the end, he was still talking about the family. As everyone knows, he has used Junmaru as a weapon since he was born, and he has never given his family any warmth, which is not worth mentioning in his heart. Friend, shall we go? Junmaru saw that the prison door had been opened and waved to Hyuga Lanmo. Go, let's do what you want. And the person sitting on the rock in the cave is Hyuga Lanmo. He left the Wuin village after leaving the cave where he was in the Luwei. He came to the residence of the Wei clan without any purpose. After arriving here, he suddenly thought of the inheritance of the bones and veins of the blood inheritance boundary. Wei Kun Maro is in the Wei clan. At the moment, he has not followed Dashemaru. How could Hyuga Lanmo make him the child that Dashemaru wanted? So he decided to take Junmaru out of here, so that Orochimaru would never see him for the rest of his life. With this idea, he directly found the place where Junmaru was imprisoned and entered his cave. Although this guy had a cold personality, he didn't blink at killing people. After 2 shots failed to kill Hyuga Lanmo, he recognized the existence of Hyuga Lanmo. And he was a child who didn't like words, so much so that only Hyuga Lanmo was chattering about his plan. 6 tails have appeared in the clone list, and now there are 3 tails left. The man from Kodachi Tachibana Yakura was under the control of Uchiha. He really didn't have the confidence to spend 5 or 6 days with him, but he wanted to copy Sanwei again, and didn't want to look for Sanwei again, so now he is worrying. Do you want to destroy the Yakura Tachibana? I want to get rid of the 4 generations of water shadows, do you think I can succeed? Hyuga Lanmo looked at Junmaro in front of him strangely, but he was quite supportive of him. Advertisement. Yes, now the Wei family is going to attack Wuin village, you have a chance. Don't think that Junmaru is only 5 years old, but his thoughts are very mature. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. Oh, you are a good friend, haha. He laughed. Actually, it's easy to get rid of the Kodachibana Yakura. We don't need to do anything. We just need to tell him about his current situation. Wait for the 3 tails to appear. It doesn't matter, I've been in the cave for 2 years anyway, and other places are the same. Junmaro had no friends since he was a child, and suddenly someone who made him very sure appeared, so he was very happy in his heart. Okay, let's go, Hyuga Lanmo said. In this way, I will support the Kagaya family. After this is done, we will meet in the village. This is the bone flute. We will meet with the sound of the flute. He handed it to Hyuga Lanmo and said, goodbye. After speaking, he turned around and set off to the gathering place of the Wei Yi family. Hyuga Lanmo saw the corner of this scene's mouth curled up, and after putting away the bone flute, he made a vertical leap towards Wuin village. When I came to the village, Lu Wei had settled down. At this moment, the whole village was brightly lit. Many villagers couldn't help being curious. They secretly came to the street to inquire about what happened. At the moment, shouts rang from outside the village, and the Wei clan launched an attack on Wuin village. 4 generations of Tsuchikage quickly received the news and arranged ninjas to fight with them. The night is dark, and the village of Fog is destined to sleepless tonight. Because of the bloody violence of the citrus fruit in the past 2 years, coupled with the losses caused by the 3 wars and more ninjas who defected, the village of Fog is now full of holes. Fortunately, other ninja villages also need to be corrected because of the wounds of the 3 world wars, and they don't know the situation in the Misty village. If not, with their current ability, let alone a civil war, even if it is a foreign enemy, they will not be able to fight. And now, just the attack of the Wei Yi clan, coupled with the 6-tailed irritation, made the entire Wuin village feel like no one is available. Chapter 74. 3 Friends. Kochi Tachibana Yakura personally played, he was invincible in the tail beast state, and he restricted the appearance of the blood inheritance boundary over the years, so that the entire Kagaya family even had no one who could compete with him. Even if Junmaro can fight for a while, but he is a child after all, how could he have beaten a shadow-level figure in Wuin village? Soon, the entire Kagaya family was slaughtered by the ninjas of the Misty Hidden village led by Goku Tachibana Yakura. Because of the attack of the Kagaya clan, the blue-eyed Hyuga Lanmo could not find him in the ninja team in Wuin village. He was very young at this time, but he didn't know where he got it. The white eyes were blocked by the black skin, and because of this, he could not find the problem with Yakura in the first place. Hyuga Lanmo saw that the entire Kagaya clan had been slaughtered by the ninjas of Wuin village, and an instantaneous spell left the symbol of the Flying Thor technique on Bianqing's body, and he left the village in a blink of an eye, and then snatched it on the battlefield. Junmaro left the village. Calm down. Looking at Junmaro's red eyes, Hyuga Lanmo called out loudly while controlling him. He was like Quill, his face was pale, his figure swayed, and there was a fighting mode all over his body. Okay, the war is over. Hyuga Lanmo began to comfort. As time passed, the east turned white, and Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes. Because of his action, Junmaro slowly came over. What's wrong with you? He uses too much bones and veins, and his body consumes too much, so that he can't keep up with the nutrition now, and he feels very uncomfortable. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head. It's okay, my eyes are blind and I can't see during the day, but I have perception skills and can feel everything around me, but my eyes must be closed, otherwise the sun will be uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable too. Junmaro finished speaking, leaning on the stone on one side, panting heavily. It was already dawn. Hyuga Lanmo took Junmaro to the creek in the mountains and forests to diagnose and treat his body. After examination, he found that although he was only 5 years old, his physique was too bad. This is probably the same as his blood has something to do with the boundary. So many bones come out of one's body and use it as a weapon. This is a lot of energy, which is different from chakras. Chakras can be obtained through practice, can absorb the chakras stored in nature, and can be borrowed from tail beasts. And his bones and veins are all his bones, his flesh and blood are transformed, which are all consuming his body. Come on, take the medicine. Advertisement. Fortunately, Sister Silent put a lot of medical supplies and medicinal materials in his scroll, otherwise he would have to drag him to heal him. My medical ninjutsu is not very strong, but it can also help. Hyuga Lanmo said, putting a few prepared medicinal materials together, then grinding them, and feeding them directly to Junmaro. He looked up at him, his cold eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. It's okay. Get well soon, I'll take you to see a friend. Hyuga Lanmo said. How is your business going? Yakura is still alive, Junmaro asked. Yes, it's still alive now. Junmaro rested for a long time, ate the rabbit meat that Hyuga Lanmo hunted, and drank the medicine powder, and finally the whole person was much better. The two set out together to a small village 10 miles southwest of Wuin village. There, the two saw Shui Wuyubai waiting there. The three were extremely happy when they met. Bai's personality was a bit shy, but at the same time they saw Shui Wuyubai. With two more friends, the conversation began to grow. I also want to practice ninjutsu. From now on, we will be a ninja trio, okay? When Junmaro heard this, he coldly snorted. It's alright, but I prefer to be alone, because the masters are all alone. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he pointed at Junmaru and laughed haha, Master, you are a master. Master, I'm hungry, what shall we eat tonight? Junmaro looked ashamed when he heard this. The rabbit in the morning was still caught by Hyuga Lanmo. He looked at Bai and asked, what to eat at night? Bai was even more embarrassed. He rubbed his bare feet with embarrassment on his face. Okay, don't have this expression, I will take you to eat delicious food, go. Although the village is not large, as long as they are willing to pay, someone is willing to provide them with accommodation and meals. And this villager is still willing to provide Bai with clothes and shoes, definitely, as long as Hyuga Lanmo is willing to pay. The last thing Hyuga Lanmo lacks now is money, and I definitely agreed with it very happy. Advertisement. The night was dark, and Shui Wuyubai went to the mountains to take a bath and changed clothes. When she came back, she was like a different person. He originally looked like a girl, and his personality was very similar to that of a woman, so when he changed his clothes and stood in front of the two of them, it really shined. The night is deep, and inside the house, Bai has been repeating a sentence. I am the oldest, you two should be called my eldest brother. I think it's almost the same as your sister, but elder brother. My ability is the strongest, and you two call me the boss. Junmaru raised his neck and said. Hyuga Lanmo is not to be outdone. You two are spending my money, calling me the eldest brother. No, I'm the boss, my boss. The three people are in a group, and the laughter and clamor are mixed. Although naive and unreasonable, this is how friendship should exist at this age. In the second half of the night, both Junmaro and Bai slept. Hyuga Lanmo sat up and looked at them. Although he is not a philanthropist, at this moment, he hopes that these two people can live a safe and healthy life in the future. Hyuga Lanmo got up and disappeared into the night. Wuin village was irritable with Six Tails last night and Wie's clan attacked. Today, both the enchantment and the guards have been strengthened a lot. On the wall of the village entrance, tall poles were inserted, and the bodies of all the people of the Wie clan were hung on it. Kodachi Tachibana declared his sovereignty in this way, and it also reminded those who want to betray the Wuin village, if you dare to do too much, there is only a dead end. Hyuga Lanmo moved into a different space and entered the village. On the empty street, there was no one. He used the instantaneous technique and appeared in front of the white-eyed house in a blink of an eye. The room in his house was still lit, and Hyuga Lanmo used the wind to knock on his window. Bianqing opened the window and looked out the window. A child was standing on the street, looking up at him. Hurry up and go home so late, prank. He thought it was some boring child who was fooling around. Have you heard of the Uchiha family? Hyuga Lanmo's eyes turned red, and the kaleidoscope blood wheel appeared, and he would use illusion technique against the blue. Chapter 75. Seeing this scene, Qing felt nervous, hurriedly disrupted the body to chakra flow, jumped out of the window and chased it down. How could Uchiha's clan suddenly appear in Wuin village? This is no small matter. The two left the village one after the other, but the guard at the entrance of the village saw a child rushing out in a thunderous manner and followed him. Several people chased a child, but were finally lost in the thick fog. A few people looked around carefully. Where is the child there? Bianqing looked around strangely, and finally could only choose to go home. When he returned home, he saw 8 characters written on the mirror opposite the door of the house at a glance. 4 generations of water shadows have been involved in illusion. Seeing this, his white-eyed brows wrinkled tightly. He came to the mirror, carefully looked at the words on it, and then slowly took off the black skin on his right eye, and used force. Violent veins around his right eye, and with a blank eye, he saw far away through the house. Did you have an illusion? You'll know it by a try tomorrow. After speaking, he covered his eyes with a black skin again. The next day, Bianqing summoned several high-level elders in the village and spoke out his suspicions in advance, and then all was ready, only waiting for the appearance of the 4 generations of Shuiying Goku Tachibana Yakura. In the past few years, although the 4 generations of Shuiying have done things for a certain degree, they are indeed too domineering and arrogant. But because of the low advantage of Wuin village during the 3rd station, several elders have tolerated his temper. After all, some things really require some tough methods. But the 3 world wars had ended half a year ago, and the 5 major ninja villages also signed an armistice agreement, but in contrast, Wuin village is getting worse and worse. The number of rebel ninjas is increasing, and the several big families that once supported Wuin have all been wiped out by him. Wuin village has become the weakest village of the 5 ninja villages. In this way, in the long run, will it be squeezed out of the 5 ninjas by other villages? The ranks of the village. Advertisement. They had doubted him before, but after all their thoughts, didn't they expect that he would be hit by the Uchiha family's illusion? The Konoha Uchiha clan is really a terrifying clan. In the meeting room, Kodachi Tachibana Yakura came, holding a long iron rod, and as soon as he entered the door he greeted everyone roar, everyone is here very early today. Bianqing's right eye has been exposed, and the white eyes appeared, and he shouted in surprise. Sure enough, the 4 generations of water shadows have been in the illusion. Broken. As he shouted, the 4th generation of Shui Yingyu Tachibana Yakura only felt whole body shocked and uncomfortable, and the whole person cried out angrily, "What are you doing?" At the same time, the Uchiha belt soil who lives in the back mountain cave of Wuin village also hit a spirit. What's the matter? Someone of them broke my illusion. Why are there no signs? Didn't it mean that the entire Kagaya family rebels were killed the night before? Everyone was fine at the meeting yesterday, but some of them knew that they had planted illusions earlier this morning. Absolutely. You have been in charge of monitoring the village. What's going on? Although Uchiha Dato was wearing a mask, the anger from the cold voice made people stand up. Because yesterday was the day when Luwei was sealed to Ren Zuli's body, so yesterday I have been watching Ren Zuli's affairs in the back mountain, and I don't know what happened in the village. Besides, my several duplications didn't return anything. Could it be that something happened? Are there any mistakes? They didn't even think about it. This incident actually originated from a child. What to do? Haha. Your plan has failed, but in the past 2 years you have done the haze of this misty village enough, otherwise we will disrupt their village and leave. You can control 9 tails, and 3 tails shouldn't be there. Can you please? Baiju made a hoarse and sharp voice, with a sneer and playful tone in his voice. Compared to Heiju, he is a bit crazier, but Heiju's calmness and competence are indeed something he can't do. Speaking of this, Uchiha Dato's eyes brightened. Although I can't control Yakura now, I can indeed release the 3 tails in his body, too. They have been here for 2 or 3 years, and we should do it too. It's serious. Is there any news from Dashemaru? I have already given the letter. I believe he will come to the water country soon. Heiju replied. Advertisement. Tell him, if you don't use it anymore, our Xiao organization should also do something serious. You two should go first. By the way, contact the dry persimmon ghost shark, let him go to the country of rain to wait for me, and I will leave here if I do something more. Uchiha brought the soil with a whirlpool mask, and his voice was a bit murderous in the cold. They framed Lin so much, how could he let them go so easily? Thinking of this, the air in front of him twisted. He had already left the cave, and the Black and White Republic looked around. After seeing that there was no evidence left, he slowly dived into the mountain and disappeared. He took the soil and left the cave, but did not act immediately, because Yakura's illusion has been solved, and now the top of the Wuin village is conducting a full investigation of Yakura, and he seems to agree with what he has done before but does not agree with it. This kind of behavior proves that Uchiha's illusion with soil has reached a top level, which is like a brainwashed behavior. Although he knows that some things have been overdone, he can't, otherwise those things have nothing to do with him. For the next 3 days, Yakura was investigated by senior officials in turn, and finally on the 4th day, he was put back home. At the moment Yakura was tired and hungry, and he became more and more suspicious of the decisions he had made. He didn't even know when he was involved in illusions. What made him helpless was that the senior officials of Wuin village had already been dismissed. The memorial of his position of water shadow was handed to the daimyo of the water country. It seems that he can't do this water shadow anymore. That night, he drank a lot of alcohol. All kinds of unclear things made him more puzzled and depressed. He didn't even know who gave him this illusion. On the ground, even his family dare not approach him. In the middle of the night, there was a fighting sound in his room, but within a quarter of an hour, with a burst of explosion, Sano Isao was released from the body of the 4th generation of Renjuli Shuiying Kodachi Tachibana Yakura. The entire Wuin village has become a mess. Although the 3-tailed temperament is gentle, this guy is huge, and he is very hostile when facing humans. Let alone fighting, even if it crawls from one end of the village to the other, it carries the loss is also immeasurable. It's done. On a high mountain outside Wuin village, Hyuga Lanmo said with a smile. Junmaro beside him couldn't see what the Wuin village in the thick fog looked like, but the tail beast's call was so obvious, which made him clear. Hyuga Lanmo's goal was achieved. Chapter 76. Jun Wumo Combination. How did you do it? Obviously you've been with me and by these days, why did Sanwei show up according to your plan? Junmaro asked strangely. In his mind, this boy's ninjutsu is not as good as him, and his IQ is not as high as his own. Why can he achieve certain things if he wants to? This makes him very strange. Definitely God helps me, I will go back, you will wait for me. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, and quickly moved down the mountain. Now Wuin village has become a mess, and no one pays attention to a child. Hyuga Lanmo appears in the village, the mirror system is activated, and the mirror copy of the 3-tailed beast is successful, and it is directly transferred to the mirror clone. This time, Sanwei was also on his clone list, and all his tasks in Wuin village were completed. Back at the wooden house on the mountain, Shiro and Junmaro were already preparing to cook. Bai helped pick vegetables, but Junmaro was a little messy. Lan Mo is back. The oil I asked you to buy yesterday, did you forget to buy it? Then we can only eat boiled cabbage tonight. Although the food was not good, Bai was very happy. Junmaro on one side said, anyway, I can eat anything. The 3 of us who are the most picky to eat and drink are Hyuga Lanmo, I'm afraid he will disagree. My business here is over. Why don't we change place? It's too close to Wuin village. It's not good for us to stay here for a long time. Let's leave the water country. Hyuga Lanmo said. Even if you leave, you have to eat. In this way, after the 3 of them cooked another meal here, they slowly set off on the road. Along the way, Hyuga Lanmo was rich, but the 3 of them didn't suffer much. Let's set up a group. What is our name? Bai saw the shallow sunshine in the thick fog and said happily. This long-lost family feeling made him particularly happy. How about the Japanese white horse combination? Junmaro said. Puff. Hyuga Lanmo, who was drinking water, spouted a sip of water. Hi, your sister. Oh. This name is ugly. No way. Hinata blue ink sun. Water without moon and white. Junmaro's hemp. Why is it not good? I think it sounds pretty good, or else put my name first. How about Ma Berry? Advertisement. Forget it, it doesn't seem to sound very good. Bai, who has always been shy, refused. How about the Jun Wumo group? This name is not bad. This is okay, then we are the Jun Wumo group. Hyuga Lanmo, do you know why you were ranked last? Because you are the weakest. Junmaru laughed haha. Along the way, the three people stopped and went, squatting, talking and laughing. They walked for almost 10 days before they came to the coastline, found a hotel, and the three of them stayed in. The condition of this hotel is very good. There is also a hot spring pool in the backyard. The three children jumped into the pool and laughed and played. They were very happy. After playing and laughing, it was quiet. The insects and frogs crowed low and the flowers were scented pleasantly. The three of them leaned against the pool to enjoy the peace of this moment. Lanmo, do you have any goals in this life? Suddenly Junmaro asked. Hyuga Lanmo said without hesitation, live. His voice was very soft, but it slowly echoed between the three of them like a bell ringing. Bai lowered his head slightly when he heard this, and the events of 2 days ago appeared in front of him. He looked at the two of them and sighed slightly without speaking. White, what about you? Hyuga Lanmo asked. I don't want to hurt others. After Bai finished speaking, his fists gradually clenched together. Oh, it's okay, this little injury is nothing. Junmaru raised his arm, the wound on his arm was already scarred. 2 days ago, when the three people passed through a mountain, they started playing again. During the fight, Junmaro's bones burst out suddenly. To protect himself, the large ice escape was like a wood explosion. The same exploded within a radius of more than 10 meters. Hyuga Lanmo hid quickly, but Junmaro's speed slowed by half a minute, his arm was stabbed with ice, and the blood kept flowing. Bai was so scared that he almost cried. If it weren't for Junmaro to hide quickly, I'm afraid he would have killed him at that time. This incident has always left him with lingering fears, so facing two friends, he has a greater desire in his heart. Just don't hurt them. Advertisement. He used to be very happy, but because his mother was blood succession boundary, his father led the whole village to kill his mother. Just when they wanted to kill him, he broke out being done blood succession boundary and killed an entire village. The person, that kind of picture, he will never forget. And now, he really didn't want to kill these two close friends just because of his carelessness. Don't worry, it's okay. Hyuga Lanmo also persuaded. Did you see? Hyuga Lanmo, the three of us, only you are weak in ability, and you run fast. I have bones, white ice escape, what do you have? Junmaro raised his chin and looked at Hyuga Lanmo has once again divided him into the weakest group. I am better than you two. In addition to your bones and veins, I will also be able to escape by Bingmo. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand, and an ice mirror appeared in front of him. Bai stared in surprise at the sight. Big eyes. Wow, I've been upset that I can't find a way to control Bingdun Chakra. Hyuga Lanmo, you can control it, you teach me. Okay, I will teach you. Hyuga Lanmo replied happily. What to teach? I'm still a kid, and dare to teach others. Junmaru raised a wave of hot spring water and poured it at the two. The two laughed, not to be outdone, and counterattacked. At the moment, in front of a window in a room on the second floor of the hotel, a pair of yellow eyes were looking at the three children in the hot spring pool downstairs. The corners of his mouth were slightly bent. Hyuga Lanmo, we meet again. The next day, when Hyuga Lanmo woke up, Bai was already up and was sewing up the clothes for the two of them. Yesterday you tore your clothes apart when you were playing around. Be careful in the future. Yes, Sister Bai. Hyuga Lanmo extended his hand to salute, got up and got out of bed, and then began to move his muscles and bones. Today I will go to the pier to see if there is a boat. If there is no boat, I will have to wait another day. Hyuga Lanmo got dressed and opened the door of the room. He was stunned. He never dreamed that he would meet him here. Orochimaru. Hinata Lanmo, long time no see. Orochimaru lives next door to them. He knows the situation of the three of them very well, and naturally knows when he will go out. Let's talk. I have nothing to talk to you. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the man in front of him coldly. The reason why he didn't act right away was because there were two children in the room. He had to be careful that the despicable fellow Orochimaru set the goal to 2. Human body. Chapter 77. Are you afraid of me? Don't worry, I now have a new container and have changed my body. Within 3 years, you will be safe. It's just a pity that this container is not you. As Orochimaru said, he walked into the room on his own. Junmaro heard the voice, rubbed his eyes and sat up. Who are you? My name is Orochimaru. Do you know what my goal in life is? My goal is not like Hyuga Lanmo, but it's as simple as trying to live. My goal is immortality. It was the one who spied on them in the room last night, Orochimaru. He spoke very slowly, with a certain firm belief in his eyes. He stood by the bed and reached out to touch Junmaro's hair. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward with a shock, and separated him from Junmaro. Go. You are not welcome here. Waiting or not is not what you said, is it? The corpse inherited from Kagaya-kun Maro. Oshimaru cast his gaze on the child on the bed. The child's ability is not weak. If he can follow himself, he all right. Junmaro looked at him with a curious expression in his eyes. He who has always liked stunned people was as quiet as a good baby at this moment. He moved his fingers and asked softly, can people really live forever? As soon as he said this, Hyuga Lanmo immediately thought of last night. He once asked him and Bai's goal. He and Bai talked about it, but he didn't say, is his goal the same as Dashemaru? But from his expression, Hyuga Lanmo felt that, no, he is not in good health, and his goal should be to be healthy, so Dashiwan's goal is to stand above his goal. Definitely, look at me now, don't you just live well? Actually, I should have died at the beginning of this year. It's just that I changed my body and I came back alive again. Not only that, the person who changed my body, he has also gained greater strength. He was an ordinary person, but now he has become a person with ability like me. Do you want to gain strength? As he said, Oshimaru had already stretched his neck and looked at Junmaro with straight eyes. Get away. Hyuga Lanmo quickly sealed, and a fire escape came out. Oshimaru dodged and stretched her neck, and opened her mouth to bite Hyuga Lanmo's shoulder. Advertisement. If he could plant a curse on him today, he would not be afraid of fleeing to the ends of the world. Hyuga Lanmo dodges and grabs his snake head. *hole, I once said, I saw you kill once. The cutting technique. Huge amounts of Mudden's cuttings exploded in his body, and Dashemaru looked at the child in front of him in surprise, although he had received new news that Hyuga Lanmo had made rapid progress in just 1 year and killed himself. Go to catch his Kushinju trio, but he didn't expect that his ninjutsu ability would grow so fast. Not only that, but he could be surprised. For the first time in so many years, he was caught with a snake head and was killed by a single move, which is really unexpected. Snake mouth can produce a new snake head, can't you? I let you out. Hyuga Lanmo saw that the snake mouth of the Oshimaru who had been exploded by the cutting technique in front of him slowly opened up, and a Bing Dun nailed his snake head to the ground. His mouth was frozen, and the wet Oshimaru was held in his mouth. Hyuga Lanmo, ha ha ha, the stronger your ability, the more I like it. Don't worry, I will never let you go. Someone will take care of you. I can't help others, so don't force me to take you. Secrets are announced to the world. Dashemaru said sullenly, if Akatsuki knew of his existence, they would attack him as the existence of the invisible reincarnation eye, and they would not let him go. You must know that the people in Akatsuki organization are all perverts and deal with him like this. It's easy for children. He didn't know that before him, the corner had already confronted Hyuga Lanmo, but he didn't want to be killed and divided by him. Now he is still stitching up the corpse by himself in a certain forest in Wuin village. Melting. Direct burning technique. Hyuga Lanmo didn't bother to listen to him talk about it, so he melted his body directly. Isn't it a new body? He killed his new body, and watched him dare to appear in front of him, right? Shiro, who was hiding in the corner, was so scared that his chin almost fell to the ground, and Junmaro, who had gotten out of bed, was even more stunned. Your ninjutsu is so strong. Fortunately, I thought you could only run fast. Stop talking, let's get out of here. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and picked up one side of the clothes, wrapped them, and medicinal materials, and put them into the backpack. Bai also hurriedly cleaned up. Only Junmaro seriously looked at the burning Oshimaru in front of him and asked, he said his goal is immortality. You said, he is like this, can he still live? Advertisement. When Hyuga Lanmo stopped moving when he heard this, he turned to look at Junmaro, and suddenly understood why he would follow Oshimaru to the death in the Naruto story. It turns out that Oshimaru, who has such a goal, has always been his ultimate idol. Yes, as long as you give him a cell, he can live. Hyuga Lanmo tells the truth. But sooner or later, I will let him not even have a single cell left, and go. After speaking, he walked out with Shiro, and Junmaro chased after him. There was no ship in the port, and the three of them could not stay here for a long time because of the Oshimaru, so they set off to the north. Now the fourth generation of Shueying in Wuin village has passed away, and the three tails are released into the wild. The government of Wuin village has all been handed over to the village elders, and all the ninjas in the water country have withdrawn to Wuin village. At the moment, the situation is much better compared to half a month ago. At the very least, you won't be able to meet investigators everywhere, and no one is mentioning the matter of hunting and killing blood. In the north, the situation became more stable. The three children settled down in a port. It was heard that a passenger ship would leave the water country in 3 days. They only had to wait here for 3 days. But something unexpected happened. This morning, when Hyuga Lanmo woke up, the figure of Junmaro was no longer in the room. Bai held a letter in his hand with a tangled expression. Seeing him wake up, the letter was handed to him. It turned out that Junmaro went to Oshimaru. He said that his purpose in this life is the same as Oshimaru. He believed that he could not only cure his illness, but also enable him to fulfill the wishes that others could not accomplish in this life, and he said no. Let Hyuga Lanmo find him, this is his unrepentant choice. After reading the letter, Hyuga Lanmo sighed slightly, then shook his head. It seemed that some things could not be changed if he wanted to. Are you sad? Bai said. No, he can find his goal, which is actually not bad. I'm just worried that next time we meet again, I'm afraid we will become an enemy. Everyone has his own choice, and Hyuga Lanmo will not impose his goal on other people. Chapter 78. In life, some people will accompany you for a while. There is no permanent banquet in the world. He pursues his choice, and he has no right to stop it. Why? Bai asked uncomprehendingly. Because the Tao is different, it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter. Then it's up to who can beat whom. Hyuga Lanmo disapproved, and handed the letter to Bai. Seeing this scene, Bai nodded slightly. Maybe I will leave one day. You are both so good, and I have to work hard. Well, just tell me in advance, but Bai, life is alive, not everyone pursues strength, just be yourself. Bai was afraid that he would not bear it before, but now it seems that Hyuga Lanmo is much stronger than he thought. After that, the two boarded the ship to Unokuni. After arriving at Unokuni, Shira also separated from Hyuga Lanmo. He was going to find his life goal, and Hyuga Lanmo also felt that he had come. Mr. Yi's call was transferred directly from another space and returned to the country of fire. When Hyuga Lanmo appeared, Jiraiya's summoning spell hadn't been burned, and when he saw him appear, he took him in his arms. Smelly boy, where did you go? Haven't seen me for 2 months, miss me yet? Hyuga Lanmo was uncomfortable by him. After struggling twice, he gave up. He jokingly asked, hey, who are you? I don't know you. Haha, brat, why don't you recognize me? I just lighted the summoning spell, and you came back stubbornly. It's not that you are so busy looking for me. Hyuga Lanmo shot back. Jilai also let go of him, squatted down and looked at him carefully, and asked softly, Lanmo, have nothing happened to you in the last time? For example, it's that kind of unusually irritable feeling, such as emotions. Or feel like something wants to control you. Hyuga Lanmo knew that he was talking about tail beasts, and he has been worried ever since Toad Fairy said he has tail beast power. He shook his head. No, everything is fine these days. I also know 2 friends, but they have their own business and they are separated. Jilai also nodded, but his eyes were still deeply worried. This is for you. This time I got the seal of the Maelstrom family after 3 generations of consent. If you feel any strange power appears, you must use the seal to seal the power in your body. I will urge you for a while. You practice sealing technique. Advertisement. In the following time, Mr. Jilai took him to practice the seal technique of the Whirlpool family on the mountain, although he had learned a lot of techniques from the 4 generations of the Hokage wave feng shui gate. But after he thoroughly and comprehensively studied all the sealing techniques of the Maelstrom family, he discovered that the mystery was unfathomable. And this kind of thing is also very interesting. Sometimes it is like a math problem, one after the other. As long as you find a method, you can develop a variety of sealing techniques. Just like dismantling a 9-link chain, when you dismantle one, you can continuously dismantle the others. If you lay out one, you can add others to the next ring, which is very fun. In half a year, Hyuga Lanmo had learned the sealing technique of the Maelstrom family very well. Not only that, after half a year of practice, all the clone tail beasts in his body had also entered the cultivation stage. And 9 tails also raised a fist, and as it grew larger, it also had its own consciousness. The 4 tails and the 5 tails also have the finger file size, and the 3 tails and 6 tails have already had big fingernails. Although each one is very petite, when Hyuga Lanmo uses the power of the tail beast, the chakra is still amazing. At the same time, Hyuga Lanmo also developed 2 blood inheritance limits based on his existing clone bloodline. One is magnetic escape, the other is Lan escape. Magnetic escape. Magnetize all the magnetized magnetic sand in the soil, change it at will, and use it for your own use. Lan done, above thunder done, exists as violently as a laser, regardless of speed or explosive power, above thunder done. On this day, Hyuga Lanmo opened the time barrier he was trapped in, and Mr. Jiraiya had already found material for the novel when he heard that he was going to set up a time barrier for this mountain 3 months ago. The reason is down the mountain. So now, on this mountain, there is only Hyuga Lanmo alone. Ah, all training is finally over. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his arm, and after Roar took a breath from the dense forest, he stood up and flew into the sky, and then flew higher and higher until the clouds. Looking across the earth, there is an unspeakable joy in my heart. At the moment, he heard someone shouting below, Hyuga Lanmo, where are you, help. That voice was clearly the voice of Mr. Jiraiya. Hyuga Blue Mo fell into the clouds, and an instantaneous technique had appeared in a small town 10 kilometers away. Advertisement. I saw a cloud of dust rising, and a pair of wooden clogs hit the ground and galloped past his eyes. Behind him, a group of women in bathing suits held rocks and chased them with wooden sticks. Kill that voyeur, kill him. Help me, help me. Obviously Jilai had already ran over. Obviously he ran so fast, but in the end he came back and hid behind Hyuga Lanmo all of a sudden. As a result, 5 or 6 women, wearing so little clothes, surrounded Hyuga Lanmo with a showy figure. Wow, what a cute little brother. He is so handsome. Look at his long hair, my heart is broken. Little brother, what is your relationship with that wretched uncle? Not only did several women not embarrassed Hyuga Lanmo, but also smiled at him. 2 of the women squatted down and reached out to touch his cheek. After the woman squatted down, her figure became more plump. Hyuga Lanmo's face was hot, her eyes fell on the ground, and she whispered, I have nothing to do with him. After he finished speaking, he stepped aside. When several women heard this, they stepped forward and squatted behind him with a beating. After the beating, a woman unexpectedly came to Hyuga Lanmo, bowed her head and kissed him on his forehead. Little brother, you are so cute. After speaking, the woman shook her finger at him and followed the other women back to the town. Ji also lay on the ground, nosebleed out, blue eyes and swollen face, but he smiled infatuated. How about Lanmo? They look pretty. Why did I choose you to practice on a mountain not far from this small town? Because the hot springs here are the most famous in this area, and there are the most beauties who come to the hot springs. What a pervert. Deliberately beaten by a woman. Hyuga Lanmo wiped the place where he was kissed on his forehead, and walked to the town with a backpack. For the past 6 months, all he ate on the mountain was military food. Occasionally, it was limited to use a wild animal to comfort his tongue. Now he is finally down the mountain. He can go to the town to have a good meal. Chapter 79. Back to Konoha. The 7-year-old Hyuga Lanmo has not had a haircut for half a year, with long hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes are slightly closed, but the good genes of the Hyuga family and his now cold and confident look make him even more handsome. Coming from the side of the town, the road attracted the attention of many girls. Soon, Jilai discovered this too, and he stepped forward and took his arm around his shoulder, and showed everyone, my apprentice, my apprentice. The two came to the restaurant for dinner. After eating and soaking in the hot springs, Jilai also said, you haven't been back to the village in a year, and there are 2 days left. What academic competition will be held in the village? Go back and watch. See, why do you have to wear a headgear? No, Hyuga Lanmo simply refused. Why? Do you really want to be Renin? Don't you want your little Calamus and those little friends? If you are Renin, it will be difficult to drink and eat meat with them in the future. Jilai also gulped. Eating barbecue. Isn't I rebelling against Shinobu earlier? Should I still use choice? What is it that killing a high-level man like Danzo is not rebelling against Shinobi? What are you talking about? 3 generations didn't put you in the rebellion. He claimed to the outside that he led you out to experience, so you are still Konoha. It's really weird. What's in your little head is what? Jilai also knocked on his forehead. Hyuga Lanmo was a little surprised when he heard this, so Danzo is not dead yet. That B************* D has a hard life. Okay, I'll go back and have a look, but I don't take the ninja school exam. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo put down the table and chopsticks, an instantaneous spell, which has disappeared above the town. When he appeared again, he had already appeared at Konoha's door. At the same time, the 3 generations of Sarutobi Hizen sitting in the office of Hokage have received the news that Hyuga Lanmo is back. He stood at the window and looked out. Should he meet now, or should he be prepared to apologize later? After all, Danzo forced him to leave. By the way, Danzo. Come here, go and ask Master Danzo to come over and tell him that Hyuga Lanmo is back. After driving away the child before, Sarutobi Hidesan quarreled with Danzo and asked him to promise to speak after he came back. Apology, the other party has already agreed. Advertisement. Now Hyuga Lanmo is back, and he just asked him to come over and apologize. Yes, someone around him retreated. Soon, this person came to the Anbu and told Danzo himself about the Hokage's account. At the moment Danzo was bored in the office writing something. Hearing this, he tightened his body and looked up. The person who made the report did not speak for a long time. Seeing this scene, the other side reminded softly, Master Danzo. Master Naruto is waiting for you. Understood, you go down first, I'll go in a while. Hyuga Imoku was forced to leave Konoha by himself, and then he was killed by him, but he was criticized by the guy Sarutobi Hitoshi, saying that he had killed Konoha without a talent, and that he ignored Konoha. His safety is self-righteous. He can accept criticism from 3 generations, but, who would have thought that he would be killed by that child again later? Not only that, but he also dug out the blood wheel that he had secreted in these years, and said that he would kill him again in the future. Once he came back, he came to kill him. Danzo stood up and touched his right eye. There was still a blood wheel eye there, but it was enough for Hyuga Lanmo to kill himself again, otherwise he would really be dead. He walked back and forth in his office. If he hadn't saved himself last time because of his heartfelt men, I'm afraid he would have died at that time, and finally recovered his life. Wouldn't he be killed by that child after only a year? Pervert, he is really a perverted existence. Dan Zhang clenched his fingers, turned around and put all the information on the desk away, put it in the corner of the safe and locked it up, and then he recruited people to come in. Come on, I have something to go out of the village recently. Matter, tell him I'm not in the village. After speaking, he hurried out of the office, and then out Konoha along the secret cave in the village. In the Naruto office, the 3 generations chatted with Hyuga Lanmo for a while before seeing Danzo showing up, so they asked them to ask again. Who knows that the news this time was that Danzo had gone out of the village to do errands, so no one would be there. Apologized to Hyuga Amo. Advertisement. 3 generations looked awkwardly at the child in front of him, and he has grown a lot taller after not seeing him in a year. I apologize to you for Danzo, he shouldn't have forced you into the Anbu before without your consent. I will definitely give you an explanation for the misunderstanding of the 2 of you, but Lanmo, I want to invite you back this time mainly because I want you to participate in the low-level assessment competition jointly organized by various ninja villages. This competition was issued by Yenian Village. I think the reason why he started such a competition a year after the end of the war was not simply because he wanted to exchange friendly relations. You also know that he has a deep misunderstanding of you, and you weren't in Konoha this year. He should be suspicious of your relationship with Konoha, right? So, can I ask you to participate in the low-level assessment competition held in each ninja village? Quote. Hokage-sama think too much, according to what you said, is Konoha without me, and Onogi dare not provoke 4 wars, and besides, what I didn't do to them. Hyuga Lanmo said indifferently. Seeing this scene, there was no sound in the office, and the office suddenly became quiet. Now the 3 generations really regret not letting Jiraiya and Tsunade come back. In front of Hyuga Lanmo, both of them have more face than him. He rolled his eyes and sighed slightly. Before he came back, he had already thought out various ways to get Hyuga Lanmo to agree to this competition. Since his face is not big enough, he can only use wood. Yi Lai was overwhelming. What do you mean now is to disagree? 3 generations stood up, came to the window, and looked outside. Some children really have to cultivate their feelings since they were young. Otherwise, like Hyuga Lanmo, the Hyuga family ignored him, Orochimaru and Danzo wanted his life again, and the village did not protect him well. In addition to his Hokage, he planned on him several times and saw that he had soliciting the use of value, and wanting to abandon without ability. All of this made this smart boy wary. I'm afraid that in the future, it will be impossible for him to give him wholeheartedly for Konoha. All this is to blame for Danzo, and Konoha lost one talent if he didn't have the ability to pretend to be AB*********** D everywhere. Now he hides with his tail clipped, but leaves the problem to him. The 3 generations have no choice but to draw the lowest line of favor. Hyuga Lanmo, although I am a Naruto, but you admit it. That is, Konoha did not starve you to death. Chapter 80. Yes, your parents did sacrifice for the village, but Konoha treats you the same as other orphans. Let's not talk about Orochimaru and Danzo for the time being. Konoha can be considered okay to you if you were born outside. Do you feel that you can live to the present with your physical condition? Sandai was alluding to his blindness. Indeed, if an orphan like him lives in other places and encounters the 3 world wars period, I am afraid he would have died long ago. Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak, but Sarutobi Hizen could see that his expression was thinking. He continued. Anyway, Konoha is kind to you. Whether in the nursery or in terms of money, Konoha has not treated you badly. No matter where you are, you can't deny it. You can definitely deny it without caring, but the fact is the fact. Let's talk about it. What do you want me to do? Hyuga Lanmo has no feelings for the 3 generations, and he has little feelings for the Hyuga family, but he is right. Konoha did not starve him to death at least. This is something he cannot deny. 3, no, 5. As long as you complete 5S level quests for Konoha, the grievances between you and Konoha will be settled. From now on, I will never ask you for anything else. After the 3 generations of Hokage finished speaking, they sighed inwardly. He did not expect that a Hokage-level figure would leave a child behind by exchanging terms. If he had not attacked Yinyan village and became a hero in preventing the 3 wars, he would not have to bargain with him in a low voice. 3 pieces, regardless of task level, that's it. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, walked out, and when he reached the door, he stopped, reached out and took out a scroll, psyched up a wooden box from it, turned and placed it on Sarutobi's desk. Superior. In terms of money, I will pay you back. As for raising me in the nursery, 3 tasks, count me back your favor. After speaking, he walked out. 3 generations came to the table and opened the wooden box. It was filled with a box of gold and silver jewels. He was stunned. The money was enough to spend thousands of children from birth to graduation.
He looked back at the child who had left, with expressions of amazement in his eyes. Advertisement in the evening, the village staff sent the entry form to participate in the low-grade assessment competition in each ninja village to his home. After Hyuga Lanmo signed, the staff left with the form again.
Let me just say, I seem to see you, I didn't expect it to be true. A low voice rang from the window. Hyuga Lanmo looked up. Uchiha Itachi was standing at the window and smiling slightly at him. Smelly boy, I haven't seen him in a year, he has grown a lot. Hyuga Lanmo jumped out of the window in a vertical leap. Uchiha Itachi fought him with a few kicks. I heard that you graduated from ninja school. Isn't it easy to graduate in 1 year? Hyuga Lanmo asked while playing. How about you? How are you doing this year? Are you okay outside? Uchiha Itachi asked. It's okay, but it's a pity that Tuanzang didn't die. He replied. Will he die or not? Is he coming back this time to participate in the joint assessment competition? I heard that the person named by the name of Yinyan village asked about you. If you want to come to Naruto-sama, you must get you back to the village. Uchiha Itachi throwing the shuriken out, Hyuga Lanmo was wearing pajamas and did not bring a backpack, so he had to use Bingdun icicles to counter him. Seeing Hyoden, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed, you have changed a lot. Let's go and fight outside the village. Not seeing each other for a year, they need to fight hard, that is the best way for them to meet roar. Good. Several Uchiha Itachi jumped out of the village, and Hyuga Lanmo followed closely behind. Between the valleys, the two fought together, ninjutsu, physique, not giving way to each other. Uchiha Itachi could not use illusion before he opened the eye of the blood wheel, but his physique and ninjutsu at least reached the middle tolerance level. Now Konoha didn't admit that he was Zhang Ren, but he was just waiting for his blood wheel eyes to appear. After fighting for almost 3 hours, the two stopped fighting, lying on the grass, looking at the sky full of stars. Uchiha Itachi said softly, yesterday, the family assessment, my 2 cousins seemed to be crazy. In the end, my 4th cousin was beaten to death by the 3rd cousin. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo was originally lying down. Hearing this, he sat up in surprise. This kind of thing is not seen in the Hokage plot. It seems to be a story hidden behind the plot. Why? Isn't it an assessment? Why is it dead man? Although Hyuga Lanmo wanted Uchiha Itachi not to care, but if this happened, as long as it was an individual, there was no way to ignore it. Uchiha Itachi's fingers gradually clenched into a ball. You said, are our Uchiha clan really a cursed clan? Who did you hear? Don't think about it. This is an education issue. If you become a patriarch, changing the original way of education will make things different. Hyuga Lanmo wanted to give him hope that he could abandon his original plot in the disaster of the Uchiha clan a few years later, and he wanted him to live a little happier. Hey, Uchiha Itachi turned around and sighed deeply. Our family has nothing to be happy about. When everyone gets together, there is no time to be happy and happy. Except for fighting, there is competition, so my father has always made me stronger, and stronger than everyone else. He also said that as long as the goal is achieved, even if it is unscrupulous, such a father really scares me sometimes. Itachi. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and touched him, suddenly wondering what to say. After a long time, he said, try hard, as long as you become the patriarch, you can change everything. In any case, he still didn't want him to be a sinner who killed the whole clan, even if he was for Konoha, he didn't want him to be like that. Yeah, Uchiha Itachi replied in a dull voice, sighing heavily. The next day, Hyuga Lanmo was invited to go to school, because today is the day to select contestants, and until tomorrow, the ninjas selected by the lower grades will go to Taki no Kuni to participate in a joint assessment competition held by several ninja villages. On the bright side, this game is for the friendship of the villages after the 3 world wars. In fact, they are all made to touch each other's bottom of each ninja village. The direct use of Zongan or Shengen competitions is easy to cause trouble, and will make each village feel suspicious. Using the young ninja competition can better erase the suspicion between each other. It can also be seen through the new generation of ability. The strength of a ninja village. The reason why the competition field was chosen in Taki no Kuni was that it was not affected by the 3 wars and could help hold the joint competition financially. Chapter 81. He walked through the back door. In addition, holding competitions in other ninja villages can easily arouse mutual suspicion. On the contrary, in Taki no Kuni, everyone is more at ease. After all, they are small countries and belong to neutral countries. Hyuga Lanmo entered the school, and all kinds of things in the past continued to appear in his mind. Although he had only studied for a few months, he couldn't help but feel a different kind of feeling in his heart when he saw this place again. Hinata Lanmo, it's really you, you're back. Hyuga Hikari rushed over, hugged him in his arms, then let go of him, and pointed his finger at his forehead. How is it? Look, I'm ninja, you haven't protected your forehead yet. Who told you not to come back to take the exam last month, do you know? Uchiha Itachi graduated from ninja school. I don't want to wait for next year. Maybe you can upgrade Zongan, which is really envious, but fortunately, you are at the bottom. Ha ha ha. Hyuga Hikari raised his head happily, then reached out and wiped his forehead. However, if you take the test with your ninjutsu, you may be able to enter Zongan directly. Hey, it seems that I still have a long way to go. Need to catch up. Blue ink, blue ink. Someone yelled. They were all his classmates. Even Inuzuka's dogs rushed up and circled around him. Not only that, but he also saw Calamus at the school gate. Not seen in a year, she too got a lot higher. She stood there, beautiful like a flower, with big eyes with a smile, holding a bamboo basket in her hand. Hyuga Lanmo knew that her bamboo basket was full of delicious food, and there were all the delicious ones. For him. He greeted him and Changpu handed him the basket. I heard that you came back in the morning. When I went to your house, you had already gone to school, so I came to school. Her expression was lost, and then she laughed. This is the cake I made. I'm afraid you will leave Konoha tonight, so I hurriedly sent it to you. It won't cause you trouble, right? Compared with a year ago, Chengpu's thoughts have matured a lot, and he has learned to use a smile to hide his emotions. Seeing her doing this, Hyuga Lanmo apologized softly. I'm sorry, I didn't say goodbye to you when I left. It's okay, I can understand. As a ninja, how can it be like ordinary people? Everything is according to plan. Some things happen suddenly, naturally, there is not so much time to do sensational goodbyes. After Chengpu finished speaking, he put the basket in his hand into his hand, turned and left the school. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Inazukaka sighed slightly, then reached out and touched her dog. The other female classmates also looked envious. It's a pity that I don't know how to make pastries, otherwise I will make some. Okay, it's time for class, let's go to the classroom. Hyuga Mitsuhiro Roar walked towards the classroom, leading everyone. Back in the classroom, Hyuga Lanmo discovered that there seemed to be 2 missing people in the class, and only after inquiring did he realize that those 2 had been selected by Onbi. One is the oil girl taking the roots, the boy who can use poisonous insects and has special antibodies, and the other is from the mountain family. I heard that his ability is not strong, but he was also selected as an Onbi. In ninja school, being able to enter Onbi is a recognition of strength, so many children are very envious of those who can be selected to go to Onbi. If Hyuga Lanmo didn't know that he had invisible reincarnation eyes, I'm afraid he would be like these children and would be very willing to be picked away by Danzo, right? Unfortunately, he knew him too well. He was unmoved by ninjas such as Yugen Taken and Yamato, but for people like Uchiha Shisui who has blood wheel eyes, he has coveted for a long time. Didn't he even steal people's eyes later? He was just a man. Rat. Not long after, Ms. Yamashiro Aoba entered the class. After seeing Hyuga Lanmo softly call roar, he began to organize students to the playground to participate in the competition. Others also came to the playground. They were low-grade ninjas with relatively strong ability, including Itachi Uchiha who had graduated from ninja school, and the Yoshinobu and the children of the Yamanaka family who were selected to go to Onbi. What? Can those who graduated also participate? In other classes, children who were older than Hyuga Lanmo and their current students asked in a low voice. Yes, I heard that the requirements for this competition are based on age, not grade. All children under 9 can participate. However, I heard that this competition is very demanding. Let's Konoha this time. There are only 3 groups going to Takinokuni. 3 groups. Isn't there only 9 people? Yes, today's competition selection evaluation is to select 9 people to go to Taki no Kuni. Dizzy, don't I have no chance? Look at those from the Anbu and those who have graduated, it's almost 5 or 6. Advertisement. Stop talking, come on. The other 9-year-old children were worried, let alone their 7-year-old children. Hinata Kika looked around nervously, clenched his fists, and then let go. It stands to reason that everyone should go, and then rely on their ability. Win or lose. You pay. That's how the organizer decided it. Did you change it? You are not even a monitor. What right do you have to make irresponsible remarks and take it out if you have the ability to compare those with better abilities than you? Going down is the ability, so don't talk about other nonsense. Inazukaka on one side retorted. Oh, I don't even have the right to spit out, right, Inazukaka, let's go heads up for a while. Hyuga Shiro cried. The dog in Inazuka's arms barked sharp teeth when she heard this. Hinata Hikari was so scared that he took 2 steps back. A good man does not fight against a woman, and he is not singled, he is not singled. Who is afraid of whom? At the moment, someone from the village came in on the rostrum of the playground and shouted, Hyuga Lanmo, go straight to the promotion. After speaking, the man beckoned to Hyuga Lanmo, come here. All the students on the playground were blown up when they heard this. Why? Someone still walks through the back door. Why can he advance directly? It's not fair. Here, everyone screamed in dissatisfaction, and Hyuga Lanmo frowned behind the village staff. All the students looked at him and pointed. Someone said, what is his ability? Why should he be promoted directly? That's a blind man, how can he be able to endure, why should he be promoted? Even the people from the Anbu stay here. He is simply walking through the back door. This is a slander to all of us. If this is the case, it is worth noting that this selection does not participate. Quote. In fact, the 3 generations arranged this way, mainly because they were afraid that the child did not want to participate in the competition. It would be troublesome if he simply lost the chance in the selection. If so, he might as well directly call him to participate in the joint assessment competition of the various ninja villages. It saves him that he lost the chance in the selection. Chapter 82. Super expensive gift. After all, the 3 missions agreed upon by the 2 did not say which missions could not be reversed, so in order to prevent him from repeating his old tricks, the 3 generations directly announced that he was promoted. Even if the students are dissatisfied, he doesn't care, as long as Hyuga Lanmo can enter the competition. Hyuga Lanmo followed the villagers into the office building, and as expected, Hokage 3 was standing there. Hyuga Lanmo, I asked you to participate in the assessment competition jointly held by various ninja villages. This is the first task. I want you to be the top spot. Can you do it? I don't know, as long as the mission doesn't fail anyway. Hyuga Lanmo looked indifferent. No, I want you to gain honor for Konoha. If you don't succeed, then even the mission fails, so you weigh it yourself. After finishing speaking, the 3 generations turned and left. He felt fortunate that he was promoted directly. Otherwise, according to his attitude, I am afraid that he would not even bother to enter the top 9. The unprovoked promotion of Hyuga Lanmo spread throughout the school. Not only the ninjas of the lower grades, but even the ninjas who were over 9 years old had quite some opinions on him when they heard about it, but there was no way, they were selected successfully. He didn't need to participate in the selection competition on this day. He would just take a day off and wait for the next day to follow the representatives of the village and the contestants to Taki no Kuni. The others, together with those under the age of 9 in Onbi, have to compete for a day of hard work, and then select the other 8 contestants. Finally free, Hyuga Lanmo went directly to Yil Ramen to help Uncle Yil with work. Chenku's happy mouth closed from ear to ear. You finally have a day off, just go back and rest. It's okay, I haven't seen my uncle for a long time. Thanks to my uncle and your care. By the way, Chenku, I will give you a present. As he said, Hyuga Lanmo handed over a jewelry box. The calamus was picking vegetables. Seeing this scene, he wiped his hands, took it, opened it, and asked in surprise, isn't this true? Uncle Yil heard the sound, turned her head, and saw that there was an exaggerated and luxurious necklace in the jewelry box she was holding. The whole necklace was inlaid with diamonds of a large file size and a small size, and the bottom was a drop shape. The pendant is the largest diamond in the entire necklace. Not only that, but each diamond is also inlaid with a lot of colored diamonds, which looks graceful and luxurious. It's definitely not true. Just hold it and play with it yourself. You have to thank Lanmo, he still wants to buy a gift for you. Uncle Yil laughed. Advertisement. Chenku nodded, thank you Lanmo. No thanks, but Chenku, this is true, so you can't throw it away. Hyuga Lanmo said while working, their children are like this. If they don't know the value of things, they might not know where they left after 3 days of freshness. This is a gift he prepared for the calamus, which is invaluable. Don't let her accidentally lose it. When Uncle Yeel heard this, he looked suspicious, and after taking a closer look at the necklace, he pulled the calamus and left the store. They went to the jewelry store across the street. If this is true, such a large string should be worth a lot of money, right? Hyuga Lanmo continued to clean the shop. After a while, I heard a scream of huge amounts from the opposite jewelry store. Then, I heard Uncle Yeel say loudly, "How is it possible, my goodness?" Hyuga Lanmo stood at the door and looked at the jewelry store diagonally opposite. After a while, the two swayed out of the store and walked in the direction of Yeel Ramen. Changpu, twist me, am I dreaming? Uncle Yeel's mind is full of the necklace. The owner of the jewelry store just now said that this is the only high-end diamond jewelry necklace in the world, worth 50 million. My god, I'm going to lose my breath. As he said, Uncle Yeel was tight, and he was about to fall down. Hyuga Lanmo hurried forward, reached out and injected chakra into his heart, and soon he came over. He reached out and grabbed the jewelry box in Chengku's hand and stuffed it into Hyuga Lanmo's hands. No, so we can't ask for precious things, we can't ask for them. At the moment, many people on the street watched over, and even the people in the jewelry store opposite came out of the store, standing on the street watching this scene. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the crowd, became defensive, and nodded. Well, uncle, since you don't want it, I don't make it difficult for you, then I will take it back. Uncle Yeel nodded heavily. Take it back, it's not easy for you to live alone. I have taken your mind, thank you so much. In this way, the three people returned to the store. Chengku looked at Hyuga Lanmo, with a smile, thank you. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, then took out the box and stuffed it into Chengku's hands again. Don't tell anyone, the so-called wealth is not exposed, otherwise some unpredictable people will see this necklace and it will be bad for you and the uncle. I don't want it, as long as you can visit me often. Chengku lowered his head and refused to accept her necklace. Advertisement. Uncle Yeel on one side watched this scene with a slight smile. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, knowing that they wouldn't accept it if he insisted on it. Chengku laughed and said, let's work. Hyuga Lanmo secretly hid the jewelry box in the cupboard, saying that it was theirs to give it to them, how could he have reason to take it back again? In the morning, the three of them cooperated well, and the work was not very tiring. By noon, the shop was busy, the students were after school, and many people gathered in Yeel for ramen noodles. What's the matter? There are not so many people at noon every day. There was no place in the store, and those people refused to leave, and they lined up in the store. What am I talking about? When we went to the selection in the morning, we saw that kid when we passed Yeel Ramen, and sure enough, he is here. It's him. It's shameless to go through the back door and let the school directly promote with him. It's him, look at it, everyone, he was promoted directly. I don't know what ability he has. A lot of students gathered here to talk loudly. It turns out they came here just to satirize Hyuga Lanmo face to face. Uncle Yeel heard the voices of the people, looked back at the boy next to him, and then shouted at the outside, if you want to eat, just wait, don't talk nonsense to me. If anyone makes trouble in my shop, just get out of me. His voice was like a bell ringing. After all, these people who came to the store were a group of children under 10 years old. Hearing this, they dispersed, leaving only a few people who really came to eat. Lanmo, don't care what they say, I know your ability is very strong. Chengku who stood on the side began to persuade. Hyuga Lanmo was doing his best to wash the dishes, and when he heard this, he waved his hand. There are some things that can't be better than eating a bean sprout, it's okay. Chapter 83. This afternoon, the school has successfully selected 8 other contestants. At the Ninja School Campus Conference, school leaders introduced the children who went to Taki no Kuni to participate in the competition this time. Every time one was introduced, the students under the podium burst into enthusiastic applause. Until Hyuga Lanmo appeared, all the children on the scene lost their voices, and some even sneered. Only the class led by Mr. Yamashiro Aoba was congratulating him. You don't know how to be ashamed. The person selected by the back door just pulls his hind legs and applauds him for what? Among the crowd in the audience, some people dissatisfied with the students of Shancheng Chingy's class. Seeing this scene, Inazukaka looked at them angrily. What do you know? He was promoted directly because he has ability. Have you never heard of his rumors? He is a person who defeated Yenian village. Bah, you also believe those words. It is really a child. You are bragging. You are not afraid of taxation. Just like him, he is not even a forbearance. I am not afraid of embarrassing Konoha. I really don't know how the school is. Thought. What the people below talk about, the people on the stage can't hear it. The school has selected 3 shinin to lead these students to Taki no Kuni. They are Nara Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikahisa, Kakashi, the trio of Tekai. Among them, Metke has now worked in the ninja school, which belongs to the type of ninja in charge of power. And Kakashi is currently the commander of the dark forces. This time the village asked him to show his identity to protect these students, showing how much the village attaches to these players. Nara Lukisa, smart and wise, can help students better analyze the content of the assessment, and if there is any accident, I believe that with his brain power, he can definitely come up with the best countermeasure in the fastest time. As for the students, in addition to the directly promoted Hyuga Lanmo, Uchiha Itachi, as well as 7 other 9-year-old students, can be selected among children under the age of 9 in the school. Among their peers, ability is all it's not low. Among them, Hyuga Amo and Uchiha Itachi are the youngest, and Uchiha Itachi, who is differentiated, is indeed the one that all students fear. Some people even walk around when they see him. With such a short distance from the school to the entrance of the village, Hyuga Lanmo has already seen the height of the eyebrows of this group. He leaned against his Uchiha Itachi and said in a low voice, "Brother, you will take good care of me in the next few days." Advertisement. Less garlic, you and I still don't know. On the night he came back, the two competed in Chishin. His ability was far above him. Because of this incident, he went home and didn't sleep for the night. He has been training hard these days, just don't want to be left behind by him. Too far. Why did the school break the rules and let Hyuga Lanmo advance? Others don't know, Uchiha Itachi knows, he definitely has that strength. Hyuga Lanmo, how much did you pay for going through the back door? Which school teacher did you give to? Can you do this for you? You were a blind man to shame Konoha. In the ninja team, a tall student said, he raised his chin and lowered his eyebrows, looking at him without cutting his face. Do I still have to go through the back door? If it wasn't for the 3 generations to force me to participate, I wouldn't bother to go. Hyuga Lanmo said with a cold hum without showing any weakness. Ha ha ha. The others laughed loudly when they heard this. Just you, 3 generations of Hokage-sama beg you. You probably don't even know what Hokage-sama looks like. Your eyes, born in Hyuga's family, are a joke. Hey, can you speak? If you don't accept the heads up, anyone who can't stand it will not accompany you to participate in this competition. The gang fights are not afraid of you, come. Hyuga Lanmo took 2 steps forward. Except for Uchiha Itachi, the others rushed up, seeing that a fight was about to begin, but they didn't want teacher Metke to rush up, who has the worst physical fitness here. The teacher specifically strengthens the training. As soon as these words came out, everyone took a step back, and at the same time raised their fingers and pointed at Hyuga Lanmo. Oh, Hyuga Lanmo, are you the weakest? Come, let's have a passionate training. As he said, Mr. Metke stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. Although Metke has been a teacher for just a few months, his reputation in the ninja school has spread so widely that Uchiha Itachi patted Hyuga Lanmo on the shoulder and said, good luck. Hyuga Lanmo felt a sorrow in his heart. He wanted to oppose it, but found that although he had a sharp mouth in front of 3 generations, when he arrived in front of Metke, he was clumsy and didn't know how to refuse. Advertisement. His enthusiasm is really hard to object. Teacher, can I not train? Hyuga Lanmo asked aggrievedly, frowning. No, youth should be passionate. Only passionate youth is true youth. Now we start, let me see how weak you are. After that, Mike K turned and walked out of the village upside down. And the faster you go. Come on, bloom your blood, Metke was pleased. You too, hurry up, hurry up. The other 7 students couldn't help but booed when they saw this scene. Their eyes were like knives, full of irony. Hyuga Lanmo sighed slightly. In order not to obliterate the faith of teacher Metke, he decided to train with him. In the Naruto story, Metke and Shaoli are the characters he admires very much, so it is not a big deal to cooperate. Besides, in the past 6 months, in addition to practicing the seal technique, he has developed 2 blood inheritance limits and physical training. I really missed a lot, and I took this opportunity to strengthen my physique. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo flipped over and stood upside down to keep up with Mr. Matke.
The other students followed Kakashi and Nara Shikahisa quickly northward.
Don't look at those students who were fast shuttled through the forest, but Ms. Matkai and Hyuga Lanmo ran and followed them upside down on the ground, but they were not left behind. It's
no surprise that Metke is a shinobu, training effortlessly all the year round, but he is a child and he can keep up, which surprised Metke. Come on, classmates, come down and train with us, anyway, the speed is the same, come on. Metke saw Hyuga Lanmo not being left, and was in a good mood. He couldn't help but call the other students. When they heard this, although they felt unhappy, they did not dare to object. In this way, with the consent of the captain Nara Shikahisa, all the students entered the stage of physical training. This has hurt these students. They don't understand. It was obviously for the weakest Hyuga Lanmo in the group. How did it become everyone's afterwards? They didn't know that Metke was an elite ninja. Although he entered the ninja school as a teacher this year, his ability is very strong. After testing, he has already seen who is strong and who is weak. Chapter 84 Taki no Kuni Martial Castle. It's just that he didn't say something because he didn't want to hurt the hearts of these children. When Uchiha Itachi heard this, Azanue joined the training team, and the others had no choice but to fall from the woods and train with them. This made them even more dissatisfied. They believed that all of their suffering on the road was because of Hyuga Lanmo. If it weren't for his weakness to drag everyone down, Mr. Metke would not force them to perform physical training, because only when they improve can they pull the blind man Hyuga Lanmo at a critical moment. So Mrs. Metke wants to improve their performance. Physical fitness, this is all his harm. However, the fact is, hey, why are you behind again? Come on. See, Hyuga Lanmo is always ranked first. Why can't you stand it? Come on, teacher Metke's passion is not something ordinary people can bear. The others were exhausted. Looking at Hyuga Lanmo, they breathed smoothly and looked calm, and they, like shed hairy roosters, just want to fall to the ground to rest, and even close their mocking mouths all the way. Finally, after 3 days, everyone reached the country of Takino. At the same time, there were ninjas from Cheyenne Village, Iwayan Village, Wuin Village, Onion Village, and Kushinen Village, Uyan Village, and Takian Village were also sent. The students participated in the competition, but there were not many people from these ninja villages. This assessment competition was initiated by Iwakura village and was held in cooperation with Takinokuni. The Takigakura village is located in a secret location, so this competition location was not chosen in Takinogik village, but in the city of Wechung, the largest city in the northern end of Takinoki. Inside Wechung, there is a lot of excitement and people come and go. Not only the people of Taki no Kuni, but even many people from the neighboring Fireland, Earthland, and Snowland traveled far and wide to see this competition. The three wars over the past 10 years have made the people unhappy. Although Taki no Kuni is a neutral country, there have not been many wars, but in the past 10 years, there has not been any large-scale event. And this time, to celebrate the first anniversary of the end of the three wars, the Junior Ninja Assessment Competition was an unprecedented event for Wechung and the entire ninja world. You said, which country can win this time? On the street, almost everyone talked about this competition. I feel that the ninjas who are not in the Land of Thunder are none other than the ninjas. Their combat effectiveness was very powerful in the three wars, someone said. Advertisement, I feel that Konoha, the country of fire, can win. Although this competition is for children, the country of fire has always produced talents, and there may be unexpected things that happen to us. Hey, look, ninja, ninja. People on the street, as long as they see a ninja, they can't help but look at each other, as if they have seen some idol. In this competition, in addition to the ninjas of Taki no Kuni, there are ninjas from Iwagaku village to help maintain the competition arena, and they have started planning plans a month ago, so although the ninjas of Taki no Kuni are limited, they also appear orderly. More than a dozen people from Konoha came to the reception to report. Afterwards, a staff member arranged a place for them and corrected one day. The next day, everyone went to the competition venue to prepare before the game. The huge amounts of a circle is as big as a dozen stadiums. Inside the venue, there is a rostrum in the middle of the venue. It is tall and spacious. The surrounding ladder-shaped auditoriums are empty, because this is preparation before the game, and tomorrow is the game. The day it officially started. The venue for definitely the first game is not here, only the last individual competition will be held in this huge amounts of venue. From a distance, Hyuga Lanmo saw several familiar figures, such as Tamari from Sagakura village, Naneo Manju Lifu from Takanan village, Didera from Yenyan village, and Erwei Manju from Onion village. Li two are made up of wooden men. Hyuga Lanmo excitedly looked at the scene in front of him, thinking that this game was the right one, and he could meet two people at the same time, which saved a lot of trouble. And the two Yumu people are really beautiful. With an elegant expression on her face, her long yellow braids hung behind her head, and her big black eyes looked around. At the venue, after someone counted the number of people and compared the list, they announced, "Listen well, today we announce the rules for tomorrow's game. Tomorrow everyone will come here first, and then meet with all the audience. After that, the game will start. From here, go to the playing field. Listen, everyone, the first assessment tomorrow will be a three-person team, and the three-person team will be teamed up by lottery." The competition venue is in the deep mountain canyon north of Wechung. There are three treasures buried in the valley. They are gold, silver and bronze boxes. Which team can get the box and reach the top of the opposite mountain as the winner? Again, this time the team is formed by lottery, not by village team formation. Okay, let's start the lottery now. As soon as the organizer had finished saying this, it attracted everyone's opposition. How does this work? Shouldn't each village form its own team? Why should we team up with students from other villages? Advertisement not only among the students, but even the mentor who led the team had some opinions. Everyone, what is our purpose for holding this competition? Seeing that there were objections, Takinokuni Daimyo's pro-election minister stepped forward to replace the staff and said, "Isn't our goal to eliminate barriers and be friendly to each other? The pain brought by the three wars is still vivid. None of us want to have another war. In order to show friendship, we thought of the mixed team method in the first game. This will also allow us to understand more and less disagree. At any time, please don't forget, the purpose of our assessment competition this time. I hope everyone will cooperate." As soon as this was said, no one had a voice. Although the once barrier could not be eliminated by a game, the first step that can be taken is success. Everyone agrees to form a mixed team. Everyone comes forward to grab the lottery. The person who catches the same number as a group. Tomorrow morning, they will enter the valley to participate in the first competition in a group. Hyuga Lanmo caught 3, and Uchiha Itachi caught 5. Unfortunately, I still want to be with you. It seems that it's not enough. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. If I go with you, I will definitely do nothing, just wait for you to pull me when you succeed, and then it's done. Lazy. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and couldn't help but vomit. He is not lazy, he is not good, weak, ha ha ha. The other Konoha students sneered when they heard this. Although his physical training has surpassed everyone, this does not mean that his position in the hearts of everyone has risen a lot. In their hearts, he is still a blind man who can't do anything. It's unlucky for anyone to be with him this time. Fortunately, it's not me, I'm 12. Grade, I didn't go with him either, I'm 6, chapter 85. You are you. Everyone avoided him, sarcastically gouging him with their eyes. Their faces were all looking down on him. And those Konoha players who didn't draw the lottery also prayed in their hearts, don't go with Hyuga Lanmo. At this time, the staff has begun to announce the team list for the first game. The first group, Cheyenne Village Tamari, Yuyan Village Fengai, Wuin Village Kumo, the second group Yanyan Village Didara, the hometown of Kaonan Village. The third group Konoha Hyuga Lanmo, Takainan Village Fu, the two Yumu people from Union Village. When Hyuga Imoku's name appeared in front of everyone, Naruto clearly felt the resentment of the ninja in Iwagaki village facing him. If it weren't for the crowds on the scene, he would want to rush forward and smash him to pieces. It seems that some rumors are not false. Naruto is surprised. What method did a child use? Did Yanyan village almost be destroyed overnight? Then he announced his withdrawal from the 3 world wars? Here, Luju Nara was surprised, and saw a man in Wuin village over there walking over in black skin with one eye blindfolded. He stopped in front of Hyuga Lanmo, lowered his head and looked at him tightly. It's you, isn't it you? As soon as he said this, everyone on Konoha's side was silent, and everyone looked at the two tall and short in front of him. Hyuga Lanmo looked up at Ching in Wuin village, pretending not to know each other, and asked, what? It's you. Baiyunqing looked around. He couldn't say something in front of everyone, but he could use a more subtle method. That night, you smashed my window with a stone and led me out of the village. Later, 8 characters were left on the window of my house, don't you remember? Because of your help, we avoided the danger. You helped Wuin village. As soon as these words came out, let alone the students like Konoha, even Kakashi, Mekkai and Naruto all looked surprised, and everyone's eyes fell on Hyuga Lanmo. They all know that this child was not in Konoha in the previous year, so did he go to Wuin village? And seeing this, it has helped their village a lot. What is it? Advertisement. No, you have admitted the wrong person. Hyuga Lanmo's face was indifferent. Hyuga Lanmo denied it, and his white eyes slightly nodded. I understand, although I don't know for what purpose you helped Wuin village. This kindness is not known to others. I know it, anyway, thank you. After that, Baiyunqing actually bowed to Hyuga Lanmo in front of everyone. Mekkai saw this scene, and touched Kakashi on one side. He is the blue of the Misty Village think tank? He actually bowed to Hyuga Lanmo? Kakashi did not speak, but the children behind him lost their voices. The people who satirized him before were also surprised now. The one-eyed dragon was not easy to provoke at a glance. He even saluted Hyuga Lanmo. After Ching bowed and smiled at Hai towards Lanmo, he turned around and returned to his ninja team. And the person's face doesn't matter, whether his face is flushed or flushed, as if accepting this bow is not a big deal. As time goes by, the staff has already announced 51 people and the 17 teams have all been announced. Now free activities, give everyone a quarter of an hour, each team member will get to know each other, and tomorrow will be introduced to the audience by group. The staff finished speaking, and everyone got together to find their own team members. Good for you too. I am Takainamura Ninja Fu. I am glad to meet you. Soon, Fu had already joined Hyuga Amo and the 2 Yuki people, and she was the first to introduce herself. She has a smile on her face, is not tall, with green hair, orange eyes, and a short dress. She is very lively. I am 2 Yumu people. Yumu also introduced himself. Hyuga Lanmo also opened his mouth and said, hello, I am Hyuga Lanmo. Are you blind? Do you need me to take care of you tomorrow? Fu has a straightforward character, carefully looking at Hyuga Lanmo in front of him, and admiring him. He is so handsome. I can't see it with my eyes, but I can feel it. I can wake up tomorrow, Hyuga Lanmo explained. Advertisement. Oh, that's the case, don't worry, my ability is very strong, and I will protect you. Fu has classified him as a weak one, and reached out and patted him on the shoulder. The 2 Yumorin stood aside and looked at the other teams, doing ability assessments in their hearts. After a quarter of an hour, everyone dispersed and returned to their own ninja village team, and then the meeting was over, everyone left the huge venue and went to the hotel. The streets in the city became more and more lively. In such a short afternoon, the Wuchang people already had a newspaper. The newspaper detailed the personal data of the 51 contestants who participated in the competition. Definitely, those data are only some names, heights and ninjas. About the introduction of the village, people in the newspaper don't know much about others. Not only that, when the 51 of them left the audience hall, the tabloids had also appeared, and they reported all the details of their grouping in the afternoon. It's a ninja from Wuin village. Seeing that he is so tall and so strong, he should be able to win this time. How many teams does he come from? Look at the tabloid, the 16th team, don't the teammates look very strong? Yes, the crowd stood on the side of the road and looked at the ninja passing by and began to judge. What do you know? Ninjas are not all powers, it requires a comprehensive analysis. Can ordinary people breathe fire? Can we use water to escape and change the landform? Ninjas can do it, so there are some things that can't just be seen on the surface, said the person standing next to that person. Then you say, look like this, among the 19 groups, who is the strongest and who is the weakest, and who can win tomorrow. It's finally ushered in a ninja assessment competition jointly held by several countries. How can everyone not participate in peace and quiet? I definitely have to eat melons and watch the show, and then all kinds of comments are spitting out. Let me take a look. I think this 5th group is good. There are people from the Uchiha clan that are rumored to exist. If this is the weakest, what is this? Why is this kid closed his eyes? Is it blind? By the way, I heard that one of the people Konoha sent to participate in the competition this time is blind. It seems that this is the person. There is 1 blind man and 2 girls in this group. They must have lost. This is no good. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo stood behind the 2 of them. Hearing this, he reached out and touched one of them. The man stretched out his hand and waved and said, don't move, we are analyzing who is strong and who is weak. Uncle, you can analyze it. Can you stop a blind man? You don't know that blind people are also very powerful. They can feel the details that you can't feel, and can distinguish this person in the tone of the human voice. What's your taste? So, would you please respect someone like me? Chapter 86. Please respect me. Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes and looked up at the two people in front of him. They were startled, and quickly put away the newspaper and turned away. When Konoha's team member saw this scene, he said, Hyuga Lanmo, people are also just talking about things. Originally, among the 19 groups, your group was the weakest. 2 girls plus you. I'm afraid you don't know how you will lose tomorrow. What do you know? Those 2 girls are very strong. Hyuga Lanmo disagreed and said, if they knew their human strength, they didn't know if they could still say this. Ha ha ha, you don't want girls to protect you. Can Hyuga Lanmo shamelessly have a bottom line? Another teammate also said. Cut. Look down on people. What are you talking about? The 2 people who rejected Hyuga Lanmo face to face are both 9-year-old Shurin, and they are going to grab Hyuga Lanmo's collar. Naruto saw this scene and stepped forward to block the 3 of them. Stop it, we are teammates in a ninja village, how can we start fighting? Let go. It was he who scolded us, the 2 shouted in dissatisfaction. I'm right, you are just dogs looking at people, each of you thinks that you have the ability, and if you have the ability, let me see if you have the ability to get the first place in this competition. If you don't have that ability, just shut your mouth, Hyuga Lanmo standing behind Naruto said unceremoniously. **, you can only come to the game by going through the back door. What do you have to say about us? The 2 men said unequally. When it came to this, the other teammates also looked resentful. It's not up to you whether you have the skills, Hyuga Lanmo said coldly. You have the ability, you won the first place in this competition, without that ability, hiding behind the teacher is what is the ability, there is a kind of heads up, the opponent did not show any weakness. I'm afraid of you singled out, Hyuga Lanmo turned and was about to step forward. Kakashi leapt in front of him. Hyuga Lanmo, Captain Nara is right. This is Taki no Kuni. So many people are watching. Don't lie back. Will be laughed at by others. Advertisement Metke also stepped forward to stop the 3 of them. That is, you can use it on the playing field if you have the ability. What kind of style is it to play here? But youth should be corrected if it is wrong, and if you refuse to accept it, it is the only way to be a passionate youth. Metke added fuel to the fire, and Naruto hurriedly stopped. K, don't talk about it, don't you think it's messy enough? Okay, see you on the game field, if I get the first place, what will you do? Hyuga Lanmo asked dissatisfied. We kneel down and apologize to you, the boy in the lead cried out. Not including me, Uchiha Itachi said coldly on one side, these fools dare to bet with Hyuga Lanmo without knowing anything, he doesn't want to kneel. He doesn't participate, we participate, Hyuga Lanmo, it's not that we look down on you, it's that you don't have that ability at all. In this competition, let alone you come out on top, even if you can get first in a game, we people kneel down and apologize to you, and we will admit that it is our dog's eyes that look down on people, how about it? On the contrary, if one of us wins first place, you kneel down to apologize to all of us and admit that you shouldn't go through the back door to disrupt the school's rules, otherwise you will be a coward and an incompetent waste. The other person also spoke, and the others followed, but Uchiha Itachi looked at everyone with a lively expression, then he shook his head and turned to the hotel. It's settled, I'm waiting for you all to kneel down for me, Hyuga Lanmo said. We are also waiting for you to kneel down for us, the other 7 also roared indignantly. A small storm ended in this way. The next day, in the huge amounts of the venue, someone entered the venue with tickets early. When the 51 players and the leader of the village where they were in charge appeared in the venue, there was fierce applause in the surrounding stands, and many people were holding newspapers and checking the information against the ninjas below. It turned out that outside the venue, the organizer even sold betting tickets. Today, anyone who can bet against the group match wins can get 20 times the deposit back. If the bet is wrong, the money naturally invested will be lost. Owned by the organizer. No wonder this competition is free of board and lodging. It turns out that Takinokuni and Iwagaki village also have benefits. In order to save time, yesterday afternoon, the organizers have divided the 51 players present into teams by lottery. Next, I will announce that the first game has officially started. Advertisement. The host, dressed in luxurious clothes, stood on the podium, gave a lengthy introduction, and announced the start of the game. The north gate of the rostrum of the venue opens directly to the north. It is a passage through the streets of the city to the Baishan Valley. There is the official venue for the first game. The players in the competition have to run directly from here to there. This is mainly for the audience effect. On the audience side, in order to let the audience see the game, people from the TV station were also invited to do live broadcast. Several live screens were installed on the rostrum, and audiences from 8 positions, front, back, left, and right can watch the game through the live broadcast. Ready, go, as the whistle sounded, 51 contestants on the rostrum rushed out. Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes and was about to take a step. Fu and Yuki on one side grabbed his fingers and ran forward. Don't worry, even if you can't see it, we won't leave you. Fu said, pulling his fingers and running fast. Although the 2 Yumu people on one side didn't say anything, they grasped his fingers very hard. Hyuga Lanmo was embarrassed by the 2 people's fingers, and for a while, he didn't know how to explain it. It seems that the 2 people discussed in advance, but he remembers what he told them yesterday. Although he can't see with his eyes, he can feel everything happening around him. Don't they believe it? 19 3-person team players hurried to the Baishan Valley. Some team members only cared about their own honor and left their teammates behind. In the Baishan Valley, many teammates have separated, only 3 groups of Hyuga Lanmo and the 3 of them are still holding hands and taking care of each other. Okay, now the 3 of us are divided into 2 groups. Fuyu and Hyuga Lanmo set out to the east, and I head west. Once I find the treasure chest, I will sound the whistle to inform. The 2 Yumu said. Okay. Don't look at Fu's age, but she does things cleanly and without delay. Even if the two wooden men occupy the dominant position, she doesn't care about it, pulling Hyuga Lanmo and rushing towards the eastern valley. Slow down, don't worry about it. Hyuga Lanmo shook off the girl in front of him and said. Chapter 87. Why are you so long-winded, aren't you just pulling your hands? Are you shy? Fu stopped, and looked at him with a smirk. If Hyuga Lanmo's eyes can see now, she really wants to give her a blank eye. No, I can really see. Okay. Stop talking nonsense, you're waiting for me here, I'll go up and see if there is any treasure chest whereabouts. With that, Fu reached out and pinched Hyuga Lanmo's cheek, and then pressed hard on the waist. A pair of yellow-green small wings appeared, and she flew into the sky. Ha ha ha, what's the matter? Hyuga Lanmo, have you been molested by a girl? I saw that girl pinch your face. Suddenly, after Takashi, a boy walked out. This person is the Konoha teammate who bet with him at the entrance of the hotel last night. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, his fingers gradually clenched into a ball, and said softly, at least my teammates didn't abandon me, your teammates. As soon as he said this, the man glared resentfully at Hyuga Lanmo, and hurried to catch up. Fu, how about it? Is there a goal? Hyuga Lanmo asked with fiery cheeks. There was a voice in his mind telling him that no matter what, the thing about being molested by a girl must be returned, otherwise he will not a man. No, I didn't find this one. Let's go forward, this time, I will hold you. After saying that, Fuluo came down, actually wanting to hug Hyuga Lanmo. No, let me hug you. With that said, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and picked up Princess Fu. Fu's mouth was wide open, and a surprised smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This little brother is really handsome, and he can actually fly, does that mean Bai Yishuangfei? The smile at the corner of Fu's mouth gradually widened, and his teeth couldn't hide. The so-called standing tall and looking far away, after a short while, the two of them saw several people in the distance become one. Advertisement. I have to say that in this test competition, each ninja village sent strong ninjas of the same age, and even 2 9-year-old children have reached the level of ninja, and everyone's strength is different. On the way, there are already people on the East Valley side who have begun to snatch copper and silver treasure chests. Fu and Hyuga Lanmo's purpose is very clear, that is, they don't want either of them. Finally, in a competition between more people, the two of them discovered the whereabouts of the golden treasure chest. A corner of the golden treasure chest had just been exposed from the mountain on this side. Someone had already used soil to cover up the treasure chest. Then, several groups of people fought together. Among the huge amounts of audiences in Wuchang, there was a shout. Many people looked at the huge live screen in the middle of the venue, and they had already stood up and shouted, and the host was also making a fierce commentary. Gold treasure chests have already appeared, and now there are many players competing for them. Now it's Earth Escape. Some people use Earth Escape to cover up the treasure chest. This is to prevent others from taking it. On this occasion, ninjutsu is compared to team combat ability. Dear viewers, which group do you like? Cheer for them. Everyone at the scene was shouting. Some people placed a bet, and some other people from Ninja Village mingled among the audience to see the other party's ability in Ninja Village, and some people were also judging which Ninja Village's ability was powerful. Choose which Ninja Village next time you have a mission. Therefore, this time the assessment competition is not a simple competition. There are many hidden things in it, which is why the major ninja villages want to earn the first place. At the top of the audience hall, 2 ninjas from Yanyan Village appeared. They whispered a few words and left. In the valley of Baishan, a group of people had already fought for the golden treasure chest. Fu saw this scene struggling out of Hyuga Lanmo's arms. He stretched out his hand to blow his whistle, and Hyuga Lanmo hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait. Now, I feel something is wrong with this treasure chest. Because Hyuga Lanmo has discovered through the mirror system that the golden treasure chest buried in the soil is not complete, it is just a lid. Fu, I seem to understand why the organizer is competing for the treasure chest in a group this time, because the treasure chest is not a whole treasure chest at all. It should be composed of 2 or several parts, and here there is only one lid. Part should be hidden elsewhere. When Fu heard this, he dashed forward. Remember, whistle and gather, I'll get the lid, you go find the other parts. After that, she actually got into the mud. Hyuga Lanmo remembered that Nanao Shigeaki was a tailed beast who was good at getting out of the earth. Not only did she like clay, but she also liked to rely on clay to camouflage herself, so the Fu, who was a Manzuli, would naturally also. The ability of the tail beast, such as going to heaven and earth. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo didn't waste time, he believed that Fu would be able to get the treasure chest lid. Sure enough, the organizer's mind was well thought out. No wonder they wanted everyone to form a mixed team. It turned out that this is not a task that can be accomplished by one person at all. What? Here Hyuga Lanmo was about to leave, when he heard a scream. That voice was clearly Fu. Hyuga Lanmo sprinted to the battlefield, and sure enough, the 2 ninjas in Yanyan Village also used the earth-hidden technique, hurting Fu's shoulder. Fu has now appeared on the ground, her fingers covering the wound. Her eyes are looking at each other angrily, and the chakra on her body turned out to be the orange-tailed chakra. Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward to comfort her. Don't get excited, it's okay, you go find other parts, and leave it to me here. No, I'm going to kill them. Fu's temper was very violent, and he rushed up while talking, and fought with 2 ninjas from Yanyan Village. Hyuga Lanmo used shadow duplication. One stayed on the spot to look after Fu, lest she reveal the power of the tail beast. The owner went directly to the ground, used Mu Dun to collect the lid of the gold treasure chest in his hand, and put it in his backpack. No one saw what he did, and the people on the ground didn't know that the treasure chest lid had been in Hyuga Lanmo's hands. Only 2 perception ninjas knew that he had used the earth hidden technique, but what about it? The scene is so messy, they have no time to inform their companions. Hyuga Lanmo came out of the ground. He heard a familiar whistle and knew that there was news from the 2 Yumu people, so he shouted, "Fu, let's go." After speaking, he leapt several times and disappeared on the scene. Fu was full of enthusiasm here, and didn't want to leave at all. Reluctantly, Hyuga Lanmo had to go to the west alone to support Yu Murin. Sure enough, in the Western Valley, a group of people also fought together. Fire escape, earth escape, wind escape, collided. Deidara's explosive clay was also unceremoniously thrown down from the air. Chapter 88 Intense Competition. Because of the existence of Yu Uchiwa Itachi, Tamari in Sandian Village, Little Deidara in Yanyan Village, and Yumu in Onion Village, the fighting is many times more intense than in the Eastern Valley. Standing on the dry mountain, Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly, looking at everything on the scene. At the moment, the golden treasure chest without a lid is in Uchiha Itachi's arms. Would he take a good friend's treasure? While he was distressed, Deidara of Iwakura, who was sitting on the clay bird in the sky, dashed down, and then used the explosive clay to blow the scene into a ball. Taking advantage of the chaos, he possessed and snatched the treasure chest in Bo Weasel's arms. Although Itachi has a strong ability in Konoha Ninja Village, but at the moment he is only 7 years old and has not opened his eyes, and he has not inherited the illusion skills of the Uchiha clan, so he only relies on ninjutsu to deal with the flying Deidara. It is indeed difficult. Sure enough, after the treasure chest was robbed, he rushed forward with a fire escape, and immediately afterwards, his shuriken flew out unceremoniously. Deidara's ability is extraordinary, but he still underestimated Uchiha Itachi's ability. He accidentally got a shuriken in his arm. Even so, he didn't let go, but sat on the clay bird towards the top of the mountain. Fly away in the direction. Hyuga Lanmo knew that even if he reached the top of the mountain without the treasure chest lid, he would not have won the first place. But now there is a chance, how could he let it go? Hyuga Lanmo chased after several longitudinal leaps, leaping up into the sky, and landing on Deidara's clay birds. "You, who are you? Go down." Deida stretched his hand and called, with a piece of clay stuck between his fingers. If he touched Hyuga Lanmo, he would directly blast him. But what he didn't expect was that the opponent's Jian was too fast. Before his finger touched him, his Thunderdun had already landed on him. Thunderdun, Thunderwave. Hyuga Lanmo left Deidara a chance. After all, the other party was a child. He couldn't kill a child just because his chakra was strong. Even so, Deidara felt numb all over, and then the clay and other things in his hand seemed to have lost ability, and his huge clay bird couldn't fly, and hit the ground, and this blind man actually grabbed him. Gold treasure box in. A asterisk hole, incompetent junior, it is shameless to play black hands. Deidara couldn't help but cursed, what's the use, he still lost. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo sprinted and came to the top of the mountain. At the moment, the valley was full of excitement. Even if the gold treasure chest was not found, those people were still fighting hard for the silver treasure chest and the copper treasure chest. On the top of the mountain, several judges were standing there. Hyuga Lanmo put the gold treasure box in his hand on the top of the mountain. Our 3 teams have won. No, you didn't win. This treasure chest doesn't have a lid yet. The oldest Yanyan village elder on the top of the mountain looked at Hyuga Lanmo with a certain hatred in his eyes. It was this kid who almost destroyed Yanyan village. This time they must be in the competition. Get rid of him here. How could it be possible that there is no lid? Why did I go up the mountain without a lid? As he said, Hyuga Lanmo pulled the backpack behind him, took out the lid of the golden treasure box from it, and buckled it. The huge amounts of bell rang, and the first winner of the golden treasure box has appeared. In the Wechung audience hall, many people yelled, because many people in Taki no Kuni were bedded to the third group, because the third group has the existence of Taki Shinobu Murakami, and because of their patriotism, they abandoned what power balance, just chose the team he likes in his heart. Those who chose other teams looked ashamed, and only hoped that the team they selected would get the silver and bronze treasure chests. Because of the ringing of the bell, all the players in the entire valley already knew that the golden treasure box had a winner, and Fu was no longer in love with the battle, and hurried to the top of the mountain. When she reached the place, the 2 wooden men had already arrived. We really won, Hyuga Lanmo, your ability is not weak, I thought you. Haha, great, Fu happily stepped forward and hugged Hyuga Lanmo's shoulder. The 2 Yugi also looked at him deeply. He seemed to be much stronger than he thought. Not only can he fly, but he can also use Thunder Dune. At that time, she was fighting with everyone in the valley, but she saw him fall behind the Yanyan village who used clay to explode Sha Zhongjin, and a thunder escape appeared directly, hurting the child, and after robbing the treasure chest, she went up the mountain. She raised her head and glanced at the clock hanging next to the main stage. In half an hour, just half an hour from the game to now, their team won first place, which was really beyond her expectation. Are we going to continue the game? Go grab the silver and bronze chests? Hyuga Lanmo raised his brows and asked. Advertisement. When the staff heard this, they shook their heads quickly. No need, you can sit and rest, or go down the mountain. Just leave the treasure chest below to other players. As a result, the 3 happily descended from the path on the side of the valley. Along the way, they met a lot of people, all of whom came to watch the game outside. As long as they occupy a favorable position, they can see the fighting in the valley from high places. Earth escape, fire escape, water escape, ups and downs, thunder escape, wind escape, and some ninjutsu of blood inheritance. There are all kinds of things. Although the children's competition is not as good as Forbearance, the fighting scenes are extremely fierce. You are down the mountain? Are you the group that won the first place? We heard Hong Zhang knocking 3 times. Are you in the third group? Someone looked at the 3 children in front of him in surprise and asked. Yes, we got the gold treasure box, and we got it in half an hour. Fu bounced with pride. Although the 2 Yumu people were quiet, they smiled at the corners of their mouths. Hyuga Lanmo followed behind them, feeling very comfortable. The 3 of them walked down the mountain. When passing by a man in black, Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and looked at him. He closed his eyes during the day, but at this moment, when he saw the man, he opened his eyes. This is a subconscious action, because Hyuga Lanmo discovered that the person turned out to be Uchiha. He wears a whirlpool mask and a black cloak. The huge amounts of cape and hat are covering his mask with whirlpool patterns. Hyuga Lanmo opened the invisible eyes during the day and looked at him by the side of the road. Fuya looked over, and the 2 Yumu men also turned to look at him. The 3 children faced an adult. Although they did not stop, the picture seemed to freeze. Hyuga Lanmo looked at Uchiha's belt soil, his eyes out of focus. The other party did not look at him. He was looking at the 2 girls next to him. Although they were wearing masks, Hyuga Lanmo clearly felt that he seemed to be smiling. Chapter 89. Time seemed to have slowed down, and the 3 children bounced past him, and his gaze kept looking at Fu and Yumu. Until he went down the mountain and entered the city, Hyuga Lanmo felt his heart still beating. He wasn't afraid of Uchiha taking the soil, but the mysterious and fearless aura he brought, which made people feel breathless for a while. Why does he appear here? Look at his eyes, it seems to be for the tail beast. In Hyuga Lanmo's memory, Akatsuki officially started the action to capture the tail beast after the Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan, which was at least 10 years later. Did they start acting so early? Hyuga Lanmo is not from the Akatsuki organization, so naturally I don't know what they want to do. His eyes were indifferent, and the people coming and going on the street were like a rushing torrent. Hyuga Lanmo, what's wrong with you? Go, let's go to the audience hall to watch them play, and we are gone. A lively Fushin took Hyuga Lanmo and followed the 2 Yumu men towards the audience hall. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the 2 girls in front of them, hot and cold. Although they had just met, they treated him well. At this time, the 2 Yukirin suddenly stopped and looked at the marshmallow stalls on the side of the road. They stepped forward and bought 3 marshmallows and handed them to Fu and Hyuga Lanmo. Fu leapt forward happily. Hyuga Lanmo also reached out and took it, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Maybe we will be enemies tomorrow, but at this moment, we are at least friends, said the 2 Yumu people. Hyuga Lanmo smiled at the corner of his mouth and licked a marshmallow, so sweet. The 3 came to the venue and each returned to their own team. Hyuga Lanmo sat next to Konoha captain Nara Yakuhisa. Kakashi and Metkai were not at the venue, and it seemed that they were going to the Kitayama Valley with them. You're back. Well done. Naraluji happily stroked Hyuga Lanmo. If it weren't for the students who forced him yesterday, I'm afraid he would not finish the task of snatching the golden treasure box so quickly today. Indeed, in Hyuga Lanmo's heart, no matter what, he would not give those who look down on others a chance, even a little bit, it's impossible. Advertisement in the next game, it was like playing 5 or 6 martial arts movies. For a while, the team members snatched the lid of the silver treasure box, and then they chased fiercely. For a while, they combined the copper treasure box, and the others swarmed. Anyway, in this game, they played until Haitian, and only after exhaustion, the other 2 treasure chests were all in place. This time the competition also ended with the first in the 3 groups, the second in the 5 groups, and the third in the 9 groups. At night, in the main venue, the host awarded a bonus for everyone in each group. The first prize was 10,000 yuan per person, the second group was 5,000 yuan, and the third group was 1,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan is not a small sum for these student ninjas. When Hyuga Lanmo appeared in front of all Konoha players with this 10,000 yuan, he was envious of them. Although envious, they didn't have the strength to quarrel with him, because after fighting for more than a day, they really just want to go back to sleep now. Teacher, here, Hyuga Lanmo didn't need money, so he gave it to Narashika for more than the bonus. Okay, I'll take it for you first. Naraluju helped him take it away. Teacher, can I advance 500 yuan in advance? Hyuga Lanmo said. Why do you need to pay in advance? Tell me the reason. Narashika was very satisfied with the result of the game, and asked with a smile on his mouth. I want to invite my teammates to have dinner, Hyuga Lanmo said. Okay, that's a good idea. Naraluji handed 500 yuan to Hyuga Amo. After he said goodbye, he left everyone. Originally, he hired Uchiha Itachi, but he said that today is too much. I was tired and wanted to go back to rest, so I didn't follow it. Everyone participated in the same game, and they won the first place in half an hour, but for them, Uchiha Itachi took a long time to get the 2 parts of the silver treasure box, and the others did not end the battle until the night. This contrast is really big. At night, Wechung was very lively and many restaurants were overcrowded. Hyuga Lanmo went to the hotel next door and invited Fu and Fuyugi. As soon as he entered the hotel, he saw the little Didera with yellow hair. His eyes were stubborn, and after seeing Hyuga Lanmo, he gave a cold snort. Incompetent junior, what is the ability to play black hands? If you don't play black hands, I promise you, just like us, you can complete the task in the dark. Despicable. Didera didn't know that Hyuga Lanmo was merciful to him. Look. He cried out in dissatisfaction.
Advertisement. A lot of ninjas were gathering in the hotel lobby. When they heard this, they all turned their heads and looked over. Look, the first place in this competition. It was him. I saw it at the time. He was indeed the treasure chest that he snatched from the player from the Yinyan village from behind, and then went straight to the top of the mountain without staying at all. At that time, it looked like, it is indeed a bit of suspicion of missing out. Hey, no matter what, people get the first place. Even if they pick up the omission, they will pick it up. Tomorrow will be a personal competition. At that time, it will be a mule or a horse. He is capable. Also, these people in the hall said jealously. Hyuga Lanmo didn't care about their sourness, walked upstairs, invited Fu, and then went to the hotel next door to invite 2 Yumu people. Originally, he thought his invitation would fail at the 2 Yumu people, because Union the village leader looked stern, but he didn't expect it to succeed. When the 3 of them came to the street, Fu jumped and jumped happily. Lanmo, tomorrow is an individual competition, you have to come on. What? Did you hear the news I missed? Hyuga Lanmo smiled and asked. Well, many people say that we got the first place because you got the cheapest price, otherwise we would definitely not be able to get into the top 3 or something, but I believe you have ability, because you can fly like me. Fu was happy said that, like her, people who can fly can never be wrong. What do you want to eat? Let me treat you. Hyuga Lanmo asked with a smile. I want to eat skewers. Fu's mouth curled up and said. Me too. So the 3 of them came to the roadside stall, ordered a lot of skewers and drinks, and sat down happily to enjoy the food and happiness. When the 3 of them were talking and laughing, suddenly a man dressed in black sat at the table next to the 3 of them, tilted his head and looked at the 3 of them through the gap in the mask. Look, it's that person. The 2 wooden men whispered vigilantly. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head to see that Uchiha brought the soil, and his laughter came through the mask. Chapter 90. Hello everyone, my name is Afei, I am glad to meet you, how about I invite you to this meal? Good. Before Fu finished speaking, Hyuga Lanmo stopped her. No, we have money ourselves. Uchiha brought soil and a mask, and the corners of his eyes curled when he heard this. Young man, I didn't invite you. I wanted to invite 2 beauties. What are you talking about? With that, the eyeballs in his mask suddenly turned into a kaleidoscope blood circle eye state, and he wanted to use illusion technique on the 3 people in front of him. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and stopped in front of Fu and Fuyu Yugi. He had mud and chakra in his body, and any illusion would not work with him. What do you want to do? His face was tense, and he looked at Uchiha's dirt on the opposite side. Child of Konoha, I advise you not to be nosy, you don't have the patience to stop me. Uchiha brought the difference in his mind. When did Konoha be out of this wary child? It seems that this guy is a troublesome knowing that he is going to use illusion. Originally, he wanted to use the illusion technique to abduct Nanao Renjuli and Erwei Renjuli, and then let them work hard for Akatsuki's organization. Later, when Uchiha Madara starts the Moon Eye project, he can also draw the 2 of them directly for the plan. It seems that it is not very smooth now. There are many ninjas in Wuchang, and the ninjas in Iwagaki village and Takanan village are waiting strictly, so that he has no chance to start, and there are some things that can't be too clear. After all, the Akatsuki organization has not yet grown, they need time, so, kidnapping he can only do things like Renjuli quietly. I finally saw 2 girls go out on a date with this blind man tonight. Didn't you think they were not fooled? It depends on ability. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, the tight expression on his face disappeared, and then he laughed, and suddenly shouted into the street. Here, you are indecent, there is something here. Uncle Gangster, come on. Hyuga Lanmo did not play the card according to common sense. Uchiha took a bit of a shock, and saw a lot of people surrounding him. Just about to break out, he saw some ninjas approaching, including some masters. He was angry in his heart, and then pushed everyone away. Left the scene. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In the woods outside Wuchang, Bai Wuxiao leaned forward and backward. It was the first time he had seen him eat after following Uchiha for so long. I like that kid, I like it. Baiju yelled happily, and Uchiha gradually clenched his fingers with the soil. Do you feel that the child is familiar, as if I have seen it before? Isn't it in Konoha? He is Konoha's person, Highway said with a serious face. No, I haven't been to Konoha for 2 years. I always feel as if I have seen him within this year, but I can't remember where I saw him. Uchiha took the soil and sighed slightly, then rely on the tree. If we can't get the 7 tails and 2 tails before the end of the game, we will look for them in the future. I am afraid we will have to wait until the Moon Eye project is launched. Yes, now is the best time. When they return to their ninja village, it will be fine. However, we must ensure that they can be used by the Akatsuki organization. If the people brought in will eventually become enemies, it's better not to stun the snake. Heiju has always considered things thoroughly, and he has already thought of the process and results of all things. Anyway, always try. Uchiha is an impulsive ninja, so naturally he doesn't want to miss the opportunity. Haha, if that kid has ability, I don't mind if we win over that funny kid, I like him, haha. Baiju smiled exaggeratedly and said. What's that kid's name? Uchiha asked with dirt. Hinata Lanmo. He is blind. Highway replied. At the barbecue stall in the city, the 3 children still ate away. Fu was happiest, and the 2 wooden men faced the delicious skewers, but they also abandoned the ladies' route. The 2 women competed to eat. The scene was really amazing. The 3 ate and happily talked and laughed and ate. After drinking enough, the 3 bid farewell. Advertisement. Tomorrow we will be opponents on the court. Hyuga Lanmo, thank you for the treat. Said the two Yumu people. Yes, if it were the previous scenes of the three of us eating meat together in the ninja village, it wouldn't happen at all. Thanks to this joint competition, thank you Taki no Kuni. Fu raised the drink cup in his hand. It seems to be filled with wine. Thank you Hyuga Lanmo, thank you for the treat, and thank you for rushing to the top of the mountain without hesitation in the first time and winning the first place, so that each of us has a reward of 10,000 yuan, thank you. Fu said happily. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, then looked around, and said, you have to be careful these 2 days. I feel that the strange uncle before is not at ease. Don't worry, we will definitely pay attention. In this way, the three went back to the hotel where their team was located. The second game is an individual competition. Every player will participate. This time, it is intelligence, 51 people, and head to the newly established maze in the east of the city. This maze is constructed according to mathematical astronomy. People are not allowed to use ninjutsu, and the ranking of the game is determined according to the order of the maze. This competition is relatively quiet compared to the previous one, and does not need to fight hard. Because a lot of staff are set up in the maze to ask questions, only those who answer the questions will have a new passage in the maze. It ends immediately, no matter the length of time. Naruto showed up in the audience with 9 children, and all the players from other villages had already arrived. There is still a sea of people all around, and the host is enthusiastic. The people who bet are also enthusiastic, and the number of choices today is more than yesterday. There are 51 players, choose one of them or bet at will. This time, the principal will be returned 100 times. Only those who can see the potential players are hot-eyed. In order to make money, the rest is to spend money to join in the fun. There are definitely some lucky people among them, maybe they got it right. Who do you think will win today? Could it be the guy from yesterday's 3 groups? I think he can fly, maybe he can win. In the audience, everyone began to analyze the ninja's ability. Did you not hear? The kid in the 3 groups was a pick yesterday. If he didn't start behind his back, he would not be able to win at all. And today is not allowed to use ninjutsu. I don't think he won the first place today. He has no eyes. So, when I went to the valley yesterday, he had to be pulled by 2 girls to find the way. Today, I entered the maze, and the road was full of twists and turns. How can he go down as a blind man? I see him. No. Quote. Chapter 91. The Hidden Anbu. At the venue, many spectators were doing the review. Although Hyuga Lanmo personally found the golden treasure box yesterday and won the first place, there are not many people who are optimistic about him today. Who did you choose? At the accompanying seat, Metke held the betting ticket in his hand and touched Kakashi on the side with a smile. Uchiha Itachi, if he hadn't been involved in the team yesterday, he would have won, how about you? Kakashi said that they didn't participate in the betting yesterday, and today there is a chance. The 2 of them will definitely participate. But yesterday Naruto secretly suppressed 3 teams and got a lot of money. Captain Nara, who did you choose today? Matek asked with a mysterious face covering his bet ticket. Hinata Lanmo. Naruto didn't hide it. Ha ha ha, I know, I secretly tell you that I am also the chosen Hyuga Lanmo. Metke said happily. Kakashi rolled his eyes when he heard this. No eyesight, you two just wait to lose money. On the podium, the host has announced that all the players have entered the second competition venue. The west gate of the audience hall opened, and 51 contestants went out of the round hall to the maze outside the west city. This time, it is an individual match, it depends on individual ability. This time, no one rushed forward in a hurry, because they all knew that this time the comparison was not ninjutsu, not speed, but brainpower. Hyuga Lanmo entered the maze unhurriedly. Various spells were posted on the walls around the maze. It was obvious that this was a seal to prevent someone from using ninjutsu. 51 people around him have dispersed, and there are people in any direction. Only he is not in a hurry, and he is walking forward at every step. For some reason, he feels that the maze seems to be able to move. A quarter of an hour later, he was already deep into the maze, and no one could be heard talking around him, as if he had lost his way alone. Are you Hyuga Lanmo? Suddenly, the earth wall behind Hyuga Lanmo suddenly closed, and 2 masked dark parts of Yenian village appeared in front of him. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo saw that the 2 had already understood in their hearts that there was a reason behind the scenes that they took the initiative to initiate such a so-called mutual friendship game. He laughed and asked, 2 big brothers, can I call for help? The 2 of them were slightly startled, and rushed up. We are ordered by Lord Toying. We must kill you today. There are charms that seal chakra all around here. You can't use ninjutsu anymore, just wait to die obediently. With that said, these 2 people have already rushed up, and one of them can still use earth escape. In the first half of the mountain, Hyuga Lanmo learned the seals of the Uzumaki family, and was very familiar with all the seals. These seals were mainly used to suppress the ninjutsu chakra. The reason why the opponent can use ninjutsu is because he has unlocked the seal. The spells cancel each other out, and you can use ninjutsu for convenience. The old man Onoki is really mean. He attacked Yenian village dignifiedly, and he had written a battle book before, but they, in order to kill him, first offered a reward for his head on the black market, and now they have made a joint ninja assessment competition. Tricked him here. Eden Earth, the technique of Earth Flow Wall. The opponent has already launched an attack. Hyuga Lanmo took a few longitudinal leaps, avoiding the other side's Earth escape. The sky above was already covered by the earth escape wall. Without ninjutsu, he was just like an ordinary person in front of these two onbis. They covered the top of their heads with a rock wall. What they didn't know was that it was a special device in the maze, but they were actually catching turtles in the urn, trying to hide from the camera and kill him secretly. They thought that with spells posted everywhere, he became fish on the sticky board. Just sent two Anbu to clean him up. Hyuga Lanmo dodges the opponent's attack and reverses, the chained leg has been kicked out, and the opponent backtracks again and again. Ninjas without chakras are ordinary people. Even Lock Lee, who is famous for physique, needs chakra assists when using physique. Lock Lee cannot use ninjutsu and illusion because he has no chakra attributes, not without chakra. But now, Hyuga Lanmo is sealed by the surrounding charms, and the chakra in his body is completely unusable. If he forces the immortal mode to turn on the suppression of the sealing technique, it will inevitably attract the attention of the surrounding staff. Hyuga Lanmo didn't forget that he promised 3 generations to win this competition, and he didn't want to lose the qualification for the second game because of this foul. When the game was lost, Konoha's teammates didn't laugh at him. Once they united and asked him to confess his mistake, would it be embarrassing? Therefore, facing him there are only 2 choices, one is to snatch the other side's unblocking spell, and the other is to draw one by yourself. Advertisement. After thinking about it this way, Hyuga Lanmo decided to use the first move to steal the other party's unblocking spell. After several consecutive physical attacks, he fumbled for the opponent's coat and other things, and found nothing, which proved that they put the important thing in a close-fitting place, rather than a place that is easy to be stolen outside the pocket. Hyuga Lanmo was kicked by the opponent, and the opponent used soil escape again, and the other used water escape, trying to bury him alive. But he didn't want this kid to take a vertical leap and jumped behind them. When they turned around, he already had a pen and a piece of yellow paper in his hand. When the two saw this scene, they were surprised. He didn't want to write an unblocking spell by himself, did he? It's really funny. Although their Yenian village's sealing technique is not comparable to the disappearing Whirlpool clan, it is also relatively powerful in the entire ninja world. This sealing spell cannot be opened by him if he wants to. The two of them didn't give him a chance, and rushed forward. An ordinary person, no matter how strong in physical skills, could not beat them both. Earth escape. Suddenly, all the soil under the closed maze channel disappeared. When Hyuga Lanmo was avoiding the opponent's attack, he almost fell under his feet. He flipped the pen in his hand and checked into the wall with the other end of the pen, where he was hanging. The other person rushed over, with a cold light in his hand, fast, and he stabbed at the position of his heart. The corner of the other dark part's eyes curled up, thinking, it's done. But he didn't want Hyuga Lanmo's body to be horizontal. Not only did he evade the attack of Kameninbu, but he also ran and killed the other side. He wanted to solve the ninja who used the earth escape first. But he doesn't have a chakra. Sure enough, the two Anbu people breathed a sigh of relief, because after Hyuga Lanmo ran 2 steps on the wall, he fell into the empty space under his feet. Cover him. The ninja using physical skills rushed into the air and said loudly when he saw people falling into the trap. Earth escape, cover up. The thing has been successful, and the only thing left is to bury this kid. Chapter 92. There was no sound at the scene, and the two hung on the wall, looking closely at the land below. In order to get rid of Hyuga Blue Ink, they cast a spell that could seal chakra in the surrounding area and even in the soil and rocks. Hyuga Blue Mo fell into the earth's escape pit, and then figured it out. Without chakra, it would be impossible. It should be fine, said one of the dark parts in a low voice. The other person was still in a nervous state, nodded slightly, used ninjutsu, and then removed the rock covered above. After looking around and no one found it, the two were ready to retreat. At this moment, there was a sound of rock rubbing, and the stone wall they had just evacuated suddenly covered the labyrinth alley again, and the two were locked in darkness. The two of them stood in battle, and looked around nervously. It was dark and they couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a Hokage lighted up, and this Anbu thought it was a torch that his companion had lit for him. He turned around and said, "Thank you." But a pair of sky blue eyes were in the flames, and the child grabbed his collar in a fist. Despicable and shameless, villain. After saying this, the person in front of him exploded with a wooden bomb and was killed on the spot, while the other person was not good at soil escape, turned around and ran, but in this long and narrow labyrinth channel, surrounded by walls, he can run to where? Turning over and attacking, but didn't want to wait for the shot, the other party had already shouted a ninjutsu lightly, water escape, water flow knife technique. Shui Dun pounced like a knife from all directions, leaving him nowhere to hide, and in the next second, a rush into his heart. The child used the ninjutsu and killing methods they used to deal with them, but the methods were many times more powerful than they did not know. The other party raised his head in horror and looked at the child in front of him. His blue eyes were so shining in the darkness. When he killed him, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. If it weren't for his figure reflected in his pupils, he would have doubted that at this moment, he would not be able to see it. However, it is obvious that the opponent's eyes can see in the dark, and the opponent has actually lifted the spell that sealed chakra. In such a short time, how did he draw the spell relief amulet? In order to study this assassination, the Anbu of Yenian village spent a full month studying the seal that Konoha could not crack. Advertisement. They believed that as long as the chakra of Hyuga Lanmo was blocked, he would be like ordinary people and let them slaughter them, but they did not expect that he would unlock these seal charms and draw the understanding seal the moment they fell. You You. The other party's Anbu mask fell to the ground, and he looked at Hyuga Lanmo in horror and said, we will definitely not let you go. Soil escape. Big cover-up technique. Hyuga Lanmo used the same earth escape to cover him. It's useless to say anything, their mission this time has already failed. A mud escape covered them, and the bodies of the two fell into the pit, all killed. Hyuga Lanmo looked around and sneered. He took the stone wall off his head, and his eyes could not see anything under the sunlight, but he could feel everything around him, he could feel that someone was looking at it. He looked up at the space, his mouth curled slightly. If it was a year ago, perhaps facing such a seal technique, he could not quickly find a way to unblock it, but after half a year of studying the seal, let alone such a simple seal, even if it was a tail beast, he would still can quickly unblock and seal. Oh Yemu, you didn't kill me a year ago, do you think you can kill me now? In the office below the audience hall, the staff of Yenian village saw Hyuga Lanmo appear in the game video and smashed the table angrily. The two of them failed, and they couldn't even beat a kid who sealed Chakra. It's so disappointing. You know, these two people were carefully selected by them. They wanted to give Hyuga Lanmo a fatal blow, but not only did they fail, but they also missed the opportunity. Now, Konoha's people have found the office. What's the matter? Why can't we see our player Hyuga Amo on the big screen? Isn't it what happened? You know this level is a test of ninja brainpower, not ninjutsu. Narashika-ju asked, and Metkai and Kakashi had already rushed to the second match venue. Others may not know it, but Narakakuhisa, a smart person, told him from 3 generations of Naruto that Iwagaku village and Takino-kuni invited the ability under 9 from each ninja village to go to Takino-kuni for a low-level assessment competition. Already thought of the other party's purpose. Definitely, the 3 generations also know the inside story, but even if they know the conspiracy of Yenian village, they can't escape. Villages like Wuin village with internal and external troubles sent ninjas over. Why does Konoha not participate in this competition? All they need to do is to ensure their own safety and win at the same time. It's okay, it's just that the maze is moving, so it's normal to occasionally have video blind spots, don't worry. The staff from Yenian village sent to Wuchang quickly began to explain. Advertisement. At the competition venue, Hyuga Lanmo walked around in the maze after finishing the 2 dark parts of the Yenian village. After a while, in a dead end, a staff member appeared, and 2 staff members had already stood in front of him. Ninja. What is the answer? We have all answered so much, is it not correct? Said one of them unconvinced. Incorrect. The staff looked serious and showed no face at all. What's the problem? Hyuga Lanmo asked. A hunter has a shotgun and can only shoot 1 meter away. A rabbit is 100 meters away from him. Why was he shot and killed? The staff repeated again. Because the rabbit ran to him. Someone replied. Everyone said that the answer was wrong, you still said. The staff member said dissatisfied. Because he stoned it to death. Wrong. Because that gun is 99 meters long. Hyuga Lanmo said. For people who like to play brain teasers in the past, this kind of problem is not difficult at all. Right, please pass the test. How is it possible? How could there be a 99-meter gun in the world? This is not logical. The others said dissatisfied. The answer is this, now please pass this player, and all of your questions will be replaced. Hyuga Lanmo passed smoothly, and the next, what shit doesn't smell? Angel. What people are most afraid of on their A? An A debt. Put the elephant in the refrigerator in 3 steps. Which 3 steps? Chapter 93. When everyone was racking their brains and still answering the wrong answer, Hyuga Lanmo went through all the way, dozens of questions, as if he knew the answer, all answered correctly, and then he twisted out of the maze. When he appeared in front of the workbench at the exit of the maze, the live camera had been aimed at his face, and at the same time, everyone in the audience hall in Wuchang screamed. Although the second game was not as fierce as the first, because it was an individual game, there were very few people who chose Lanmo on the day, so when he first appeared, many people in the whole venue sighed. While standing at the exit of the labyrinth in the second venue, Metkai, who came to check the situation, excitedly stepped forward and hugged Hyuga Lanmo. Wow, you are so smart. I didn't expect you to come out so soon, inside. Nothing happened, right? Is everything okay? Teacher Kai, don't worry, nothing happened. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. And Metkai was already holding the ticket and began to calculate how much money he had won this time. At the same time, Kakashi, who was standing next to him, began to re-examine Hyuga Lanmo. Is it really just a coincidence that the first 2 times is just a coincidence? Here Hyuga Lanmo came out of the maze, but there were many people stuck in the maze, and some people roared loudly, what kind of ghost question is this? How can there be such a question? This is not right at all, how could this be the answer? In the second game, Hyuga Lanmo is still the first place, while Uchiha Itachi is second, and there is a Misty Village Ninja third. The third day was the last game of the joint assessment. The game was held in the audience hall. The huge amounts of the podium in the middle had been removed, and the 2 hosts were also transferred to the side of the stand. After the host's announcement, it was learned that the final assessment competition was also an individual match. Lots were drawn in advance, and the winning side entered the final. Among the 51 people, 1 more odd person went directly to the finals through a lottery. The other 50 people fight against the people with the same number. The winner enters the 25-person group competition and then fights again. By the time of the third match, the 12 who won on the scene and the 1 who had been drawn a lot, a total of 13 players mashed together. The one who was able to persist until the final victory, the others scored according to the performance of the game. Advertisement. This was a lively and cruel game, and everyone in the audience became interested in the second game because of the boredom of the second game. Many people have already bought their favorite players in advance. This time, although everyone does not agree with Hyuga Blue Mo's strength, some people are particularly optimistic about him because of his luck. For example, Konoha has two following mentors, Naruto and Metke. Are you sure you still choose Hyuga Lanmo this time? Kakashi looked at the two people's votes and said, I feel that Uchiha Itachi will definitely win this time. He is very similar to me when I was a kid. When Metke heard this, he said unconvincingly, Hyuga Lanmo is very similar to me when I was a kid, isn't it, Mr. Nara? Narashika coughed for a long time and did not speak, because he knew that Hyuga Lanmo was different from Metke. The kid was tough and smart. He saw everything in his eyes, and he knew many things in his heart, but he never said something. Ken speak out. For example, in the second game, if nothing happened in the maze yesterday. He absolutely doesn't believe it. Because when Hyuga Lanmo got out of the maze, he found that there was soil on his clothes and backpack, and his shoes were wet. This proved that someone had used soil escape and water escape on him, but he didn't say anything. And this third game looked fair and just on the surface, but if you think about it carefully, why do the remaining 12 people work together? This is very surprising. Ms. Nara, who did you choose? Metka asked strangely, looking at the newspaper in the hands of Naralukisa, and did not see his vote. I didn't choose the last game. Naraluju said, and then he looked up at the sky, and the clouds were densely covered in the distance, and it seemed that there was going to be a heavy rain today. Huh, you didn't choose. Why? Metke asked strangely. Intuition. Naralukuji replied. At the top of the auditorium, a man wearing a black cloak stood on the top stand, his eyes tightly looking at the 51 children in the middle of the hall, and a smile came up at the corner of his mouth. Now 51 contestants will be drawn, and the 51st one will directly advance to the final. Advertisement. The crowd began to draw lots. When Hyuga Lanmo took the number 51 and showed it to everyone, the audience was in a state of madness. Go down, B*****************, D, get down to me, so I lost 2 games, you scumbag. Someone threw the newspaper ball into the game venue. This action set off a chain reaction. All the spectators who lost money began to throw newspapers in the middle of the venue, and the scene once seemed magnificent. Even Hyuga Lanmo opened his mouth when he saw this scene. Wow. Great. Knock him out, he doesn't deserve to be a ninja at all. In the first game he picks up the leaks, the second game depends on brainpower, and the third game depends on shit luck. Why? The people in the surrounding stands screamed angrily, and Konoha's other teammates also looked embarrassed. Why is he so lucky? They can advance directly, but they have no chance at all. Did he go through the back door? This is Konoha's habitual idea, and naturally thought that Hyuga Lanmo also used methods here. Impossible, as far as I know, the organizers are people from Iwagaki village and Takigakura village. Hyuga Lanmo and Iwagakura village seem to have an antagonism. Didn't you see their eyes when they looked at him? Just like killing him, how is it possible to give him the back door? Here, everyone is skeptical and angry about Hyuga Blue Mo's luck. Over there, the staff of Yenian village also look surprised. What's the matter? Didn't you want Didera to get the number 51? Why did he get it? Obviously they hid the number 51 in the mezzanine at the bottom corner of the lottery box. They didn't know that although Hyuga Lanmo couldn't see it with his eyes, his mirror perception was stronger than ordinary perception. The hands and feet secretly made by the staff of Yenian village did not escape his eyes. Anyway, this competition was originally purposeful. They wanted him to enter the normal flow of the competition, so that he knew his ninjutsu ability in advance, and if he wanted to consume his physical energy, he was not as good as their wish. Therefore, this number 51 was obtained by Hyuga Lanmo ahead of time.
3 Code Chapter 94. After getting the number 51, he can leave the game early and wait until the finals enter the melee. Hyuga Amo returned to Naralukisa. Teacher. Well, sit down. Narashikaji patted the place beside him, looked back at the child who was 4 years older than his son, and asked, do you think there is anything weird about today? Although the atmosphere on the scene is very good, although everything looks so smooth, but vaguely, Naralukisa just feels wrong. Hyuga Lanmo looked around the venue and said, Yanyan village wants my life, but after the mantis catches the cicada and the oriole, today is not what Yanyan village can say. When I said this, not only Kakashi and Metke, but even Naralukisa was surprised. Is there anything else? After speaking, he looked around and found nothing strange except for the nervous ninjas in Yanyan village. Kakashi had already frowned, and Metke opened his mouth and asked, what the hell are you talking about? Teacher, wait, no matter what it is, it won't appear until then. Hyuga Lanmo tilted his head and said to the 3 people around him. Uchiha brought the soil. Since he is here, he will never say anything because of himself. Uncle Lu Meng flinched. At the beginning of the match, the battle was fierce, and the people on the scene roared and shouted one after another. Uchiha Itachi's ability was already highlighted in the entire venue. In the audience, many people spoke of Uchiha's name, full of praise. At the top of the auditorium, Uchiha's gaze shifted from Kakashi's body with Uchiha, who was dressed in black. The earth was earth-shaking here, and the puppet art on the other side was dazzling. The ninja's struggle was not only fierce, but also cruel. After more than 20 games, more than a dozen were injured. Finally, after half a day of duel, 25 players entered the semifinals. After a break at noon to replenish their energy, the 25 players once again held a lottery in the venue. It was still a fierce battle, and Uchiha Itachi was calm and wise. Although he hadn't opened the writing wheel yet, the whole person relied on cleverness and excellent ninjutsu, and soon defeated his opponent. In the end, the 12 entered the finals in the evening, and the organizers went straight to the finals without any delay. Advertisement: the host has changed people 4 or 5 times. They said that they were exhausted and dry, but the audience was in high spirits, because this time the organizer's bonus was rewarded for 1, 2 and 3, such as 1 loss for 101 for loss, 20, and 1 loses 10. In the first 2 times, some people have made a lot of money. The last time, they must seize the opportunity. And this time, many people chose Uchiha Itachi, because if Hyuga Imoku won the first place twice by luck, if it is true, then Uchiha Itachi's 2 second place finishes are really good. Therefore, many people choose Uchiha Itachi as the top 3. After the intermission, the melee final officially began. The enthusiasm of the audience in the entire venue also reached an unprecedented state. On the scene of the game, 12 people entered the arena together with Hyuga Lanmo, who had entered the melee final with a lottery in advance. As he appeared in the surrounding stands, many people shouted, "Knock out the blind man, hit him out. He shouldn't be in the finals, and throw him out." There is only one reason why they are so hostile to him, and that is that they don't approve of his ability. As the lucky person, in their eyes, he really shouldn't exist among the opponents who entered the finals by strength. "Shoot him out, go out, go out." After 1 or 2 people below shouted, the others also shouted. Suddenly, the entire venue turned out to be the main venue for the crusade against Hyuga Lanmo. Konoha's other teammates laughed at this scene. "I'll just say, everything must be fair and just, always relying on the back door. How can you get to the end by luck?" It seems that the eyes of the masses are discerning. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo was dissatisfied, and after a few vertical jumps, he jumped to the presiding stage in the middle of the audience. He picked up the microphone and shouted, "Why should I be kicked out? 1. I also have real abilities, okay?" As soon as these words came out, all the torn shoes and socks in front of him were thrown over, and another child cried and pointed at him and shouted, "You have nothing, you are a liar." At this point in the game, many people can't tolerate the slightest sand in their eyes. In their hearts, this game should be successful by hard work, not by the sidelines. Advertisement: even Deidara, who entered the finals, nodded again and again. "Yes, despicable guy, who snatched my gold chest by a sneak attack, what is the ability?" Seeing this scene, the host quickly grabbed the microphone back and said, "You go back quickly, the game will begin soon." Hyuga Lanmo, helpless, wiped his cheeks on his socks just now, and returned to the venue. If he hadn't promised the old man of 3 generations and won this mission, wouldn't he be wronged here? If it hadn't been for Konoha's favor, these people would invite him to come and he would not come. Back at the playing field, Uchiha Itachi patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "This is the end of pretending to be weak. You should kill the quartet in the first game, so that all of them are so scared to see who they pay. Dare to bark." Hyuga Lanmo looked angry, and said solemnly, "Itachi, you should know that I have taken the first place." Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, "If you have the ability, let's talk about it." He is smart and savvy, and he has already seen that now, these players who entered the melee finals have all been directed at Hyuga Lanmo because of the clamor of the audience. Therefore, whether he can break through and win in a while depends on his ability. The game begins. As the host shouted, the shouts of the surrounding audience also rang. "Push him out, push him out." As the audience fluctuated, most of the other 12 players in the field rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo after entering the melee, excluding Uchiha Itachi. The two-tailed man's column power was made by the wooden man and the Nanao man's column power. Fu. The 3 of them had a good relationship with him, so naturally they would not point the finger at him. Even so, there were 9 people who practiced a crushing style of fighting, and collectively launched a ninjutsu duel against him. Earth done, water done, fire done, blood succession limit, steel done, land done, and so on. All the ninjutsu aimed at him, but because of the different attributes of the chakras, the fire and water were incompatible. The thunder and the earth were connected, making the sound of huge amounts of ninjutsu colliding in the middle of the venue, and at the same time a cloud of dust and steam flooded the scene. "It's over, that kid is over," an audience member said when seeing this scene. Chapter 95. Okay, let him pretend. Let him think that as long as he is lucky, he can pick up the leak every day. It's over. The audience cried out excitedly. The corner of Uchiha Itachi's mouth aroused, and he snorted coldly, and rushed to a ninja who was bound by the blood, and the two were separated by the fingers of the wooden man. A ghost fire pill, emitting a blue flame, and deceived these in front of you. Few players burned over. Someone was burned on the spot and screamed violently. There has been a mess in the middle. Dust, water, soil, and fire have covered everyone, making it impossible to see the situation in the middle. Finally, the haze on the scene dissipated, and the dust fell on the ground. In the middle of the venue, where's Hyuga Blue Mo's trace? But if you want to see people when you live and the dead when you die, you can't even leave a bloodshot, right? He's there. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted. The crowd followed the man's fingers and looked in an uproar. I saw above the dark sky and under the dark clouds, a child was floating above. In the day, his eyes were closed, and at this moment, his blue eyes had been opened, and they were as beautiful as the night. The stars in it are average. Everyone had no voice. At the moment, they had to admit that just by being able to fly, this child was already above many ninjas. Kill him. Suddenly, after the player from Yanyan village below shouted, Deidara got on the clay bird and went to the sky. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo didn't flinch and said, "Didn't you say that I don't have ability? Let you see my physical skills today?" After saying this, his feet were like wind, and he suddenly kicked a Deidara in front of him. After a few kicks, the opponent had fallen on top of Asuka, and his chest pain was unbearable. At this moment, Deidara's heart is tense. If the opponent can't fly, he can definitely have an advantage, but just like his master, he can fly in the air. Clay, Asuka. Deidara's explosive clay appeared as a small bird and flew towards the opponent. Hyuga Lanmo used the instantaneous technique to throw away the clay bird and rushed towards Deidara. He flew up and down with amazing physical skills, and hid Deidara into a ball. Advertisement at the same time, dozens of small clay birds have been chased back. Hyuga Lanmo grabbed Deidara and said softly, "I didn't want to kill you, but if you want to die so early, I won't stop it." After saying this, a water escape had already spouted from his mouth and fell from the sky, wet Deidara's whole body. Lei done. At the same time, Lei done in Hyuga Lanmo's hands had already appeared. With Lei done, Shui done, and an explosion for a while, one can imagine what the two of them will become. "You don't want to live anymore?" Deidara asked, looking at the scene in front of him in terror. "I will live well, but you are not necessarily anymore." After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo's thunder fell on Deidara. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the clay birds really couldn't keep up with the speed of Hyuga Blue Ink, and because of the addition of Lei Dun and Shui Dun, they had lost their sense of direction and landed on the ground of the competition venue. Boom. There was a violent explosion at the scene, and Deidara fell on the clay bird. With the sound of the explosion disappearing, 3 more people were seriously injured and withdrew from the arena. As soon as Hyuga Lanmo fell on the ground, a ninja player rushed to him. He was able to deal with it freely: left uppercut, right split, thunder escape, earth escape, wind escape shuriken, and 6 or 7 people in front of him could not get close. When the audience saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. That Hyuga Lanmo doesn't seem to have ability. He is very strong. There is no problem with several pairs, it is effortless. Yes, he is really strong. Even if they don't know ninjutsu, they can see it right now. Several people took turns to fight him, but couldn't touch him at all. Even if it was ninjutsu, he could easily use other ninjutsu to defeat him. At this moment, a strange whistle suddenly sounded in the huge meeting place, as sharp as a ghost screaming, long and high-pitched. It's the voice of the beast. Nara Deer stood up nervously after a long time and looked at the surroundings in the venue carefully. Someone channeled Charm Beast just now. He had seen that kind of strange creature during the 3 wars. What is Charm Beast? Metke asked. Advertisement. A different time-space creature that can come to this world through psychics, but the person of the psychic beast must be a talent with a female chakra. Who did it? As Nara Lukuji's last voice fell, a burst of huge amounts of smoke appeared on the scene. Then, in the smoke, a huge animal screamed maniacally. The sound was the same as that of the 10-tailed sacred tree. Stimulate everyone on the scene. The audience was amazed when they saw this scene, and someone shouted, "The organizer is really awesome. They want to use psychic beasts to stimulate normal games. It's fun." At this moment, above the stands, the masked Uchiha Sashimi looked strangely at the charm beast appearing in the venue below, and asked softly, "Whose plan is this?" "You know, the people who can roar call the charm beast are definitely not the general ones, and let a group of ninjas deal with the charm beast. This is too inconsistent with the principles of the game. It seems that today's game is not easy. However, the more chaotic the better." Uchiha bent his mouth with dirt and waited for his strength. It stands to reason that in the second game yesterday, he had the best phone meeting, but because the playing field was full of charms that sealed chakra, he tried several times without success, so he didn't do it. Today, the opportunity is great, and he will never miss it again. Definitely, he knows that it is not a simple matter to get the strength of the human column, just as Madara already knows how to channel golems and how to extract the tail beasts, but he cannot immediately implement the monthly reading plan. Some things require the right time and place, and one is indispensable. Definitely, if the charm beast hurts 2 people, then he has a chance. Thinking of this, Uchiha took the soil to continue watching the scene, always ready. The huge amounts of charm beast appeared, carrying blue lightning on its body, and it screamed up to the sky, because the sound was too similar to the cry of the 10-tailed god tree. The 2 tail beasts in the body of Mu Ren and Fu gradually awakening, uneasy looked outside through the human column force. The scene was in chaos, but the surrounding audience was still watching the excitement, because they thought this was a monster that the organizers made to make people psychic in order to increase the excitement of the game, but they didn't know that all this was a conspiracy. Okay, rush, fight. Sometimes the masses are like that. Before certain dangers, they are like fools with no brains. The crowd yelled for a while, and the beast on the scene screamed again, and the ninja players stopped their attack on Hyuga Lanmo because of this scream, and turned to look at the beast. Chapter 96. Suddenly Mei Beast slapped its paw, and this attack turned out not to be directed at the ninja in front of him, but at the chaotic crowd around him. Ah! A sharp cry broke out at the scene. In one auditorium, more than a dozen people were afraid of death by the beast's paw, and the blood sprayed from the body was shot. Everyone was dumbfounded. At the moment everyone knows. Later I realized that this matter was not easy. Everyone started to run out, the scene screamed, crying for help, crying, and the sound became a whole. The charm beast was stimulated by this scene, a vertical leap, and rushed towards the people. All ninjas, whether they are in the finals or have been brushed down, include the leaders sent by the villages and the staff on the scene, all rushed up. What's the matter? Who is the psychic monster? Someone shouted. I don't know, it's weird. The charm beast roared, and everyone's ears seemed to be pierced. The eyes of the two Murin and Fu who surrounded the charm beast had changed color. They tried to stabilize their minds before pressing down. Tailed beast power. The charm beast fought with many ninjas. Some used earth escape to attack, and some used thunder nets to contain them. The charm beast retreated a few steps, and opened its mouth to spray out a chakra energy wave, killing all the dozen ninjas in front of it. Boom flew out. Deidara, who had been injured by Hyuga Blue Mo, saw this scene, and rushed up again with a roar. Now let you feel what is the art of blasting. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen explosive clays were thrown down, falling on the body and feet of the beast. One after another explosion sounded. Deidara thought he had succeeded, but didn't want the next second. The beast made a soaring cry. The manic mood broke out again, and the scene was once out of control. The sound of fighting, the sound of weapons, and the sound of ninjutsu bursting into a ball. Thunder escape, earth escape, wind escape, water escape, fire escape, surrounded by charm beasts from all directions. Kakashi's rage fell from the sky and landed on the charm beast's body. Coupled with the explosion just now, the charm beast became more and more angry. And this time, as the beast screamed like 10 tails, the two Yumorin and Fu could no longer control the tail beasts in their bodies. They endured for a long time, and they still couldn't suppress them. The shape changed, and the two of them exploded with the power of the tail beast at the same time. It's not good, it's the tail beast, a ninja shouted loudly. Advertisement. Everyone turned their heads and found that there were huge amounts of chakra tail beast in both directions. If the form of the beast is huge amounts of, then the chakra of the tail beast is scary at first glance. The leaders of Takainen village and Union village all rushed up, and they now want to stabilize the strength of their villages. Uchiha took the soil to see this scene, seized the opportunity, and rushed down from the stands. At the same time, Hyuga Lanmo in the sky also rushed down, because he has been silently watching Uchiha's soil. He must not let his plan succeed, even if the beast riots and the tail beast erupts. He wants the other party to him now. There was no reason for him, it was for Fu and the two Yumu people who treated him very well, and he wouldn't let these two girls fall into Akatsuki's hands. If the two of them are caught by Shao organization, sooner or later, there will be a dead end, and he will never allow that kind of thing to happen. Fu! You Murin! Hyuga Lanmo shouted loudly. He rushed down, and at the same time, Uchiha, who was using the different space to transfer the soil, had already thought about it. As long as he touched one of the two people's pillars, he would release the seal of their bodies. Then after the tail beast was released, everything would be fine. It's all under his control, but what he didn't expect was that he was obviously transferred to Wei Renjuli after he was transferred from a different space, but he didn't expect that after he appeared, that Hyuga Lanmo sprinted towards him with a lightning-like spiral pill in his hand. He took the soil and dodged. Helix pill made a squeaky sound and landed on his shoulder. His consciousness began to shift, but it was still too late. His shoulder was rubbed. His muscles tingled, and he looked at the person in front of him coldly. Child. Hinata Lanmo, ability is not shallow. He has used the power of God until now, no one can hurt him yet. Dust escape, the technique of stripping the original world. The huge amounts of cube appeared, enclosing all Uchiha's soil. Uchiha took the soil to know that his illusion wouldn't work for him, so he moved in different space and disappeared. Advertisement. This style of play is really unpleasant. On the other side, Hagi Kakashi rushed over. Who is it? Is it the spiritism he uses? One of his eyes was covered by a protective forehead, and the other eye was full of angry expressions, and he seemed to think of something. Just after I asked this question, the two half-human and half-tailed Renjuli rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. At the moment huge amounts of, everyone else was retreating, only Hyuga Lanmo and Kakashi is still in sight. But they have lost their reason, and everyone who stands in front of them will be killed. On the other side, Charm Beast opened its big mouth, and sent a chakra shockwave attack to everyone in the distance. The scene was beyond control. In the corner above the stands in the distance, a small old man looked at the scene coldly. The people around him whispered, Master Toying, Beliu Roar asks us for the steel escape child, is it really for him? Definitely, since he has helped us psychic beasts, we naturally have to abide by the agreement, and pass my order to leave the generation of Mount Sumi, who is in the southern part of the country of soil close to the country of grass, to Roar, within 3 years. Don't let the people from Anbi bother you, we will fulfill all the conditions he wants. In Yanyan village, we can do what he says, definitely, he has to do what he says. After finishing speaking, Onoki looked down at the chaotic scene with cold eyes, and the corners of his mouth gradually aroused. Hyuga Lanmo, do you think that ruining half of our village is over? I tell you, as long as you don't die, this thing it's not over. This time, the junior level assessment competition jointly held by Ninja Village is a conspiracy of Yanyan Village. Because Onoki knew that the third generation of Naruto Tobihi was eager to win, and nothing would be inferior to others, so in this competition, he was sure will send the strongest players under the same conditions. Then Hyuga Lanmo must be among these players. Since this game was prepared for him, how could they have wasted the opportunity they had obtained after 2 years of hard planning and 3 months of preparation? Hyuga Lanmo, today is your death date. I think you face 2 tail beasts and a psychic beast. How can you survive? Even if you can survive, Bailiu Roar is waiting for you. Chapter 97. The Chaotic Scene. Today, without our Yanyan village taking action, you are also dead. On this side, Oyemu was hiding in the dark and secretly rejoicing for his borrowed sword to kill. On the other side, the 2 people were in full-tailed beast state, and the psychic beast Charm Beast screamed up to the sky after a wave of chakra shockwave erupted. The huge amounts of light pierced the night sky, the shrill screams were shocking, people's crying, crowding sound came from all directions, the chakra shockwave of the charm beast kept attacking, while the exit of the huge venue was in the middle and lower positions. There is no place to evacuate from the lower and upper positions. This makes everyone like a turtle in the urn, unable to escape. With the shockwave, waves of screams and crying broke out again around the auditorium, and they needed to leave. A ninja stepped forward to attract the attention of the beast, which gave the crowds in the south, west and north a chance to evacuate. However, there were too many people at the scene. You hugged me and the order was chaotic. Everyone made a fuss again, and May Beast's eyes shifted again. The ninjas attack, the wind escape, the water escape, and the thunder escape. This kind of ninjutsu that can face the attack is all used on the charm beast, no matter whether it is effective or not, as long as it does not focus on the audience now. As for the 51 people around the venue, they endured their wounds and fled. If it weren't for a few of them to stop, surround, and block these 3 out-of-control guys, I'm afraid I don't know how many people are going to die now. In addition, the flight ninja who used clay bombs in Yanyan village added chaos and made the scene even more uncontrollable. Deidara's explosive clay wave after wave, he had a great time playing, but he completely forgot to use his head to think about it. Is it suitable for bomb attacks now? Hinata Lanmo, there is a kind of you don't use thunder escape, I want to kill you, you wait. If it weren't for his roaring voice, others thought he did it for the tail beast and the charm beast, but in fact, he turned out to be to kill Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo sprinted up into the sky, and slashed Deidara's neck with a palm. Smelly boy, can't tell the situation? Or is this the strategy of your Yanyan village? Just when Hyuga Lanmo stunned Deidara, there was already a casualty below. Advertisement Kakashi's shoulder was hurt by 2 cats that were made of wooden men, and the blood flow continued, and the beast called out suddenly. Someone on the scene had hallucinations, and began to face the person who was against him regardless of the enemy. Mass killings made the scene even more chaotic. Uchiha Itachi supported Kakashi and frowned. He looked at the chaotic surroundings and couldn't find a solution for a while. His forehead was sweaty, and his eyes suddenly cramped, opened the bloodwheel eye. 9-tailed attack on Konoha. Only 1-tailed beast hurt Konoha's muscles and bones, and here 2-tailed beasts, 1 psychic beast, is even worse. Although the number of ninjas has reached a dozen people, it is still too few compared to the number of ninjas in a village. Under such circumstances, is it really impossible to control it? All the ninjas rushed up, but were shocked down again. The waves of battles made the number of ninjas less and less. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo clenched his fist tightly, he had no choice. Hyuga Lanmo uses the duplication technique. In order not to distract Chakra, he only duplicates 2 selves, and his body rushes towards the charm beast. Instead of fighting with him, there is only one goal at present, which is the most time for the masses to retreat. The other 2 rushed up to the 2-tailed cat and Nanao Shigeaki respectively. The 2 people Julie had lost consciousness. Now the manic tail beast has only one goal, and that is to kill all the people on the scene, as long as Hyuga Lanmo's duplication drags. Living with them, everyone has hope. The cries of the tail beasts fighting sharply made the eardrums shatter, and everyone could no longer get close. And Takino Kuni did not send a sealing team here at all. Even some of the staff sent from Iwagaki village were pretending to fight. They hardly did anything to actively fight other than to protect their village's shinin. 2 Mr. Metkai and Narashikuhisa, while protecting the students in their village from retreating, while preventing their own people from being caught by the magic beast's illusion. After they sent the students to a safe place under the protection, Teacher Metkai rushed up and formed a united front with Hyuga Lanmo. The magic beast's roar sucking was activated again. Ms. Metkai was taken aback. Hyuga Lanmo felt his strangeness, and it was too late to look back, because he actually fought with Itachi Uchiha who came to support. Sir, please be sober. Advertisement Itachi had just opened the eye of the blood wheel, and was not very familiar with how to use it, so at this moment, facing Mr. Kai with amazing physical skills and fast offensive speed, he was a little at a loss. Hole. Hagi Kakashi rushed to the tail beast, but was suddenly stopped by the Uchiha belt soil that moved out of the different space. Your opponent is me. The mask on his face is exactly the mask of the mysterious man who appeared when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Kakashi saw this scene, new hatred and old hatred added together, and became angry. It was you who killed my master. Madam? After saying this, Kakashi rushed up, fighting with the dirt band. In a blink of an eye, Hyuga Lanmo's support was trapped by other things, and the 2 cats in the beast-tailed state had sharp nails, and their physical skills were light and fast. They flew up and down against the duplication Hyuga Lanmo, scratching, dazzling, and overwhelming. After a while, the shadow duplication Hyuga Blue ink broke into smoke and disappeared. On the other side, Nanao has the same name and is 17 meters tall. It doesn't use the unique ability of its tail beast to go to the earth. It just uses chakra attacks blindly, huge amounts of yellow-green chakras with unique insect calls. The sound, waves rushed towards the duplication Hyuga Blue ink. And its exploded body pink scales, large range, strong explosion, in a short while, it has exploded Hyuga Lanmo's duplication. Hyuga Lanmo was about to use the fairy art, but he didn't want to be blocked by the magic beast's illusion when he was absorbing natural energy. With this gas, he couldn't use the fairy mode at all. At the moment, as the beast screamed, in the entire venue, suddenly in an unknown corner, someone once again blew some kind of whistle. As the sound appeared, Charm Beast began to gasp heavily, and the roar sucked by the illusion art this time became stronger and affected a wider range. The crowded spectators who ran away stopped running, the cry of crying disappeared, and dozens of other participating children hiding in the hollow under the auditorium all had their eyes dull, and then stood up and looked at the venue. Even some of the teachers responsible for protecting these children inhaled the illusion and became unstable. Chapter 98. The two large-tailed beasts were not affected by the illusion at all, and the two tails rushed towards Metkai and Uchiha Itachi, who were holding Roar on one side. Nanao was preparing to explode the tail beast Jade toward the direction where the audience gathers most. Magnetic escape protection. Hyuga Lanmo used magnetic escape to protect the two of them. The cat's paws were scratched at the magnetic escape protection. Every time it can scratch the magnetic escape from the gully, but this magnetic escape is like life. It can quickly supplement the protection with the chakra flow, so that the cat will attack damage again. Became 0. It's the magnetic escape. It is the magnetic escape of the blood following the boundary. If I remember correctly, he also used the dust escape just now. How could anyone in this world have two types of the blood following the boundary? Sha Yinkun Tamari covered his nosemouth, looking at Hyuga Lanmo in surprise in battle. Hyuga Blue Mochi looked at the illusion chi that was constantly pouring out of the scene, and turned around and shouted, "Are you stupid? All the ninjas who can use Feng Dun. What are you waiting for?" In this case, if holding Roar's breath can prevent the phantom energy from invading, then Feng Dun will definitely work. Hyuga Lanmo has used the technique of multiple shadow duplications, transformed countless selves, and began to use Feng Dun. Huge amounts of wind circling Roar in the entire venue, all phantom air blown away. Other ninjas saw this scene and quickly helped. Hyuga Lanmo's shadow duplication saw everyone awake, turned around and rushed towards Nanao collectively, attracted its attention, and tried to lead its tail beast Jade attack direction from the crowd to the other side where there was no one. There was heavy rain in the sky, and after the lightning and thunder, May Beast seemed to be suddenly stimulated, and it screamed loudly. May Beast activated Chakra Shockwave again. May Beast's shockwave is very strong. Every time it is sent out, it can blow up the auditorium into a big hole. Huge amounts of like the screams of the 10 tails resounded thousands of miles away, and the two tail beasts that were already fully screamed once again exploded when they heard this sound. The beast aimed at Hyuga Blue Ink, and the 7-tailed condensed tail beast Jade aimed at the many shadow duplications blocking in front of him. The two-tailed cat could not damage the magnetic sand protection, and turned around and turned his anger towards the crowd. The two-tailed beasts suddenly began to condense the tail beast Jade, and the charm beast began to brew a bigger shockwave. The situation is getting worse and worse. At this time, Charm Beast's Chakra Shockwave is no longer the scariest. The most scary is the tail beast Jade of the two tail beasts. Once it explodes, then the entire Wechung will be razed to the ground. And Hyuga Lanmo is in this state. Even if he uses his best, I'm afraid he can only transfer one tail beast Jade, then the remaining one can still destroy the entire Wechung. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo saw the scene in front of him, and a self-satisfied smile appeared in his mind. He thought he was not a virgin. In this case, as long as he transferred from a different space selfishly, he could leave here, and then ignore the mess. However, not only did he not leave, he did everything possible to protect everyone at this critical moment. Then, that's all there is to it. Hyuga Lanmo laughed at himself, closed his eyes, and then suddenly exerted force. Huge amounts of chakra light burst out of his body, shining brightly in all directions. That was the power of the tail beast. The huge amounts of the tail beast chakra almost submerged the entire game venue, and all the people hiding in the dark opened their mouths in surprise when they saw this scene. What's the matter? Is he also Renjuli? Oyemu, who was standing on the stand, asked in surprise. No one around him can answer his question. If the chakras with the 2 tails and 7 tails in front of them are as big as they are about to swallow the entire beast, then the tail beast chakra bursting out of Hyuga Lanmo's body on the scene can simply swallow everyone. He appeared in the state of a tail beast. The appearance of that tail beast has never been seen before. It looks like 9 tails and 3 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. The light waves flow and change so much that people can't guess. Retreat, retreat quickly. Naraluju under the passage of the stands saw this scene and hurriedly told the other children around to retreat. And after the illusion energy was scarce, the others continued to rush outside the venue. The 2 tail beasts that condensed chakra turned their faces, and aimed all the tail beast Jade in their mouths at the biggest target in the venue, Hyuga Lanmo. It takes time for the tail beast to condense the tail beast Jade. How could Hyuga Lanmo give them a chance? He rushed up, carrying huge amounts of the tail beast chakra energy, and collided with the 2 tail beasts in front of him. The deafening blast made the entire venue tottering and gathering. The tail beast chakra fist fell down, the speed was fast, and the energy was huge. Not only was it directed at the 2 tail beasts that had disappeared in front of the tail beast, but also the charm on one side. The beast didn't let it go. The ability of the charm beast is not worth mentioning in front of the tail beast, but its name can indeed stimulate the tail beast, but at the moment, there is no chance for it to make a sound, because the Hyuga Blue Ink tail beast chakra fist specifically targets it. That big mouth. With one punch, it was bloody and bloody, with tears in his eyes. Advertisement, bang. There was a burst of smoke, and Charm Beast ran away. The Charm Beast disappeared, and with the use of other ninja Fengden, the scene suddenly became clear. Hyuga Lanmo felt that his body had begun to absorb natural energy. He used the giant palm of the tail beast to grab Nanwei and Mao again. Return my 2 good friends. With a shout, Hyuga Lanmo regained his body. Only the 2 tail beasts' chakra's big hands were still pressed on the tail beast. Mu done. Mingshan Gate. The fairy appeared. Kong bang bang bang. More than a dozen Mingshan gates descended from the sky, betting on the two tail beasts layer by layer until they had no chance of turning over. Seal technique. Gossip seal. The seal spell was pressed on the tail beast, and huge amounts of light burst out. All the people who were about to leave stopped and looked back. What kind of power was that? Is that the ability of God? Konoha's other students were dumbfounded. No wonder the village would directly let him advance to participate in the competition. People who can possess this kind of power may have ability above all of them. What is missing? What luck? They are all wrong. He is a ninja with true ability, and his ability is beyond their reach. Gradually, as the light disappeared, Fu and Fuyuyuki himself appeared under the Myojin gate. Hyuga Lanmo had already sealed the tail beast into their bodies again with a sealing technique, and their lives were saved. The ninjas from Takainen village and Union village rushed up and took away their Renjuli. On Kakashi's side, he was fighting with Uchiha and saw that the situation was gone. He seized the gap and turned around and disappeared. At the moment, the black and white Ju consortium was hidden in the wall somewhere in the stands. The two were surprised to see what happened in front of them. Heiju asked in disbelief. What kind of tail beast is he? Force. Chapter 99. Haha, I didn't see it either. Baiju's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth cracked behind his ears, showing a creepy and exaggerated smile. Everything settled down, the danger was lifted, and the fairy pattern on Hyuga Lanmo's body gradually disappeared. When Oyemu, who was hiding in the stands, saw this scene, he quickly slipped away. At the moment, does he still expect Roar to kill this kid? It was impossible, and at this time, he didn't know where Roar had gone. Indeed, Roar, the psychic beast of the beast, burst out of the tail beast Chakra in Hyuga Lanmo. After the beast was injured and the spiritism was relieved, he took the steel escape blood given to him by Yanyan village and left the bound ninja, on site. How could he be able to beat a person who couldn't even beat the charm beast, unless he could have the same blood inheritance boundary as that child? Today's battle really opened his eyes. Before, he just wanted to experiment and use external ability to enhance himself, but today, he has a bolder idea through that child. That is, he wants to collect all the blood inheritance boundaries on his body, so that no one dares to admit himself. Mr. Metke looked at the ruined chaotic game venue, suddenly thought of something, reached out and took out the lottery ticket he had bet, and shouted, "The organizer, I bet Hyuga Lanmo to win, and he wins now. Yes, redeem us for bonuses, 1 to 100. The rain was still falling, and the bright red blood flowed into a small river with the rain. Naruto led the students out of the tunnel under the stands, gathered the people in front of him, and Metkai went to bandage Kakashi's wounds. Kakashi tugged at Metkei's sleeve and said loudly, "I see him, the guy who broke the seal on Madam's body and let Nine Tails attack the village and killed my teacher and Madam, he is here." I know. Metkei nodded constantly, while Kakashi's fist was clenched. It's him, the charm beast that suddenly appeared this time must be his psychic, it must be him. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly. He believed that the matter of the beast had nothing to do with Uchiha's taking the soil, but who was it? He closed his eyes and everything around the perception, because there were too many people on the scene, and now Wachung is in chaos outside, and there is such a big lightning and thunderstorm, which made him unable to accurately find the yin within the scope of the perception. Property Chakra owner. Advertisement. But he believes that this matter definitely has something to do with Yinyan village. Here, Kakashi is emotional, and the staff there has also begun to apologize and clear the audience and ninjas who did not escape on the scene. This game is impossible to proceed. The ninjas in various ninja villages also began to rescue themselves. Those who should be sent to the hospital should be sent to the hospital. As for this incident, someone has to give an explanation, but this argument is not something they can ask for. Naturally, after going back, the senior officials of the various ninja villages will use mutual dialogue to solve the problem. Mr. Kakashi's injury was not serious, and soon his mood stabilized. The other injured students have no worries about their lives, and everyone is ready to go back to the village. My bonus just went to waste. Teacher Metkai watched the people in Wachung go to the organizer's office angrily, and couldn't help but look down at his own vote. He defeated Hyuga Lanmo to win. Obviously he won the competition in the end. If the bonus can only be redeemed, it would be a reward that is 100 times more than the original amount. Okay, go quickly. Kakashi patted him on the shoulder, and replied again to be the somewhat calm man. Everyone left Wachung, all the way to the south, advancing at full speed. As he walked, Hyuga Lanmo suddenly stopped. As soon as he stopped, everyone stopped. Hyuga Lanmo, what's the matter? Teacher Nara asked. Hyuga Lanmo stood on the tree trunk, and Yingyingjuo's sunlight shone on his face through the gaps in the leaves. When the other students saw this scene, they all clenched their fists nervously. Everyone, you look at me and I look at you. They seem to understand what's going on. Among them, one student raised his hand, and everyone tensed. Then, 7 students, all kneeling on the trunks around Hyuga Lanmo, shouted at him in unison, "Brother, I'm sorry." Quote. As soon as he said this, Hyuga Lanmo was dumbfounded. On one side, Uchiha Itachi leaned on the tree trunk with his shoulders, and a smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. Advertisement. But Teacher Metkai suddenly realized, and shouted loudly, "Yes, there is still a bet between you. Whoever loses, who kowtows to the other party, is not bad. Guys, can afford to lose. Hyuga Lanmo, do you not accept their apology? He has said so much, why didn't the Hyuga Lanmo on the opposite side move?" Hyuga Lanmo was stunned, and then he sighed slightly, waved his hand and said, "Get up, everything is over."
Those little troubles are not important anymore. I have more important things, Mr. Nara, you guys. Go first, I have to go back to Wuchang again. What are you going to do? Nara Luju asked nervously. They have seen his performance. Such a child with an unknown tailed beast chakra in his body suddenly wants to return to Wuchang. Can they not worry about it? NS. Besides, this game was specially prepared by Yinyan Village for him. Wouldn't he be self-catching when he returns now? There is something wrong, you go first, I will catch up. After speaking, he waved his hand to everyone, turned around for an instantaneous technique, and disappeared. Others looked surprised at this scene, and the 7 students who were kneeling on the tree trunk also stood up. Does he stop just to return to Wuchang, not to grab us and make us apologize? Someone asked in surprise. Other people look at me, I look at you, they are all confused. And Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly and turned around to continue on the road. These people are not at the same level as Hyuga Lanmo. They can make an apology for an apology, can it be endless? But if this matter is reversed, the situation will be different. Hyuga Lanmo left everyone and soon returned to Wuchang. Although the city settled down, it was still in chaos. He walked on the street and looked at the surrounding buildings. Someone saw him and whispered, "It's him, Hyuga Lanmo, who saved us Wuchang. Otherwise, we might even home is gone." "Young man, thank you." An old woman stopped Hyuga Lanmo, and then handed a basket to him. "This is the persimmon I made. You take it out and taste it. It's delicious." Chapter 100. Where's my number 1? Big brother, give it to you. A little girl also appeared in front of him, and handed a bunch of white Dragon Ball flowers to him. "Thank you." Hyuga Lanmo accepted the gift from the 2 and quickly thanked him. His intention was not to ruin the other party's good intentions, but he didn't want such a thank you to be like touching a certain institution. A lot of people swarmed out of the shops and residences around the street. "Hyuga Lanmo, I want to apologize to you. You didn't win the game by luck. You have real skills. You are the strongest and the best. You saved us all. Yes, this is the embroidered backpack I made, please accept it. It's because we don't know Taishan, and we were rude to you during the game. Not only did you not hold grudges, but you also saved us. We really don't know what to say. This is the meat I made. Please accept it. Down. Little hero Hyuga, can I take a picture with you? Sign me, right." Everyone blocked him in the middle of the street, surrounded him in groups, so that the traffic on the whole street was completely paralyzed, and there were more people pouring here. Everyone was saying or thanking or words of apology. The Hyuga Lanmo who was surrounded in the middle was so noisy that they could not hear what they were saying. He roared loudly to tell everyone not to be stuck here, and these people did not leave. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo suddenly yelled in desperation, and everyone was quiet. Then he raised his neck, stretched his fingers, and pointed to the sky and said loudly, "Look, what's that?" When everyone heard this, they all looked up. Taking advantage of this gap, he stood up, jumped over everyone's head, and then disappeared on the street in the city. When he came to an uninhabited alley, he looked around, leaning on his chest and sighed. Sure enough, fan containment is the most terrifying thing. Now that he has thrown away those people, he is about to do business. But how can I find the leader of the organizer? Advertisement. Wuchang is very large, the audience venue has been destroyed, and the organizer's office is crowded with people who want to talk about it. In order to avoid trouble, the higher level people must not be there. Hyuga Lanmo thought of a way. He could no longer use his deity's face to appear. In order to avoid trouble, he used the transformation technique to become a Takenin or a ninja. When they came to the street, some people were inquiring everywhere in order to find Hyuga Lanmo. He avoided those people and found a staff member from Yinyan village. He stepped forward and asked, "Where are the leaders? I just moved from when I come back from the hospital, I'll be asked to report the situation at any time." The other party looked at him, and whispered, "On the top floor of the ninja hotel." The other party pointed to the tallest hotel on the street. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, then looked up at the top floor of the hotel, and then a different space transferred and appeared directly in the room on the top floor of the hotel. When he appeared, several people standing in the room were startled. After they saw Hyuga Lanmo who had lifted the transformation technique, their jaw almost fell to the ground, and Onogi who was standing in the room at the moment was even more embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would be seen here. To myself. He stepped back a few steps, his eyes dodged, and his heart was tense. What does Hyuga Lanmo, who has the power of a tail beast in his body, want to do? He doesn't already know that all this is a plot to kill him, right? He came to settle accounts. Come to kill him. Hyuga Lanmo took a look at the scene. One was the village head of Taki Ninja Village, 3 generations of Tokage Onoki, and Taki no Kuni Daimyo, and 2 unknown people. They should be some kind of city lord in Wuchang or show their faces. Character now. The people in this room are all the top-notch figures who called for this event. Masters, are the prizes and medals stopped after the game is over? Where are my first prizes and medals? Bring them to me. Hyuga Lanmo stood among the group of people, with a fearless expression on his face, reaching out his hand asked. There was a few seconds of silence at the scene, as if several people could forget roar sucking, until Hyuga Lanmo asked a question, and these few people reacted. Prizes, bonuses, and medals. Yes, although something happened in the finals, you have to admit that the danger this time was solved by you. With your ability, you were ranked first, absolutely worthy of the name. City Lord Wuchang, what about bonuses and medals? Advertisement. Daimyo Takinokuni pretended to be calm, and said that his thighs under the robe were shaking. This child is not a human being. Two-tailed beasts and a psychic beast were solved by him with a roar. Also, what kind of power is that? The chakra power he burst out was dozens of times bigger than the full-body tailed beast. It scares dead man. Yes, I'm going to get it now. Hyuga, little hero, wait a minute, I will go back. City Lord Wuchung stepped out of the room. Hyuga Lanmo turned and sat on the sofa on one side, looking at the few people in front of him. The scene fell silent again, and no one spoke. And Onoki was standing among a few people. His sallow face at the moment was already red and not like it, and he felt that the silence in the room was too depressing. The enemy is right in front of him, but he has no idea of revenge. At the moment, he is standing there. City Lord Wuchung finally returned. He was holding a certificate, a medal, and a paper bag of money. He entered the room and handed the things to Daimyo Takinokuni. Obviously only a few minutes, the few people in the room felt as if they had passed through the centuries. The daimyo took all the items tremblingly, and said with a cough, I announce that the first winner of this joint assessment competition is Hyuga Lanmo. Welcome everyone. Others hurriedly extended their hands and applauded when they heard this, and the daimyo opened the certificate himself and nodded in satisfaction, because the city lord Wuchung had already written the name of Hinata Lanmo on the certificate, and the trophy was also engraved. The name of Konoha, the country of fire, everything is perfect. Hyuga Lanmo reached out to take it, and nodded. Well deserved it, thank you. After he finished speaking, he stepped out and walked out. The village head of Taki Ninja Village saw this scene and hurriedly asked, you won't sit for a while. As soon as these words came out, the others lost their smiles, only Onoki stretched out his hand in horror, and winked at him. And the head of the village Takanon did not understand his hint, and continued to ask with a look of expectation, why don't you stay? I will invite you to dinner tonight. Chapter 101. Bonus Trophy. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo laughed, turned around and looked at the embarrassed Onoki, extended his thumb, gave him a thumbs up, and said, you don't need to eat, but it's a good method for 3 generations of Tsuchikage. Good plan, but it failed. After saying this, he turned and left. All the eyes of all the people left in the room fell on Onogi. 3 generations of toying, are you teaming up with us to engage in a joint assessment competition that has no purpose? At the beginning, when Iwakura village told Takinokuni that they wanted to unite in a game, they also doubted it, but the people in Iwakura village are very smart. They can develop the regional economy and will figure out how much money can be made in such a game. And so on, it's all enumerated. Not only that, but Iwagan village also gave out the money for the construction of the competition venue. With so many benefits, Takinokuni daimyo was moved. And they felt that they might be able to rely on this competition to take the reputation of Taki no Kuni to the world, and also to draw closer the relationship between the various ninja villages and Taki no Kuni. No matter how they looked at it, they earned the camp, so naturally they agreed. But when Hyuga Lanmo left just now, they said something that didn't mean anything, but they made a big alarm. 3 generations of Tsuchikage, is there anything that the charm beast that appeared on the field has to do with Iwagaku village? Takinokuni asked again, and the others frowned and looked at him tightly. No, I don't know about this, it has nothing to do with me. At this time, if Onoki admits that everything is related to him, then he is a fool. In the end, no matter how much Takinokuni suspected, there was no evidence, and there was no alternative to Iwakura village. Besides, even if they had evidence, what could they do? It's impossible for a small country to attack Yinyan village because of this, and they don't have that strength either. After this incident, many ninja villages returned to the village thinking more and more things were wrong, so that for many years since then, no ninja village has launched any joint competition assessment activities until the Konoha joint ninja exam many years later. Definitely, that's all about it. Besides at the moment, even though the room on the top floor of the hotel became a quarrel, Hyuga Lanmo happily returned to the Konoha team holding a paper bag of money and a trophy certificate. If you don't get a medal or trophy, it won't be considered as a completion of the task. This time, the 3 generations have nothing to say. He said to everyone happily, and then raised the reward in his hand. Everyone was surprised, no wonder he would leave the team. It turned out to be asking for trophies and bonuses. So much money, how much is it? The other students' misunderstandings about him were also solved. Everyone got together and saw a paper bag of money with a smile on their faces. Advertisement. After Mr. Metke beamed his eyes, he wilted. Unfortunately, I suppressed you to win at the final match. If I redeem the bonus, I am afraid it will be a lot. Kakashi patted him on the shoulder. Isn't it 300 yuan? Alright, don't worry about it, I'll ask you to go to the dumpling shop. Really, are you invite everyone? Metke looked excited. But Kakashi touched his pocket, knowing that he didn't win the second game. Compared to Mackay, he has been losing money this time. Great, after returning to the village, teacher Kakashi is going to invite everyone to the dumpling shop. Hyuga Lanmo jumped up happily. On one side, Uchiha Itachi also laughed, reached out his hand to touch him, and said, isn't it you who should invite us to dinner? You have invited those 2 beauties, Yukito and Fudo, to dinner, neither invite us. When other people heard this, they all exploded. Yeah, don't you forget about your meaning, okay. In the first game and the second game, you won a prize of 20,000 yuan, and there is Mr. Nara. There, go back to Hyuga Lanmo for a treat. Hinata Lanmo treats you. Everyone shouted. Good, Treat. I want to eat barbecue, the same as beautiful women eat. I want barbecue, juice, and hot springs. Everyone said with a smile, and set out to Konoha with a happy face. In Konoha Hokage's office, the 3 generations of Sarutobi Risen happily looked at the golden trophy and bonus in front of him. Rarely, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You have worked hard. Hyuga Lanmo is also tired. Narulukisa, Kakashi, Metkai, the 3 of you stay, and the rest will go back. Everyone left the village, leaving only 3 gentlemen. They narrated every detail of the mission to the 3 generations. When he heard that the unknown tail beast Chakra burst out of Hyuga Lanmo's body, he smiled. Gradually solidify. Advertisement. Did he control it at the time? Or did he not? No matter how powerful the weapon is, if he becomes a hidden danger to the village's safety, he must be careful. It seems to be under control. Nara Shikajiu said. 3 generations nodded. He had long wondered why Hyuga Lanmo, a small child, could ruin half of Yenian village. At this moment, he seemed to understand, because there was a strange power in his body. After listening to their report, Sarutobi Hisaki closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened and said, "It's okay, you guys go down and rest too." The 3 retired, and just out of the village, they saw 9 children waiting outside. Hyuga Lanmo was arguing with Uchiha Itachi. Don't look at Uchiha Itachi, who is calm and self-reliant on weekdays, but is with Hyuga Lanmo. At that time, he would laugh happily and talk more. Teacher is out, teacher, Hyuga Lanmo said, invite all of us to the hot spring, and then go to the barbecue. Teacher, don't go home, let's go to the hot spring hall together. Several children surrounded the 3 of them. Kakashi coughed, and when he was about to refuse, Metkai on one side put his arm around his shoulder. I just returned to the village today. You can leave those jobs for tomorrow. Let's go together. Quote. Good. Everyone jumped up and down with joy. A group of people, roar, headed towards the hot spring club. Taking hot springs and eating barbecues, these people are talking and laughing, and making troubles are more than happy. After drinking and eating, it was almost early in the morning, and everyone dispersed. As soon as Hyuga Lanmo opened the door of the house, he was startled by the scene in front of him. Mr. Jiraiya hung upside down on the roof, with long white hair hanging down. He looked at him coldly with his arms folded on his shoulders, with a strong voice, go to the hot springs and eat barbecue. Why don't you call me? When did you come back? You know that I went to hot springs and barbecues, why didn't you find me? Hyuga Lanmo put down his backpack and went to change his clothes. After he changed his clothes, Jiraiya was still hanging on the roof. Sir, come down quickly. Fortunately, I look at things at night as if in the daytime. If not, just like you, hanging upside down here without turning on the lights, with long white hair floating, how scary. Chapter 102. Jiraiya also jumped down from the roof. I wanted to scare you, but I forgot that you can see things more clearly at night than during the day. It was a waste of thought. Hyuga Lanmo got up and put on her pajamas, made a vertical leap, jumped onto the bed, fell on the bed and closed her eyes. Lanmo, follow me to a place tomorrow, I want to find someone to help you see your body. Jiraiya also said, in fact, he has been back to the village for 2 days, and the 3 generations of Hokage just talked to him for a long time, and they were talking about Hyuga Lanmo's stay in Wuchang. He burst out huge amounts of tales. Chakra beast, but no one knows what tail beast it is. So, they want to know the answer. Okay, go with you tomorrow. Hyuga Lanmo was about to fall asleep and replied in a daze. On the road, Jiraiya also held Hyuga Lanmo's backpack, tilted his head and looked at the child next to him in surprise, reaching out and knocking on his forehead. What's the matter with you? Yesterday, I was alive and kicking when I had a barbecue with my friends. Why is it like this today? Sir, this genius is so dark, so you called me up. Do you know that we didn't have a good rest for 2 or 3 days in order to hurry back to Konoha, and I came back so late last night? Hyuga Blue Ink, he said with a reluctant expression. There are some things you can't wait. Do you know what the power of the tail beast is on you? The Wuchang chaos, you are alone, how strong is this chakra? What if that tail beast chakra breaks out? By the way, have you strengthened your seal on yourself? This is very troublesome. If the power of the tail beast is not clear, directly sealing the body will also affect your use of chakras, so this time you will find someone to see what is hidden in your body before you can prescribe the right medicine. Quote. Although Jiraiya had long known that he had the power of the tail beast, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Advertisement. Last night, the high-level officials held a meeting all night for Hyuga Lanmo. Some people suggested that he be escorted to the Haushin enchantment, and then Yamanaka Hime of the intelligence department should check his brain, and then use the seal technique to check him body, so they can immediately know what he is hiding. But the 3 generations rejected this approach because he knew Hyuga Lanmo's temper, and he would definitely not cooperate. If the village uses a tough attitude, once it irritates him, things will be troublesome. Therefore, after everyone had a meeting to no avail, the 3 generations found Jiraiya and asked him to take Hyuga Lanmo to Qingshan Temple to find Elder Tianyuan anyway. Can this hidden Elder Tianyuan know what the tail beast is in this child's body? And let him notify Konoha as soon as he knows the news, and Konoha can make a decision sooner. Jiraiya also knows that the 3 generations and others are considering the safety of the village, but he is more worried about this child. I think you are definitely not 9 tails in your body. You have been to Yenian village. Did you have 4 tails or 5 tails in your body? Anyway, I am really worried about how you provoke the upper tail beast. Why is there such a powerful tail beast chakra? Lan Mo, do you know what is in your body? Jilai also kept nagging and talking. Hyuga Lanmo didn't care about dragging his pace to follow behind him, and it took a long time to reply. It's okay, you can rest assured, I know it in my heart. No, for your safety, we have to figure it out, otherwise the tail beast will run away too late. In this world, there are a lot of people who are swallowed up by the tail beast, otherwise how can the villages be so afraid that the people will go away? This is all left over from historical experience, and we cannot take it lightly. After 3 days' journey, Jilaya and Hyuga Lanmo arrived at the temple where Elder Tianyuan was located, Xingshan Temple. Although it is dilapidated, it is very clean. In the temple, there is a lot of incense. A little novice is cleaning the courtyard in the garden. Watching 2 people appear, their hands clasped together. Please, my master is waiting for 2 in the main hall. In the main hall, an old monk with a gray beard was sitting on the futon. Seeing the 2 appearing, he stood up danglingly. He was toothless and his eyes were misty, as if he couldn't see clearly. Although Hyuga Lanmo closed his eyes, he couldn't help laughing when he saw the other side groping and trembling with his mirror perception and said, My abbot, I'm here. As he said, he reached out and caught the old abbot who had touched him. Advertisement. Lan Mo, be polite. Jilai also warned when he saw him smiling unscrupulously. Ha ha ha, it's okay, neither of us can see it. A sneer at each other can also reduce the pressure. It's okay. The old man grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's hand and sat on the futon. And Hyuga Lanmo prepared a futon. The 2 sat down, he touched Hyuga Lanmo, the smile on his face gradually solidified, and then the whole hall became depressed with his emotions. Abbot, do you feel anything? Jilai also asked worriedly in his eyes. He does have a tail beast on him, and if he wants to, he should be able to explode the power of the tail beast. The old abbot was slurred, and he widened his eyes hard to see the child in front of him, but waited for him to look. For a long time, but still nothing. Yes, I heard that his tail beast's power is more than 5 or 6 times stronger than that of a normal tail beast. Abbot, can you feel what kind of tail beast it is? Is it a whole one, or does he have only a small amount of it on him? The tailed beast chakra, is there any reason for being able to burst out so much power? The reason why Ji Lai asks this is because he knows something about this aspect. First of all, the 9 tails that Bofeng Shuiman sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body are half of the 9 tails with only Yang attributes. The Union Village ninja Golden Horn and Silver Horn, who died as early as World War I, only ate some of the tail beast's flesh and blood to gain the power of the tail beast, and because of the power of the tail beast, it killed the 2nd generation of Refuge. As for the tail beast in Hyuga Lanmo's body, whether it is one or a small amount has to wait for the abbot master to clarify. Winung, go get the Jingwu water, the abbot said, and the little novice monk led out. At this time, the old abbot began to touch Hyuga Lanmo's fingers, one by one, without letting go. Child, you must go the right way, then this ninja world will be blessed. Yeah, Hyuga Lanmo nodded, he doesn't care if he is right or wrong. Anyway, don't hurt him. If you don't care about you, he won't let it go. Seeing his promise, the abbot laughed and turned to look at Jilaya. How a person chooses has a direct relationship with the people around him, especially for children of this age. You must treat him better and better. Do you know? Chapter 103. He is a monster. Jilai is also about 50 years old. There are many things that others can understand. The abbot is to make them have a good relationship with Hyuga Lanmo. Only when the relationship is good will it be good for Konoha in righteous way. Yes, don't worry, the abbot, I will treat Lanmo well. The abbot nodded. After a while, the little novice had already brought in Jingwu water and placed it between the 3 of them. Winung, you go out and close the main hall door. Yes. After the little novice left, only Hyuga Lanmo remained in the hall, the abbot and Jilaya. After the abbot chanted a spell in silence, he nodded his hands and placed it on his eyes. When he moved his fingers away again, his drooping eyes suddenly opened, and he said, Young man, please look at Jingo. What's in the water? Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo looked down at the porcelain basin. There was nothing but his own reflection in the clear water. The corner of his mouth curled up and said, Abbot, there is nothing. The abbot also lowered his head, and Jilai also lowered his head. The 3 people huddled together and looked at the basin of water. There was nothing in the porcelain basin except for the faces of the 3 reflected in the water. Please use chakra to make your body explode, the abbot turned pale and said. Hyuga Lanmo thought that the other party hadn't seen anything, so he cooperated to cover chakra all over his body, and with force, his body burst out like a wave of chakra waves as if the wind swelled up. What? Suddenly, the old abbot, who had been watching Jingwushui closely, let out a terrifying cry, and then he looked around nervously, clutching his heart and looking back at Hyuga Lanmo carefully. You must know what's in your body. Right. Advertisement. The old abbot's face was pale. When he hadn't revealed chakra before, he saw the shadow of 9 tails in Jingwu water, but after he broke chakra, he couldn't believe that there would be such a person in this world. The presence. What's the abbot? What did you see? Gelada was afraid that he had missed something. He didn't even blink his eyes just now, but he still didn't see anything. The old abbot stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiraiya's fingers, his mouth opened but closed again. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo, the child closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly bends, with an expression of knowing everything. He knows everything. The old abbot suddenly closed his eyes, and then waved his hand. Go, let's go, you leave here, Jiraiya, remember what I said to you before, don't ask anything else. Go. Abbot, what kind of tail beast is in his body? From the old man's expression, he already knew that Hyuga Lanmo definitely has a whole tail beast in his body, not a tail beast chakra and some energy. Go. The old man stood up and left the scene. When he walked to the side door, he turned his head slightly and took a deep look at Hyuga Lanmo. The child was standing there with his eyes slightly closed, beautiful like a harmless little white rabbit, but who knows, does he have 5 tail beasts in his body? How could such a person exist in the world? It's incredible. Such a person, what else would he dare to say? What if he kills the entire monastery by accident? What if he runs away? He is scared, he is really scared. After leaving the temple, Jiraiya asked Hyuga Lanmo to go back to the mountain town first, and he wanted to go to the temple again. Hyuga Lanmo stretched his shoulders, he didn't understand, what was the old abbot afraid of? Could it be that he really saw Kyuubi? Or did he see others? You know, the tailed beasts in his current system are 5, 9, 5, 4, 3, and 6 tails. In the clone list, 2 tails and 7 tails are slowly being cloned. Now he only has 8 tails left, and 1 tail is not cloned. If he gets 2 more of them, his 10-tail integrate can be activated. Thinking that he now owns 5 little tailed beasts, Hyuga Lanmo happily jumped down the mountain. And Zilai also went up the mountain again, this time he went directly to the abbot's room, who knew that this bewildered old abbot was actually packing up things, as if he was about to run away. Advertisement. Jiraiya stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Abbot Tianyuan, please tell me, what did you see? He didn't understand. Before, he had a kind face and asked himself to treat Hyuga Blue Mo. Why did his attitude change drastically after using Jingwu water? What did he see? Seeing that he really couldn't hide, he looked around and made sure that no one was eavesdropping, and quietly said in Jiraiya's ear, your apprentice is a monster, a monster. As soon as this remark came out, Zilai also took 2 steps back. What are you talking nonsense? I'm not talking nonsense. For normal people, I can understand even if it is human Zuli, but there are 5-tailed beasts on him, 3-tailed, 4-tailed, 5-tailed, 6-tailed, and 9-tailed. Such a person is not what is a monster. This is to overthrow the ninja world. You must be careful, and Konoha must also be careful. If this kind of person runs rampantly, it will be the sorrow of the entire ninja world. The old abbot sighed. No wonder I could touch the destiny of heaven when I gave him Mogu. It turned out that it was fulfilled here. This child can't stay here. It's a pity that none of you can kill him, monsters. Jiraiya also heard this, and his hair was erected. When he was in Miaomu Mountain before, it was not like that at all. If he had 5-tailed beasts on his body, the fairy toad would tell him at that time. At that time, he just said that he had a tail. The power of the beast, even the existence of the tail beast has not been confirmed. What is going on? Jiraiya didn't know how he got down the mountain anymore. How do you get back to the hotel? It's just that night, he watched Hyuga Lanmo all night. This child, is it really that scary? And Hyuga Lanmo had already guessed what he was going to do. He didn't care, he knew something as soon as he knew it. He also gave him a choice, and Konoha a chance. He believes that the old abbot must have told him the abnormality of his body, and he will tell the 3 generations of the matter after all. As for how the 3 generations choose, I believe he will know the news soon. Whether he is an enemy or a friend, he is not afraid. Sure enough, I have enough power to protect myself, and I can sleep well. The next day he woke up and saw Jiraiya's exaggerated smile at first sight. Wake up, go, take you to eat delicious food. With that, he pulled him up, and then dressed him. I'll do it myself. Hyuga Lanmo looked at him strangely, so that the eyes that couldn't focus during the day were curiously colored. Chapter 104. Is it strange that I have asked the abbot, why haven't you escaped? Jiraiya asked when he saw that he refused to let himself help dressing. Hyuga Lanmo blinked and nodded slightly. Yes, shouldn't you go to Konoha to report this? Shouldn't Konoha know about this as soon as possible? As Konoha's ninja, I will naturally tell them about you, but Lanmo, can you tell me why there are 5-tailed beasts in your body? Compared to those, he was even more curious about this. Hyuga Lanmo rubbed his fingers with one hand, and after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on. A tail beast appeared in the body without knowing it. Obviously this world has it. Tailed beast, why did the second one appear? And it came out on its own, hiding somewhere in my body, don't you think it's weird? Regarding the specialness of his eyes, he only told Wusiwei Laozi, others he never said, but Toad Grand Master once said that he can learn ninjutsu as long as he sees it, and if he is more careful, maybe he knew it. Since he didn't know, he naturally didn't want to tell him. After all, between Konoha and him, he believed that even if Mr. Jiraiya was kind to him, he would choose Konoha. He doesn't want to take risks. Although he now has ability to completely protect himself, he also doesn't want to be the target of public criticism. He has become a public enemy of the world at just 7 or 8 years old. During the 3 generations of Hokage in power, he would not even say. Jiraiya sighed slightly, then nodded. Let's go, let's return to Konoha after eating. A breakfast is like chewing wax. After eating, the two rushed back to Konoha. In fact, Hyuga Lanmo wanted to leave directly, but since he had promised 3 generations to help the village complete 3 tasks, he naturally wouldn't shrink back. He also believed that even if they knew that there were other 5-tailed beasts in his body, they couldn't do anything to him. Because they dare not, unless they don't want Konoha. Sure enough, when July also told the news to 3 generations, the other party almost fell off the chair. What do you say? 5-tailed beasts. How is it possible? Elder Tianyuan did say so, and he has already used Jingwu water. July also reported. Have you seen 5-tailed beasts? 3 generations still couldn't believe it. At this moment, he had already thought about everything from good to bad. Is this world going to change? Advertisement. I didn't see it, but Elder Tianyuan said it. But, Zilai also thought for a while and said again. Teacher, how do I feel that Elder Tianyuan is a little confused? Could it be that he said nonsense? After all, the 9 tails are on Uzumaki Naruto, how could there be a second 9 tails? Besides, Hyuga Lanmo doesn't know how to respond. Matter. Is there any misunderstanding in this? The 3 generations stabilized their stature, turned around in the office, and then said, regardless of whether this matter is true or not, this matter must be blocked by you and me. You are not allowed to mention this matter to anyone in the future, even if the outside world has doubts, and can only say that they don't know. Do you know? Yes. Jilai also replied. As for Hyuga Lanmo, get along well with him. The so-called ringer must be tied to the bell. Maybe he can control the 5-tailed beasts. At least, in Wuchang, the 5-tailed beast Chakra burst out, and he did not run wild, which proves that he can control them, so now we can only choose to believe him. Quote. After the 3 generations finished speaking, he turned back to the table and drank the herbal tea on the table to stabilize his mind. He also hoped that Elder Tianyuan had misunderstood. After all, this kind of thing had never happened. For a long time, he solemnly reiterated, remember, no one is allowed to talk about it. I will find other reasons to avoid the high-level Konoha. I must not let anyone know about this matter. Hyuga Lanmo. You tell him, this matter must be kept secret, understand? Yes. Jilai also quit the office and sighed vigorously, then he scratched his head. This thing was really scary. He strode outwards, and on the corridor, he happened to meet Danzo Shimura who was walking towards him. Jilaya, you are back, how are you? What is in Hyuga Lanmo's body? Jaleda also knew that this matter should be told to him by 3 generations, you should ask Master Naruto. After speaking, Jilai also passed by him, and did not linger. Danzo frowned slightly and snorted coldly when he heard this, do you think that kid is amazing? Actually, it's just 7 or 8-year-old doll. Advertisement. Jilai also stopped, looked back at Danzo, and did not answer. At the moment, a familiar voice came from downstairs. Mr. Jiraiya, are you up there? Immediately after the sound of going upstairs, I looked at Shimura Danzo who satirized Hyuga Lanmo before, and looked left and right, like a grasshopper jumping. I don't know what to do. Hide, hide, hide. His mouth was numb, he stammered, and then he saw a room on the other side of the corridor, turned and hid in. Jilai also looked at this scene in surprise, the difference in his heart. When was Danzo so afraid of Hyuga Lanmo? Didn't he plan to pull him to the root of Anbu every day? Why is the person in front of him today, but he ran away? Sir Danzo, what's wrong with you? Jilai also knocked on the door and asked loudly. Go away. The people inside refuted loudly, he can't be killed by Hyuga Lanmo again. This time, he absolutely must save his life. Sir, what's the matter? Hyuga Lanmo appeared at the end of the corridor and walked here. Master Tuanzang is inside. I don't know why, so he refuses to come out. I remember that this room is filled with some office supplies from the village. What did he do when he went in? Jilaya asked happily with a smile. Hyuga Lanmo heard Shimura Danzo's name, and kicked the door. Danzo, are you inside? Come out, come out. If Mr. Jilaya was not in front of him, he would go directly in and unscrew his head. Danzo looked around nervously. Damn it, this room didn't even have a window, and the voice of the little devil came from outside. Danzo, you have come back from outside the village, why don't I know? I'm in new whether ye is a ninja or a betrayal, it's up to you today. After this, let alone Danzo, even the 3 generations who were sitting in the office on the other side were shocked when they heard the cry. He quickly stood up and walked outside. Hyuga Lanmo. What happened? What happened to you? At this. Chapter 105 I'm for Konoha. Let's go. Ji-Lai also pulled Hyuga Lanmo, but he was unmoved. Danzo-sama wanted to kill me last time. When we meet today, how can you be a man if you don't avenge it? Danzo, don't think you can avoid it. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were red, and he was not afraid of heaven and earth. Posture. The murderous aura bursting out of the body infected the entire corridor, and Sandai and Jilai also felt a gust of coldness from the young man's body. The 3 generations were shocked when they saw this scene. He had just heard that there were 5-tailed beasts on his body. After a while, his emotions began to become agitated. What should happen if something happens? Danzo, what a good thing you have done again, hurry up and apologize, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. From his youth to the present, the 3 generations have been tolerant of him. The starting point for doing things is for Konoha, but I have to say that some things he did too much. He used to force Hyuga Lanmo too tight, that offended this child. He didn't want Danzo to be the fuse to ignite his invisible bomb. Open the door quickly. 3 generations hammered the door of the room heavily. Suddenly, a muffled apology came from inside. I'm sorry, Hyuga Lanmo. This apology, let alone Joraji, did not expect even 3 generations, how much patience it is to make Shimura Danzo apologize. In the past, he would rather let the other party die without apologizing. If an apology is useful, what do the police do? After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo pushed the door open. Jilai also saw this scene and stepped forward and grabbed him. Lanmo, you have to think about it. After all, he is a senior in the village. Are you going to be rebellious? How about doing it? Hyuga Lanmo yelled, shook off Jiraiya, turned and Mudun had burst out, and the surrounding walls were quickly covered with Shueiji boundary magnetic escape, full of black. Render the entire room. At this time, it would be impossible for Danzo to escape using the earthen hiding technique. And the reason why he didn't dare to escape before was because he knew that he was so close to him, even if he escaped, his perception technique could still find him. It's because of his point of back today that he actually met him in the village. Besides, he believes that as long as he doesn't run away, Sandai and Jiro will not watch him be killed by Hyuga Lanmo. No matter what, he is also a high-level Konoha, and they are his last protective umbrella. Advertisement. Sure enough, the 3 generations had already rushed into the room, and at the same time had psyched out the Monkey King, and the Ape Demon stood in front of Hyuga Lanmo. Are you going to kill people in front of me? Sarutobi Hizen asked coldly, his face full of helpless tension. 3 generations looked at the red-eyed Hyuga Blue ink in front of him in disbelief. It was the writing wheel eye, and it had evolved into a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Who can tell him when he had the eyes of the Uchiha clan? He remembered that when they came back from Wuchang a few days ago, it was the evening, and his eyes were still dark blue. Why did they turn into the eyes of the Uchiha clan at this time? Not only him, but even standing behind Sarutobi Hattori, who was actually shivering, but pretending to be calm Danzo was surprised. Fire escape, powerful fireball technique. Where did Hyuga Lanmo give them room to speak? He now has only one goal, and that is to kill Danzo. Danzo was also horrified. Couldn't Sandai and Jilai also be able to stop him? He really has to kill once when he sees himself. Huge amounts of flames spurted out. Jilai also stepped forward to block it, and at the same time the monkey demon jumped out, King Kong prison wall. The wishful stick in its hand was thrown out and instantly turned into a dozen sticks, trapping Huo Dun and Hyuga Lanmo in the middle, blocking the huge amounts of fire. And the 3rd generation also quickly used water escape to extinguish the flames. Hyuga Blue ink. Let's talk about it. Nothing to talk about. I don't believe you would not know that he was in collusion with Orochimaru. I also don't believe you didn't know that he ever wanted to kill me. Hyuga Lanmo lifted his body, and the whole person jumped out from above the wall of the King Kong prison, and then his body rotated, and countless phantoms appeared around it, as if there were more than a dozen Hyuga Lanmo appearing in this room. The Ape King and Ape Demon stared at the middle phantom in the room, wondering in his heart. This is not an illusion. If it is an illusion, its fiery eyes must be able to see clearly. Obviously, this is the silhouette produced by the pause of the instantaneous technique. The 3 generations of Hokage looked around, protecting Shimura Danzo behind him tightly, and although Jiraiya spoke to persuade him and reached out to stop him, he never really stopped him. This made Hyuga Lanmo somewhat comforted. Advertisement. But that wouldn't change his heart for killing Danzo today, even if he became Konoha's rebels, he would let him die today. After a few instantaneous spells paused, Hyuga Lanmo suddenly went to him, and at the same time Tsurumo saw his figure clearly, and a force of gravity rushed over, don't think about it. Crystal escape, the technique of crystal needles. Hyuga Lanmo saw the monkey demon rushing over, and countless crystal escapes appeared in front of him, and the thin spikes rushed towards the opponent unceremoniously. I'm the impervious body of King Kong, this kind of thing can't hurt me at all. The monkey demon cried loudly, without slowing down, regardless of the crystal piercing the body, and hit Hyuga Lanmo with a punch. Hyuga Lanmo instantly shifted, turning his head and looking at Shimura Danzo who was hiding behind 3 generations. His target was not the Saru demon, it was him. Suddenly, a dangling shadow passed by, behind Tuan Zhang, the child hovered in the sky, kunai in his hand, and stuck on his neck. Have you heard of Mudun? As soon as these words came out, Danzo was so scared that he yelled, no, don't kill me, I beg you, I apologize to you, I was wrong, I was wrong. Everyone turned around and looked, Danzo had fallen into his hands. His speed was too fast, and his purpose was very clear. He didn't waste time with Saruman. Even the crystal thorn was just a forbearance to divert the Saruman's sight. That's it. Hinata Lanmo, don't kill him. The 3rd generation's throat tightened. This was the first time anyone had held someone he wanted to save under his nose. His instantaneous ability is faster than Uchiha Shisui and Heifengsuiman, and it is almost invisible. Mudun, skewer, no. So, Hyuga Lanmo, if you let Danzo off today, what about a task I gave you? Don't you owe Konoha 3 tasks? As long as you let him off today, you don't need 1 task. Yes, just today, okay. The nervous scalp of the 3 generations is numb. Hyuga Lanmo's Mudun has not been sent out, the other party has thrown a bait, and this bait seems to be pretty good. He thought for a while, and said, actually, it's okay. If you don't kill today, you will be tomorrow. It's not bad to have a task. Chapter 106. After he finished speaking, he turned around and returned to Jilai's side. Tuan Zhang made his legs soft and fell to the ground in fright. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly when he saw this scene. Some people think they have a lot of patience. Actually, they can only play tricks. If you are beating people upright, you may not even be able to beat them. After speaking, he turned around and walked out, and said as he walked, 3 generations of adults, don't forget what you said today, I still owe Konoha a task. The 3 generations were all nervous when they saw this scene. The monkey demon on one side frowned slightly, looked back at Hyuga Lanmo who was missing from the corner, and asked, how do I feel that you are afraid of him? This hasn't started yet. Are you afraid? What is he? It's okay. Let's go. Regarding Hyuga Lanmo's fear, the 3 generations didn't want to tell others, even their own psychic beasts. The Monkey King Ape Demon revoked the psychic and disappeared. Tuan Zhang stood up for a long time and said, thank you, for saving me today. Am I saving you? I am trying to save Konoha. If he kills you in the village today, he will definitely become Konoha's rebellious forbearance. At that time, do you think we are at a disadvantage or he is at a disadvantage? I already said you don't have any thoughts about him, you just don't listen, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Danzo, just like Hyuga Lanmo said, if you don't use conspiracy, you will be upright. Who can you fight against others? Who? 3 generations looked at Danzo on one side, then shook their heads and snorted, and turned away angrily. If you dare to hate him in the name of Konoha in the future, don't blame me, I will take you directly. The matter was announced to the public, and then made you a traitor that everyone in Konoha sneered at. At the corner outside the door, the 3 generations of Hokage stopped, said the last word, and disappeared. It's absolutely unbearable for Danzo to be so ridiculed in the past, but today, he no longer has the majesty of the past. He is leaning on the corner, his fingers trembling, and the pain of the wood-cutting technique has wiped out his will, he really scared of that kind of pain. At the moment, the root leader who said that he was the one and only, at the moment hid in this room and recalled the conflicts. Then he suddenly widened his eyes and stood up and walked out. Because he remembered what the 3 generations said to Hyuga Lanmo just now, saying that they let him go today, what about tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the days to come? Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo, is he going to live in his shadow in this life? In any case, he must escape now, otherwise tonight may be his death day. Thinking of this, Danzo did not neglect in the slightest, and quickly left Konoha. After Hyuga Lanmo left the village, his perception technique had been placed on Danzo. Sure enough, he ran away in fear. Also, if he didn't run away, he would definitely take his life after the early hours of tonight. Jilai also followed Hyuga Lanmo's side and didn't speak. It took a long time before he said, 3 generations have suppressed the fact that you have 5-tailed beasts, and said that you will never tell anyone. This sentence contains a lot of information. Hyuga Lanmo stopped and nodded after thinking about it. I have to say that the 3 generations of at the moment did not want to be enemies with him, otherwise they would not hide the news of such an explosion. I see, he said, I have written down this favor. After all, if this incident were to be stabbed out, the entire ninja world would probably focus on him. If it is done, the quartet will be suppressed. If it is not done, the world will become the enemy. When Hyuga Lanmo returned home, he began to perceive Shimura Danzo's position everywhere, but there was no information at all. It seems that he ran fast enough. For the next 2 days, he still didn't feel his presence. When he was about to leave Konoha to travel around, 2 people appeared at his door. They looked panicked and in a hurry. When they saw Hyuga Lanmo appearing, they quickly stepped forward and said, hello, are you Hyuga Lanmo? I am a ninja from Takanan village. We are here to Konoha. You sent a mission, but Master Naruto refused to accept our mission. We really had no choice but to find your home. Please me on a mission. Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows slightly, no wonder Naruto-sama disagrees. They agreed on 3 tasks in total. Participating in the joint assessment competition held by Iwakura village and Takino-kuni and getting the first one is one task. 2 days ago, 3 generations let him let Danzo off that day be another task. On Yi's side, he still had 1 task left. Advertisement. The last one, how can the 3 generations be released so easily? Naturally, he was given a high-level task. Yes, Master Naruto didn't agree. There was no way we came to you personally. We know that this is an ultra-vires approach, but we really can't do anything. Please help us, said, the man bowed deeply to him. At this time, the Konoha guard just came over. Hey, you two, didn't you tell you to leave Konoha immediately? Leave quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being polite. With that, the guards of the Uchiha clan rushed up, staring at the 2 of them. It was obvious that they were forcing them to leave. The 2 looked at Hyuga Lanmo and quickly said, it's Fu. Fu is in danger of life. You saved her last time. We believe you will be able to save her this time, please help her. As soon as the 2 of them had finished speaking, Uchiha's guards had already grabbed their arms and dragged them to the corner of the street. Konoha has a rule that tasks above level A must be reported to Konoha, and then the upper level decision can be made. When Hyuga Lanmo heard that Fu was in danger, he stepped up to catch up. What the hell is going on? The Uchiha clan frowned when they saw this scene. Boy, do you know the rules? You don't need to make a decision about this kind of thing, get out of here. Can you speak? Give me a look. Fu is my friend, she is in danger, can't I even ask? Hyuga Lanmo looked at the few Uchiha people in front of him and asked Road. Several Uchiha people saw this scene, let go of the people in Takanan village, turned around and stood in front of Hyuga Lanmo. It was this stinky boy who stole Uchiha Itachi's limelight in the last joint competition. Otherwise, Itachi can definitely get the first place. If Itachi wins the first place, see who dares to look down on the Uchiha clan. Even if they were rushed to live in the corner of the village by the senior Konoha, they are generally not allowed to participate in the assignments of the village, and the Uchiha clan is not allowed to participate in the affairs of the village. Not to mention, today a child was refuted by them. Can you swallow this breath? Chapter 107. Hyuga Lanmo, don't think that you can get the first place among children, that is Konoha's first. You should not have your eyes on the top of your head if you are alive. One of the men was in his 30s, staring closely. With Hyuga blue ink, his eyes are already in the state of writing round eyes. The guards of the Uchiha clan were all adults, tall, surrounded by Hyuga Lanmo, a child who was only 1 meter tall, with blood-red eyes and a murderous look on his face, as if he wanted to kill him immediately. The child in front of him was broken into pieces. On the corner of the street, 2 ninjas from Takanen village saw this scene, and they took 2 steps back in fright. They were from the Uchiha clan. I heard that their writing round eyes can kill people in invisible, and they can launch illusions anytime and anywhere, even some people have fallen into the illusion in the abyss, which is painful. Ninjutsu still needs Jayin, but illusion doesn't need it at all. What do they want to do? Do you want to kill Hyuga Lanmo? The 2 people from Takanen village were extremely nervous when they saw this scene. Looking at the children trapped among the adults, their faces were calm, their eyebrows raised, and they didn't even show any fear. You guys, did you make a mistake? It was you who told me to get out of the way, and I asked you to demonstrate what happened. What? You are only allowed to yell at the guards, but I am not allowed to be a child for myself. I have a few complaints. Besides, Fu is my friend. My friend is injured. I can't ask. As soon as Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, Uchiha's people rushed up. Sucky boy, you don't want to live anymore. They did not allow others to question their ideas, and they reached out to catch Hyuga Lanmo, and one of these people was the one who had caught Hyuga Lanmo on the street the year before, and he made another shot today. He can guarantee that the child, though the mouth is terrible, but they definitely don't dare to resist, after all, they are members of the guard. But what he didn't expect was that the other party kicked him under his armpit, then turned over, and came out of a circle of several people. You dare to attack us, do you know who we are? We are members of the guard. What's the matter with the guard, why should I catch me? What did I commit? Hyuga Lanmo frowned. He could be good friends with Uchiha Itachi, but he couldn't tolerate certain practices of the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. You attacked us. The other party was unreasonable and rushed up again to catch Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo jumped on the wall in a vertical leap, and the other party came forward to catch him. They wanted to use illusion, but this kid is blind. Does illusion work for him? Just when they were surprised and doubted, suddenly the scene in front of the 4 of them all changed. They actually fell into Hyuga Lanmo's illusion, and Hyuga Lanmo was useless even to write round eyes, so they used the system's mirror illusion directly. The 4 opponents were hit. The 4 of them remained in the posture of capturing Hyuga Lanmo, and they all fell into the illusion. In their illusion, blood, violence, and mercilessness filled every corner. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape. The cruelest thing in the world is that there is no hope. Hyuga Lanmo wants to obliterate their hope, so that they can reflect on what they have done. 2 ninjas from Takanen village saw this scene and rushed over. What's the matter with them? Nothing will happen, right? Hyuga Lanmo shook his head. It's okay, let's talk about it, what's going on? It's like this. It turned out that Fu's body has been unstable since the last joint assessment competition, and just 4 days ago, a huge amounts of explosion occurred on the mountain ridge outside Takanen village, and then the beast appeared. As soon as this guy appeared, he started roaring constantly, but the tail beast on Fu was out of control and broke out again. The senior officials of Takanen village exhausted all their strength to seal the tail beast into Fu's body again. From that day on, Fu's situation got worse, and on the day they set off, Fu suddenly left Takanen village. The people who followed her reported that she had gone to the land of the earth. Now the village head of Takanen village didn't know what to do, so he asked them to come to Konoha for help, hoping that Hyuga Lanmo would ask for help, but they didn't expect that the 3 generations would actually refuse the assignment from Takanen village. This made the 2 people very anxious, and in desperation, they found the door themselves. Let's go to Takanen village. Hyuga Lanmo said. It's okay in the village anyway, just to go out and go around. Besides, Fu treats him nicely from the first time he sees him, so he rushes to this friendship. We'll help her. Thank you so much. The 2 nodded happily, and followed Hyuga Lanmo out Konoha. Advertisement. In order to be faster, Hyuga Lanmo switched to flight mode, dragging the 2 of them to the north. In less than a day, they had already entered the territory of Taki no Kuni. Soon, they met the head of Takanen village who came to pick them up. Little hero Hyuga, I didn't expect you to really come and help us. They both told you about the matter. Thank you so much. I really don't know what to do now, and I. Speaking of this, the mayor of Takanen village was blushing and he looked like he couldn't say anything. If you have something to say, what's the matter? Hyuga Lanmo asked. Takanen village heard this and moved his body. At this time Hyuga Lanmo discovered that among the few people standing behind him, 3 of them were ninjas from Kushinen village. They were carrying Kushinen's foreheads, and they were probably about their age. The appearance of 18 or 19 years old. The 3 of them saw him and held their shoulders. They had heard of the rumors about Hyuga Lanmo, but they didn't expect to see the real person today. Little hero Hyuga, I. The head of Takanan village looked at the rear with a look of embarrassment. You sent a mission to Kushinan village. Then asked Konoha to invite me. Hyuga Lanmo asked. Yes, I did not expect Konoha to agree with you. I thought that the 3 generations of Naruto would not send you such an important person to perform the task of saving the tail beast. I really did not expect that the 3rd generation of Naruto would agree to you. Help, it's okay, they just arrived today. Well, it's better to be together with us. If anyone can rescue the target person by himself, how about receiving a commission? Suddenly, the ninja of Kushinan village interrupted the words of the village chief of Takanan village and said. Hyuga Lanmo's gaze fell on the shoulders of the 3 of them, and 3 whole snake tooth eyes appeared on the skin of their necks. They were from Dashemaru, and they were also imprinted by curses. Okay, whoever can save Fu will get a commission. Let's go, let's find Fu. Hyuga Lanmo responded. Chapter 108. That's great, it happens that there is a new ninja in our village who has a high level of ninjutsu. He was in Wuchang some time ago and saved my life. I recommend him to you. Biliu, come here, let me introduce you to him. This is the Ping Ding man of the Wuchang Rebellion, Konoha's Hyuga Lanmo. Although he is very young, his ability is very strong. At the time of the Wuchang Rebellion, didn't you also watch the game in Wuchang? This is the little hero who won the first place in the joint competition. Quote. When the head of Takanan village saw that Hyuga Lanmo agreed to cooperate with others to complete the task, he was not overjoyed, so he introduced a person around him to him. Although he entrusted the 3 ninjas in Hyuga Amo from Kushinan village to this mission, Takanan village always came up with a talented person, but because of the Wuchang Rebellion, the ninjas from Takanan village have not yet withdrawn all of them. So introducing Biliu to them now is a last resort. When Biliu heard this, he took a step forward and bowed slightly to the 4 people in front of him. Hello everyone, please take care of you during the mission. When Hyuga Lanmo saw this man, the corners of his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. This man was not tall and looked sick. He seemed to be only a teenager, but Hyuga Lanmo knew that he was about the same age as Orochimaru. He was wearing a mopping coat, with a high collar covering the face below his nose. At the same time, there was a bandage wrapped around his nose, which concealed his appearance well. If Hyuga Lanmo had not been a fan of Naruto in his previous life, he might not have doubted such a person, but unfortunately he remembered every plot of Naruto very clearly. This person named Biliu is the roar who defected to Konoha. In the Naruto story, he is dressed like this. It seems that he thought Hyuga Lanmo didn't recognize him, so he just changed his name and came to Takanan village. Seeing him, Hyuga Lanmo also suddenly understood, where did the charm beast in the Wuchang Rebellion come from? The Yin attribute Chakra ninja. Isn't this Mr. Roar, a Yin attribute Chakra user? Advertisement. But why does he want to be a psychic beast, forcing Fu to appear as a tail beast? Did he also collude with Yinian village? Also, does he have anything to do with the 3 from Kushinan village? Or is it that they are in their own hands? And does the head of Takanan village know all this, or is he just being used? All kinds of questions appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's mind. If you want to know the answer, you have to wait slowly. I believe that there are some things without him deliberately investigating, and things will come to light as the situation develops. Come here, little hero Hyuga, can I let you take my son to the mission? He is the same age as Fu, but ability is really. I don't want him to participate in any battles, but I want him seeing the world. I know how powerful ninjas are, so can I add one more person? My son Shibumu. A little boy was pushed in front of Hyuga Lanmo by the head of Takanan village. He was about the same height as him, with a shy face, as if he was afraid of these people. Uncle village chief, can't you see the current situation? You even pushed your son in. At this moment, Hyuga Lanmo is sure that the village chief of Takanan village absolutely doesn't know the sinisterness of these people in front of him, if not. How can you pull the only child out? Father, I don't want to go, I'm afraid, I won't go. Shamu cried at this time. Seeing this scene, the head of Takanan village frowned. You didn't get along with Fu, so you took this opportunity to save her, and you can avoid the misunderstanding of the 2 of you. Little hero Hyuga, just take me with you. Son, maybe Fu is because of the Takanan village where my son left. On the day she left, the 2 of them quarreled. Maybe this is the reason. Take my son and ask him to apologize to Fu. Maybe Fu will come back. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo admired the thoughts of the village chief of Takanan village. He said, the Wuchang rebellion was caused by some psychic beasts, and this time Fu's departure was also related to the beasts. Directly, don't you suspect that this is a conspiracy? How can you blame such a big crime on your son? I won't take him there. Let me take the village chief. Since the eldest son is from our village, I should take it with me. Suddenly, Roar on one side said, and after speaking, he stretched out his hand to pull Shamu. I'll take it, you can take care of yourself. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and snatched Shibumu from Roar's hand and grabbed it. This child was entrusted to him by the head of Takanan village, and if it was handed over to Roar, it would be dangerous. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo and Shibumu are about the same size. The village head of Takanan village nodded with satisfaction watching them, and said, Sabuki, do you want to learn more with Hyuga ninja this time? Okay, let's go. This time, everyone will be troubled. After finishing speaking, he waved goodbye to the 2 high-level villagers and everyone, and a team of 6 set out to the north. I heard that Fu went to the land of the earth, I don't know where she is now. On the road, Beliu Roar asked. I know. Shibuki, who was held by Hyuga Lanmo's fingers, shook off Hyuga Lanmo's fingers forcefully. You don't need you to catch me, I will go by myself. As he said, he took out a small bottle with some strange scale powder in the bottle, and he poured out some slowly. As the scale powder floated, soon, there was an additional scale powder root in the air. Follow the scale powder and you will find Fu. Shamu said. It's still Shamu clever. We can find Fu this way and go. Let's go according to the route given by Scale. Roar praised Beliu. The crowd traveled for about 20 miles, but the old man Shamu couldn't run anymore. He stopped and shouted. Slow down, Hyuga Lanmo, you are carrying me, who asked you to take me out, otherwise I will not be shameless and will not come out with you to suffer. Since you have brought me out, you will carry me on your back, otherwise I will not leave. The three people in Kushinan village were sitting on the tree trunk to one side and looked at the scene coldly, and Roar did not speak. They all looked at Hyuga Lanmo, waiting to see him carry the Shibumu who was his age. I'm used to your problems, no one will carry you, you want to go back and leave now. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo continued to move forward. If he went back, he would be better, otherwise he would fall into the hands of these people like this. Still have to save him. Seeing this scene, Hirayu Roar took 2 steps forward and squatted in front of Shibumu. Lord, I will carry you on your back. You have a delicate skin and tender flesh. I can't bear this kind of suffering. I am new to Takajin. Ninja of the village, I should do to serve you, come on my back. Chapter 109. Okay, Shamu lay on the back of Beliu Roar, without a word of thanks, everyone moved on. Hyuga Lanmo, if you received my father's money, you should work for Taki Shinobu village, but you didn't cheat me. When I go back, I will tell my father and let him deduct the cost of your mission. Waiting shouted loudly. Dao, his face was full of pride. In Takanan village, no one but Fu can respect him and have a family when he sees him. Fu looked down on him, and he didn't expect that a ninja from the outer village would dare to look down on him. His father praised him so superbly, in his opinion, but so. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and glanced contemptuously at Waiting, and said, Konoha didn't agree to this mission. I came out to help. It was all about my personal relationship with Fu, not for your money from Takanan village. I'm here, so don't treat me as a servant, otherwise I won't even look at favors when you ask for help. Hey, what's your identity? You even challenge me, you. Before waiting the words, a magnetic escape appeared and directly muffled his mouth. He looked at the scene in horror, and he couldn't get it down even after reaching for it. He didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Everyone continued to advance. After the country of Taki, it was the country of soil. Following the traces of Scales, everyone turned to the west and continued to set off. After about 2 days of walking, finally one evening, in a valley, there is no sign of scale powder. Roar put down Shibumu and looked up at the mountains in front of him. The ninjas of Kushinan village on both sides turned around and said, Master Shibumu, please pour out some more scales so that we can find Fu's whereabouts quickly. All right. Because he was gagged by magnetic escape last time, Shamu did not dare to talk nonsense, but in the past 2 days, he practiced another method. That is, no matter what Hyuga Lanmo said, he would not please his eyes, and in front of him he was very supportive and willing to do what the 3 ninjas of Roar and Kushininura asked him to do. This is probably jealous, right? Since his father came back from Wuchang, he always praised Hyuga Lanmo in front of him, and always criticized himself, saying that he was nothing compared to him. Moreover, Fu, who had always seen him uncomfortable, had a good relationship with him, which made him feel very uncomfortable, and some of them targeted Hyuga Lanmo who was about his age. Try it. This is the beef jerky made by my mother. Try it. Shamu distributed the jerky to the few people in front of him, but didn't give it to Hyuga Lanmo. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo sneered at such a naive approach. The father and son were really simple in thinking. One believed in Roar, while the other gave food to a few people with ulterior motives. And this, dried lantern fruit, you guys taste it, it's delicious. With that, Shibumu took out some snacks from his backpack and handed them to several other people, but did not give Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo disagrees, standing on the high rock on one side, looking at the surrounding scenery. This is the old nest of Biru Roar, which is called Mount Sumi in the Jinlan Mountains. What is Fu doing here? According to the return from the people of Takanan village, Fu left Takanan village by herself, and she hadn't recovered yet. What attracted her to come here? Could it be the ability of Charm Beast? Charm Beast can make people illusion. Could it be that Fu has hallucinations? And this matter must have something to do with the 3 ninjas in Kushinan village and Roar at Hirayu. If he guessed right, their target might be themselves. Everyone knows about Wuchang, and Orochimaru must have heard the news a long time ago, and it is very close to the country of grass. He also has a good connection with Roar, so the possibility of the 2 joining forces is very high. Big. Dashiwan is really unwilling to give up. No matter what, this time he will follow the boat and see what they want. Anyway, they will always take action. When the time comes, soldiers will come to cover the water and cover it up. See what they want to do. Hyuga Lanmo uses perception technology to perceive everything around it, and finds that the valley here is peculiar and the magnetic field varies so much that the perception technology is actually blocked. No wonder Baliu Roar regards this as his stronghold. Sure enough, this place has a good natural barrier. Hyuga Lanmo pushed hard and rose into the air. The three Kushininura ninjas and Hiryu Roar on the ground saw this scene, and they all stood up in fright. They were relieved when they realized that he was only looking at the surroundings. Just now they thought Hyuga Lanmo had discovered their secret and wanted to escape. This time, Beliu Roar and Orochimaru deceived him here, set up lower levels, surrounded him, and wanted to catch him. Seeing that they were about to enter the encirclement, they couldn't lose people at this time. How is it, brother, what's the situation nearby? Beliu Roar asked loudly, standing on the ground. Advertisement. No, Scale Powder is heading towards the distant mountains, let's set off now. Good. A few people got up and marched towards the distant mountains. As they slowly approached, Hyuga Lanmo discovered that the surrounding area seemed to have changed its magnetic field, and strange cold winds swirled out, making a humming sound among the mountains. Everyone stopped. Baliu Roar looked at the trio of Quanon village, winked, and said, "This mountain is so big, it would be better for us to act separately. What's your opinion?" The three of us agree that we will outflank the mountain in the west and the south. You two will go up the mountain in the northeast, right? After saying that, the three of Sao Ren village left directly and marched quickly to the mountain. The traces of scales led to the top of the mountain. Hyuga Lanmo watched the three leave, and said, "Shamu is with me, we will go up the mountain from the east." "No, I don't want to be with you, I want to be with Beliu." "Beliu, I will go up the mountain with you." Originally, he wanted to stay at the bottom of the mountain, but the wind around him was strange, and the wind sounded like beast roaring. It was frightening, so he didn't dare to stay alone. "No, when I brought you out from your father's hands. Naturally, I also want to hand you back. You can't follow others, you can only follow me," he said. Hyuga Lanmo go forward. His eyes were cold, and he looked at Shamu, with firm expressions in his eyes. Under the dark night, his dark blue eyes are like ice, which makes people feel cold and bitter at first glance. When Shamu heard this, he turned his head and hugged Roar's thigh, and said, "Brother Beliu, you have to protect me. Look at him, he wants to hit me." Hyuga Lanmo frowned and said in a low voice, "Did you get kicked in your brain by a donkey? Don't you have any sense of danger? Come here." How could he let him follow Beliu Roar? Fu's situation is not yet known. If he leaves him to him, then he will be even more passive. Chapter 110 The Trap waiting for his capture. "No, no, I won't die with you, you will surely hit me secretly, Beliu brother, please take me away." Shamu shouted loudly. "Well, Hyuga Lanmo, let me take him, don't worry, I will protect his safety." Beliu Roar smiled and turned to discuss with Hyuga Lanmo. "Are you credible?" Although Hyuga Lanmo is not tall, he has a strong aura. The evening breeze wafted in the valley, shaking his clothes violently, making a sound of shao shao. His eyes flushed slightly, and he looked at Roar in front of him, as if he was about to act in the next second. Beliu Roar has watched his battles, but although he has the blood succession boundary, but in his opinion, he who possesses the tail beast ability, uses the beast succession boundary to such an extent, I am really sorry that he has it. Ninjutsu varieties. If it was him, with 2 or more blood inheritance limits, he would kill everyone on the spot during the Wuchang match, making them laugh at him and reject him. As long as he was given ability, he believed that he was never as soft-hearted as Hyuga Lanmo, and he must let the entire ninja world listen to him. He didn't know that Hyuga Lanmo was completely different from him. He could do whatever he could to achieve his goals, but Hyuga Lanmo wouldn't. It was an assessment competition. The participants were all students under the age of 9. How could he be so cold-blooded that he would kill all people madly because of a few sarcasm from others? He is a human being, not a pervert, but Roar is just the opposite. His thoughts are so perverted that normal people cannot understand what he does. At this moment, he was thinking, didn't Shamu let him carry it? Isn't this kid taking advantage of him? He will let him die the worst in a while. Haha, don't you believe me? Baliu Roar didn't leave the night at all. A pair of youth-like eyes looked at Hyuga Lanmo tightly, and his fingers had touched Shibumu's hair, as if his fingers would be ballasted into him at any time. In general in the brain. And Shamu did not feel the danger at all. Instead, he hugged Roar's thigh tightly, and shouted reluctantly, Hyuga Lanmo, I will not follow you to death, I hate you, I want follow brother Beliu. Beliu Roar looked at the two. They were about the same age. One was terrifyingly mature, and the other was childish as a second fool. It was a clear contrast. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly, waved his hand and said, okay, just whoever you are with, don't regret it. Advertisement. After speaking, he made a step forward and rushed to the mountain. And Beliu Roar looked down at the child holding his thigh with a murderous look in his eyes, then grabbed him and said, go. Brother Beliu, don't catch me like this. It hurts. You should still carry me. Shamu looked at the man in front of him innocently. The other party's shoulders were shaking, and under the moonlight, he looked carefully and found that he was actually smiling, and the smile was so terrifying. Brother Beliu, what's the matter with you? Shamu looked at him timidly, feeling nervous. Pop. Beliu Roar slapped his face with a slap, followed by 2 slaps. Your parents are in charge of you, I am not used to you. After he finished speaking, he kicked the beating, bruised and swollen waiting wood aside, and said, come here, take him down, save the chicken for a while and show it to the monkey. The Sumeru generation had a special magnetic field, and perception skills could not be effective here, so he was not worried that Hyuga Lanmo, who had left, would discover the situation here. With the end of his voice, an adult woman appeared. She was dressed in a red dress and long chestnut hair. She reached out and grabbed Shamu who fell on the ground. Little baby, play with sister. Having said that, she turned around and left the scene with Shamu. Ah, what's going on? Why are you arresting me, Biliu? Who is she? Shamu hasn't distinguished the situation until now. Hyuga Lanmo came to the top of the mountain. The huge amounts of platform appeared under the moonlight. Faintly, red lines appeared on the mountaintop platform, which was a seal barrier. He looked around and did not find the ninja from Kushinen village, and the traces of scales disappeared here. He looked around and walked around the red seal enchantment pattern. After that, he forcefully shattered the ground. The entire top of the mountain collapsed, and a cave with huge amounts of below appeared in front of him. He floated down. Inside the cave, spacious and bright, surrounded by tall and majestic buildings, it is obvious that this place was artificially constructed. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo floated in the air, looked around, and said, "Is there anyone? I've already been here, do you still hide in hiding? Hyuga Lanmo, didn't you expect it? You fell into our trap, today will be your day of death forever." Biliu Roar appeared in the cave, his eyes flushed slightly, and he laughed at Hyuga Lanmo, his voice hovering in the cave, his proud expression as if he was in control of everything. At this time, on the side of the mountain, two cages appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's sight, and Fu and Shibumu were being held there. Fu fainted in the wooden cage, wearing a red charm uniform with a faint red halo on it. Fu, Hyuga Lanmo called out, but the other party did not answer. Ah, Hyuga Lanmo, save me, I'm here. Shibumu cried out loudly, constantly waving his arms. At the moment, he regretted his death, he even regarded Biliu as a companion, and Hyuga Lanmo became an enemy. Thinking about it now, his little temper is simply boring and hopeless. Shut up, you stay quiet for me, otherwise I don't care about taking your corpse back to see your father. Hyuga Lanmo really didn't want to listen to Shibumu's nagging, and gave him a bit of prestige. When Shibumu heard this, he closed his mouth. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo floating in the air, and his heart was full of tension. He is not holding a grudge, he is not saving himself, what should he do? Will he die here? At this time, the three ninjas from Kusaka Ninja Village had appeared. At the same time, under the lights all around, a dozen cages were standing in the corners around them. Inside were ninjas with cursed prints, and they were shaking wildly. Hit the iron cage, vomiting in his eyes, running water in his mouth and nose. It can be seen that they no longer have human ideology, and now they are just manic, violent, and just want to destroy all the living bodies around them. In Dashemaru's experiment, failed products appeared endlessly, and he was never stingy if he could use it. At the moment, he brought these offensive test products scrapped and thoughtless, just wanting Hyuga Lanmo's life. I've seen your ninjutsu. Except for the power of the tail beast that exploded, it was a little scary. You were blinded by so many blood inheritance bounds. I really don't know what Dashemaru was worried about. You sent so much waste, you this kind of person, as long as I am alone, I can deal with it. Roar on the other side looked at the top and screamed arrogantly. Chapter 111 Don't worry about fighting. And the tail beast on your body is not justified. As he said, he snapped his fingers suddenly. When all the lights are turned off, when it is lit again, the huge amounts of the artificial cave, together with the cave entrance that has been closed above, are all composed of a huge amounts of sealing charm. The red lines from top to bottom envelop everyone. Ah, Fu, who hadn't been conscious, called out suddenly, and then there was no sound. Fu, Hyuga Lanmo sprinted to the wooden cage at the entrance of the cave, and then split the wooden cage with a palm. Fu fell into it, her misty eyes looked at Hyuga Lanmo, and the corner of her mouth opened a smile. At this moment, a woman in red appeared and rushed up to Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo Jayan waved her hand, and Mu Dun's cutting technique exploded from the woman's body. She let out a scream, fell to the ground, Chichao bleeding. Shamu on one side saw the scene and almost fainted. He quickly turned around, not daring to look at the corpse again. At the moment, he is constantly begging in his heart, praying that Hyuga Lanmo is not a vengeful person. If he is not offended like that, I don't know how he will retaliate. This woman just rushed up and died. He said so many bad things about him, would he kill himself? Fulua was in Hyuga Lanmo's arms, and Roar weakly opened his eyes and took a few strong sucks, seeming to be extremely depressed. After a long time, she replied, "Don't worry, go to the fight, I'm fine." Hyuga Lanmo knew that this was caused by the spell that suppressed the power of the tail beast in the entire cave. Because this spell was activated, all the 5 tail beasts in Hyuga Lanmo's body were now uncomfortably withered into a ball. I heard that your unblocking ability is very strong, I don't know if you can unblock my seal technique. Biliu Roar looked at the square proudly, a slight difference flashed on his face. That woman has been with herself for several years, and she is not shallow, but she was stabbed to death by him. Fu, hold on, wait for me. Hyuga Lanmo tore off Fu's seal suit and threw it aside, then returned to the scene again, and said to Roar, "Stop talking nonsense, let's do it." "Don't you wonder why I brought you here?" Roar asked Biliu. "It's nothing more than that. You are for my ninjutsu, and Orochimaru is for my body. You two are embarrassed. Together, you think you can kill me. Unfortunately, you are doomed to fail." After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo has already charged. Go up. Advertisement. At the same time, on the ground, more than a dozen test items that failed the curse imprint were opened and rushed out. They have no consciousness, they are power blasters. Even if they know ninjutsu before, they have no subjective consciousness in this situation, and they will not use what they have learned to attack each other, but intuitively and blindly fight. Kill. In a room at the top of the cave, Orochimaru stood at the entrance of the cave and frowned as he watched the scene. Sure enough, the failed product is no good. This kind of brutal impact can't hurt him at all. Sure enough, Hyuga Lanmo made a one-handed seal, wind escape, thousand wind chaotic blade. Countless chakra knives rushed out, with a sharp roar, mercilessly. The dozens of failed experiments that rushed over did not slow down even though they had a few knives in them, waving their fingers, and grabbing them at him like beast. People who have been in the Osaki pill curse seal can use their body's potential to more than 10 times, and these people don't lose their consciousness, but if they are caught, they will still be very dangerous. In the center of the venue, Hyuga Lanmo was standing there, his eyes closed slightly, his expression indifferent, allowing those crazy failures to rush towards him. Lanmo, in the wall cave, in front of the cliff of Fupa Cave, exclaimed in surprise. Seeing this scene, Shibumu on one side seemed to have felt the pain of being torn apart, and while chanting, "It's over," quickly in his mouth, he covered his eyes with his hands. He really didn't dare to look at that kind of picture. Orochimaru saw this scene and stood up. It's impossible, isn't it? Is it so simple to be killed? Just sit and wait for death and refuse to even move. And Belial laughed. Did he just say? In addition to the terrifying power of the tail beast, even if he possesses the limit of blood inheritance, he is ordinary, without characteristics and strength. If this were changed to him, it would be different. Puff puff. Just when those manic failed products rushed up and were about to catch Hyuga Blue Mo, their bodies suddenly burst into blood, spraying out like a fountain. Advertisement. There was a howling sound at the scene, and all the failed curse seals exploded and died. And when Hyuga Lanmo's Chinfang Ranbing used to attack, all of them have entered their bodies. If they don't move, they can hold on for a while. It's a pity that these people have no thoughts and blindly kill them. I don't know if I was seriously injured. As a result, the wind blade slashed in the body, and after strenuous activity, it exploded directly in the impact. Blood was splattered, and a chakra shockwave appeared in Hyuga Lanmo, slamming all the blood, and no blood was contaminated by him. He was still standing in the middle of the venue with a wonderfully rich spirit. Psychic. Seeing this scene, Roar, who was on the opposite side, pressed his palm on the ground. 7 or 8 psychic beasts appeared in the cave. They carried ammunition like weapons on their backs. They had wings on their ribs and looked like wild wolves. Woo! The leading wild wolf yelled, and 7 or 8 psychic beasts fired cannonballs at Hyuga Lanmo in the field. The huge amounts of sound resounded through the cave, and the whole mountain shook violently. Magnetic escape. The black magnetic escape protection appeared, surrounded by Hyuga Lanmo. A bang explosion hit the magnetic escape, and there were large pits, but they could not penetrate the magnetic escape. Not only that, at the moment, those magnetic escape is changing its posture, quickly filling the damaged area. And Hyuga Lanmo was still standing in the middle of the field, never moving a point. If Roar was still using his performance in the assessment competition to define his ability before, he has lost his voice at this moment. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo in the arena in surprise, and said, "You won't die and you will stand there, right? Hyuga Lanmo, you will catch all of your blood inheritance boundaries, and then dig out your eyes to the big snake. Maru, even if we understand our grievances today, I can still give you a corpse, otherwise, after we take what we want today, we will smash you into 10,000 pieces." Hey Roar, why do you have so much nonsense? If you can do it, close your mouth if you don't. Hyuga Lanmo suddenly opened his eyes, and a pair of kaleidoscope writing wheels appeared. A pair of red eyes appeared on his face. It was weird that people couldn't believe it. Orochimaru's jaw almost fell to the ground when he saw this scene. What's the matter? Aren't his eyes hidden reincarnation eyes? What's the situation now? Chapter 112. Could it be that on the day he was arrested for the first time, he also used the illusion technique he used to write round eyes? He remembers that his eyes were not red at the time. The secret in this child was beyond his expectation. What's the matter with the power of the tail beast? Dashemaru saw Hyuga Blue ink below, with a certain expression of excitement in his eyes. This kind of container is the most perfect container. It keeps evolving and moving forward. Every progress is an unbearable surprise. What is the result of a pair of mutated eyes? The infinite breakthrough brought by one person is what Dashawan needs most. Baliu Roar heard the other person calling his name, and asked in amazement, "How do you know my name? Who are you?" When he left Konoha, Hyuga Lanmo hadn't been born yet, and his presence in Konoha was very low, not as strong as the three of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya in the same period, and his reputation was not as good as they spread all over the world. How would he know himself? Hyuga Lanmo did not answer, because the surrounding psychic beasts had already rushed up, and the magnetic retreat retreated. His body was chakra forcefully, and his half-body must be able to appear. As soon as the psychic wolves with all equipment rushed up, they were whisked. Zono swept across and grabbed all of them in his hands. With one force, more than a dozen psychic beasts were all crushed. Hero Roar was surprised to see this scene. What kind of power is this? Is Uchiha's power? Hyuga Lanmo, who on earth are you? Why do you have a writing wheel? Do you also use the ghost shoots art? Ghost shoots art can integrate ninja and psychic beasts ninjutsu. Hyuga Lanmo is a member of the Hyuga family, but he can use the writing wheel eyes. If it is not the ghost shoots art, what is it? His curiosity became more and more vigorous, and Hyuga Lanmo in the center of the huge cave site was not even a bird, and he didn't answer a word. This was anxious to Roar, who wanted to dig into the roots. You dare not answer my question over and over again, don't you want to say it today? Okay, I will let you shut up forever. He said. He rushed up, and at the same time, the three ninjas of Kushinan village were in Orochimaru's approval also rushed up, and as soon as they got started, they were directly in the third-level curse seal state. The black pattern is all over the body, and compared to the failed products that only know the strong attack, they are countless times stronger in attack state and thought. Left. Above. The other party shouted, and the other two cooperated tacitly and attacked in an all-round way. And Beliu Roar did escape. Suck acupuncture appeared. He actually wanted to absorb the Susananu that was condensed by the huge chakra. Advertisement. Huge amounts of yellow Susanna hit him with a punch. He was overturned to the ground and looked at the huge battle warrior in front of him incredibly. How is it possible? My acupuncture can't be absorbed. As soon as these words were said, the Orochimaru had already rushed up from the cave, shulking snake limbs. Numerous snake heads rushed down from above, rushing up towards Hyuga Lanmo with their big mouth open. On the one hand, Susanna faced the Kushinan trio flying up and down, and the other hand fisted against the group of snakes rushing up. His fist was like a meat hammer machine, instantly hammering more than a dozen snake heads into minced meat, and other snake heads rushed up from all directions. Susanoo opened his mouth and fired out, directly igniting all the snakes on the ground. They curled up and rolled on the ground. At the same time, the ground fluctuated. The long neck of Orochimaru came out of the ground, facing Hyuga Blue Ink. The ankle opened and the mouth was about to bite down. Hyuga Lanmo lifted himself up, avoided his fangs, and kicked him on the head. The Osaki Maru shrank and disappeared. Two of the other three Kusanomura ninjas were also taken by Susanoo Roar. When he got to the side, he was seriously injured. Lan Dun, Guanya. On the other side, Beilu Roar, who fell on the ground, stood up and launched a strong Lan Dun light beam toward the half of his body. The ninjutsu that looked like a laser beam shot over, directly breaking the protection of Susanoo Nohu's chest. Hyuga Lanmo turned around, and then removed Susanoo Nohu himself, and then turned around to avoid his attack. Come on, Ghost shoots art. Roar thought that the disappearance of Hyuga Lanmo's Susanoo was the result of the Lan escape he launched, and his confidence immediately increased. He didn't know that it was Hyuga Lanmo himself who withdrew it. At the same time, he also put aside his previous attitude towards Hyuga Lanmo. Before, he thought he could only break out through the tail beast chakra, and ninjutsu was mediocre. Now it seems that it is not the case at all. And he found that if they were head-to-head, none of them would be Hyuga Lanmo's opponents. In order to gain his power, he decided to seize the opportunity and eat all his ninjutsu, so that all his power would be his. Hey Roar, you don't count if you don't speak. Orochimaru yelled loudly when he saw him using the Ghost Bud Luo technique. Hyuga Lanmo saw something like black slime swallowing himself, and was amused in his heart. Under normal circumstances, the ghost shoots art is required to be swallowed by the person who integrates honestly. Otherwise, such a slow swallowing method, how can it succeed? This is just like Dash-wan doing an experiment. The subject is alive and kicking. How does he unplan the injection? Advertisement. By the same token, Roar's ghost shoots art is impossible to succeed at all, but he is really too anxious, so no matter what he wants to seize the opportunity to swallow Hyuga Lanmo, he does not want to not only fail, but also expose it. The nature of his untrustworthiness. Don't worry, after I get ninjutsu, the corpse will be left for you. Roar, who was unable to succeed, was still dreaming. Ice done, Ice Realm. Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand. There are more than a dozen ice scenes on the scene, and his figure is reflected in the ice scene, making it difficult to distinguish his position. The trio of Grass Ninja Village rushed up again, wanting to destroy the Ice Realm, but didn't want the Hyuga Lanmo in the mirror to counterattack with a backhand, so that they couldn't get closer at all. Lan Dun, Guangbo. Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand, and huge amounts of Lan Dun appeared, reflected on the ice mirror, directly beheading the trio of Konoha village deep in the ice. There was a terrible cry from the scene, and the pain that was refracted through the body by Lan Dun accompanied them in the last second of their lives. At the same time, all the ice realms were turned over and aimed at Beliu Roar, who was controlling Ghost Yaluo. The moment he escaped, huge amounts of Lan Dun penetrated his body. Melting, the technique of lava. Hyuga's blue ink melted out, spraying on Roar's body. Boundless pain filled his thin body. He turned his head to see that meltdown had already covered it, much faster than his Ghost Yaluo. What? He screamed violently, and his body was melted quickly. At the moment of death, countless unsolved mysteries were still in his mind, unable to solve them. Hyuga Lanmo, how could it be possible? Chapter 113. Hyuga Lanmo is a collection of all his mysteries. Why, on earth, why can he use so many blood inheritance boundaries? At the same time, there was Orochimaru on the side of the mystery, and he could also see that, here, if the sword was a real shot, no one was his opponent, and Orochimaru turned and disappeared. Hyuga Lanmo revoked the ice escape, looking at the surrounding cave walls. Beliu Roar is dead, and the Orochimaru is below. Just because of the special magnetic field here, his perception skills can't feel the exact location where he is now. So, he is waiting for him to show up. After a while, on the cliff, Orochimaru stood there, holding a golden yellow dress with a red charm in his hand, and threw it on the ground. He was in the cave on the side of the mountain where Fu and Shibumu were imprisoned, and there were 3 protective ninjas standing beside him. That dress is a seal suit created by Roar, which is very similar to the one that Fu wore before, except that this one is not to suppress the power of the tail beast, but to suppress the power of the chakra of the body. Hyuga Lanmo, put him on, or I will kill them. Dashemaru's eyes were sharp, and he grabbed Fu and Shibumu's necks one by one. Ah, help, I'm sorry Hyuga Lanmo, I was wrong, I shouldn't have ranted to you before, I'm really sorry, please don't let him kill me, I'm so scared. Shimu frightened his legs. Soft. Fu, who was weak on the side, shouted angrily, Sabmu, can you be like a man? Stand up. No, I don't want to die, I'm scared, I'm really scared, if you know I don't have to sin against Hyuga Lanmo, I blame me, I don't know people clearly, so I followed that liar, and he lied to me here, Hyuga Lanmo, save me. Shimu was as timid as a mouse, and shouted loudly. Why, Hyuga Lanmo, are you a cold-blooded and ruthless person like me? Do you want to watch them die in my hands? You know me, I never consider the consequences when I do things. Don't you know what Neneo's blood is like? Dashemaru's eyes burst out, although he said, Fu, in his mouth, his eyes were staring at Hyuga Lanmo below. On the ground, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes returned to dark blue. He walked to the yellow dress and reached out and picked up the dress. If I wear it, will you really let them go? Advertisement. Definitely, I'm the one who speaks. Dashemaru looked at the 7-year-old child below, with a sure smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't wear it, it's the clothes that sealed Chakra, Hyuga Lanmo, don't believe him. Fu shouted worriedly. Dashi Wan's fingers pressed hard, she was choked by him and she couldn't speak, tears fell drop by drop. After Hyuga Lanmo put the clothes on, he fell to the ground. He looked up at the cave above and said, you let them go. Ha ha ha, come here, go and put him in a cage prepared in advance. As for the two of them, one of them is a garbage spot, but can always do personal organ experiments, and the other is a rare person in the ninja world. Should I give her to Akatsuki as a gift? Or should I keep her as a test subject? It's really hard to choose. Ha ha. For Orochimaru, no weapon is more important than immortality. You, say nothing. Fu was pinched by him, and said with difficulty. Yes, today I'm not talking anymore. Hyuga Lanmo killed me twice. This revenge is not in vain in the name of Orochimaru. Let alone imprison him, even if I slice him into slices. His honor. Dashi Wan said viciously, a pair of snake eyes like ice without temperature. Really, what if I cut you into slices? Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo's voice rang behind him. Orochimaru turned his head to look, but he grabbed his neck. The 3 protection ninjas behind them were surprised to see this scene. How did he appear? At the moment they wanted to step forward again, it was no longer possible, because the Orochimaru had fallen into his hands. Originally, Hyuga Lanmo wanted to use the cutting technique directly, but the area where Mu bomb exploded from the corpse was beyond the distance where Orochimaru was holding Fu. He was afraid that the Mu bomb would injure Fu. And there is a protective ninja behind him. If he doesn't appear directly, he might start to stun the snake, so he moves in a different space and appears directly behind the Orochimaru, and at the same time uses the method of catching the snake. Dashemaru looked back nervously. Hyuga Lanmo's fingers had already grabbed his neck stretched out, and he bit his arm against him. At the same time, his hands released the two of them and stretched out his hands. Then came to catch Hyuga Lanmo. After hitting my curse, you will be mine in the future. I was just wondering how you could catch it obediently. It turned out that it was a duplication. Orochimaru was like a perverted monster, with his mouth still biting on Hyuga Lanmo's arm. Up, his neck was held in his palm. Advertisement. Really, Hyuga Lanmo kicked him up, and regardless of his own safety, he grabbed the fallen Fu with the other hand and put it into a different space. Shimu next to see this scene and shouted loudly, what about me, save me. And Hyuga Lanmo didn't care about him at all, turned around and grabbed Orochimaru's neck, and said, melt escape. Huge amounts of meltdown sprayed out, and the 3 ninjas who were close to protecting the Orochimaru retreated. Meltdown had hindered their attack. The flame burned, and the laughter of Orochimaru resounded in the cave. Hyuga Lanmo, do you think it is possible to meet you with my real body after I was killed by you last time? After saying this, the corpse of Orochimaru in front of Hyuga Lanmo twisted, and it turned out to be made up of snakes. Since you can give me a curse, then these snakes must have you in them. As he said, Hyuga Lanmo stepped on a small white snake that hadn't burned his body at all, ignoring Rong's retreat. The curse seal of Dashemaru needs to be planted by himself in order to gain something. If it is duplication, it is impossible to achieve it. So Hyuga Lanmo affirmed that he was in this pile of snakes. Sure enough, there was no scar at all, but it was him who ran fast. Hyuga Lanmo stepped on his body, exerting force. The other party saw this scene and wanted to sneak into the mountain to escape, but he grabbed it in his hand, and then a yellow charm suit appeared, wrapped around the white snake, and tied it into a package, preventing the use of his body chakra. Well, Hyuga Lanmo, what do you want to do? Inside the clothes, Dashi Wan twisted his body in pain. Definitely slice it for you. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo forcefully threw the white snake-wrapped clothes out. At the same time, Feng Dun Chinfeng chaotic blade appeared, and the dense wind blade instantly cut him all open, and then Hyuga Lanmo opened his mouth, melting, earth and. Chapter 114. The red flame burned, and the scene made a terrible cry of Orochimaru. The other 3 protection ninjas rushed out of the cave, trying to save Orochimaru, but they didn't want their fingers to immediately burn up after they touched meltdown. Some people use water to escape, and some use soil to escape, but they can't extinguish the power of earth and harmony anyway. Although this ninjutsu is not as good as the Amaterasu of Uchiha Itachi in the later period, the Earth Harmony is a fire-earth attribute ninjutsu developed by Hyuga Blue Mo through mirroring and developed on top of melt. Its burning degree and flame are by no means ordinary ninjutsu can be destroyed. Hyuga Lanmo, Hyuga Lanmo. Orochimaru appeared, and the whole person fell on the ground like a curling and bouncing earthworm, constantly calling his name loudly. The resentment and unwillingness in it were so obvious, just it's like having experienced countless hatreds. Thank you for the dress you prepared for me, otherwise you wouldn't die so miserably. After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, he looked at this mountain. If it weren't for the strange magnetic field here, Dashemaru couldn't hide his eyes at all. He looked down at the curse mark on his arm and sneered. On the ground, the subordinates of Dashemaru were swallowed by the Daihei, and Dashemaru disappeared into the fiery flames. After Hyuga Lanmo stood on the edge of the cliff to see that he was indeed dead, he turned to look at Shamu on one side, and said, "If you want to survive, just follow it yourself." "Yes, I'm going by myself, this time I'm going by myself, and I won't let anyone carry it anymore." Shamu's legs were soft, and she stood up a few times. "Shut up," Hyuga Lanmo said coldly, turning around and walking outside the cave. "Okay, I'll shut up, but Hyuga Lanmo, where is Fu?" Hyuga Lanmo really had enough of him, so he looked back and kicked his mouth. "Let you grind." He kicked the blood and didn't stop his mouth. "Oh, it hurts. Didn't I stop talking? I cooperated with you, and you beat me." Shamu cried again. Advertisement. "You say I'll beat you." Hyuga Lanmo gave him a cold look. The so-called mud can't support the wall. Some people care too much about him. Instead, they seem to have insufficient IQ. Hyuga Lanmo is too lazy to take care of him. He turned and disappeared. He hurriedly followed, for fear that he would throw him in this terrible place. Out of the cave, Hyuga Lanmo looked at the mountain, making imprints with both hands, pressing it on the ground. A huge soil appeared, and the entire mountain collapsed. He took Fu out of the different space, because there is no suppression spell in the different space, so after she rested in it for a while, the whole person was much better. "Are you feeling better?" Hyuga Lanmo asked. "It's much better. Fortunately, your gossip seal is strong. If otherwise, outside Takanan village a few days ago, the cry of the beast would have drawn out the tail beast in my body." Fu's face was sallow, but still strongly said. Hyuga Lanmo lowered her body and hugged her. "Don't worry, it won't show up in the future, because the psychic roar is dead. Let's go back to Takanan village." Before, Hyuga Lanmo wondered why Fu came here. Through the conversation between the two on the road, he knew that it was Orochimaru. He turned into Hyuga Lanmo using the transformation technique, and pretended to be injured in battle with the beast, and then fled here. But Fu didn't worry about him, so she followed all the way. She didn't know that she had been fooled until inside this high mountain cave, and by then, it was too late. There are so many spells to suppress the power of the tail beast, she can't explode her physical power at all, and eventually loses to the Orochimaru, and is imprisoned in a wooden cage by him. And Roar Harayu stayed in Takanan village, pretending to rescue the village head of Takanan village, and after gaining trust, he brought Hyuga Amo here. You don't know how perfect their plan is. I was really scared at the time. I was afraid that you would be fooled. I was afraid that they would hurt you. I didn't expect that so many people would fight against you alone and still lose. Fu Hook his neck was nestled in Hyuga Lanmo's arms and whispered. Although they have a perfect plan, they completely underestimated your level. Fu is Renjuli after all. When watching the battle, she has already seen that Roar is too underestimating the enemy. If not, he will not be affected by Hyuga. Lanmo killed Lanmo with a move. And his self-righteous Landun compared with Hyuga Lanmo's Landun, it's insignificant, not worth mentioning. I don't know what he thinks. Will you think your ability is weaker than him? Fu Zhao said cutely, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his face gradually improved. Advertisement. He probably judged me based on the ability I showed when we competed in Wuchang. Hyuga Lanmo finished, and glanced down at the woman in his arms. She was actually playing with his collar. Fu was charming, and smiled more lively and cutely. She looked at Hyuga Lanmo and said, then he is really looking at people in the cracks of the door, and he looks down on people. During the Wuchang competition, you face it. It's students, how could they have done their best to hurt their lives? It's not the same as these heinous masters like them. Their thinking cannot be considered in the way of normal people. The two of them moved forward and chatted, and it was very warm. Just when they were talking about it, Shamu behind shouted. Wait for me, I am exhausted. Fu, you are above me with ninjutsu, and ability is above me, and you always bully me when you fight, why are you still being held? Do you see me running? Quote. His jealousy emerged again. Hearing this, Fu reached out and hugged Hyuga Lanmo's neck, and said, I like it, I am willing. As a result, the two quarreled, and Hyuga Lanmo really didn't like to hear a boy nagging about being weaker than a girl, so he was holding Fu and disappeared, which made Shibumu very embarrassed. But there was no way, he could only bite the bullet and fumbled his way back to Takanan village by himself. He never knew that Hyuga Lanmo didn't know him well because he didn't look at him at all. In his heart, he was not even a scum. Hyuga Lanmo sent Fu back to Takanan village, and after he had told the village chief about Roar, he was ready to leave. The village chief refused to let him stay for a while, but Hyuga Lanmo declined. Ns. Because he found a problem. That is, he has been followed since he left Mount Sumeru. He couldn't bring the threat to Takanan village. After asking Fu to protect himself, he left here. All the way to the south, Hyuga Lanmo entered the dense forest. After walking for a while, he stopped, turned and looked at the tree trunk to one side, and said, "Come out." Ha 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 ha. Let me just say it, you can definitely feel me. As he said, a bud emerged from the tree and slowly opened. Baiju appeared inside. Hello, Hyuga Lanmo, I am Baiju, can we be friends? Chapter 115. Looking at the big cracked mouth on the half of Baiju's face, a yellow eye with a wretched expression, Hyuga Lanmo sighed in his heart, it was really ugly. He looked at him calmly and said, "No. What? Ha ha ha, interesting, I'm friends with you, you don't want it." Yes. Hyuga Lanmo didn't talk nonsense, turned around and started off. Half of Baiju's face followed him, his mouth cracked, and he said, "But I like you very much. I think we can talk about it. I didn't expect Dashemaru to know you, but he kept hiding from us. The guy is really cunning." Baiju laughed again. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo carefully, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. He could see clearly the battles between Osemaru and Biru Roar in the mountain cave of Biru Roar before. Shoo. In the face of two masters, he almost didn't even move his footsteps, so he wiped out Roar, and since Uchiha Madara, he hasn't seen anyone use Susao Nogu. This time, he had seen it. Although he was only half-body, he felt that in time, when this child grew older, he would definitely become the man who made the ninja world tremble. Such a person would be a waste of not entering the Akatsuki organization. It's definitely, Akatsuki has decided to send him to recruit Hyuga Lanmo, but I don't know if he will agree. Hyuga Lanmo, join us, we will make you stronger and make your dreams come true, come on. As he said, Baiju flashed away and stood in front of him. Hyuga Lanmo's one-handed seal. Stop talking nonsense, lay done, lay go. Simple offensive ninjutsu, single and clear goal, slashed towards Baiju, the other side dodged and fell among the trees, who knew that when his feet touched the trees, the whole person shuddered and fell down. On the ground. Hinata Lanmo, you're lay done. His mouth trembled, looking at Hyuga Lanmo hanging in the middle of the trees, no wonder he didn't touch the trunk. Because this thunder can store electric current between conductors. And the surrounding environment was his previous goal. Baiju trembled all over, collapsed to the ground and lost his breath. Advertisement. He can travel through all the natural worlds. Hyuga Lanmo knows that if he fails a trick, he will definitely dodge and fall on a tree or the ground. That's why he used Thunder Walk, a ninjutsu that is widely used in Thunder dungeons. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at the corpse of Baiju below, knowing that this was just a duplication of him. There was a pain in his arm, Hyuga Lanmo was not staying, and turned and left here. He did not return directly to Konoha, but turned to the east. After teleporting a distance, he fell to the ground from the valley. The whole person curled up into a ball in pain, and the heavenly curse of Dashiwan broke out. This is the second stage of the integration state. Only after successfully integrating his curse toxin, he can use the curse status, which can increase the energy of the chakra up to 10 times, whether it is from strength or speed, it will increase a lot. But this thing also has many shortcomings, such as premature consumption of human energy, mutation, cruelty, being controlled by the Dashawan, unable to break away from his restraint, etc., the worst will even lose his life. Hyuga Lanmo's body was hot and painful, and he was holding his arm and leaning against the big stone. He was dizzy and dizzy. It was a pity that he didn't have a Qingshin pill in his hand. If he didn't, he would be able to survive it. In this state, he couldn't let the tail beast stay in his body anymore. If they were affected by the curse seal and suddenly run away, it would be troublesome. With a single effort, he released all the 5 tailed beasts that had been cloned successfully and were in the growing stage. 2 more are being cloned and cannot be released at all. These 5 little guys were very surprised when they first appeared. Looking back at Hyuga Lanmo, their eyes were full of surprise and worry. Among them, the 9-tailed head is the largest, as big as the palm of an adult, and it is like the eldest brother among several tailed beasts. And Sanwei is a naive person. Seeing him with dull eyes, he turned and leaned on one side, very lazy. The 4 and 5 tails were particularly lively. Turning around, he climbed on Hyuga Lanmo's shoulders, and Luwei sat on the side, calmly. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo, although his eyes were cold, but his eyes were staring at him. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Hyuga Lanmo's mouth was dry and hot, and he comforted them. Dashawan, he must find a way to destroy all his hopes. Advertisement. Wow. 9 tails yelled shallowly, and they could see that they were really worried about him. After all, the tail beast raised with his flesh and blood chakra, in their hearts, he was like the owner. It's okay, it's just an accident, I'll be well soon. Hyuga Lanmo lay in the valley for a long time, just closing his eyes to rest. The curse imprint of the sky planted by the big snake pill was taking root in his body, and he could only slowly think of a way to get rid of this curse imprint. Although he is very familiar with the sealing technique of the Maelstrom clan, this curse and sealing technique are really 2 different things. Finally, he settled down, and the heat in his whole body disappeared a lot. Several tailed beasts were turning around him, and seeing that he had recovered a little, he was relieved. At this moment, there was the sound of a carriage crushing the ground from a distance, and at the same time someone was yelling, "Shut your mouths to me. Today you fall into my hands. No one wants to escape, no one dares to cry. Make a noise, I'll kill someone." Hyuga Lanmo stood up swayingly, then waved his hand to the five-tailed beasts in front of him, and the little guys hid. With his current unstable state, it is not suitable for them to return to the body, otherwise, if the curse seal power explodes and the tail beast loses control, then he would have harmed a few of them. Hyuga Lanmo was dizzy, and there was a mist in front of him. From a distance, he saw a carriage appearing in front of him, and then he was thrown into the wooden cage on the carriage. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that in this rare valley, I could pick up a child, not bad. Although dumb and silly, as long as you can exchange money, nothing is a problem. The man raised his whip happily and went all the way north. Hyuga Lanmo is now suffering from a high fever, and his body is uncomfortable. He collapsed on the car, someone hugged him, and a small voice appeared in his ear. Are you okay? Hello, what's wrong with you? Quote. Hyuga Lanmo turned his eyes to see that a petite girl with two braids was looking at herself with big watery eyes. She held a water bag in her hand and carefully fed him and drank water. You must insist, nothing will happen. The girl comforted him. Chapter 116 Heaven's Curse Seal. He turned his head and looked at the car. A few small-tailed beasts were following them at lightning speed. Turning his head and looking into the carriage, there were a dozen people sitting inside, including a few adults and 2 or 3 children. Some were crying quietly, while others were talking nervously. You said, where is he taking us? We won't be killed by him. A teenager asked an elderly adult. I don't know, now we can't escape, we can only take 1 step and count 1 step. The person replied. What do you think this is? I just went to the mountain to collect medicine, and I met this bad guy. Without a word, I came up and knocked me out, and when I woke up, I was in this carriage. Don't know where he is taking us. I was kidnapped. I was sold by my stepfather, because my mother said last night that he would let me go to school, and he was furious. Today, while my mother was not at home, he gave me to this man and then took the money to buy wine. Now, I hate him, I hate him. A 10-year-old boy cried out with his fists clenched. Shut up, do you want to die? Suddenly outside the carriage, the man drew his whip. Although Hyuga Lanmo was dizzy and had a high fever, he understood that the driver of the carriage was a personal trafficker, and the dozen or so people in this carriage were either sold, deceived, or forcibly taken by him. Yes, I just don't know where he is taking these people. People like Orochimaru use ninjas or children to do experiments, but these people in the car are just ordinary people, and they don't know how to do ninjutsu. Are you better? The girl doll holding Hyuga Lanmo looked at him nervously, and asked in a low voice, his face flushed, as if he was sick. Ahem. Hyuga Lanmo coughed. All the people in the car looked over, and someone whispered, you said how could he be alone in the wilderness WW, and there is no one around this valley, and it will not be thrown on the mountain. Right. In some places, some people who have contracted infectious diseases have no money to treat, and their families have no choice but to prevent infection of the same villagers by throwing people on the mountain and letting them fend for themselves. Advertisement. In this wilderness, they suddenly met such a child who couldn't see it, how could they not doubt it? After that, everyone looked at him nervously, and even patted the cage directly. Big brother, this man is sick and can't be with us. If you throw him down, we can't be with him. What nonsense, I don't care if he is sick, as long as he can exchange money. The carriage driver outside snorted coldly. And the cute little girl rolled her eyes, looked around, and then said, yes, he is sick. Big brother, let him go. If you keep such a person and waste food, it is better to throw him off the car, so don't worry about him. After speaking, she reached out and touched Hyuga Lanmo, and said in a low voice, don't talk. If he lets him go because you're sick, you'll be better. Then you can take this to Konoha and entrust a mission. Said it was Fenghua Xiaoshui's mission in the Kingdom of Snow, and they will definitely come to save us. With that said, the girl secretly stuffed a handkerchief into Hyuga Lanmo's hand. The corner of the handkerchief was embroidered with a beautiful snowflake, which was a token of the snow country. Hearing this name, Hyuga Lanmo looked up and looked at the little girl in front of him. She had a small pink face, big misty eyes, and her fuchsia dress was in dilapidated condition, but the fabric was superb. High-end clothing. Are you Fenghua Xiaoshui? Hyuga Lan asked strangely. Who will become a superstar Fujikaze in the future? The fallen princess who was usurped by her uncle in the snow country. The other party nodded, but also surprised. Do you know me? No. Hyuga Lanmo held his arm uncomfortably, and shook his head slightly. Your name sounds good. Fenghua Xiaoshui nodded. The man waved his riding whip and looked back at the two of them, and then laughed haha. Do you two treat me as deaf? I have learned ninjutsu. What you said, I can hear you clearly. I let people go. No way, unless you have money. I have money. Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I will let my family prepare money for you. Suddenly, a man dressed as a peasant shouted. The man looked back at him and stretched out his finger. Bring it, 100,000 yuan, as long as you give me the ransom, I will let you go now. Advertisement. When the man heard this, his face flushed. 100,000 yuan, why don't you grab it? I just grabbed it, you people, when I sell you to the mountain, let alone 100,000 yuan, for every 10,000 yuan you earn, there will be a rake of 300 yuan from me. Not only that, but the other party will have one give me 50,000 yuan for S**X. Tell me, do I want your ransom to be suitable, or is it suitable to sell you to the mountain? The other party turned around and sat on the carriage again, raised his whip for a while, and the carriage ran again. So, don't worry, even if you die, I won't just let you go. As he said, he looked up to the sky and smiled, with a hideous expression on his face. Everyone in the car has no voice. Everyone does not know what is waiting for them in the future. In this world, some people have some things. Without ability, they can't even protect themselves. Just like them now, they can only be slaughtered. Finally, 2 days later, the carriage came under a high mountain. The top of the mountain was covered with snow, but the mountain was warm. Several people in black cloaks appeared at the bottom of the mountain and met this person. How about only these few people? Why are there children? My lord, these are already pretty good. Recently we are short of people. Some children can also come in handy, and that little girl is the princess of Snow Country. Their voices were very low, but they clearly fell into Hyuga Lanmo's ears. After these 2 days, he is much better, the high fever has subsided, but he still can't use any power. When Fenghua Xiaoshui heard this, she hid behind Hyuga Lanmo in fear. What to do? They know who I am. Hyuga Lanmo looked back at her and said in a low voice, don't worry, they are asking for money. As long as your father can pull out enough money, they should let her go. When the little girl heard this, she sobbed slightly, and for a long time she whispered, my father is dead. After saying this, she lost her voice, and she felt as if she had fallen into the abyss. Hyuga Lanmo frowned when she heard this. Is she an orphan now? Also, if her country has not changed, how could a princess like her fall here? Chapter 117. I don't want to return to the country of snow. Fenghua Xiaoshui started crying in a low voice, as if she had a certain ending. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and grabbed her fingers, comforting her softly, don't worry, I will save you. 2 people in black cloaks came over there, reaching out to pull Fenghua Xiaoshui. Hyuga Lanmo stopped in front of them, don't you want money? My family is also rich, as long as you speak, my family will prepare it for you, so please don't hurt us. The faces of the 2 men in black on the opposite side were hidden under the cloaks, and they couldn't see their expressions at all, but they could tell from their shaking shoulders that they were laughing at the moment. Just like you, worn so badly, a pair of shoes are broken, and still have money in the family. I think you are a wild child abandoned by your family. Come here, take him to the mine and let him go to work. As he said, the man stretched out his hand to catch Fenghua Xiaoshui behind Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo kicked and kicked the opponent's arm away. If he recovers now, he will directly take these people's nests. Although he doesn't know what they do, it is certain that these people are not good things. Oh, are there 2 more? As he said, the opponent rushed up, holding a handful of kunai in his hand. Hyuga Lanmo turned over to avoid the opponent's attack, and after reaching out again, there was an ingot of gold in his hand. Big brother, I don't want to go mining, my family is really rich, I just ran out for fun, as long as you write to my family, he will definitely come to save me, please believe me. Since the body is not suitable for strenuous exercise, then use other methods, anyway, cannot be wronged. The ingot of gold was brilliant, and everyone else was surprised, and the man driving the carriage was even more regretful when he saw this scene. He had searched everyone before, and his finances were taken away by him. Why? The child still has gold. Knowing that he was so rich, he stripped him out and looked for it. Counting you are acquainted, what do you do in your house, where are you? Come here, take a pen and paper, write a letter immediately and ask them to pay the ransom. The man who did it stopped his movements and picked up the gold in Hyuga Lanmo's hand. Dingzi turned upside down, and a greedy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Taki no Kuni Northern Wucheng City Lord Wutang. Hyuga Lanmo said casually. Here, the threatening letter has been written, and the investigation of Fenghua Xiaoshui has begun. She shook her head while crying, and then she started to lose control of her emotions. You kill me, I will not return to the country of snow, I would rather be a miner here. I will not go back. Although the people in black didn't know what happened in the snow country, they still wrote a threatening letter and sent it out. Advertisement. Originally Hyuga Lanmo thought that they gave Jinjin and wrote the letter, and they shouldn't embarrass him and Fenghua Xiaoshui, but they didn't expect that after all this was done, the 2 of them were still taken to the crowd and escorted away. The mine in the valley cave. And along the way, Hyuga Lan also vaguely knew who these people in black were. They turned out to be members of the Black Ho family in Wuin village. Regarding the Black Ho family in Wuin village, Hyuga Lanmo only knew about the Black Ho Thundertooth among the first users of the 7 ninja swords. After this man rebelled from Wuin village, he took a child named Lan Maru around looking for wealth, and then acted as a prestige in a mine in the country of fire. It was a pervert who liked funerals. The control of the mine by the Black Ho family only happened when Naruto was a teenager. It's still early to that time. Isn't it such a coincidence? In the cave, a black-clothed man waved his whip and yelled loudly, from today, you are the miners here. Each group digs up to 100 baskets of ore every day. A group of people, automatically group, start right away. After entering the cave, they also learned that not only a dozen of them were arrested here, but dozens of others were also sent today. When the crowd heard the automatic group formation, they quickly began to look for the person they wanted to form the team. They knew that it is not easy for each group to have 100 baskets of ore every day. If they do not want to die, they must immediately choose a strong and powerful companion. They can survive. Among these people, there are many children. The adults soon succeeded in forming a group, but the children are still young after all, so letting them dig 100 baskets is simply terrible. But the man in black with the whip didn't have any words of relaxation, but coldly urged, start now, otherwise even if a person is 50 baskets, you will not be able to finish. Indeed, ordinary people, even if one person digs 50 baskets of ore in a day, it is impossible to complete it. The basket is so big and the stone is so heavy, how can a person be able to lift it? Several older children also formed a group. The remaining few girls had no choice, and Hyuga Lanmo was ill before and no one chose him. What to do? Fenghua Xiaoshui on one side nervously grabbed her finger. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward to hold her, and said, "We are in a group." But, Fenghua Xiaoshui was petite and petite, blinking a pair of aggrieved eyes and looking at Hyuga Lanmo, thinking of the future, she shook her lips, and then nodded, "Okay, let's be a group of 2. The people here have already sent news to the Snow Country, and I believe that Fenghua and Rage will come here to pick her up soon, and she will be a dead end. Anyway, nothing can change the reality, and she doesn't want to change it. Even if the boy is sick and in poor health, she is willing to choose to go with him." Hyuga Lanmo saw the brilliance in her eyes gradually disappear, and comforted, "Don't worry, I won't make you hungry." "Yeah," she nodded, and looked up at him with flickering tears. Hyuga Lanmo's mouth curled up and said again, "Okay, don't cry, such a beautiful girl won't be pretty if her eyes are swollen when she cries. I don't care if it's beautiful or not, I'm afraid I won't be able to live. Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Here, Hyuga Lanmo promised with her chest, and the 2 big boys over there sneered, "I can't protect myself, and I want to protect others. Shut up, take the tools, and go to work." The person holding the whip yelled, and then began to wave the whip. Those whips fell on the person, and a wailing sound immediately sounded at the scene. Soon, these people were rushed to the cave with a basket of tools and began to dig stones. Hyuga Lanmo's body hasn't recovered yet, even if he has some strength, the curse mark on his arm still heats up. He cursed Orochimaru in his heart while acting. Chapter 118. Just a few rounds, the whole person began to get fever again. Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was moving the stone, saw his body sway, stepped forward and snatched the hoe in his hand. "You are not well, you go and rest while I come." Don't look at her crying outside the cave just now. At the moment, she was so brave that she grabbed the tools in Hyuga Lanmo's hand and started to work. But after all, she was young and had never suffered. After a few rounds of hoes, she was out of breath. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward and snatched her hoe again. "I'll do it." With that, he started to work slowly again, and at the same time, he also began to observe the surroundings. He could feel that the 5 little-tailed beasts had already followed. Although he is unwell, he can still condense the chakras, but the curse of integrating is not over. I don't know what the consequences of using chakras forcibly will be. But now he can't manage that much anymore. He can't bring a girl like Fenghua Xiaoshui to really mine here, right? Thinking of this, he used perception techniques and suddenly discovered that there was a safe in the residence in a cave in the back mountain, and in the safe, there were more than a dozen boxes of gold extracted from mining here. "Xiao Ju, Xiao Lu." Hyuga Lanmo used the mirroring system to talk to the tail beast. "When there was no one in this cave tonight, I blew up here, you know." Wu. The 2-tailed beast led the order, turned and ran out of the cave along the corner. Regardless of the small size of these tail beasts, their ability is definitely not to be underestimated. Using tail beast jade to blow up a cave is a piece of cake for them. In this way, Hyuga Lanmo already had a plan, and he settled down and started mining slowly, but after working for a long time, their group didn't even get a basket. The angry people in black almost swung their whips at him and Fenghua Xiaoshui. Fortunately, someone stopped. The 2 of them can do as much as they can, and they can't be injured casually. They are fat lamb tickets. The one who was talking was the B************ D of the carriage driver who had taken them captive, and at this moment, he was looking at Hyuga Lanmo with eyes full of light. Advertisement. "What about the fat lamb ticket? You don't think they can really get out of here, do you?" The man in black who looked after the miners snorted coldly. "Could it be that this is not the first day? We can't kill people on the first day. Besides, Xiaoshui Fenghua is not easy. She is the princess of Snow Country. Who can be sure of Snow Country? Strength, once there is a master to confirm the situation. If the person is really dead, will the delay in the ransom not pay off? But the stinky blind man, don't care, his father is just a city lord, and he can also come up with some money. Other capabilities probably it should be nothing, just hit it." The man curled his mouth and looked at Hyuga Lanmo. Who told him not to honor gold to him? He searched his body in advance but couldn't find it. Little guy, ghost. Give him some color today, let him get a whip before talking. I think you want to avenge your personal vengeance, right? Why? I didn't get that gold in my body, and I felt uncomfortable and wanted to avenge me. I told you, you retaliate against me and I have no money now. Hyuga Lanmo heard said this. The man laughed awkwardly when he heard this, and then quickly shook his head. What nonsense are you talking about? What am I fishing for? I am loyal to the Black Ho family. Besides, the boss gave me bonuses. How could I have other money? It's impossible, impossible. After speaking, the man hurriedly turned and left the cave, but before leaving, he glared at Hyuga Lanmo. This fat sheep, he must get his hands. If he made this one, he would not use it for the rest of his life. Worried. If he succeeds, he won't have to work hard for the Black Ho family anymore. Those who kill without blinking might offend them someday, and it won't be worthwhile to lose their lives. It's only blame for his lack of vision. Fenghua Xiaoshui could not start. After all, he was negotiating with a country, he did not have that great ability, but the son of a city lord, he still had a way to get them to hand over the money. Thinking of this, he decided to take this kid away tonight, and then use him to exchange money with city lord Wucheng. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth aroused a cold smile. For half a day, Hyuga Lanmo and Fenghua Xiaoshui didn't even make a basket of ore in the cave, so during dinner, they were punished not to eat. Seeing the other miners gorging themselves, Fenghua Xiaoshui swallowed. Although those things look awful, they are better than nothing. Are you hungry? It's a pity that my water bottle was snatched by them. Otherwise, we can still drink. Fenghua Xiaoshui's face was dirty, blinking a pair of big glasses and looking at Hyuga Lanmo, the corner of her mouth forced out a smile. #+ equals. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and wiped her cheeks, and put a piece of candy into her mouth by the way. Advertisement. Wow. Her surprised eyes widened, a sweet feeling filled her mouth, and a surprised smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and the whole person was as lovely as a peach. Shish. Don't talk. There are a lot of snacks and military food in the large scroll of Hyuga Blue Ink different space. It is impossible to hungry them. Fenghua Xiaoshui nodded. The two were sitting in the corner. No one noticed them. After she finished eating the candy, Hyuga Lanmo put another biscuit into her mouth, followed by potato chips and fruit. I really make Fenghua Xiaoshui happy. That night, these people slept on the bunk behind the dining cave, a few girls slept in the corner, and Hyuga Lanmo rested next to Fenghua Xiaoshui. As soon as I slept in the middle of the night, I heard a loud noise from the back mountain, and then the mine collapsed with a rumbling sound. At this moment, the accomplices of the entire Black Ho family were all in a mess, and some of the captured miners took the opportunity to escape. Seeing this scene, Fenghua Xiaoshui stretched out her hand and pushed Hyuga Lanmo who was sleeping on her side. Brother, wake up, hurry up, everyone has escaped, hurry up and wake up. But the boy sleeping next to her didn't move at all. She shed tears anxiously. Even so, she didn't leave Hyuga Lanmo alone, but stayed here and continued to call him. At this moment, a person walked into the cave. It was the B*********** D who drove the carriage during the day. He entered the cave, followed the bright light and came to the edge of the shop, picked up Hyuga Lanmo, put it on his shoulders, and walked out. Fenghua Xiaoshui chased after seeing this scene. What are you doing? You let him go. Hehe, if it wasn't for you to see that Snow Country is not offensive, I'll even catch you. Let go, Stinky. He said. This person kicked Fenghua Xiaoshui's belly and carried it. Hyuga Lanmo left the cave. Chapter 119. Where's the other gold? After doing this, he is ready to retire. This time, he must make a good profit. Thinking like this, I heard a rumbling sound on the back mountain, deafening, and the mountain shook. Someone gave a startled roar, and then someone shouted, "Close Taniguchi, no one can get in or out." The man was carrying Hyuga Lanmo, feeling nervous, and turning his eyes, turned and threw Hyuga Lanmo back into the cave. In order not to arouse suspicion, he turned around and ran out. At the same time, he didn't notice that the Hyuga Blue Mo that was thrown on the bed turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. It turned out to be a shadow duplication. Fenghua Xiaoshui was extremely surprised when she saw this scene. She calmed her mind, and carefully recalled what was going on, but after thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't figure it out. She didn't know. In the middle of the night, Hyuga Lanmo used shadow duplication to replace herself while everyone was asleep. The Ho family members got the safe password from their mouths, and later stolen more than a dozen boxes of gold in the safe. At the same time, the mine was hit by the tail beast Jade and collapsed, and the entire mine was in chaos. It is precisely because of this that the entire mining area under the jurisdiction of the Black Ho family, Taniguchi, has also been closed, and no one can enter. And that scream was made by the people of the Black Ho family. All the results of their hard work here for a year have disappeared. Can you not worry? Hyuga Lanmo returned to the cave. The people outside had already screamed. Someone in black rushed into the cave and saw the two children inside at a glance. They waved their whips and shouted, "Everyone gathers in the field, hurry up, otherwise I will kill you." Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward and grabbed Fenghua Xiaoshui's fingers and walked out. She looked at him in surprise and whispered, "Are you a ninja?" The two of them have arrived in front of the cave with huge amounts of on the ground. The miners who had fled were all caught back. They were served with a whip, and the scene again uttered a terrible cry. Advertisement. Because Hyuga Lanmo and Fenghua Xiaoshui didn't escape, they missed the lesson this time. Above the huge amounts of the stands, a black figure flashed up, and the flames flashed with torches on both sides, shaking his figure shiningly. He is the head of the Black Ho family. Someone whispered. Hyuga Lanmo looked up, his figure hidden in the black cloak, he couldn't see his appearance at all. However, the two sharp blades behind him were one of the 7 ninja knives of the 1 in 7, Thunder Knife. Tooth. So Hyuga Lanmo affirmed that this person is Hyuga Thunderya. At the moment, he hasn't met Renmara yet, and because Hyuga Lanmo participated in revealing the illusion of the Citrusukura in the Misty Village, the whole storyline of the Misty Village has changed. It seems that the Black Ho Thunderya at the moment has defected, and he is the mastermind who plunders ordinary people everywhere and oppresses them to mine gold for them. Big brother, what's the matter? How could the mine suddenly collapse? And what is that huge amount of explosion? We searched around and found nothing suspicious. Big brother, it wouldn't be anyone. Do not. The people below hadn't finished asking. On the high platform, the dark shadow had already coldly said, "It's not an outsider, it's an inner ghost." As soon as the words came out, everyone was dumbfounded, and the miners did not have that ability, so they were the only ones. All the people in black will look at me, and I will look at you, with doubts in their hearts. Big brother, how is it possible? We have been here this year and have never happened to this kind of thing. Could we be minors? Big brother, we are all our own, and it is impossible to betray ourselves. Someone shouted. Why is it impossible? How did we leave Wuin village? Have you forgotten? If someone informs us that we have assisted outsiders to confuse the 4 generations of Shuiying, how could our Black Ho family have no place to shelter? On the high platform, Black Ho Leia said coldly, I believe you, do you believe me? Advertisement. Originally, they had stayed in Wuin village well, but the 4th generation of Shuiying suddenly stepped down and Sanwei ran away, almost ruining the entire village. Wuin village suffered a sudden change. As the elite ninjas in the village, they were also very anxious. However, they did not expect that within the Black Ho clan there would be rapes, and some people planted and framed the blame, saying that they were related to the 4 generations of water shadows in the illusion. 100 mouths can't argue, the high level of the village did not give them any opportunity to explain. The Black Ho family was forced to rebel away from Wuin village and traveled far away. In this way, they took over private tasks, worked as bodyguards, and resold food. But in the end, when they were protecting the mine owners, they discovered that the way to make money was to smelt gold. So the Black Ho family jointly killed the mine owners and occupied the magpie's nest. In order to save money, they entrusted Sanran to do all the bad things, abducted and arrested people, and came to the mine to work for free. Anyway, for the sake of money, they did all the bad things of kidnapping, threatening kidnapping, murdering and tearing tickets. Even so, after saving for a year, they only saved more than a dozen boxes of gold, but now, they are all gone, everything is in naught. Can this prevent the Black Ho Thunder Fang from exploding? Boss, what do you mean? In the matter in Wuin village before, it was true that someone betrayed the family, but since we came here, we have been doing things for the whole family wholeheartedly. As the boss, you should see everything we do. In the eyes, how can you doubt us? Below, another person also yelled. Heichu Leia sneered loudly when he saw this scene, with a pair of cold eyes, and said, Sanqing, who knows some things in his heart, besides you, who knows the safe code in the secret room. What nonsense are you talking about? I have been sleeping in the room tonight, so how could I go to the secret room? Didn't you always rest in the secret room? Is it because you guarded and stolen yourself, and were lazy to us? The person named Heichu Sanqing shouted loudly below, and the person on the stage had already rushed up, with 2 thunder knives in his hand. The tooth was pulled out, and the lightning flashed on the blade, smashing towards the opponent. Big brother, don't be impulsive. Third brother has indeed been resting in the room with me. Big brother, calm down. When other people saw this scene, they nervously persuaded. Where can Black Ho Thunderya hear these people's words? His hands are like the wind, his eyes burst out, and the 2 swords in his hand are intertwined with lightning. Thunder done. Thunderya. Huge amounts of thunder fell from the sky, and the 2 knives pointed at the Black Ho Sanqing, and the shape-shifting thunder and lightning fell directly on the Black Ho Sanqing. He wanted to dodge, but he didn't want the range of the lightning to be too large, so he couldn't. Avoid all attacks. Chapter 120 A Sad Funeral. He also wanted to counterattack, but compared to the Black Ho Thunder Fang among the 7 ninja swords in Wuin village, he was no opponent at all. A flash of thunder hit him, and he gaped, trying to say anything but didn't say anything. He just fell back straight like that, his eyes burst, and he was killed on the spot. When the other people in black saw this scene, they all backed away, leaving only a few leaders of the Black Ho family on the scene. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo held a piece of gold in his hand and cried out, What is this? Is this gold? Uncle, where did you get the gold? After the crowd, the childlike Hyuga Lanmo held a rectangular gold nugget in his hand and looked at the man in front of him with a look of surprise. Where did this come from? This is not mine, I didn't take it, this is not my gold. This man was the carriage-driving trafficker who had taken Hyuga Lanmo to the mountain before. When he saw this scene, his face was horrified, and he backed away again and again, refusing to admit it alive. Hyuga Lanmo looked at him in surprise, and said strangely, Uncle, are you kidding me that I can't see it? I can see with my eyes at night. My disease is called crystalline turbidity, and I can see clearly at night. Shoo, my family is rich, I recognize this thing, it is obviously gold. As soon as the words came out, a gust of mountain wind blew by, and the Black Ho Thunder teeth had already come to the 2 of them. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the gold in Hyuga Lanmo's hand. He looked at the gold nugget tightly, and then turned to one side. Did you steal the gold? No, it's not me. The man knelt on the ground in fright. Sir, it's not me, I don't know what's going on. This gold didn't fall from me, it was him, definitely he stole the gold, he. With that said, the man reached out his hand and pointed at Hyuga Lanmo. Come on, search for me. All the people in black were dispatched and began to search the entire mountain. Not long after, someone reported, My lord, there is a box on the cowl of the carriage over there, and it is filled with gold. And that carriage is his car. As soon as these words came out, the Black Ho Thunderya stepped forward and grabbed Renya's neck. Say, what is your relationship with Sanqing, what about the other gold? Say. My lord, I really don't know, I am not familiar with the 3 big people, we don't have. Advertisement. Before he could finish speaking, the violent Black Ho Thunderya snapped off his arm. Say, What about the other gold? My lord, I really don't know, I didn't steal it. The other arm broke apart in the crisp sound. The Black Ho Thundertooth's brutality was vividly displayed on this human trafficker. His tortured life is not as good as death, and he shouted, "Your B asterisk 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 D, you killed me." Bar. In the next second, opposite had already fulfilled his wish and stabbed him in the chest. Hi-Ho Thunderya's eyes burst, full of anger, and turned to look around coldly, and finally his eyes fell on his own body. I worked so hard for the whole family, but you, even with outsiders, want to cut off the family's life. I regard you as relatives, do you regard me as fools? We are a family. Black Ho Leia said in pain, and his eyes were constantly sweeping among the other Black Ho family members, as if they were interrogating a prisoner. Brother, what we didn't do sorry for you is that there was a misunderstanding about this matter. Someone asked. What's the misunderstanding? It is obviously Sancheng, only he and I know the safe code, and he unites with outsiders, and wants to transport our family's gold, do you still have to speak for him? He shouted loudly, as if he had lost control. You said, should this kind of person die, should he die? Suddenly, he turned to look at the miner in front of him and questioned loudly. How do these ordinary people understand this? In order to survive, I can't control so much, I can only follow him and nod constantly. He got the recognition of others, and he felt better in his heart. He probably understood that he was impulsive just now, but he was unwilling to admit his mistakes, so at the moment, after many miners nodded, he was calmer. A lot of. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, prepare the funeral for the third child. It's grand. As for the gold, continue to look for it. I must find other gold. That is the guarantee of our family's future. The person is dead, what else did the other Black Ho families want to say? But it's useless to say anything. Although there is insufficient evidence today, it is not unreasonable for the boss to suspect the third. Advertisement. The solemn funeral began. Black Ho Leia stood on the high platform. Seeing this scene, there was a loneliness in his heart. This is his family, a family that has driven him to death. Hyuga Lanmo followed in the funeral procession. His body has gradually recovered. It is strange that he is still very uncomfortable, but in the second half of the night, he has become more energetic. He is considering whether to destroy them all. Keeping such a bandit's den will only harm the people. Otherwise, give them a good time, just like that, isn't it too cheap for them? As for the curse seal, taking one step and counting one step, it seems that this thing will not kill oneself for the time being. While Hyuga Lanmo was still thinking about it, Black Ho Reitooth walked over with a whip, constantly beating these miners. Cry, cry for me, cry loudly, my brother is dead, how can you not? Cry, cry. Hyuga Lanmo was short, guarded by Fenghua Xiaoshui, and hid his head in the crowd. Although he was not hit, he was also very angry. Suddenly, Thundertooth Black Ho took out Thundertooth's double-edged blades and said, my brother died today. Escort funeral, come on. As he said, he raised the thunder knife in his hand high. Ya, said, thunder knife technique. Thunder. The sudden appearance of Thunder Escape made the people at the scene completely unresponsive. Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene, turned around and printed on both hands, a magnetic escape appeared, and a large amount of iron sand gathered together, like a huge amounts of iron umbrella, blocked the thunder falling from the sky. The crackling sound exploded on the magnetic canopy, and the people below hugged their heads and screamed in fright. There are ninjas, someone yelled, and all the members of the Black Ho family and the people in black surrounded them, surrounding Hyuga Lanmo and Fenghua Xiaoshui who was behind him. When Black Ho Leia saw this scene, his brows frowned. It's you, who stole my gold. At this time, he knew that he had misunderstood his own people, and his distrust killed his brother, but he pretended to hold a funeral for him to show his love and righteousness. What is the reality? He is just a suspicious and selfish B asterisk 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 D. Chapter 121. Yes, it was my little master who took it. The gold was originally not yours, but theirs. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and pointed to the hundreds of miners around. They suffer and cannot even eat. If you are enslaved by you, you are not reasonable. Naturally, there must be someone who is reasonable. I decided today and I will give them the gold. Hyuga Lanmo will naturally leave some wages, as for the rest, he decided to give them. When all the miners heard this, their eyes glowed, but they disappeared in a blink of an eye. Let alone the money, it is still uncertain whether they can get out of here alive. Let's live on today. Ha ha ha. Black Ho Leia laughed loudly. Smelly boy, no one seems to have held a funeral for you. You don't know what it's like to die. Today I will use your blood. Come to comfort the youngest third spirit in the sky. With that said, Black Ho Leia raised the thunder knife. Ya, shouted loudly. Lay done, thunder tornado. Huge amounts of roar, a tornado like an electric shock, screamed. Hyuga Lanmo turned around holding Fenghua Xiaoshui, had left the scene, and came to the mountainside, and the other members of the Black Ho family at the bottom of the mountain also rushed up. The youngest avenge, kill him, kill him. The miner who had just arrived yesterday looked at the scene coldly and did not act, but the other people who had already suffered here saw hope of life and all rushed up. Today is our opportunity. We must fight to the end for our own freedom. A child can fight hard against these bastards. Why can't we? Rush, even if we die, we must fight to the end. The people rushed up and fought with the people in black and the Black Ho family. The entire mining area was messed up into a pot of porridge. Before Hyuga Lanmo used Chakra to use a magnetic escape, his body heated up again, and the scene in front of him was a little fuzzy. At the same time, the Black Ho Thunderya had already caught up with the thunder knife in his hands. Teeth gave off a thunderous luster, and the thunderous attacks did not give him any time at all. Little brother, he is here. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at Hyuga Lanmo worriedly, and said. Hyuga Lanmo stood there, with layers of sweat falling down her forehead. It's okay, help me sit down. Fenghua Xiaoshui hurriedly helped him sit on a rock on one side, then blocked him, stretched out his arms. I will protect you, I won't let him hurt you. Advertisement. With that, she closed her eyes. Anyway, sooner or later it was dead, she didn't care anymore. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the girl in front of him in shock. He suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up, and the scene in front of him became clear. The Black Holea rushed up, and the weapon in his hand was aimed at Fenghua Xiaoshui. You all go to die. Five-tailed beast, kill him. Hyuga Lanmo's angry eyes flushed, and he roared loudly. On the hillside on all sides, five-tailed beasts suddenly jumped out, huge amounts of chakras. Shockwave does not need to be brewed in advance. It shoots directly from 5 different directions. The huge amounts of red chakras set off the entire valley like fire. Everyone was stunned. Everyone watched this amazing scene, and someone shouted loudly, no, it's a tail beast. At the same time, Black Holea also looked stunned. His mind only had time to reflect one sentence. What's the matter? How could Sanwei appear here? Although these tail beasts are small, the chakra-wrapped tail beasts constantly expand their bodies, just like adult tail beasts. Huge amounts of red chakras pervade them, red light soaring into the sky, hideous and terrifying. Each tail beast had a wave of chakra shockwave, directly blasting the Black Ho Thunder Tooth that was still in doubt into pieces, and the flesh and blood disappeared. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was stunned, and the members of the Black Ho family were so scared that they dropped their weapons, and the child was standing in the middle of the 5-tailed beasts. Nothing happened. What happened? Isn't it said that the tail beasts brutally slaughtered and were inhumane? Why? They let him go. And what is the situation? 5-tailed beasts appear at the same time. This is the first time in the entire ninja world, right? God, who did they offend? The child was sitting on the rock, and the oriental sun shines against him, as if permeated with a golden sacred luster, illuminating the earth. All the people knelt on the ground seeing this scene. Advertisement. It's a god descending to the world. That child is a god, and the god is here to save us. The irritable chakra of the 5-tailed beasts gradually disappeared, returning to the cute appearance before. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his arm, and several tailed beasts jumped on him. He thanked him. I showed you a joke today, thank you for saving me. Woo. The few tailed beasts held their heads very happily, with their tails cocked, as if they were asking for credit. Yes, you are all good. My curse hasn't disappeared yet. You can't enter my body yet. You have to wait a few more days. Don't you want to eat my chakra? Okay. I must replenish it in the future. You guys. Hyuga Lanmo talked to them, and it took him a long time to recover. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at him admiringly, and said after a long time, brother, you are so amazing, and these little cuties are so amazing. As she said, she stretched out her hand to touch the 3 tails and 9 tails, but she didn't want the 2-tailed beasts to bite their teeth with one bite. Fortunately, Hyuga Lanmo stopped them, otherwise, who knows if they will kill Fenghua Xiaoshui in one bite. Eat it. This action frightened the little girl's heartbeat. Only then did she know that they were not cute at all, and their obedientness was only aimed at the little brother next to her. The people of the Black Holea family and those in black clothes all fled, and the gate of the valley was opened. Now only the miners are left. They don't know where this is. I have already gone to the place where the Haoshan Black Ho family lives to look for clues. When Hyuga Lanmo appeared, everyone stepped forward and thanked you. This man of God, thank you so much. We have been arrested for a year. Several partners with me were killed by them. It's not you who showed up. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave even if we die here. Hyuga Lanmo didn't say much, but pulled out a ledger from his pocket. Everyone, this is the ledger I got at Hyholea's office last night. Look at it. It records your working hours. Everyone went up to see, and sure enough, their names were written on it, as well as their daily work share and working hours, and so on. Yes, this is our working hours. I have a few boxes of gold to share with you, but this money can't be distributed to you casually. The list of people who died is also here. I will let people give them pensions. I will pay the rest of the money according to the working hours. Here you are, including travel expenses and the like, go home. Chapter 122. After saying this, thank you again. And Fenghua Xiaoshui stood aside and admired Hyuga Lanmo's ability more and more. She should be not much younger than him, but in front of him, she was like a doll who didn't understand anything. Looking at him, she did everything in an orderly manner, like an adult, thoughtful, thinking of everything. In this way, Hyuga Lanmo pays all the victims to the victims according to the names on the list, and the rest is based on the time each person works here, the total working hours, and then the gold and travel expenses are distributed to each person according to the working hours. After that, everyone followed him down the mountain. On the way, everyone admired him, even those who had been disrespectful to him apologized to him. When he arrived in the small town under the mountain, Hyuga Lanmo used the technique of wood duplication to hand over the gold and name list to duplication, and asked him to hand over these pensions to the families of the victims. And he finally has time to check his body. After these 3 or 4 days of cultivation, he is now fine, and he will no longer have symptoms of body weakness, high fever, and dizziness. He took off his clothes and checked his arm, but was surprised to find that the imprint of the curse of the sky planted by the big snake pill had disappeared. What's going on? He couldn't believe his eyes, and touched his arm again. Indeed, there was no mark of snake teeth. The 5-tailed beasts around him also looked surprised. He carefully checked the other parts, and there was no sign of the curse of the sky. After that, he began to gather chakra without any reaction, which was very normal. He uses the technique of immortals, which is also normal, and there will be no burst of power at all. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the imprint of heaven's curse was absorbed by me? Thinking about it carefully, this possibility is very likely. The curse of Orochimaru comes from Shigego, and Shigego is a person who was born to absorb natural energy, but he cannot control this energy, so natural backlash occurs. The body is strange and cruel. This is just like when Miao Mushin is practicing the art of immortality. One can't be in the dark, otherwise it's the same reason that you might become toad if you don't pay attention. And he can absorb any kind of natural energy in nature, and the facial makeup of immortal art is also a colorful facial makeup, so the Changwu curse is planted on his body. After a few days of integration, it has no effect. Haha, Dashemaru, you never expected that. You worked so hard to plant a curse mark on him to achieve the purpose of controlling him, but he did not expect that he would actually imprint the curse of his hard research. Absorbed. Not only that, but he felt that since he absorbed the imprint of the curse of the sky, the time when he condensed the immortal art was shortened a lot. It used to take at least 5 minutes before, but now it takes more than 10 seconds. Advertisement. This is probably a blessing in disguise. 5-tailed beast, you can return to your place. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and brushed it, and all the 5-tailed beasts in front of him entered the body system, began to absorb his flesh and blood chakra again, and continued to grow. Brother, are you okay? I have prepared fruit, do you want to eat it? Fenghua Xiaoshui's voice came from outside the door. Hyuga Lanmo heard this, got dressed, stood up, and opened the door. She stood outside the door, dragging a fruit plate with some fruits on it. Although she had changed her clothes and looked more beautiful and cute overall, her face was full of sadness. Xiaoshui, what's the matter with you? Did something happen? Fenghua Xiaoshui's eye circles were red, and it took a long time for her to look up at him, and tears fell in her eyes. Brother, I don't know your name yet, what is your name? I'm leaving soon. Come to find me, I can't stay here for long, otherwise my enemies will be found. I feel that they should be nearby now, so I must leave. Sorry, brother, I don't want to be separated from you. Quote. With that, she cried even more sadly. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and pulled her into the room, placing the fruit plate in her hand on the table. Santefu, this person knows that the minister of the Snow Country is loyal to Fenghua Xiaoshui, and he is definitely more sincere to the Snow Country. Has he appeared? Where are you going? Santefu said we are going to the country of fire. Brother, you haven't answered me yet, what is your name? Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out her hand to stroke her hair and said in a low voice, Hinata Lanmo, my name is Hyuga Lanmo. Yeah, Fenghua Xiaoshui cried even more sadly, and she nodded heavily. Brother Lanmo, you won't forget me, will you? Will we meet again in the future? Well, yes, Xiaoshui, do you want to return to the country of snow? If possible, he wants to give her a better future, definitely. He knows that being an actress is also one of her wishes, so he wants to ask her opinion. Advertisement. Fenghua Xiaoshui lowered her head slightly, her face was embarrassed, she still didn't know how to answer this question.
After a long time, she whispered. I'm afraid. There are some things that you have to choose by yourself. If you want to go back, I will help you. If you don't want to, then consider it again. This is for you. Hyuga Lanmo handed a summoning charm to her hand. When you want to go home, you just light this summoning charm, and I will appear. Thank you. Fenghua Xiaoshui rushed into Hyuga Lanmo's arms. Brother Lanmo, I won't forget you, and don't forget me. Hyuga Lanmo nodded heavily. After separating from Fenghua Koyuki, Hyuga Lanmo used the reverse tracking technique to find Tsunade-sama and Silent Sister based on the location of the summoning charm.
The two were traveling in the country of Sichuan. Seeing him suddenly appeared, Mute rushed up happily. Lanmo, you are here. Some time ago, my husband and I went back to Konoha and didn't see you. I still wanted to use the summoning charm. But I am worried about disturbing your cultivation. It seems that you miss us too. With that, Silent pushed hard and picked him up, very happy. Sister, I'm so old, so don't hug me. Hyuga Lanmo struggled and said. Mute laughed. No matter how old you are, I will hug you if I want to hug you. Ha ha ha, I have heard that you won the first place in the assessment competition jointly held by the big ninja villages, which is really amazing. Actually, it's nothing. As he said, Hyuga Lanmo struggled again, fell from the Mute arms, and bowed to Tsunade. Mr. Tsunade. Yeah, I have grown taller and improved. Tsunade smiled. Sir, I am looking for you this time because I want you to learn medical ninjutsu, and at the same time, I want you to help me out. Hyuga Lanmo said seriously. Chapter 123 Wetbone Forest. Puzzle what? Hyuga Lanmo had been hit by the curse seal of the Orochimaru Tien, and after being ill, said the curse seal disappeared again. Tsunade was also shocked when he heard about this. 2 years ago, Orochimaru defected to Konoha. At that time, Midori Itsuki and 10 other children were also struck by the curse of his heavens, but when he became seriously ill, the other 9 people all died, only Red Bean survived. After that, 3 generations had asked Tsunade to find a way to remove the curse mark of Itsuki beans. As a result, she used many methods, but she couldn't solve the imprint at all. Not only that, Itsuki bean was still tortured, and the curse mark was still in her body. Unexpectedly, this kind of curse had disappeared from Hyuga Lanmo's body. This was the first time she had heard of it. Sir, you said that the curse mark disappeared, is it related to the immortal art I practiced? Hyuga Lanmo asked again. I'm not sure about this. I don't know much about Orochimaru's heavenly curse imprint, but I think you must have the answer. Lanmo, starting from today, follow me and I will teach you medical ninjutsu. I believe that you will definitely find a way to deal with the Osh pill. Tsunade said. Good, Hyuga Lanmo promised. In the following days, Hyuga Lanmo followed Silent and Tsunade and began systematically learning medical ninjutsu. Tsunade knew everything, and Silent did his best. Soon, half a year later, Hyuga Lanmo's medical level had improved a lot. Moreover, Tsunade took Hyuga Lanmo to the Wetbone Forest. Through the inspection of the Slug Patriarch, it was certain that the imprint of the heavenly curse on Hyuga Lanmo was indeed absorbed by his body. Moreover, the Master Slug gave him a pill. After taking this pill, his body will be invincible. Even if Dash Pill casts a spell again, it will not affect his body. Tsunade saw this scene, and Roar Slug Ancestor was partial, and even gave such a good thing to Hyuga Lanmo, saying that she had lived for most of her life without receiving the reward from her old man, and this kid just came for 2 hours. The treasure of Junshin, Shanxingwan, which needs to be refined by the ancestor of slugs for a century, was given to Hyuga Lanmo, and she refused to accept it. Advertisement. The slug ancestor laughed, and a spit star almost sprayed Tsunade's body. Unizi, don't you benefit from me? I like this child. Can't you give me a pill? Tsunade laughed, and stretched out his hand to stroke Hyuga Lanmo's hair. Lanmo, thank you Master Shanmo, this is a pill made with 100 years of hard work. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo knew the preciousness of this Shanxing pill, and quickly bowed his head to thank. The Master Slug waved his hand, with a happy expression on his face. No thanks, no thanks, this thing was originally prepared for people who are destined, and it belongs to you. When Tsunade heard this, he shook his head heavily. It's obviously that you are eccentric. A slug mucus sprayed over again, Tsunade dodged and pulled Hyuga Lanmo and exited the cave. Leaving the Wetbone Forest, Tsunade gave Hyuga Lanmo a task, which was considered his graduation exam. If he could successfully complete this task, it would prove that his medical ninjutsu had reached her expectations. In the ninja world, Tsunade dared to say that he was second in medical ninjutsu, and no one dared to say that he was the first. If Hyuga Imoku could get her recognition, it would be considered a perfect graduation. Hyuga Lanmo heard what she said violently, and asked, what the hell is the mission? Let's talk about it. There is a city called Wawangcheng on the southern coast of the country of Sichuan. I want you to go there and find a woman named Wu Yuhua to help her do what she wants. As long as you can solve it perfectly, you will be an outstanding one. The medical ninja. I don't care if I'm not a good performer, but I took this task. As for the commission Mr. You received, half of me will do. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo smiled and stretched out his finger. This. Tsunade instantly covered his chest, his face flushed. How did you know that I received money from someone else? This is just an assessment, and it has nothing to do with money. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. Tsunade didn't go out to gamble for half a year to teach her medical skills. She finally graduated. She got free. Can she not go out to play a few? But it takes money to play. At this time, earning some commissions as a bet was in her plan, so when she said that she would complete the task, Hyuga Lanmo had already guessed it. Advertisement. Really confiscated the money. Hyuga Lanmo took 2 steps forward, staring at Tsunade closely even though her dark blue eyes were out of focus. Tsunade's gesture of covering her chest became harder and harder. Today, some parts of her are a little bigger than usual. It seems that those commissions are hidden in special parts. Okay, I will accept it when I receive it. I won't share it with you. I wish Mr. Victory. Every bet will win. Rest assured, I will complete the task successfully. Goodbye. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo straightened the backpack on his shoulders, waved to Tsunade and Silent, and left the town. Silent saw this scene with a look of dismay, and Tsunade sighed slightly while holding his chest. Smelly boy, I can't hide anything from him. But I am finally liberated. Small bet, big bet. Mute wanted to persuade her, but she was stopped by her hand. Don't say it, and finally Lanmo gave me good luck, blessing me every gamble. I will win. Don't break my blessing, and go away. Find a place to go. Wawang City is adjacent to the southern part of the Kingdom of Sichuan, the western part of the Kingdom of Wind, and the north shore of the sea. Here, there are many mountains and waters, and the sky is blue and the sea is wide. Middle. In the outskirts of the city, Hyuga Lanmo stood on a high mountain, looking at the 2 teams of men and horses stationed on the banks of the valley below. There was a difference in his heart. He rested here for an hour, and there were 5 or 6 teams of ninja men passing here and heading to Wu Wandering City. And now, the 2 people below have already quarreled. Among them, the 3-person group of Sandy Hidden Village ninjas looked at the opposite side of the Yinyan Village trio and shouted, how is it possible? How could Wu City Lord Wu do it? This kind of thing. Obviously she entrusted us with the task of Cheyenne Village, how can she entrust other ninja villages? If you don't believe me, just go to the city and ask. You came from the country of the wind. It's not surprising that you didn't meet the ninjas from other ninja villages on the road. Ninjas have seen them, and we have inquired on the road. They actually perform the same tasks as us, protecting the safety of Wuwang City. Besides, many people already know about this, and we don't need to hide it. Yenian Village, a ninja spoke. Another companion also said, do we need to lie to you? It's because this matter is a little bit strange, so we shared with you what we know. If you don't believe it, you can go to the city to investigate. Why bother to follow? We are noisy. Chapter 124. When the three ninjas in Cheyenne Village heard this, they turned around and left. Since the answers are all in the city, there is no need for them to waste their tongues here with other ninjas in Ninja Village. Here, the Cheyenne Village trio hurriedly left the resting place, while the Yenian Village trio didn't panic. Compared to the Wind Country, the Earth Country is indeed far away from Wuwang City. I've been on the road for several days in a row, this is about to enter the city, they need to correct it. Hyuga Lanmo lamented Wu Yu's generous spending. You must know that hiring so many ninjas to Wuwangcheng is not a small amount of money. He turned and left the top of the mountain, and when he appeared again, he had already reached the gate of the city. Wuwangcheng. 3 huge amounts of traditional Huxia characters appeared on the tower. The city was foggy and white, and the air was filled with the fragrance of a certain flower. Standing at the gate of the city, looking inward, I don't know if it's because of the obstruction of the fog or something else. No one saw it. Looking inside in broad daylight, there is a strange feeling. Although Hyuga Lanmo is not very old, he has traveled north and south in the past 2 years and has been to many cities, but it is the first time he has encountered a place like this city of Wuwang. On the way, in the same direction, you can still see several waves of ninjas, but at this time, when they reach the gate of the city, they are clean. Just as Hyuga Ramo was wondering, a sound of bells, galloped from far to near. Soon, a snow-white Jiaozi appeared in sight. The bells with 4 falling corners of Jiaozi made a crisp sound along with Jiaozi's bumps, and in a blink of an eye they arrived at the city gate. The costumes of the 4 people carrying the sedan chair are very strange. They are all dressed in black robes, with long sleeves covering their fingers, long purple hair rippling in the wind, and each of them wearing a ghost mask on their faces, hideous and terrifying. And the expression of that ghost mask was still smiling. There was a loud cry from Jiaozi, and the voice was low and heavy, as if suppressed. If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear it at all. Hyuga Lanmo was curious when he saw this scene. Transferring from another space, when he appeared again, he had already appeared in Jiaozi. Although he was still a child, there was suddenly one more person in Jiaozi, and the 4 bearers did not even doubt, and continued to carry the palanquin and gallop into the dense fog of the city. In the sedan chair, a little girl with a beautiful appearance was looking up at the boy hanging above Jiaozi for an instant. The two of them faced each other with surprised expressions in each other's eyes. Advertisement. Shish. Hyuga Lanmo made a silent gesture to her, motioning her not to say anything. The other party nodded with wide eyes, very cooperative. The female doll was beautiful and feminine, her eyes seemed to be able to speak, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. At the moment, she had forgotten to cry and moved aside. Hyuga Lanmo turned over and landed beside her. His dark blue eyes without focus looked at her in a daze. After a long time, he asked in a low voice, "Why are you crying?" The girl pointed to her throat and lowered her head shyly. Turned out to be a dumb. At this moment, Hyuga Amo was even more shocked than when he was born that he found out that he was blind. Who are they? Are you wronged? They all said they were deaf and mute, but it was obvious that she could hear them. The girl was gentle, picked up his hand, and just about to write, she found that this white Jiaozi had reached the edge of the cliff and stopped. She shook her head vigorously at him, pointed her finger outside, with a worried expression on her face. Hyuga Lanmo dodged and hid in a different space. The girl was led by 4 masked men into the cave next to the cliff, crawled up the elevator, and when she came to the castle, she was sent to a room. Hyuga Lanmo secretly followed, moved from another space again, and appeared in the girl's boudoir. The room was huge, graceful and luxurious, and the items used in it were endless and luxurious. It's just that iron fences are installed on the windows here, and there are heavy guards outside the door. It seems that this female doll is obviously under house arrest. She seemed to have been waiting for him. As soon as he appeared, she dragged him into the dressing room on the side. She made a sound in her throat, then waved her hand. So. She took out the paper and began to write. Advertisement. Through the text, Hyuga Lanmo knew that this woman turned out to be Wu Yuhua's only daughter, file-size sister of Wuwangcheng, who had just been picked up from a different place. Since your mother brought you back, why are you crying? Hyuga Lanmo asked strangely. The woman was silent. She sat on the ground, wearing a beautiful dress, like a rag doll. Suddenly, her eyes widened, as if thinking of something, she reached out and took out a scroll in the corner of the bottom cabinet on one side, and put it in his hand. It's not important, help me, save people. She took a lot of effort to say these words, and her entire face was blushing because of the words. Hyuga Lanmo frowned and said, "You are not born dumb, you are forbidden, you open your mouth and let me see." Sure enough, there was a curse in the female doll's voice. I'll help you solve the curse. Although he hasn't seen this kind of curse, as long as he gives him time, he will definitely be able to solve it. But she didn't want the woman to hear this, her eyes widened in fright, she constantly shook her head, and then she quickly wrote on the paper. I can't understand it. If you understand that person, you will know it. Many people will die. Hyuga Lanmo's face was solemn, and he asked, who was she? This time, the woman said nothing, and the pen in her hand didn't write anymore. She just put the scroll in his hand solemnly again, and then said 2 words, save people. There was no movement. No matter what Hyuga Lanmo asked, she refused to speak. He wanted to take her away. She also refused to accept it. She also pushed him to make him leave quickly. In desperation, he had to leave the castle of the city owner temporarily. Wuwang City, built on the hillside, sits on a cliff facing west and east. It is the place where the city lord Wu Yuhua lives. The castle is majestic and majestic. Beneath the cliff, it extends out in 3 directions, southeast and north, and it is the residence of the people in the city. The city is surrounded by walls. There is only one entrance to the city, which is the east gate. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo is sitting by the sea outside the city. On the reef, looking at the secret scroll in his hand. This is a secret map of Wuwang City. It contains not only detailed illustrations of the streets and alleys of Wuwang City, but also detailed pictures of Wu Yu Flower Castle, and also marked the topography of the city's tunnels and underground palaces. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the complexity of the dungeon and sighed inwardly. Wuwang City was more majestic and mysterious than he had imagined. Chapter 125. Such a city of the same size as the underground city and the aboveground city, in the entire ninja world, I am afraid that there is no second one, right? On the top of the secret scroll, a beautiful line read, look for Lord Bu, rescue the people in the city, secret, be careful. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. Who is Lord Bu? What happened to the people in the city, and why do they need to be rescued? And Wu Yuhua's daughter saving the people in the city, is it related to the city lord's large-scale commission of ninjas to Wuwang City? There are more and more mysteries, and Wuwang City is really a strange place. Approaching the evening, entering the city again, the city is still surprisingly quiet, occasionally a few people pass by the street, but also in a hurry. Hyuga Lanmo came up to talk several times, but they have hurriedly avoided it, as if he was heinous. The bad guys in general. Since the search for Lord Bu needs to be carried out in secret, he naturally can't scream indiscriminately on the street. Just come to the city, let's check the situation first. This little brother, did you come to Wuwangcheng to perform the task? Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of Hyuga Lanmo. He nodded slightly. Yes, you are. The old man is also a medical ninja, named Shenong. Please, where is the reporting place, let's be together. The other party stretched out his hand, pointed at the end of the mist, and said. Shenong, one of the few medical ninja masters acknowledged by Orochimaru, the head of the shinobu, an ambitious villain who uses all means to achieve his goals. Was it a coincidence or another reason to meet him here? Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were deep, nodded, and walked with him towards the end of the main street. At the entrance of the cliff, 2 teams are registering, one team is protection ninjas from all over, the other team is medical ninjas. Soon, Hyuga Lanmo handed in a power of attorney, and then walked inside with a few medical ninjas. Most of these medical ninjas wear protective foreheads and can see where they come from. Only a few of them are casual medical practitioners without any signs. Advertisement. Young man, are you also a medical ninja? Shenong, who was standing in front of him, asked again. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Not all. Of these people, you are the youngest. You are a young talent. The corners of the other's mouth curled up, and the whole person looked amiable. Shenong, look, it's teacher Shenong. Suddenly, some of the people walking in together yelled, and everyone else turned their eyes around. Not only that, but some people bowed their heads to the old man in front of him and saluted. Teacher Shenong, I've been admiring my name for a long time, but I didn't expect you to come too. Wuwangcheng. Yes, let's work hard together. Shenong was particularly polite. It seems that this time the city lord Wu Yuhua's doctor is not teacher Shenong. If we want to come this time, we are gone for nothing. That's right, our medical skills are less than half that of teacher Shenong. A few casual medical practitioners shook their heads slightly. Although they were also entrusted to Wuwangcheng, the other party paid a deposit, and the other party had clearly stated in the letter of entrustment that only a few medical ninjas will be used this time, and they will be selected according to their results. Admission. As long as the admission, the consultation fee will never be disadvantaged. Therefore, they came here with the attitude of giving it a try, just to try whether they could pass the selection. Unexpectedly, at this time they met Mr. Shenong, a famous medical god among the Sancho medical ninjas. Because of the comparison and praise of these people, in an instant, the cave became lively. Don't be discouraged. Don't try to find out. Besides, I'm just a casual medical practitioner. Maybe I can't. After all, there are so many talented people here. All major ninja villages have sent medical ninjas. In contrast, we these Sanrin will not be able to be on the table. On the surface, Shenong's face is kind and his manner of speaking is also humble and polite, but his words are instigating discord. Sure enough, someone was fooled, and one of the casual practitioners yelled, the ninja village is amazing. I don't believe it. The city lord Wu Yu hasn't looked for them before. If they can solve the troubles of the city lord won't either. Post a commission post, let us come here to participate in the selection. If they can get ahead, it will be our turn. Originally, I saw that teacher Shenong wanted to withdraw from the selection. Now it seems that since I am here, I can't. Retreat. You can't let the people of the 5 ninja villages look down. What the person said was agitated and surging, and other Sanrin also followed, and not only that, even Sanrin who was protecting the ninja team from the other side clapped his hands and applauded. Little brother, you are also a casual medical practitioner. We twisted into a rope and selected carefully. This time we must compare the so-called 5 ninja villages. Suddenly, the talking eldest brother turned and looked to the side Hyuga Lan Inc. Advertisement. For a while, everyone's eyes fell on Hyuga Lanmo, the shortest and youngest in the team. Ha ha. Hyuga Lanmo smiled awkwardly. He didn't do anything. Why did these people focus their attention on him? They had a festival with the 5 ninja villages. What does it have to do with him? Compared with the so-called level of medical skills, at the moment, he is more concerned about this strange Wuwang city. Here Hyuga Lanmo is trying to avoid this meaningless verbal torture, and teacher Metkai over there has already yelled, Hyuga Lanmo, I didn't expect to see you here. Brat, I haven't seen him in more than a year, where did you go? With that, Mr. Matkai rushed over and hugged him in his arms. At the same time, Kakashi and Midori Idzuki also came over. Kakashi just glanced at him dully and said nothing, while Midori Idzuki looked at him curiously. Some time ago, she went to the hospital to check the curse imprints. I heard that the doctors in the hospital said that it was hit by the curse mark of Dashawan, and it disappeared after being absorbed by the body. It was the first time she heard that someone could absorb the curse mark of the Osh pill in such a long time. It was a miracle. Let's say, what are you doing here? Why are you in the medical ninja column? Metkei looked around and asked. I'm here instead of Mr. Tsunade. Hyuga Lanmo replied briefly. Metkei laughed, patted him on the shoulder, nodded heavily, then looked at the crowd, and said again, then you have to behave well and don't shame Konoha's reputation as the strongest healer. After speaking, he winked at him slyly, then turned and returned to his line. And Hyuga Lanmo continued to stay in the ranks of medical ninjas. A word from Metkei once again brought everyone's eyes to him, and the medical ninjas of the big ninja villages couldn't help but laugh. A medical ninja in Union Village sarcastically said, have you seen? Some people are born in the top 5 ninja villages even if they don't wear a forehead guard, and you can't get on the table at all. Sanran is Sanran. Chapter 126. As soon as this remark came out, there was a commotion at the scene. What did you say? You say it again. Here, the medical ninja queue immediately became a mess, and it felt like a fight. Hyuga Lanmo wanted to quit, but was caught again. You said, are you Sanin or Konoha's medical ninja, you say. Even if he knew Konoha's people, he might not be Konoha's people. He's from Konoha. Have you ever heard of Tsunade? One of Konoha's 3 ninjas. He is very strong in medical ninjutsu. Hyuga Lanmo wailed in his heart. He was only 8 or 9 years old, standing among a group of people, being pulled around by them, screaming, and it took a long time to calm down, and they finally let him go. In the end, the people of the 2 factions did not fight because the staff came to ask them to go to the elevator. And this time, these people are also divided into 2 factions, a group of ninjas, together with the medical ninjas from the 5 ninja villages. In contrast, there are a lot fewer medical ninjas from the 5 ninja villages. For example, Konoha did not send medical ninjas at all. Come over. If he counts as 1, there are only 5 people. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo is the smallest healer among the group of people, but he has become an independent faction. Sanin does not cut him, and the 5 major ninja villages are in their own hands and do not associate with him. And he finally got no one to care about, and he was clean a lot. On the elevator, these people came to the castle on the cliff. These medical ninjas have to wait a while before they can enter the hall, and the protection ninjas from everywhere have already gone in to meet the city lord Wu Yuhua. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo also heard some news. The reason why the city lord Wu Yuhua invited so many ninjas to come to Wuwang City is because there were sea monsters in the city, and many people died. When the Kraken appeared, he could catch the evildoer with the power of everyone, and there was no stability in Wangchang. Everyone talked in whispers and praised Wu Yu for taking good care of the people and being a rare and good city lord. Advertisement. As for the stay of these medical ninjas, they must pass selection, and only those who meet the requirements of the lord can stay. Hyuga Lanmo looked around. Everyone was whispering and speculating about this selection, and the teacher Shenong was standing aside, just like him, observing the expressions of people everywhere. Teacher Shenong, this time we San Ninjamen are here, it's up to you. You must defeat the medical ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages. Let them see, we are San Ninja and also talented. Well, we have been bullied all these years. Don't worry, I will work hard. Finally, the ninjas walked out of the inner hall, and the guards also came to invite these medical ninjas into the lobby. In the living room of the lobby, on the center seat, a woman sits above the main seat, about 20 years old, with long purple hair and a graceful figure. She leaned back lazily on the seat, looking a little tired. Look like. The rich fragrance drifted away, exactly the same as the smell of floating in the city. Someone couldn't stand the smell and coughed softly. Welcome everyone to Wuwang City. I am Wu Yuhua, the lord of the city. The conditions you left are very simple. In the next 3 days, you will complete the medical assessment I explained. As long as you pass, you will stay. The commission is doubled. Those who are unqualified, go home. I also met today. It's not too early. Tomorrow morning everyone will come to the castle to compete. Okay, let's go down. Wu Yuhua raised her eyelids tiredly and looked at the 30-odd people at the scene. After speaking, she waved her hand and stood up. The female guard next to her stepped forward to hold her body and left the hall. After everyone went down the cliff, they searched for a place to live in the city. Some people mumbled that Wu Yu didn't even keep these medical ninjas to live in, it was really stingy. Although they don't care about food and accommodation, these people are still very satisfied. After all, Wu Yu spends a lot of commission. It's just that it's getting late now, the city gate has already been closed, there are barriers to protect the city, and there are ninjas and guards patrolling. It is no longer possible to get out of the city. At the moment, a crowd of people were standing on the street, deserted, and no store was open. Eldest sister, I pay, don't you have a place to live in such a big house? Can't I pay for it? Double. Someone touched the nail and continued to pat the roadside door without admitting defeat. Advertisement. But after the people in this door opened the door once and saw the people in front of them, they refused to open the door alive. What's the matter? The people in Wawangchung are really weird. We have become bad guys. We are medical ninjas who save lives and heal the wounded. How can we hurt them? Hyuga Lanmo followed everyone behind. Seeing this, Jing's brows wrinkled tightly. The crowd couldn't find a place to live, and the soldiers who patrolled the night pointed out the road to Yaohai Tower in the west of the city, but the soldiers said that it was not very safe there. This Wawang city is very weird. During the day, there is a thick mist and a compelling fragrance. There is a curfew at night. No one is allowed to wander the streets, except for soldiers and ninjas who perform special tasks. No one is allowed to sleep on the streets. Helplessly, more than 30 people, escorted by the night patrol soldiers, came to Yaohai Tower. The owner is an elderly man with thinning hair and drooping eyelids. When they saw everyone, they began to urge, hurry up and go to bed, the curfew has begun. Hurry up, it's time to turn off the lights. After that, everyone stayed, but because there were not enough rooms, almost all 4 people squeezed into one room. Hyuga Lanmo lay on the bed, closed his eyes slightly, a strong fragrance wafting out, his brows frowned, and he rubbed his nose. Soon, the other 3 people in the room were asleep. Only him, although his eyes were closed, was not sleepy at all. He tried to use perception techniques to perceive the entire city. However, because of the relationship between the dense fog and the barrier, his perception skills can only sense a range of several tens of meters in the vicinity. The curfew has begun and everyone is asleep, but he is not at all sleepy. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows, a few oily yellow street lamps flicker under the thick fog, and a few dark shadows appear on the street. They wore long black robes with black and white ghost masks on their faces, and the ghosts on the masks were grinning grimly. With the light and darkness of the street lights, they walked without heels under their feet, and they were fast. Soon, 3 of them appeared outside the Yaohai building, then entered the shop and walked along the stairs to the 2nd floor. Feeling this scene, Hyuga Lanmo sat up with a loud noise. He turned around and looked at the 3 people in the same room. He got out of bed and reached out to touch the man in the nearest bed. He slept deeply, as if roar was sucking in. Nothing in general. Not only he was like this, but everyone in the shop was like this, and there was no movement at all. Chapter 127. The ghost face is the same kind of people as the 4 people carrying by Jiaozi in the daytime. Why do they appear here? Hyuga Lanmo saw that the other people in the same room were asleep, and he lay down too. At the moment, the whole Yaohai Tower was quiet, only a certain water pipe made a ticking sound. The 3 ghost-faced men had already arrived on the corridor, each of them chose a room and opened the door to enter. One of them chose the room where Hyuga Lanmo was. The ghost-faced man stopped at the door, stretched out his hand to twist the doorknob, and walked in. The 4 beds were distributed in the 4 corners of the room. He walked silently, came to one person, looked down at the person's face, looked at it for a while, then floated in front of the other person, and looked down again. The man's face. What are they going to do? Hyuga Blue Mo held Roar's breath, her fingers tightened slightly. The ghost-faced man walked over and came to Hyuga Lanmo, looking down at him. The ghost-faced man's long purple hair fell on his face, which felt very strange. Suddenly the ghost-faced person stopped moving, just staring at Hyuga Blue Mo, as if frozen. This picture is a bit scary. Hyuga Lanmo wanted to stand up and pinch the monster to death, but curiosity urged him to lie down and didn't move. He wanted to see, what do these people, ghosts and ghosts, want to do? As time passed, there was the sound of swallowing in the air, and the smell of blood slowly permeated. The ghost-face man in front of him was like a beast guarding his prey, standing beside Hyuga Lanmo's forehead, staring at him on the bed with his head down. Suddenly, the door opened again, and a woman appeared in the room. With her long hair floating and wearing a strange fragrance, she walked up to the ghost-face man, followed his gaze and looked down at Hyuga Lanmo on the bed. Is it the city lord Wu Yu Flower? How could she appear here? What does she want to do? Wu Yuhua asked in a low voice, a child, are you sure? Advertisement. The ghost Mianran didn't speak, but backed away. Is it the most chakra? Try it and you'll know. As he said, Wu Yuhua stretched out her finger and stroked Hyuga Lanmo's cheek, muttering softly at the corner of her mouth. It looks good, but it's a pity that you are a little younger. She slowly lowered her head, pouting her mouth, and wanted to kiss it. Hyuga Lanmo's mind reflected this picture, and she was extremely surprised. Could it be a ghoul kissing? The idea is fleeting. The woman's kiss was about to fall. He just reached out to stop him. He heard a scream from outside, and then stood in front of Hyuga Lanmo Wu Yu and the ghost-face man without hesitation, a vertical leap, and he walked from the window. Jumped out. Hyuga Lanmo got up and chased after him, but the night was sky, dense fog filled, where there were ghost faces and Wu Yu flowers, even his perception skills couldn't feel them. He looked at the deserted street, and suddenly his back felt cold. No, I have to go back quickly. He hurried back to the room from the same way, and walked out of the room again. At the moment, the doors of all the rooms in the corridor on the second floor were open, and 2 of the rooms were crowded with people. When Hyuga Lanmo heard the word, human skin, he quickly walked a few steps, and when he came to the door of the room, he saw a scene of horror. On the ground next to a bed in the room, a human skin fell on the ground, all internal organs and bodies disappeared, and even no bones were left. The human skin was covered with Union Village's forehead, obviously, it was Yun. The ninja sent by the hidden village to perform the task. After understanding, I realized that not all ninjas went on patrol tonight, but took turns. Some ninjas stayed at the Yaohai Hotel to rest. This ninja in Union Village was one of the people who remained. Looking at the other room, it was the same situation as here, the dead ninja was also lying on the bed with a human skin, very disgusting. Of the 3 ghost-faced people, 2 of them chose these 2 rooms, so the one who reached out and skinned the human. Wu Yu flower. This affirmative answer made Hyuga Lanmo's back cold. If it weren't for the scream just now, what would she do to herself? Will he become the 3rd victim? More and more questions appeared in his mind. What's the matter? Oops, I'm going to be a monster again, I'm done, don't look at it, and scattered. Why are they all gathered here? This is the sea monster, who died in the sea monster this year in Wuwang City. Are there still few people in your hands? Nothing unusual, they dispersed quickly. Xiao Chen, inform the people in the city lord's guard to come here and take the corpse away. Advertisement. Compared to everyone's panic, the boss of Yaohailu looked calm. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, whispering, how could this be? No wonder the city master invited so many ninjas, it turns out that the situation is much worse than we thought. No, I'm afraid. I'm just a healer. I don't know how to do ninjutsu. I have to leave now, boss, I want to check out. Check out. When the shop owner heard this, he turned around to see that the coldness of his body and his eyes were hidden under his loose eyelids, making it impossible to see the expression in his eyes. He laughed. It's impossible to check out. You can't leave if you want to. It's curfew time. Before dawn, the city gates are not open and the city is covered by barriers. It's not that easy to get out. Don't worry, you will be able to leave after you ask the city lord for your exit permit tomorrow. After speaking, the old shopkeeper sneered and turned and walked to the other side of the corridor. The crowd dispersed, but did not go back to their room, but stood in the corridor and reasoned and guessed. Hyuga Lanmo squeezed through the crowd and entered the room, squatting down, checking the body. Little guy, aren't you scared? A ninja from the Hidden Mist village was also checking the scene and asked. Hyuga Lanmo did not speak, but looked at the corpse earnestly. The other party cut through the decedent's back with a sharp weapon, and then pulled the man's body out from the entire back. At the same time, the man's fleshy wounds showed no blood at all. The snow-white skin proved that he was peeled after being drained of blood. Hyuga Lanmo retracted his gaze when he saw this scene, but unfortunately, this man's brain was gone. Otherwise, some clues could be found as evidence if he hadn't used a certain method. And my own words, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Hyuga Lanmo took a closer look, and suddenly discovered that there was a lipstick mark on decedent's neck, and inside the lipstick mark, there was a row of tooth marks. At first glance, this tooth mark is a human mouth, and on top of the tooth mark, there is a purple-red patch. It is obvious that someone has sucked this person's blood by biting the opponent's neck. Could it be that this person was not skinned by meat, but was eaten? He didn't remember the cannibalistic part of ghoul kissing. Wu Yu flower is not the no wind in the later period. The 2 people have very different styles. However, the point of obtaining ninjutsu and chakra through kisses has not changed. Chapter 128. Hyuga Lanmo was strange in his heart, but it was a pity that all his senses were staring at his ghost-faced man, and he didn't pay attention to the situation in other rooms. If not, he would know the process of Wu Yuhua's crime. However, if this matter is not announced to the public tonight, I am afraid it will be more difficult in the future. All the signs have shown that Wu Yuhua is the murderer, and why did she direct and act in such an awe-inspiring drama? What is the purpose of spending a lot of money to bring so many ninjas and medical ninjas to Wangchang? Will it affect the later investigation? These Hyuga Lanmo must think carefully. I've said it several times. The curfew is curfew. Everyone should go back to their rooms. The bodies will be taken away after a while. I don't know how many people will die this year. It's strange for you outsiders. All of us in Wangchang, I'm used to it. Go back to the house and sleep. Once again, there was a call from the old shopkeeper of Yaohai Tower outside. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he said loudly, can you get used to things like dead man? Everyone, I know who the murderer is. The people who were going to leave once again blocked the door of the room where the crime was committed. Who is it? Isn't it a sea monster? Definitely not. Everyone has actually seen this person. Who? You mean, who? City Lord of Wuwang City, Wu Yu Flower. Hyuga Lanmo said stubbornly. He can't think too much, maybe breaking the routine and disrupting Wu Yuhua's plan can make her show her feet faster. When everyone heard this, they didn't believe it, and some even said coldly, aren't you talking nonsense? If the Lord wants to kill, why would you ask ninjas to protect the people? Just kill a few every day. If it's a murderer, bring a group of ninjas over, isn't it asking for trouble? Quote. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo knew that he was impulsive, and he couldn't justify it. Although I don't know what the purpose of the city lord recruiting so many ninjas and medical ninjas to Wangchang. But I am sure that she is the one who killed and skinned people tonight, because I have evidence. On the corridor, the owner of the shop was going to get angry again, but when he heard this, he shut up. His inverted triangle eyes looked at Hyuga Lanmo in the room through the gap, with sulky gazes in his eyes. Shenong was also among the crowd. Hearing this, he sneered. What evidence do you have? Look, everyone, what is this? Hyuga Lanmo lifted the tweezers in his hand, and then pulled a piece of hair off the head of his body. Hair, what's weird? Shenong asked in a low voice with deep eyes. Others also followed suit, as if this could not be used as evidence. Look carefully, this hair is purple, and the length of this hair is exactly the same as Wuyu Flower City Lord, so she has been to this room. As he said, Hyuga Lanmo looked inside the room. It's a pity that too many people have come to this room since death, and some of the scattered evidence has been destroyed. It is this hair that he discovered after careful observation. A hair can't be used as evidence at all. There are so many people in the city, and the inn is also crowded. There are also women among the ninjas. Who can be sure that this hair belongs to the city lord? Shenong spoke again, with long hatred in his eyes. Yo-yo, if he can't wait to plug Hyuga Lanmo's mouth now. In this city, how many ordinary people have we met? Among female ninjas, who has purple hair and is still so long? And the color of this lipstick, which is obviously the same as when we saw the lord in the castle in the daytime. Agree, there is this tooth mark, maybe it's exactly the same as the city lord. Wuyu Flower, deceive us, absolutely have no purpose. Hyuga Lanmo knew that he was a little impulsive, but if the corpse was removed and wanted to find evidence to prove Wuyu Hua tomorrow, it would be even more difficult. Oh, you're arrogant, go to bed. Shenong turned around and pushed the crowd away, then sighed as he shook his head. Who is this? Nonsense. It's very rude to want to frame up with just one hair. The others also shook their heads, feeling that the evidence was too far-fetched, and turned and left the scene. Only two ninjas stayed and kept checking the corpses, reconsidering Hyuga Lanmo's words. Afterwards, the guards from the city came to Yaohai Tower and took the corpse away. Everyone continued to stand in the corridor. The store urged everyone to go back to the house and rest. After rearranging the room, the people returned to the house in anguish. Advertisement. There was no sleep for one night, and the selection on the second day was held in the castle on the cliff. All the medical ninjas were present. Even the few people who were clamoring in the morning and wanted to leave the city were also in the queue. Sure enough, as the boss of Yaohelu said, no one can get out of the city now. Wu Yu looked a lot better today. She was sitting on a high seat with clear eyes, looking around, and there were two female guards standing beside her. She cleared her throat and said, everyone, what happened in the city last night, I think you have heard about it. Those overseas evildoers are really deceiving people too much. My Wangcheng is a three-regardless zone, the name of the country of Sichuan. On the grounds that I am at the border of the Kingdom of Wind, I will not give any military support. As for the country of Wind, because we are bordering on the land of the country of Sichuan, we don't care about it, but it's okay. I don't have money in the city. I can ask for protection by myself. This is why I entrust protection tasks everywhere. Everyone, today I invite all medical ninjas to come to Wuwang City. I just hope that everyone will help me eradicate evil spirits and give me peace to the people of Wuwang City. With that said, Wu Yuhua reached out and patted her hands. People on both sides carried 5 human skin corpses. 2 of them were the people who died in Yaohai Tower last night. At this time, Wu Yu's eyes fell on Hyuga Lanmo's body intentionally or unintentionally. Last night, this kid announced her murder to the public. Today she let him die. Everyone, please show your magical powers. Today, if anyone can find the killer of these people, they can directly advance to the ranks. If someone infers the cause of death, they can directly enter the ultimate competition, please. After speaking, Wu Yu Flower leaned on the seat with a shrewd look in his eyes. Everyone came forward, looked at the 5 human skin corpses in front of them, and examined them carefully. The situation of the 5 human skin corpses was the same. Hyuga Lanmo already knew the answer, so he didn't need to check the corpses at all. He stood aside, looking at the Wu Yu Flower above the high position with playful eyes. That kind of fearless expression made the woman above the high position depressed. She snorted in her heart and suddenly laughed. Then she stretched out her tongue, licked her lips, hooked her finger at him, and motioned to him. Passed. Chapter 129. Hyuga Lanmo was not afraid, stepped up the steps, came to her, and asked, the city lord still wants a ghoul to kiss. The smile on Wu Yu's face froze, and he whispered in a voice that only 2 people could hear. Boy, you are so courageous, you dare to correct me with a single hair. Today I will let you taste the feeling of being betrayed by the crowd. Suddenly Hyuga Lanmo backed away, his face was horrified, his face was extremely exaggerated, and his fingers were holding his heart. Said loudly, City Lord, are you threatening me? Oh, I can't live this day. The City Lord threatened me, saying that I framed her, and he would cramp me tonight, skin me and let me try to taste the feeling of being killed by the vampire. Oh, what should I do? The City Lord has already admitted to the murder. You are talking nonsense. Wu Yu slapped his seat and stood up, trembling with his fingers. Looking at the boy in front of him, he almost didn't come up in a breath. For a long time, she stabilized after receiving Shenong's warning gaze. Don't listen to his nonsense, I just asked where he went after the curfew last night. As a result, he couldn't answer, so she would frame me in transit. Quote. As the lord of the city, I have the right to investigate when I encounter suspicious people. Wu Yuhua regained his noble, elegant and kind appearance in a flash. Shenong heard this and took the lead. The city lord said that when we were in the corridor yesterday, we did not see Hyuga Lanmo in the room. At the same time, I also asked the three of them in the same room. They can do it too. Testify. The other three were named and nodded. Yes, when the three of us woke up, he was not in the room. When everyone else heard this, their faces were shocked. Everyone looked at Hyuga Lanmo with strange eyes, as if he were the unblinking sea monster. Coupled with a few brainless fans who were bent on Shenong, they asked, "Where did you go last night? Did you have something to do with the dead person? You even framed the city lord and said it, even if it's anything. It's impossible for people to be the lord of the city, maybe it's you. Yeah, where did you go last night? The boss of Yaohai Tower saw you jump into the room from the window. Could it be that you killed someone and wanted to escape, and found that I had arranged many ninjas and couldn't leave? You can only return to the scene of the crime to cover up your crime. Are you too cunning?" Wu Yu smiled triumphantly on his face. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, his brow furrowed, his eyes coldly looked at the Wu Yu flower on the high seat, and he said, "Old stuff, have you forgotten? You came to my room in Yaohai Tower last night, seeing that everyone else was asleep. I bowed my head and wanted to kiss me. I couldn't do it, but you wanted the overlord to put on a bow and forcibly took me away. Fortunately, I was brave and wit and escaped from your clutches. Otherwise, my innocence will be ruined in your hands. Why are you pretending to be confused now?" Advertisement. When Wu Yuhua heard this, her expression gradually became tense. How could he know his secret? With her long hair fluttering in the wind, she clenched her fingers, and looked at Hyuga Lanmo tightly. She didn't expect her old bottom to be exposed by the child. Indeed, if she does not suck human blood for a day, she will become a 90-year-old lady. Therefore, she did all the human skin murders in this city, but, at the moment, even if she admits it, others will not believe it. And she planned for so long that she must not be destroyed in the hands of a little boy. Furthermore, everyone, if you want to know if the city lord is a murderer, you just need to compare whether the tooth print on the corpse is consistent with the city lord's tooth print, Shenong said again. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Yes, no one in this world has the same tooth marks. This can be used as evidence. When Wu Yuhua heard this, she walked down from the top, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, staring at Hyuga Lanmo sternly. The scent around her was too strong, as if it was covering up some smell. When she came to the crowd, she opened her mouth. Look at it, it's me or him. Shenong said again, little brother, do you also open your mouth? You don't dare to open your mouth. It's a bit too much to deny at this time. Someone looked at him dissatisfied, and his mouth was full of ironic words. What can I not dare? Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly and opened his mouth. His gaze fell on the tooth marks on the corpse, and turned to Wu Yu Flower. It was obvious that the tooth marks were very consistent with her teeth. But the people at the scene took a breath, and Shenong said again, Hinata Lanmo, you are a murderer, and your tooth marks are the same as those on the corpse. Hyuga Lanmo looked surprised. Seeing this scene, I felt strange. It's obviously Wu Yu Flower. Advertisement. The rich fragrance hovered in the air. Hyuga Lanmo suddenly understood. Illusion. They are not invaded by poisons, so naturally they will not be poisoned, and these people have been controlled by the fragrance of humans since they slept so hard last night. The evidence is so obvious that the tooth marks match the teeth of Wu Yu Flower. They even opened their eyes to speak nonsense, which proves that they are all poisoned by the fragrance and have phantoms. Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand, and the wind appeared, blowing away the smell on the lobby. The aroma disappeared, a smell of carrion permeated, and there was a smell of corruption in the entire castle. At the moment, the guards all around rushed up and surrounded him. The medical ninja at the scene was also awake for a moment, but both of them had already shut their mouths, and they could no longer compare the tooth marks on the corpse. Hinata Lanmo, what else do you have to say? You are the sea monster who kills people without blinking. Kill him and avenge decedent. Someone shouted loudly. Look carefully, is this tooth mark the same as mine? Hyuga Lanmo opened his mouth again and exclaimed angrily. Everyone looked at it again. This time it was different again. No, wasn't it the same just now? What's the matter? Many people started rubbing their eyes, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Shenong saw this scene and shouted, it must be his illusion. After saying this, Wu Yu said, everyone will be promoted and taken to the backyard. Don't worry, I will let people capture this murderer, and break him into pieces, and give everyone an explanation. After speaking, she waved her hand, and someone on both sides stepped forward, leading many medical ninjas back. Everyone is wondering, what just happened? This kind of situation happened too suddenly, and there was chaos above the lobby. Before they had time to think about it, they were taken down. Chapter 130. The entire lobby was quiet, only Wu Yu and Hyuga Lanmo were left on the scene, as well as the guards surrounding him. Today, you can't leave. Wu Yu sneered, and the guard rushed up. But where these people were Hyuga Lanmo's opponents, Bing Dun Bing spikes appeared, his body did not move, a dozen guards were stabbed into quill by the Bing spikes, and he was killed on the spot. And Wu Yu, who was sitting in a high position, looked excited when she saw this scene, blood following the limit. She likes. Wu Yuhua shouted, retreat all, close the door. All the guards retreated, the windows and doors on both sides closed instantly, and the inside of the hall was darkened. Above the high position, Wu made a chuckle, laugh with long hair, as if chewing a bone. Little guy, if you can investigate everything clearly before you speak, maybe I can stay with you for a few more days, but unfortunately you ruined my rule, then I can't let you go. Wu leaned forward and walked away from the stairs, floating up and down. Hyuga Lanmo looked at her coldly, without fear, and asked, "What is your purpose for finding such a ninja to come to Wangcheng?" Wu Yuhua laughed, "Definitely it's a ghoul kissing, I want their chakra and ninjutsu." "Then the medical ninja you just took away, what do you want them to do for you?" "Wu Yuhua, you have a connection with Sora Shinobu, what conspiracy do you have?" Hyuga Lanmo stood there and asked loudly. "Ha ha." Wu Yuhua's laughter hovered in the air. She stretched out her hands, and her fingernails slowly grew longer. Although the whole person was beautiful, but because of her violent eyes, it made people look scared. "Anyway, you are going to die. It's okay to tell you. These ninjas will all become my bargaining chip to threaten the 5 ninja villages, and they will all become my knives. I want to use them. Let them become my most capable ghost warriors." Last night, the ghost warriors smelled that the chakra on you was very powerful, so they stayed in front of you, and today, you can never escape from my palm. Your blood succession boundary will eventually become my ability. After speaking, Wu Yu rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo after taking a sprint. Advertisement. Her long nails were glowing with cold light, her teeth were exposed in a mouth, and her eyes were full of certainty. Seeing her rushing over, Hyuga Lanmo shook her body, stretched out her hand and pulled her hair. She grabbed him backhand, he made a seal with one hand, and Huo Dun appeared, and her hair instantly burned. An extremely harsh scream appeared, as if someone had been burned to death by fire. But in the next second, the body of the ghost whose hair disappeared softened, and the whole person fell to the ground, like a human skin without a body. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo knew why after she had smoked human chakras, she had to pull out human skins and smoke human flesh because she wanted to use them as weapons. On the high platform, another Wu Yu flower appeared on the seat. The smile on her face had disappeared, her eyes were full of resentment. "Come on, kill him." As soon as these words came out, over the lobby, in all directions, more than a dozen ghost skins appeared in the hall, rushing towards Hyuga Lanmo. Although they look different, they have dull eyes and dark purple long hair, which is exactly the same as the Wu Yu flower hair above the high position. The strong fragrance reappeared. Hyuga Lanmo used the technique of shadow duplication to fight this large number of ghosts. The scene was a mess. Bing Dun ice thorns appeared densely from all sides, leaving the ghosts on the scene nowhere to escape. They were pinned to the bodies of many female ghosts. Huge amounts of fire escape burned and sprayed to many ghosts, hissing. The sound resounded through the hall, sharp and piercing. Wu Yu, who was on the high seat, saw this scene and was so frightened that she was nervous. Who is this kid? It was the first time she saw such a huge amount of chakra. There is also her ghostly skin, even if it is an ordinary shinobu, it can't be wiped out all at once. Who is he? Hyuga Lanmo turned around, retreated to the entrance of the hall, turned his hand and Bing Dun pierced past, but when Bing Spur rushed in front of Wu Yu who was on the high seat, a petite figure rushed over and stopped. In front of her. It's that little girl. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo gave up his hand urgently, and the ice thorn fell to the ground, crumbly. The girl stood in front of Wu Yu, shook her head constantly at him. Hyuga Lanmo was slightly stunned. Her heart was cold. Yeah, how could he forgot? Even if this girl looked at him no matter how kind and wronged, it would be a ghost. Daughter. Above the lobby, all the female hair ghosts burned to death, a dozen shadow duplications were cancelled, and Hyuga Lanmo stood opposite the mother and daughter. Wu Yuhua suddenly stretched out her finger and pinched it in front of the little girl. You know, there was a horrified expression on the little girl's face, while Hyuga Lanmo on the opposite side looked indifferent. Since you know each other, then you will kill yourself now. If not, I will kill her. Wu Yu turned to Hyuga Lanmo with a cold expression on her face. The little girl was clasped by her neck. She looked at him with big eyes, as if she had 1,000 words to say. She gently shook her head at him, and her fingers were gently swaying, as if to tell him not to care about her. Leave quickly. Yes, how could Hyuga Lanmo care? There are only two sides, she is her daughter again, how could she kill her? If you want to kill her, with so many opportunities, why should people look at her, shut her up, and serve her with delicious food? Hyuga Lanmo stayed unmoved and walked up step by step. Wu Yu's eyes were flustered. Suddenly, she whispered something in the girl's ear, and the girl waved her hand to him frantically, and tightly protected the person behind her. Wu Yu flower. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo is even more strange, and the doubts in his heart are getting deeper and deeper. He snorted coldly, looked at the Wu Yu flower in front of him, and said, as a mother, I used my daughter to threaten the enemy. You really make me doubt your identity, but since this little sister is pleading for you, I will spare you today. After speaking, he turned and walked out. As soon as he got out of the hall, the guards behind chased him up, and he hurriedly left the cliff. But those people chased him, the guards in the city, the ninja chased him all the way, and intercepted him. Wu Yuhua has issued an announcement to inform the people of the city and the ninjas who protect the ninjas. The murderer who killed 5 ninjas last night was Konoha medical ninja Hyuga Blue Mo. As soon as the incident happened, Kakashi, Metkai and Midori Adzuki drew an emergency team meeting. After consultation and unanimous decision, they withdrew from the mission and quickly returned to Konoha to report the incident to the 3rd generation of Hokage. Chapter 131 Someone appears. As soon as Konoha's people retreated, rumors in the city spread. Some people said Konoha was the sea monster who had been planning to attack Wuwang City. This ring of framing are all the tactics of Wu Yuhua and Shenong. In the castle of Wuwang City, the little girl walked around the room uncomfortably. The door was guarded by the guard. The window was welded with iron bars. There was not even a trusted person by her side. She couldn't say what she wanted to say. No one can understand the depression in my heart. Just as she waited restlessly, Hyuga Lanmo had already appeared. Go ahead, why? The little girl turned her head in surprise and saw that he was sitting on the sofa, eating the cakes on the coffee table in front of him. With a look of excitement, she turned her head and glanced at the door, where she had already used the table in advance, and she was afraid that someone would come in suddenly after he appeared. She came to him, holding a sheet of paper in her hand, which was already covered with black words, which she had prepared in advance, and she was waiting for him to appear. Hyuga Lanmo said, now this Wu Yu flower is not my mother. My biological mother is locked up by her. If she dies, my mother will die too. According to my guess, her goal is the entire Wuwang City. In the past year, many people have died in her hands, and the people in the city know it. I don't know what she is planning, but I know that she will use the lives of the people in the city as a bet. Please find Lord Bu and save the people in the city. After reading these words, the depression in Hyuga Lanmo's heart disappeared. The corners of his mouth were bent, he looked up at the little girl, and asked, are you not her daughter? The other nodded. What is your name? He asked again. The other party wrote with a pen, there are no thousand spirits. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, stood up, and rubbed her hair behind her. Then I know what's going on, please protect yourself. After speaking, he reached out and pulled the paper in her hand, turned around and disappeared. As long as she is not the biological daughter of the enchantress, everything is easy to say. Advertisement. ... The city of Wuwang suddenly became lively. Hyuga Lanmo appeared in the city, jumping up and down, and the ninjas in various ninja villages in the city were chasing after him. Oh my god, the city chief killed someone, she is the murderer, I'm just a child, how can I kill someone? It's wrong, help. Hyuga Lanmo ran, laughing and yelling, occasionally a ninja behind him when he couldn't catch up, he would stop and wait for a while. As a result, this situation occurred in the entire Wuwang city. A 7 or 8-year-old child ran around on the roofs of major buildings, and the ninjas of the major ninja villages behind him were hunting around. The violent cry of the child echoed throughout the city. Oh, it fell down, oh, don't you use Huo done. It's not good to destroy the flowers and plants, hey, you stepped on someone's roof. Hyuga Lanmo's voice added a special feeling to this lifeless city. Many residents sneaked out of their homes and watched what happened on the roof of the wall. Mom, why are those ninjas and guards arresting that little brother? A child innocently tugged at the mother next to him, and asked. The woman stretched out her hand to cover the child's mouth, and whispered, don't talk. In the entire ninja world, the instantaneous technique of Heifeng Water Gate is called yellow lightning, at an astonishing degree. Although many of these ninjas are ninjas, but facing such a fast child, they really can't catch up. And this is a city. When they use ninjutsu, they have some scruples. Besides, did Konoha's people really come to Wangcheng to carry out the killing action on purpose? What good will Konoha do to kill that kind of insignificant person? Or when the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages are all performing their tasks here? Isn't this asking for trouble? The truth of the matter is open to question, and anyone with a bit of a brain will think about it in their hearts. However, even if Konoha's people are wronged by people's money and wealth, Konoha's people should take the lead, and these ninjas who perform tasks in other ninja villages, before they have no evidence and receive orders from their superiors, the client can do whatever he wants, as long as it doesn't violate the trust agreement. Hyuga Lanmo rioted in Wuwang City for 2 hours, and finally jumped off the beam of the room, and got into a small alley while everyone was not paying attention. I didn't eat in the morning, and spent the whole morning dealing with Wu Yuhua and the corpse. At noon, he was chased all over the city and he was really hungry now. Advertisement. Screaming in his stomach, he stretched out his hand and took out a military food item from the scroll. After looking at it for a long time, he shook his head and put it back in the scroll after thinking of the smell. At the moment, the voice of a ninja came from the roof. Is there any near here? Where are you going? This kid is so fast. I didn't see it, look for it over there. Hyuga Lanmo raised his head and looked at it. Just as he was about to yell, he stretched out his hands from the door on the street and dragged him into the house. Warm sunlight shot diagonally from the gaps in the pale yellow curtains, and came in. There were a dozen people standing in the house. At this moment, everyone was looking at him, all with kind smiles on their faces. You. Hyuga Lanmo looked at these people strangely, and asked, are the residents here? Yes. An elder-headed stepped forward and nodded. Young man, you haven't eaten yet. We have prepared food. If you don't dislike it, just sit down and eat. With that said, these people avoided their bodies. Behind him, a rectangular dining table is lined up in the opposite dining room. On the dining table, there are all kinds of delicious food, as well as carefully baked pastries. Can I really eat? Hyuga Lanmo laughed. What he wanted was this effect. The reason why he jumped up and down in the city and made loud noises was to let the people in the city know that he was being chased by Wu Yu flowers. Since Wuqianling said that the people in the city knew that the fake lord was a murderer, he believed that if they saw him being chased, they would definitely help. At that time, they would look for Lord Bu, who was hidden among the common people. It's much easier. Sure enough, when he made such a fuss, the people took action. Definitely, brother, these are all for you. A little boy came over, grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's finger, and led him to the table. Everyone also took their seats. Hyuga Lanmo touched his stomach when he saw this scene. Although he still had a lot to ask, he was really hungry. Hyuga Lanmo took a big bite to eat, and everyone looked happy when they saw the scene, and they ate as well. Chapter 132. Who is Lord Bu? Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo, who was eating, asked. A dozen people in front of the long table all stopped and were stunned. While eating, he reached out and took out a ball of paper from his arms, and threw it out. Wu Qinling, let me find Master Bu. Among all the people present, the oldest elder in the grade heard this, with tears in his eyes, stood up, stretched out his hand and opened the paper on the dining table tremblingly, and when he saw the familiar font on it, the old tears burst into tears. Later, Hyuga Lanmo learned about what happened in Wuwang City in the past year. This city lord of Wuyu Flower is a counterfeit at all. The former Wuyu Flower has a gentle personality and loves the people. And this one doesn't know what demon method was used. Although he looks exactly like the original city lord in appearance, he does things on the surface. A routine, but the Wuwang city was enchanted, and the residents of the city lord were used as food on the plate, and 2 or 3 people were killed every day for their own consumption. In order to control the people in the city, she has long released a kind of mist called Mi Meng Shang, which can make people hallucinogenic. The people in the city didn't know about her murder, let alone that she was actually a fake city lord, but every day 2 or 3 people died, and the death was so miserable that the people in the city were panicked, so they came to her. At that time, she was looking for someone to investigate, and then all the charges were attributed to the sea monster. Sea monsters act as monsters. What can the common people do? Wave after wave of ninjas who have been here, and there are not a few who have lost their lives here, but the problem is still not solved. Gradually, there were no people on the lively streets of Wuwang City, and the sun did not set, and the streets became quiet like hell. Even doing business in the past was a hurry and didn't dare to stay in the city. Places like hotels and restaurants can no longer be operated. For safety reasons, they are all closed. As time went by, not only did the matter remain unresolved, but it also got worse and worse. One night, 5 people died suddenly. Afterwards, there were rumors that all this was done by the city lord. Advertisement. Because there is actually a special body constitution that is not affected by the medicinal properties of the scented fragrance, at night, I saw Wuyu Flower sneaking into the house to suck human blood, peeling the skin and getting the meat. After seeing this scene, the man spread it out, and never appeared again. It should have been secretly killed by Wu Yuhua. However, this matter was quickly confirmed by Lord Bu, the elder in the city, and he still had a lot of evidence, but before the evidence was available, he left his home and hid in the homes of the people in the city, and his family all of them were imprisoned in the castle dungeon by Wu Yu on the charge of framing the city lord. The common people have no choice but to endure day by day, and only hope that the next person to die is not themselves. And these days, Wu Yuhua recruited a group of ninjas to enter the city in the name of capturing the sea monster and protecting the safety of the city. They also brought some medical ninjas to come. The people in the city did not want to be contaminated with right and wrong, so naturally they avoided meeting. Don't dare to take them in casually. And today, Hyuga Lanmo is chased and killed by the people of Wu Yu. The enemy of the temptress is naturally their friend. If there are ninjas to help them eradicate the temptress, they will naturally be happy, so the residents who have endured the humiliation for the past year chose a few. The representatives got together, and after discussion, they decided to help Hyuga Lanmo. So, there is something to drag him into the house and invite him to dinner. After these people finished speaking, they sighed. It's even more difficult now. She spent money to hire so many ninjas. In the future, I am afraid that we will be more like fish on the sticky board and be killed by others. Don't be discouraged. As long as we have evidence of Wu Yu's murder, those ninjas will not be on their side. Major ninja villages accept tasks depending on the conditions. It's not that the wicked want to hire ninjas to do evil. Ninja village it will also help. Some things are not enough for money. It's definitely, I can't guarantee some renunciation, but if there is evidence that Wu Yu is a murderous demon, I believe the 5 major ninja villages will definitely not stand with her side. Hyuga Lanmo ate and drank enough, and said, now he has a general understanding of the situation of the residents in the city. Before, he thought these residents were in a group with Wu Yu, but now it seems that this is not the case. Young man, can you help us? Give us a piece in Wuwangchang. We don't believe in those ninjas, but you, we absolutely trust. Please take that temptress to justice, and give us justice. Suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Hyuga Lanmo in front of him. Seeing his swaying figure, Hyuga Lanmo, who was at least over 80 years old, bowed to himself and quickly stood up. Master Bu, don't be like this. Advertisement. After this, everyone was surprised again. Someone asked strangely, young man, how did you know that this is Master Bu? I am so touched to see Wu Qinling's autographs, who can organize people to help me. In the entire Wuwang city, I think there is only Lord Bu now. Hyuga Lanmo said. Master Bu burst into tears, and it took a long time to calm down. Sister file size is not easy. She used her as a bargaining chip. The city lord doesn't know where, and my family, He couldn't continue. Facing the demon girl, his heart was full of anger. Wu Qinling let me take you away. Hyuga Lanmo said again. Leaving, there are ninjas and guards in this city. Going out of the city gate requires an exit card issued by the demon girl. We are just ordinary people, not ninjas. It's not easy. If you want to leave, I have a way. Now you only need to make a decision. If everyone agrees, take action tonight. Since Hyuga Lanmo agreed to Wu Qianling, he would naturally help her fulfill her wish. Everyone lost their voices. Everyone cast their eyes on Master Bu. After a while, he waved his hand and said, I won't leave anyway. Others, you make your decision. Wu Qinling let them go as also for their good, but everyone has their own stubbornness, just as Wu Qinling refuses to release the seal in his mouth, and refuses to follow Hyuga Lanmo. Soon, everyone shook their heads. Everyone decided unanimously that they would not leave Wuwang City. They would stay. Even if they died, they would fight the demon to the end. How do you want to fight? I have evidence in my hand, and we will publish all these evidences to the public tomorrow. It happens that the ninjas of the 5 ninja villages are there, so that they can also know that the city lord of Wuwangcheng is a fake who kills people without blinking. Master Bu said excitedly. Chapter 133 Don't sleep tonight. But you forgot. There is a fragrance in this city. Under this fragrance, hallucinations will occur. Those ninjas have not been able to distinguish right from wrong. Then we will fight it too, even if it saves our lives. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he said, Don't worry, so let me plan first and tell you what to do tomorrow. Good. Everyone was very happy when they heard this. That night, the city was still not very peaceful. After Hyuga Lanmo studied the antidote of Mi Mengxiang, he left the people's home and came to the Yaohai Tower in a swagger. As soon as he entered the door, the old shopkeeper rushed over. Come here, the murderer is here, quickly report to the city. Before he could finish speaking, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and pinched his neck. He was forced to click, and he lost his life. Going further in, the 2 waiters rushed out with knives, but when they saw the dead body of the old shopkeeper on the ground, they, poofed, and knelt on the ground. This matter has nothing to do with us, we just want to survive, spare your life. Hyuga Lanmo Shulanyan appeared, and the 2 of them fainted due to illusion. At the moment, the stairs, corridors, and the doorway behind him were already blocked by 7 or 8 people. These people are just the ninjas who came here to take a break from work tonight. You are so bold, you dare to send it to the door. Someone rushed over. Hyuga Lanmo dodged the attack, kicked back on the person, and then stretched out his hand, throwing out a few pills in his hand, 1 in each person, catching them all. Everyone, this is the antidote for Mi Mengxiang. If you want to know the truth, after taking this antidote, you will naturally know who is the real murderer tonight. However, there is one thing to remember. If you want to know the truth, at least you have to learn fake sleep. If you really can't learn it, go to the people's house and see how do they sleep at night. After speaking, the air at the scene was distorted. Hyuga shifted to the blue and ink different space, and disappeared on the scene. Advertisement. At this moment, within the castle, all the 30 medical ninjas were taken into the basement of the backyard, and then they were all taken to the underground laboratory. Until this time, these medical ninjas knew that they had been fooled, and even the teacher Shenong who had been sought after and optimistic about the former ninja doctors was actually in a group with Wu Yu. Wu Yu who had deceived them here to do a kind of medical work. They installed purple hair on the flesh without human skin, and allowed the flesh to follow the instructions of the hair, act and do things, and it would be considered a success. It's a nonsense. How can there be corpses in the world following the orders of the hair? How can this kind of experiment be successful? A union doctor yelled loudly when he heard this, but the next second, Shenong took out his heart and lungs, making him speechless. Everyone, this thing has already been experimented and it will definitely succeed, and you are not allowed to question, as long as you work hard according to what I said. All these tanks are filled with human bodies, a total of more than 1,000, as long as you follow my steps and you will definitely become the warrior the city lord needs. If you cooperate, you can survive. If you fail, then you will be the next test subject. Now, no one has any objections. Let's start if you don't. Shenong yelled loudly. At this point, they no longer need to act, as long as they can achieve their goals, they will do everything they want. At the moment, these people knew that what the blind young man said before was true, and that the lord of the Wuwang city was the murderer. The blood of the decedent was sucked by her, but the body without human skin was hidden by her in the basement under the castle, soaked in formalin, imitating the corruption of the body, and saving it as a ghost-haired warrior. At that time, they were all too arbitrary, and they obviously found that the smell was unusual and refused to admit it, and they had seen it all, but they chose to mix the mud. Now, they are all prisoners. If they were willing to believe what the kid named Hyuga Lanmo said, and fight hard, they would definitely have life, but now, if they don't follow Shenong and Wu Yuhua's instructions, there is only a dead end. The experiment began. Wu Yuhua, who was sitting in a high position, supervised the work on the spot, and she seemed to know a little bit about medical ninjutsu, and sometimes used forbidden techniques to help stabilize the body. Under Shenong's leadership, 30 medical ninjas proceeded one by one according to his operation method, plus Wu Yu's forbidden technique, one by one ghost and bloody warriors appeared. The abilities of these ghost warriors are different. If decedent was an ordinary person in his lifetime, the ability to make a ghost is normal. If decedent is a ninja with a strong ninjutsu before death, the fighting power of becoming a ghost warrior after death is also strong. Advertisement. As the number of medical personnel increased, the speed of making ghost-haired warriors increased. In just one afternoon, hundreds of ghost-haired warriors were made. After they put on black robes and white ghost masks, they looked exactly like the mysterious ghost people. As night fell, Wu Yuhua was exhausted. In addition to using the forbidden technique many times in the afternoon, she is now rickety and her entire face is very dry and old. The medical ninja in the experiment did not dare to speak when seeing this scene. Shenong, go ahead, everything goes according to plan. We only have 10 days. I have to find the antidote. Wu Yu turned sickly and walked out of the laboratory, going all the way up to the cliff. A corner. In the dark night, the entire Wuwang city was shrouded in fear, and the nightingale's weird cry cut across the sky. Wu Yu had a withered face like a demon. She sneered and asked in a low voice, "It will be tonight." "Who is it?" After she finished speaking, she leapt vertically and jumped off the cliff. At the same time, her whole body was like a piece of human skin, floating towards the city under the leadership of a long purple hair. Last night, she drank the blood of 5 ninjas and chakras. She was full of energy all day long. Even if she used the forbidden technique for hundreds of ghost-faced people in the afternoon, her body was no different. If the forbidden technique was not used today, she believed that her chakra would definitely add a new level. So tonight, take advantage of these ninjas being trapped in the valley, let's take a few more ninjas, or use the forbidden technique to make ghost warriors tomorrow. Thinking of this, Wu Yuhua's body once again fell on the roof of Yaohai Tower, a burst of fragrance spread, and the entire city was immersed in the fragrance, even the barking of dogs in the distance disappeared. The ghost-faced man reappeared to help her find the target. She entered the corridor and glanced back at the room at the door. The boss of Yaohai Tower did not come out to greet her tonight. She sneered, hunched back, and walked upstairs, her figure stretched on the ground, her old eyes watched the few ghost-faced people entering the room in front of her. Chapter 134. At this moment, all the ninjas in each room held Roar's breath. What Hyuga Lanmo said is still lingering in their ears. If you want to know who the murderer is, you have to learn to sleep. In order not to show your feet, during the curfew, they had taken the antidote and secretly visited the homes of civilians. To sleep with them. One by one was like being poisoned, and Roar couldn't even hear it. And now, they are sleeping very deep as if they were caught in the Mimong incense, but their ears are pricked up and they are quietly listening to everything around them. The door of the room was opened, and a dark shadow entered the room. Someone quietly opened his eyes and saw a man wearing a ghost mask walking into the room. He closed it again. Someone found that the ghostly man came to a sleeping person and bowed his head. Looking at that person, he didn't know what he was looking at. Almost every room on the second floor has 4 beds, and there are 4 people. After the ghost-faced man entered the room, after looking at the person, he walked to the next person, then chose a target and stood by his bed. I'm not moving anymore. The other 3 people in the same room were surprised when they saw this scene, but none of them dared to move. Although they have doubts in their hearts, after all, this ghost-faced man didn't kill anyone. Just when they were surprised, there was another movement from the door of the room, and a scent of mist hovered over. A woman walked into the room with a crooked figure, came to the bed chosen by the ghost-faced man, looked at the person on the bed, reached out her hand to touch his face, bowed her head and kissed it. The difference in the hearts of the people on the bed, their hearts were surging, and they were strange, when they realized that the chakra on his body had been sucked away by the old temptress in front of him through this kiss. He wanted to act, but he didn't listen. But the 3 people in the same room are wondering, why is this woman a relative? In the next second, they were all dumbfounded, because after the kiss, the woman came to the man's neck and bit down. By sucking blood, the wrinkles on her face were instantly filled. And this old enchantress turned out to be like the city lord Wu Yuhua. It turns out that you are the murderer. Someone couldn't help but rushed up, and the other 2 rushed up as well, and Gimianren stepped forward to stop them. Hyuga Lanmo sitting on the roof laughed when he saw this scene. He reached out and picked up the gong that was set aside, and knocked it loudly. Everyone is up, the monster is coming to eat people. Open your eyes well, look, who is this monster? There was a lot of noise, and not only the entire Yaohai Tower but also the nearby residents woke up. Advertisement. And the night guards and ninjas quickly approached Yaohai Tower. Suddenly, these people will be unable to let out the water here. When everyone saw Hyuga Lanmo, he was still sitting on the roof and knocking the gong, saw many ninjas crowding around, pointing to the bottom, the monster that sucks human blood is underneath. What are you doing in a daze? Take a shot. Everyone understood that he was wronged. Suddenly a few people rushed out of the window. It was Wu Yuhua, the lord of Wuwang City, who was surrounded by them, and there were 3 ghost-faced people protecting her. For a while, these ninjas could not get close. At the same time, a sharp whistle sounded, and the guards in the city heard the whistle and turned around to fight with the ninja beside him. In the night sky, dozens of ghosts and human skins appeared, surrounding many ninjas. The ghost hair human skin is made by Wu Yuhua, who is under her command. Compared with the ghost face person, the figure is lighter, faster, and the physical skills are more powerful in combat. On the other hand, the ghost face person does not pay attention to any cooperation. Everyone knows ninjutsu. The ninjutsu ability is different. With the addition of ghost hair control, they are not afraid of life and death. However, many ninjas are not vegetarians. Although some people are caught in the Mimong incense, they can still keep their heads sober temporarily because of the noise and strong will. Soon, Wu Yu couldn't stand it anymore, and her body hadn't recovered yet. At the moment, she was like a 50-year-old woman. Although she looked like a Wu Yu flower, her body didn't listen. Handle. I need human blood. She shook her body, and the ghosts and ghosts around her protected her to retreat to the castle. Once again, the whistle in her mouth sounded, and the guards all around rushed up like crazy. The ninjas were not to be outdone, and various ninjutsu appeared, fighting with the ghost face men and guards in front of them. The rumbling war in the city awakened the sleeping people. Master Bu led the crowd on the street. Everyone marched and demonstrated, constantly shouting, "Kill the fake city lord. The city lord is an evildoer. Kill the fake city lord. The city lord is an evildoer." Suddenly, the entire Wuwang city seemed to boil, and the sound of Hyuga Lanmo's knocking of gongs, the shouts of the crowd, and the collision of ninja and Wu Yuhua's ninjutsu became a whole. Everyone rushed to the streets and blocked the place. Advertisement. Wu Yuhua was furious when she saw the situation. With the help of the ghost skin, she finally caught a ninja, lowered her head and bit his neck, sucked his blood, and drew his chakra. Under everyone's eyes, everyone saw this scene. At the same time, on the cliff, hundreds of ghosts, human skins and ghoul warriors rushed down. The ninjas were lost and they were retreating. Some were arrested and some were killed. At the moment, Wu Yuhua has recovered her body, and she has begun to strengthen her barrier to prevent any ninja from escaping from Wuwang City. "Catch them all," she cried out loudly. After that, her gaze fell sullenly on Hyuga Lanmo, who was still knocking the gong. "It's you that broke my good deeds. I will kill you today." Originally, she was planning to expose everything and start a war 10 days later, but she did not expect that her plan was ruined by a child. At the moment, she can only advance everything. As for whether she can succeed, she can only see provided by God. "Kill him, kill him." Wu Yuhua stretched out his hand and pointed. Many ghosts and ghosts rushed towards him, and on the ground, the common people also rushed up, some of them holding hoes, some holding sickles, even if they knew they could not beat each other, also spared his life. Wu Yu never expected that these cowardly common people in Wuwang City would one day rebel against themselves. In the past year, she drank their blood and used their corpses to make weapons. She had never seen them resist, but today, the people in the city have grown courageous. Since they didn't want to live, she sent them to the west. "Kill them all," Wu Yu said in a word, and the guards and ghost-face guards around her rushed into the crowd. Beside Hyuga Lanmo, dozens of ghost-faced people and ghost-skinned people surrounded him. Steam escape is bursting. A large-scale explosion took place, blasting the ghosts and ghosts in front of him. Taking advantage of this gap, Hyuga Lanmo rushed to the civilian crowd, stood in front of the crowd, and fought with the guards and the ghost warriors.